ORAE Production presents the heroic figure Himeno Mitsuru descends into the realm of Naruto. Her aspiration to be a carefree soul, retiring on the spot, basking in sunlight each day. Her talent, mastery over the five senses, specializing in low-energy leisure. However, the global audience engages through Inori TV, sending barrage comments. Today we forego the Rose Treasure Pavilion to indulge in Naruto, Orange Corporation's beloved daughter. The animation budget is ablaze. While the passionate and foolish Naruto declares his ambition to become Hokage, she merely yearns to be a lazy fish. I have encountered many prodigies, yet they all refer to me as a genius. I lack interest while you lack talent. The king of casual play, you reign supreme in the ninja world. This playful reference is truly delightful. Chapter 1. Mitsuru's Tranquility. A blend of farming and combat, discussions, cross-series interactions, witty banter, viewing, and original narratives. The protagonist Mitsuru, without transformations, the main text devoid of romantic pairings, featuring both BG and GL lines, excluding male-male relationships, dismantling official pairings with Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke divided into 4 storylines from multiple perspectives within a vast worldview, encapsulating travelers and narrative layers for those averse to excessive details in daily life. Please refer to Volume 5's background of Shippuden. Not becoming a ninja does not hinder invincibility. The early stages focus on daily life and friendship games. Konoha is unfriendly, as are other male and female demographics. Moreover, one must certainly regard the author's notes with due attention. Humanity, through faith and imagination, creates deities. In 2030, on Earth, the world's largest animation community, occupying the main page with anime comments, even before its official premiere, has already seen an overwhelming flood of comments, interspersed with languages from various regions. Yet, through translation, all tongues communicate seamlessly, even the slang of the urban crowd. July's dominance is assured. ORAE has acquired so many anime copyrights solely to create a fan animation for a farming hero. It could have been an original character. Clearly, favoritism is at play. Regardless, whether it's a remastered classic or this quality from ORAE, the protagonist matters little. A few years ago, the colossal conglomerate ORAE unexpectedly ventured into the animation domain, and due to the ambiguous nature of the 4-letter acronym, it was affectionately dubbed Orange Corporation by the public. In just a few years, with its vast financial prowess, it secured almost all literary, comic, and anime copyrights in the artistic realm. All major companies, whether selling toys or launching amusement parks, were acquired, and with a mere wave of its hand, Orange Corporation opened its doors for fan creations. As long as one becomes a fan creator under Orange Corporation, they can freely utilize all copyrights owned by the company. Though it remains a mystery why it hasn't faced international antitrust sanctions, considering ORAE's formidable influence, it is somewhat unsurprising. Almost all fans have applauded this monumental event of copyright interchange in the animation industry. At last, all shows belong to one family. What is there left to quarrel about? For secondary creators, this has sparked unrestrained joy. Now, truly, the reimagined battles of Death Note versus Naruto, Gundam entering the realm of Tokuwadai, and Lin Daiyu's tragic romance with Voldemort. From this moment forward, there are no constraints. No matter how wild the imagination, it can be realized in fan creations, with fan series sprouting up like mushrooms after rain. At this juncture, Orange Corporation, having acquired numerous top-tier studios, launched its inaugural work, surprisingly featuring a character from a previously acquired MOBA game, Himeno Mitsuru from Honor of Kings, as the protagonist in the cross-anime series Mitsuru's True Legend, a series that can be described as a compilation of excellence, the most authoritative fan series in history, with its first theme revolving around Mitsuru's adventures in the world of Naruto, set 6 years prior to the original timeline, when Naruto was still a first-year student at the Ninja Academy. Yet, this is Orange Corporation, the sole titan of the animation industry, the only true deity in the hearts of global otaku, even if one refuses to acknowledge it. Thus, the actions of Orange Corporation must surely hold purpose. Additionally, since the character Himeno Mitsuru is not among the most popular in Honor of Kings, speculations arose that perhaps there exists a fervent supporter within the upper echelons of Orange Corporation, likely a devoted fan. Otherwise, why set the story 6 years before the original Naruto, when Naruto was merely a first-year student? Next, Himeno Mitsuru. A golden-haired bundle emerged from the crowd, presenting her enrollment materials. Irika glanced at the documents in hand, then looked at the child, a wave of compassion washing over him. This child has reached the age for schooling. Irika crouched down and gently inquired, Mitruru, may I call you that? Mitruru nodded, her youthful face displaying an unexpected calmness for her age. I am your homeroom teacher, Irika Yumino. Allow me to escort you to your class. Irika took Mitruru's hand, casting a slightly apologetic glance at the nearby teacher. This child is one of those whom the third Hokage has specifically asked to look after, yet even without that reminder, Irika would naturally extend extra care to the child of his benefactor. During the Ninetales incident, Mitruru's parents made significant contributions in combating the beast, even rescuing Irika, who had already lost his own parents at that time. Tragically, 3 years prior, this heroic couple perished during a critical mission. With gratitude and compassion in his heart, Irika led Mitruru into the classroom, finding her a seat. After offering a few words of guidance, he ascended the platform, as the classmates were gradually arriving. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly, "We're going to be late. We're going to be late." A small figure darted past the window, bursting through the door with a tremendous crash, leaving everyone in stunned silence. How reckless! Mitruru absent-mindedly twirled her pen. A bystander comes to observe. Is this truly the daughter of Orange Corporation? Wow, the animation quality is astonishing, as if filmed within the ninja realm. This timeline is remarkably early. It should be a slice-of-life series, yet the art style clearly shows a lavish budget. I am Naruto Uzumaki. My dream is to gain everyone's acknowledgement and become Hokage. Naruto bellowed from the stage, eliciting a flurry of hushed discussions from the audience. Indeed, a passionate fool, isn't he? Mitruru rested her chin in her hand, boredom evident. What is so appealing about becoming a hero? Why does everyone aspire to be one? Mitruru, possessing a touch of cleverness yet relishing in leisure, finds joy in savoring dried fish and soaking up the sun. The ambition of being a grand hero like the Hokage lies far from her life's goals. She stifled a yawn, gradually muffling her hearing to conserve energy. This ability should be considered one of Mitruru's unique talents. She has always effortlessly controlled her 5 senses since childhood. Himino Mitruru. Irika flipped through the attendance roster. A half-hearted participant arrives. Today we forego the Rose Treasure Pavilion. Today we shall play. Himino Mitruru, ninja student. Why the surname change? Is it not stranger for a Japanese anime to feature a perfectly articulated Chinese name? As long as everyone knows it's from the land of flowers, and what surname can compare to Himino in daily life? Bro, although you speak Chinese, the entire world comprehends it now. Though Mitruru could not hear the discussions, she inferred from the lip movements that he was calling her name. Mitruru leisurely walked to the podium. I am Himino Mitruru. As for my dream, it is to become someone like Teacher Irika. Is it me? Irika shyly scratched his head that on the very first day of school, did a student already consider him a role model? Indeed, like Irika's sensei, having achieved nothing significant, merely an ordinary ninja academy teacher, retiring on the spot, and sunbathing daily like a lazy fish. XiaoMan imagined her future life and couldn't help but nod slightly that I've truly never encountered a protagonist with a Sanhada Shun attribute. Why allow such royalty into anime? I really can't understand. Do you get it? User has been deleted. WOC, what's wrong with you before? The Orange Society is making a strong move? Huh? Irika face-bombed, urging XiaoMan to step down. The classmates below began to murmur due to XiaoMan's words. There's absolutely no passion. It sounds just like what that Nara classmate said earlier. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow, surprised to find someone with similar interests in this class. After the self-introductions concluded, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, delivered a speech, the theme still revolving around the will of fire, stirring the young students. Spirits, of course, XiaoMan was not included. She was non-combustible. After all of this, they still had classes in the afternoon, which focused solely on chakra extraction. Students with ninja or even ninja clan backgrounds quickly managed to extract chakra, while a classmate with the Uchiha surname succeeded on the first attempt. Except for Naruto and XiaoMan. Why is it still not working? Naruto's little face scrunched up. XiaoMan casually attempted for a while, but only managed to extract a meager amount of chakra. By the end of school, both were left behind for guidance. Finally, I did it, Naruto exclaimed, watching the thin chakra surge within him. XiaoMan also struggled to find a way, and upon witnessing this scene, Irika finally let out a sigh of relief. Lord Hamaya's child seems to lack any remarkable talent. It's getting late. Hurry home. Don't let, Irika intended to say not to worry their parents, but suddenly realized he had misspoken. These two children. Irika's gaze fell upon Naruto. Before school began, the third Hokage had also spoken with him about this child, who had been ostracized by villagers due to rumors surrounding the Nine Tails. The third Hokage merely stated that the rumors were unfounded, but as a witness to the Nine Tails incident, Irika always held some reservations about this child. However, Naruto was merely a little kid who had just reached school age, and like him, was an orphan. Irika couldn't bring himself to dislike him. After a moment of silence, Irika bent down to pat both children's heads. You must be hungry. How about I treat you to ramen? Ramen? Naruto recalled the ramen shop he had visited, along with the very kind shopkeeper. 3 bowls of tonkatsu ramen. Irika seated the two children. The ramen was served quickly. Naruto cautiously glanced at Irika, seeing the smile on his face, and relaxed, picking up his chopsticks. Thank you. Irika-sensei, XiaoMan said as she broke apart her chopsticks. Don't mention it. Irika thought of patting XiaoMan's head, but she stiffened slightly, not pulling away. Halfway through the meal, Irika pondered before speaking. In XiaoMan's heart, what kind of people are her parents? XiaoMan's remarks about her future dreams in class had raised concerns, especially since the third Hokage hoped this child could become a hero filled with the will of fire. Willing to sacrifice for the village like her parents, that the Orange Society so harsh on their own daughter. In the farming storyline, there's at least one father. After all, orphans possess the most fiery narrative, laughs. XiaoMan swallowed her noodles and looked up at Irika, deeply before lowering her head. Probably fearless heroes or something. Then, doesn't XiaoMan want to become someone like her parents? XiaoMan paused her chopsticks. To be a foolish hero? What's so good about being a hero? Hey! Naruto quickly swallowed the ramen and retorted loudly at XiaoMan. Heroes aren't foolish. He suddenly stood up, declaring his hero manifesto. Heroes are those who save people from peril in times of crisis, recognized by everyone. Heroes are definitely not foolish. Irika glanced at XiaoMan, worried she might argue with Naruto. XiaoMan simply rubbed her temples, appearing quite helpless. Yes, I understand. Great hero. Naruto froze at her words, then revealed an incredulous expression. Really? Do you really think I'm a hero? Yes, I truly wish there were more brave and intelligent heroes like you. XiaoMan leisurely sipped her soup. What a delicious broth. If only a bit more green onion were added, it would be even tastier. Naruto felt a lump in his throat. Someone had genuinely recognized him like this. All the sadness and grievances from being marginalized seemed to vanish in that moment. As someone said, "You are a hero. Thank you for your recognition. I will definitely become Hokage and earn everyone's acknowledgement." Naruto wiped his tears, fervently clenching his small fists. Being a hero isn't something you can just claim with words. Irika facepalmed. He didn't believe a child like Naruto, who struggled even to extract chakra, could become a hero like Hokage, but the topic of heroes among the children was not something he could interject. Moreover, it seemed he had been diverted by this child. This is the first time the son of a hero is called a hero. I must give someone credit here. I don't care about anything else. Can dreams come true? Can Jiraiya and Neji not die? After finishing the noodles, Irika first escorted Naruto home, then XiaoMan, whose home was relatively remote, nearing the Uchiha clan territory. This is where I leave you. Remember to rest early, XiaoMan. Irika gently reminded her. He was about to walk away when he turned back, bending down to ask XiaoMan, "Do you sincerely believe Naruto will become a great hero like Hokage? My mother told me a story." XiaoMan did not answer directly. In front of adults, even a teacher, her demeanor noticeably grew more indifferent. There was a fool who aspired to become a hero, mistaking a turning windmill for a giant, recklessly charging forward to fight the windmill. Irika couldn't help but chuckle. What's the point of doing that? Well, everything is meaningless. But he was very brave. He attempted to comprehend XiaoMan's words. Do you think Naruto is as fearless as he was? Think as you please. XiaoMan took out her keys from her backpack. Good night, Irika-sensei. Chapter 2. The Ultimate Confrontation. In truth, XiaoMan had not met Naruto Uzumaki for the first time. She had seen him around Konoha in various places, whether confronting others while being driven away or hiding alone in a corner. XiaoMan felt Naruto should have long been dissatisfied with life, Yet he still harbored a fervent desire to become the Hokage who protects Konoha. It felt like a passionate story. XiaoMan believed Naruto was indeed the protagonist, and she was merely a camera observing the protagonist's life. Maybe by the time XiaoMan returned home, the sky had completely darkened. With a creak, the door was pushed open, and the stale air rushed in. XiaoMan turned on the light, dispelling some of the coldness. She walked to the entrance, changed her shoes, and skillfully tidied up her belongings. The room was enveloped in silence, as she had no habit of announcing her return to the air. XiaoMan harbored no fondness for heroes, nor did she aspire to become one. Her parents had perished during a mission when she was merely 3, becoming the grand heroes within the tales that safeguarded their village. Two great deceivers. They had promised to bring her gifts upon their return, yet both had failed to keep their word. XiaoMan had only managed to glimpse their cold bodies before they were covered with a white cloth. The stories never spoke of heroes returning in triumph, only to deny their offspring a final farewell. XiaoMan, just as she was preparing to wash up and retire for the night, a knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. Sakura. As soon as XiaoMan opened the door, she was pulled away by the girl with pink hair. Why are you back so late? Mom made a feast for us to enjoy together. Reluctantly dragged along, XiaoMan's languid blue eyes shimmered with an unusual hue. Honestly, we're back, Sakura shouted as they entered the foyer. The warm yellow light illuminated XiaoMan, and Sakura's mother, Haruno Mabuki, greeted her with a warm smile. XiaoMan has finally arrived. I suppose you haven't had dinner yet? Sakura insisted that she wouldn't eat until XiaoMan was here, Mabuki added, setting down her newspaper with a kind smile. Hee hee. Sakura pulled XiaoMan to sit down. The two little bundles nestled close together. Although XiaoMan had already dined on ramen, she found it impossible to decline Sakura's heartfelt gesture. What a bother. XiaoMan glanced skyward. Yet, the sensation of being cared for wasn't unpleasant. Ever since XiaoMan had referred to Naruto as a hero, he had come to regard her as a friend in his heart. In recent days, Naruto had been eager to converse with her, but XiaoMan always succumbed to sleep after class and hurried home, leaving him without an appropriate opportunity to engage. She could often feel a burning gaze upon her from behind, yet she had no desire to befriend Naruto. Unlike other children, she did not harbor animosity toward him. She merely thought that being around him would be quite troublesome. It was precisely her indifferent demeanor towards others and her deliberate low profile that allowed XiaoMan to enjoy a tranquil existence at the Ninja Academy. Each day was spent either daydreaming during lessons or napping, occasionally walking home with Sakura, but most often alone. During this time, even Naruto had made a few friends, namely Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akimichi. One day, these 3 restless souls concocted a plan to skip class, and without hesitation, they executed it while the teacher was lost in his lecture and their classmates were dozing off. Where shall we go? Choji asked, crunching on his bag of chips. I didn't think that far ahead. Naruto scratched his head. It was their first time skipping class, after all. How about we go to the market and buy some chips? Choji suggested. What? You still have some? Shikamaru retorted, rolling his eyes. Who would complain about having too many chips? Choji munched away. Then let's set off. Naruto shouted enthusiastically. The market was bustling with people, and after experiencing the embarrassment of being caught eating without purchasing, the trio found themselves in front of a convenience store. Do you have any salt and pepper fish snacks? XiaoMan peered over the counter, her head barely reaching its height. Hey, XiaoMan! Naruto was the first to spot her, rushing over with excitement. Oh, it's you guys, XiaoMan said as she accepted the fish snacks from the shopkeeper. Did you skip class too, XiaoMan? Naruto inquired. If you put it that way, I suppose you could say that, XiaoMan replied, popping a fish snack in her mouth. And he truly was rather friendly. XiaoMan never imagined that she had already been considered a friend by Naruto. Choji was completely captivated by the fish snacks, his gaze fixated on them, which XiaoMan couldn't help but notice. Would you like some fish snacks? She casually extended the bag towards him. Is that okay? I don't think I've ever tried them. Choji's eyes sparkled with excitement. Here you go. XiaoMan then turned to Naruto, who was eagerly watching. Would you like some too? Yes. Naruto nodded vigorously. XiaoMan also shared some with Shikamaru, who politely thanked her. As the crispy fish snack met Choji's palate, the delightful combination of salt and pepper along with its refreshing flavor sent his taste buds into a frenzy, and in an instant, his eyes widened. Delicious, he exclaimed, marveling at the exquisite taste he had never experienced before. Soon after, XiaoMan felt Choji's slightly bashful gaze lingering on the bag of fish snacks. Can I? Choji stammered. Being a food enthusiast who cherished grilled meat and chips, this was likely his first encounter with a flavor that could rival those beloved snacks. I'll give you some more. I don't have much left anyway, and the shop only sells fish snacks on Thursdays. XiaoMan generously handed him a bag containing the treats. Thank you, Kenya. Choji grinned widely. That you're welcome. XiaoMan shrugged. She was more lenient with those who shared common interests. Well, it's getting late, and I have things to do. See you next time. XiaoMan glanced at the sky, securing the bag in her backpack. With a graceful leap, she ascended to the rooftop. Goodbye, and you three should leave here soon too. With that, she vanished swiftly like a cat in an alley. Goodbye, XiaoMan. Naruto waved foolishly, while Choji munched away. Shikamaru, however, furrowed his brow. Why the rush to leave? Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine as he turned around. You three, the imposing figure of Irika-sensei, exuding an ominous aura, gripped Shikamaru's shoulder, outstanding gank awareness of a top-tier solo laner. Special grade, cursed spirit. Run! Shikamaru yelled, escaping Irika's grasp. A fierce chase ensued in the Konoha market, culminating in Irika successfully apprehending the three miscreants. Each of them sported a sizable bump on their heads, trailing behind Irika like pitiful little lost sheep, too frightened to utter a sound. What kind of trouble have you all gotten into? The three little rascals began to recount their day's mischief in a cacophony of voices, inadvertently revealing XiaoMan's name. XiaoMan? Yes, no, XiaoMan didn't skip class. Of course, XiaoMan didn't skip class. She was home sick, resting. You weren't disturbing her recovery, were you? Sick leave? Shikamaru recalled XiaoMan's graceful form as she left. She hardly seemed unwell. Using illness as an excuse to skip class was rather underhanded. Ainley, a seasoned anime enthusiast, neither mingled in the community nor aspired to be a prominent figure. She merely browsed anime news daily and occasionally watched new series. Naturally, the launch of the latest series from the only giant in the anime industry, Orange, piqued her interest, and she tuned in promptly for the premiere. Upon concluding the first episode, Ainley sighed. Although the appearance of a younger Sakura sparked controversy in the comments, such disputes were commonplace for viewers of Naruto, whether they were fans, detractors, or casual observers, and hardly worth mentioning that but a fleeting moment. The negative comments surrounding XiaoMan were deftly smoothed over by the Orange Society, truly a testament to the majesty of the crown princess. It is evident that the narrative subtly embraces the style of slice-of-life series, primarily viewed through the perspective of the protagonist, XiaoMan. Although the art style is strikingly relatable, the storyline unfolds with a simplicity that diverges from the typical exuberance of youthful manga. This merely serves to establish the backdrop, for the original work does not delve deeply into characterization during this phase. The true plot will gradually unfold in due time. Without further contemplation, Ainley promptly clicked on the second episode. Meanwhile, atop the tallest commercial building in the heart of New York City, a young woman clad in a tailored suit sat alone in a conference room, facing a colossal electronic screen. Data streams surged continuously, ever on the rise. Her fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, producing a steady thud. Suddenly, her wrist-mounted communicator emitted a chime. Miss A.C., the examination report has revealed new issues. The image of a bespectacled researcher materialized in the AI. It appears that the original footage has been compromised. A.C. furrowed her brow. Who is responsible? And to where has it been leaked? It emanates from a universe we have yet to observe. The observation station has detected anomalous data sources. The original footage was transmitted via spatial distortion, but we are currently unable to ascertain the identity of the perpetrator. I understand. AC massaged her temples. Attempt to monitor the two distorted spaces. We must refrain from instigating further disturbances. If possible, maintain the internal stability of those two realms. Understood. As the words fell, the communicator dimmed, leaving the conference room enveloped in silence once more. Why do you pursue this course of action? She murmured softly. She had never comprehended the ulterior motives of the orchestrators behind the scenes, who exerted great effort to transform the original footage into an animated form, even operating as if they were genuine fans, engaging in seemingly absurd endeavors. What purpose did it serve? Suddenly, a low, resonant voice echoed in the conference room, akin to a sacred chant. We create belief. We elevate the divine. We sing. We weave hymns of fantasy. We await the arrival of the gospel. Once more, the enigmatic utterances left her perplexed. After a moment of silence, AC spoke again, Then why her? The low voice reverberated once more that it is not we who choose the divine, but rather the divine has chosen us. Chapter 3. A moment not to waste your time. XiaoMan has always considered herself a rather unfortunate individual, and encountering a member of the Uchiha clan was one of her many misfortunes. As expected of you, I concede, she said, her eyes widening slightly. A hint of reluctance in her expression, her knees buckling as she half knelt on the ground. During the practical drills, participants were paired off for matches, and XiaoMan, who lagged behind in her class, was inevitably destined for defeat, especially since her ability to channel chakra was on par with Naruto's. In most cases, participants chose their opponents, and XiaoMan's unassuming demeanor largely spared her from trouble, adhering to her philosophy. Acting is the best means to evade combat. With a reconciliation seal established between the two, XiaoMan stood up, stretched lazily, and retreated to the back of the crowd, crossing her arms as she observed her classmate from the Uchiha clan, who consistently excelled in physical tests without a single defeat. It was evident that taijutsu was not his forte, yet as a member of the Uchiha, he had already mastered ninjutsu. True to form, he emerged victorious once again. Although participants typically chose their opponents, exceptions occasionally arose. Next up was XiaoMan versus Uchiha Sasuke. Coincidentally, XiaoMan was called upon this time. She prepared to wave the white flag as her strategy once again was to seek a swift resolution. Suddenly, XiaoMan squinted as Uchiha unleashed a strike that was entirely different from his previous style, striking with astonishing speed. Oh no, I've made a mistake. Sasuke's eyes widened as he had just been contemplating returning home to practice with his older brother, Itachi. His brother was the object of his admiration, and he was acutely aware that their father favored his talented sibling over him. Although he had successfully executed the great fireball technique by the river yesterday, their father's gaze revealed his dissatisfaction with Sasuke's performance. When would he finally catch up to his brother? Distracted by his thoughts, he overexerted himself. With the distance too short, XiaoMan found it impossible to evade the punch, and had no choice but to block it with her palm. Fortunately for her, the audience assumed Sasuke would easily overpower XiaoMan, allowing them to focus solely on their own matches. Only Sasuke recognized the truth of the situation. What? She blocked it. The force of the punch reverberated through Sasuke's knuckles, while XiaoMan, momentarily taken aback, exhibited a demeanor starkly contrasting her usual self. Her typically languid eyes now held a chilling intensity, coldly observing her opponent, seemingly indifferent, as if he were beneath her notice. Sasuke felt a tremor within. As XiaoMan regained her composure, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Oh, I hope I haven't been discovered. Sasuke, on the other hand, was plunged into a state of existential doubt. Could it be that she had been concealing her true self all along? That strike, even I lacked the confidence to face. Before Sasuke could gather his thoughts, she promptly raised her hand in surrender and positioned herself in front of the crowd. He stood there, dazed, clenching his fists. No, I must clarify this. After school, XiaoMan ambled through the shaded alley with her backpack. Hey, Himaya, Sasuke called out from behind, a peculiar tension etched on his face. The afternoon sunlight flickered through the branches as she turned, wearing a socially acceptable, charming smile, and replied in a casual tone, "What is it, Uchiha?" This unremarkable demeanor left the pampered young Uchiha feeling somewhat unsettled, particularly as the recent battle replayed vividly in his mind. I am of the Uchiha clan. I cannot be defeated. Sasuke locked eyes with her. Himaya, you weren't giving it your all in that match, were you? Ah, it seems I've been discovered. What a bother. XiaoMan thought as she touched her face. How could that be? Uchiha, you were simply too powerful. You completely overwhelmed me. Do not feign ignorance. That strike I missed. Even I could not withstand it. I merely had good fortune. In dire situations, one can unleash unexpected potential. No need to say more, since you possess such potential. Let us engage in another duel. Ugh, I truly detest dealing with such stubborn combat enthusiasts. Although Sasuke was not yet fanatical, he merely wished to prove himself as an unassailable student, a genius of the Uchiha clan, much like his brother. This is troublesome. Very well, if you insist. But you must promise me not to disclose what transpired today, and let us keep it brief. XiaoMan tossed her backpack, which conveniently snagged on a nearby tree. Agreed. He nodded. I shan't waste much of your time. Then, prepare yourself. XiaoMan took a step back, leveraging the tree for a swift descent, the branches trembling as they shed their leaves. She swept her right leg toward Sasuke, who immediately raised his arm to block. Yet she gracefully landed on his shoulder, and leaped behind him. Sasuke winced, but quickly pivoted, narrowly avoiding 2 pebbles that grazed his arm. Oomph, mere parlor tricks. XiaoMan's audacity to attack with stones was amusing, yet Sasuke, hailing from the clan renowned for their mastery of ninja tools, was unfazed by such tactics. No, an opening. In the instant he dodged the stones, XiaoMan appeared before him like a specter, feigning a strike to his throat, prompting him to retreat a half step. However, his heel landed on the dry branch she had just kicked, causing him to stumble backward. Seizing the opportunity, she sprang forward, palm striking his abdomen, then raised her hand to cut at his neck. Sasuke found himself in a defensively awkward position, unable to evade her onslaught. Such speed. Sasuke was drenched in sweat. XiaoMan pivoted, gathering her strength for a skyward strike, her palm halting mere centimeters from Sasuke's nose, abruptly ceasing its force. Sasuke's pupils constricted. He realized he had no room to react against her palm. The battle lasted less than 20 seconds, and in an instant, he had been defeated. Wow, that was impressive. The impact of that blow could easily turn Sasuke from Tom Riddle into Voldemort. The movements flowed seamlessly. XiaoMan withdrew her hand, returning to her nonchalantly lazy expression. Thank you for the match. She straightened her posture, stretched leisurely, adding, if that is all you have, it hardly warrants serious attention. Sasuke remained in shock. Let this be the end. XiaoMan kicked the tree, retrieving her backpack, slinging it over her shoulder, and without looking back, waved her hand. Remember our agreement, Sasuke. He stood there, staring blankly at her retreating figure. Witnessing such a battle was truly worth every moment. Chapter 4. The Stragglers at Dusk. Parents flocked to collect their children after school. Sorry, Sasuke. I'm late. I was delayed on the way. Itachi ruffled Sasuke's hair. It's all right, brother, Sasuke replied obediently. What happened to the injury on your face? Oh, I accidentally fell during the competition today. Is there anyone in the class who can compete with Sasuke? No, not at all. Sasuke is still putting on a brave front. It seems this child has finally faced a setback. Is there truly someone in their class capable of challenging Sasuke? At that moment, XiaoMan happened to pass by, and Sasuke shot her a glare. Such a trivial action could hardly escape Itachi's notice, who frowned slightly. XiaoMan, oblivious to Itachi's gaze, silently complained to herself, why is he glaring at me? It's just one loss. There's no need to be so petty. The Uchiha clan is indeed a proud lineage. It feels like trouble is brewing. Next time, I must strive to perform more convincingly. Sighing softly, XiaoMan watched the 2 figures disappearing into the twilight. That must be his elder brother, given the peculiar way he walks. Mom, what brings you here today? Shikamaru scratched his pineapple-shaped hair. You little rascal, are you dissatisfied with my presence? Your father has matters to attend to today. So hurry home, I still need to prepare dinner. Nara Yoshino hurriedly pulled his hand as they walked briskly. You're cooking? Can we even eat that? Ouch, ouch. Stop pulling my ear. Time usually flies, yet during study sessions, it drags on. After the exam concluded, as it was their first, Irika personally called out each student's name to announce their scores, inviting them to the podium to collect their papers. XiaoMan, 60. Irika sighed inwardly as he pulled out XiaoMan's paper. This child frequently skips class, and her grades have plummeted, landing her at the bottom. Perhaps her desire to become a ninja isn't very strong. Irika wished to respect her choices, yet the 3rd Hokage had high hopes for her. He believed that the child of his savior would undoubtedly become an excellent ninja. Sakura clenched her fists. XiaoMan only managed to score a passing mark. This is quite dangerous. I must find a way to help her. Sasuke, on the other hand, struck a cool pose, smirking. At least I won't lose in the written exam. Wait, is she pretending again? Let me see her paper. She only answered one question for the essay. The answers to the multiple choice questions are absurd. Why does every answer for the multiple choice questions coincidentally match the next question? And for this subject, the same pattern applies. Yet she only wrote 2 answers for the essay and still managed to score 60? No way. She must be doing this on purpose. How infuriating. What is the point of this charade? Is she merely mocking others in her heart? The following day happened to be a weekend. Wake up, XiaoMan. Sakura's excited voice rang out from outside the door. Receiving no response, she rushed to the window of the bedroom. Wake up. Sakura pressed her face against the glass, tapping it lightly. Huh, Sakura? XiaoMan rubbed her eyes, noticing a Sakura machi stuck to the glass. What is going on? Why are you looking for me so early? Morning exercise. Let's go for a morning workout. Sakura tugged at the freshly washed XiaoMan, pulling her outside. Huh, why the sudden urge for morning exercise? XiaoMan groaned. elongating her voice in complaint. To help you improve your exam scores. Isn't it enough to just get by with exams? You can't just get by? Sakura appeared quite displeased. All right. XiaoMan relented, unable to resist her. Let's start by running 5 laps around the training ground to warm up. XiaoMan lazily began to stretch her legs. XiaoMan, don't look so lethargic. Hurry and catch up with me. Sakura slowed down, giving her a gentle push. Yes. XiaoMan still appeared indifferent, yawning as she ran. With no choice, Sakura accelerated her pace. XiaoMan ran leisurely, as if strolling, when suddenly a green figure flashed before her. It was too fast for her to see clearly. After a while, the green figure reappeared, and this time she recognized it as a peculiar person dressed in a snug green suit. Am I being lapped by a strange man in green spandex? Come on, young one, burn your youth. After encountering XiaoMan for the 3rd time, the green-suited man turned back to give her a bright smile, showcasing 8 gleaming teeth. On the 4th encounter, he zipped by again, exclaiming, Youngster, enhance your training. Sakura soon caught up from behind, casting a concerned glance. XiaoMan, hurry up. So troublesome, XiaoMan pouted. Well, regardless, I need to at least run a passing score. Sakura's eyes widened as she noticed a golden figure speeding past. Is that XiaoMan? So fast. It was nearly unrecognizable. The figure had transformed into a golden flash, rapidly pursuing the green-clad man. The underdog of Konoha is finally making a move. I can drop the facade, but you can't genuinely believe I won't succeed. Oh, has the fire finally ignited? What a vibrant young person. The green-suited man seemed invigorated, increasing his speed. Have you caught up to my pace? How about this? XiaoMan, are you feeling a bit reckless? Don't underestimate our canyon's golden flash. In her youth, the golden figure had initially been tailing the green figure closely, pursuing for several laps, leaving Sakura in awe behind them. Suddenly, the latter accelerated, pulling away significantly. So fast, what an absurd speed. XiaoMan gasped. Is this the speed of a jonin? This isn't just any jonin. You tell me, this is a 6-year-old? XiaoMan, panting, could only keep up for a short while before she collapsed, exclaiming, I can't run anymore. I'm exhausted. Oh, young one, is that all you've got? The man jogged backward, returning to her side. Shall we have another round? Did you think this was a competition? XiaoMan sat on the ground, gradually calming her breath. Your running form is flawed. Otherwise, you could go even faster. The green-suited man clasped his hands behind his back, striking a pose reminiscent of a bird taking flight. Run like me, like a ninja. This posture seemed entirely counterintuitive. Doesn't anyone find this running style odd? XiaoMan rolled her eyes, internally berating the absurdity. Really, today I've overreacted. Getting riled up over such a trivial matter. I might as well rest under that tree outside the training ground. Wow, you remind me of my friend. Hey, Kakashi. Did you see our match just now? He waved at the silver-haired figure standing at a distance. Kakashi nodded indifferently, his gaze landing on XiaoMan. He hadn't intended to linger at the training ground, but upon seeing XiaoMan, he decided to stay. This golden-haired, blue-eyed speedster has already replayed 3 episodes in my mind. Who will fill in the missing pieces of my memories? Sakura leaned against a tree, observing the scene unfolding across the training ground. So XiaoMan is receiving guidance from that jonin? Perhaps my concerns were unwarranted. This is how one should run. Kai was ardently attempting to alter XiaoMan's running style. Really? No thank you. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, 2 elderly men observed the scene within the crystal ball. Their daughter had grown so much. Danzo squinted, his expression inscrutable. I must bring her back to the root. Danzo, we owe her so much already. Let the child enjoy a stable childhood at the Ninja Academy. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his pipe thoughtfully. Besides, you already know that this child has not inherited that special power. Most importantly, she lacks the awareness to contribute to the village. The mere thought that XiaoMan had not inherited such unique abilities caused Danzo to snort dismissively. Humph, as long as she comes to my root, I will find a way to instill that awareness in her immediately. However, she does indeed appear to lack any value for the root. Danzo glanced at Kai beside XiaoMan, a look of disdain crossing his face. Chapter 5. Love Ninja TV. Having freed herself from the fervent green-clad figure, XiaoMan watched his departing silhouette, lost in contemplation. In truth, this running style bore a resemblance to that of Uchiha Itachi's elder brother. It must be a technique of the so-called umbu, with movements akin to shadows trailing silently. One could bring death without a sound. XiaoMan looked up to see Sakura standing beneath a tree, a hint of melancholy in her expression. Sakura? "XiaoMan, I seem to have added too much weight. I feel a bit unwell. I'm sorry, but I'll stop here for today." "Unwell? Shall I escort you home?" XiaoMan, preoccupied with her thoughts, failed to notice Sakura's emotions. "No, I just need to lie down for a bit." Sakura clasped the hem of her clothing behind her back. "All right then, even though it was just a warm-up, I'm tired too. I'll head back now. Goodbye, goodbye." The path from the training ground to their homes was not direct, and the two parted ways at the intersection. On her way home, XiaoMan was not particularly hasty. The running style she had just practiced suddenly reminded her of Itachi's gait. What if she added an element of fluidity? The sky stretched endlessly, the wind stirring gentle ripples. Water flowed through her fingertips, and the fish and stones beneath the surface became distinctly visible. Just like this. She turned her body, stepping lightly on the green bricks, leaping gracefully into the air, spinning mid-flight. Though her movements were somewhat erratic, and she stumbled upon landing, the overall effect of her technique exuded a dynamic energy reminiscent of fish swimming in water, as if the current enveloped her. Once more, XiaoMan closed her eyes, quietly exhaling the impurities within her, the sound of water's irregular rhythm resonating in her ears. In her heart, she envisioned a still pool, undisturbed. When a stone struck the surface, it merely sank quietly, unable to stir any ripples. The form is as unpredictable as flowing water. Yet the intent is as reflective as still water. In stillness, it resembled a tranquil pond where every detail is visible. In motion, it resembled water rushing down a ravine, evading the solid and embracing the void. After practicing in the courtyard 5 or 6 times, she settled, leaping as if in water, weightless and unanchored. With her toes touching the ground, she danced like a dragon through the gaps, stirring the fallen leaves in the courtyard before landing lightly. XiaoMan concluded her practice and opened her eyes. Can this be considered a technique of my own creation? This method extended the usual airborne duration of her jumps to nearly 2 seconds. Coupled with the chakra application technique she had developed earlier, it should prove effective in one-on-one combat. If faced with multiple opponents, escape would also be easier. XiaoMan recalled the man's words, that every martial artist names their techniques, yet naming them felt a cumbersome task to her. She waved her hand dismissively. How troublesome. I shall call this the second style of change. Moreover, who finds it awkward to announce lengthy technique names during a duel? Life is not a shonen manga. Why should one inform the opponent of their techniques? After a brief practice, XiaoMan felt fatigued, yawned, and crawled into bed for a nap. However, upon waking, it was already evening. Sitting by the window, she stared blankly outside. Perhaps sleeping too long on the weekend led to this. She had dozed from day into night, her head spinning, her vision blurred. Outside, the sky had darkened to a deep blue, and distant voices from the market echoed, yet they felt far removed from her. This inevitably stirred feelings of confusion within her. After sitting still for a moment, she suddenly felt the urge to take a walk. As the lights began to twinkle, the market was still lively. Passing by the library, she paused. The publishing culture of Konoha consists of 2 main components: the traditional library, frequented by elderly patrons, and the likes of Jiang Hall, which offers the latest publications and is more favored by the youth. Yet, XiaoMan was not an ordinary young person. She appreciated both. Choosing to delve into Jiang Hall, she perused the shelves without the intent to purchase, when suddenly she froze in front of a particular book. Paradise of Intimacy? The author is Jiraiya? She recognized him. One of the legendary 3 ninjas. She had seen his works in the library. It turns out he also wrote 18 novels. A novel written by one of the legendary 3 ninjas must be worth sampling. Hey, don't corrupt our XiaoMan. She tiptoed to retrieve the book from the shelf, but before she could even take a good look at the words, the book was abruptly snatched from her grasp. Hey, children shouldn't read this. A familiar white-haired face appeared before her. Well done. Do these 2 know each other? XiaoMan looked up. Oh, good morning, Kakashi-senpai. It's nearly evening now, and it's Kakashi, not Kashi. Close enough. Why do I see you everywhere? The scene flashed back to when they had known each other for quite some time. XiaoMan had just declared her independence from the orphanage, and the 3rd Hokage, doubting her ability to live alone, had assigned the young Kakashi Hitaki, who also lived independently at a young age, to be her guardian for a time. There was no respect for the elder. Respect should be reserved for those truly deserving of it. So, does that mean I am not worthy of your respect? In a public place, reading lewd literature while simultaneously refreshing beside it, what is there to respect? XiaoMan stared with deadpan eyes, strikingly similar to the man before her. How harsh your words are. I am not yet at the age of an uncle. If you are willing to part with some trivial amount of money to buy your lovely junior some fish snacks, I would be ever so grateful. She offered a perfunctory smile. Oh, still the same as before. Haven't you been in the Ninja Academy for over half a year now? Kakashi adjusted his mask. Who said the same? Under the influence of the will of fire, I have engraved the achievements of the Hokage in my heart. Your sarcasm has indeed improved. I don't understand what you're saying, Kakashi-senpai. The gratitude I owe the Hokage is something I shall never repay. He sighed. At least the days in the Ninja Academy are quite peaceful. Boring. So, do you wish to graduate early? I wish to be expelled directly. It is indeed predictable. What else would you do if not be a ninja? Anything is preferable to being a ninja. XiaoMan, for reasons unknown, suddenly conjured a book titled Paradise of Affection. Her gaze fixated upon it. Look, even such a book can achieve remarkable sales. I could do the same. When did she acquire another one? Oh, I had forgotten there stood a connoisseur of salacious literature before me. Speaking in such a manner, do you think you can maintain friendships at school? Does it really matter? Navigating human relationships sounds far more troublesome than dealing with corpses. Yet you, having known me for 3 years, have become quite the extrovert compared to when we first met. Could it be that indulging in such literature has a normalizing effect on one's psyche? I see. Then I misjudged Jiraiya. He truly invests considerable effort into the spiritual cultivation of ninjas and the preservation of their dwindling intellects. XiaoMan is indeed not very talkative at school. Even in the company of Sakura, she seldom delivers such lengthy discourse, not due to aloofness, but rather due to laziness and a desire for conservation. Despite the meandering nature of her words, they consistently revolve around a singular theme. Ninjas, including the Hokage himself, embody this notion. Although accustomed to XiaoMan's occasional outbursts regarding ninjas, Kakashi finds himself at a loss for words, as, frankly, he does not wish to defend the profession of a ninja. All right, I must take my leave, XiaoMan yawned. Finally roused from her stupor. Goodbye, Kakashi-senpai. It's not Kakashi, it's Kakashi. The second episode concludes here, and by its end, Ainley has essentially grasped the protagonist's character. Amiable, languid, cunning, rebellious. She finds herself quite enamored with such character types. Although this persona feels somewhat out of place in the world of Naruto, she is genuinely intrigued by the tales that might unfold for this character within this narrative universe. As the most authoritative animation company in the industry produces this series, its astonishing pace of releasing 2 episodes every Saturday night has made it a dominant force. However, for Ainley, who has already caught up with the series, it still feels somewhat slow. Upon opening the forum, she found, as expected, that the dedicated discussion threads were already bustling with vitality, a veritable flourishing of ideas. Truly, the offspring of the Citrus Society. She sighed in admiration, scrolling through the threads. The story background of XiaoMan in farming, she clicked on, but adhering to the principle of too long, didn't read. She opted to bookmark it for later. Speculations on XiaoMan's background and abilities, she saved, reasoning that there would likely be many revelations ahead, allowing her to witness numerous moments of vindication and prophetic foresight all at once. CP thread, which pairing is the best? She scoffed. No way, it's only been 2 episodes, and they're still children. What could one possibly ship? Which character from the original series could surpass XiaoMan? She pondered, sensing an incoming flurry of comparisons. Ainley knew without clicking that discussions comparing XiaoMan to original characters would soon devolve into chaotic debates among all characters with childhood appearances, straying far from the topic. Yet, with merely 2 episodes released, she believed this was insufficient to showcase the protagonist's true strength. Regardless, one must await the updates next Saturday night. Chapter 6, Pure Land and Wasteland. Initially, the inhabitants of Earth regarded this as an ordinary anime. In a modified narrative of the Naruto universe, the Pure Land, those who had passed away and were reincarnated through impure world reincarnation now gathered once more in the Pure Land. Above them, a colossal screen with a chaotic halo at its edges, an undeniable presence, forced its way into existence, radiating an aura starkly juxtaposed with the concepts of life and death. As the celestial veil appeared before them, displaying scenes reminiscent of a film, even Hashirama Senju, who had faced the previous Demon King with optimism, felt his cheer dissipate. Replaced by an unprecedented gravity, he gazed upon the immense screen that obscured the heavens, instinctively sensing a terrifying energy more acutely than others. His brother, Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage renowned for his caution and wisdom, remained relatively unfazed. Esteemed colleagues, this must be some projection from that inherently malevolent demon king in the Pure Land. Tobirama mused after a brief contemplation, surveying the faces around him. This indeed emanates from that individual's chakra. Has he reached such a level of power? Hashirama fell into deep thought. If such a technique were indeed the work of the Demon King, could Naruto and Sasuke truly thwart him from annihilating the world? Tobirama's perceptive abilities surpassed his own. Perhaps his intuition was simply mistaken. Hashirama refocused his thoughts on the screen. It was the year 54 of Konoha, when the savior, Naruto Uzumaki, was but a 6-year-old child. However, unlike the ninja world they knew, the protagonist, XiaoMan, was an unfamiliar figure. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was well-versed in the contemporaneous details about Naruto, confirmed that this child could not possibly exist among his peers. Outside the Pure Land, Naruto and his companions engaged in battle against the Demon King. We must uncover the schemes behind what the Demon King has released. Tobirama's expression turned grave. Having lived twice, the assembly nodded in agreement, bound by the curse of the impure world reincarnation, which allowed them to maintain clarity of spirit even after returning to the Pure Land. Minato Namikaze regarded the tumultuous scene of Naruto on the screen, a myriad of emotions flickering across his face. Before reaching the end, he had not properly bid farewell to Naruto, uncertain if he would have another chance to venture out. Meanwhile, in the Pure Land, another individual shared the same sentiment as Hashirama, that this celestial screen might not be a manifestation of the Demon King's power. This was Itachi Uchiha, endowed with the Sharingan. However, more perplexing than this was the content displayed upon the screen. He meticulously scrutinized every detail, pondering whether this was an illusion or a portrayal of the real world. As the scene of XiaoMan bidding farewell to Kakashi abruptly faded, plunging the screen into darkness, the reincarnated souls in the Pure Land fell into silence. This is not an illusion, Itachi broke the stillness. If this truly were an illusion, and I, with my level of Jinjutsu, could not discern it, the opponent must possess unimaginable strength, rendering such trivialities unnecessary. Thus, the images presented by this world could only be genuine occurrences within the real realm. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Tobirama's crimson eyes as he stared at the celestial screen, as if attempting to peer through its veil. Could it be a world independent of the ninja realm? Minato's eyes too brimmed with astonishment and contemplation. Could it be another world-esque Konoha, another Naruto and Sasuke? He suppressed the shock within, his youthful mind racing with thoughts of the ancient kingdom of Lulon he had once visited. Proposing an alternative possibility, might these versions of Naruto and his companions not be the ones we know, but merely one of many potential futures? The entirety of this ninja world bears a striking resemblance to our own temporal realm, with the sole distinction being a child named Himino Manhumph, that Demon King, right? The second Mizukage, Terumi Mei, concealed her signature playful expression. Has he not been incessantly speaking of a looming crisis in the ninja world, a new conclusion, an alternate possibility? To unleash such a thing is to present us with this so-called alternate ending? The fourth Kazekage, Gaara, wore a visage as somber as the depths of the ocean. Can a crisis that instills fear in that individual truly be resolved by this child, Himino Man? The second Tsuchikage, Anoki, was entirely swathed in bandages, rendering his expression indecipherable. If that is the case, let us observe. Hashirama Senju declared with finality. At present, they found themselves ensnared in a liminal state between life and death, with their only recourse being to scrutinize this celestial display and derive decisions from it. In another universe of Hokage, within a space akin to desolation, during the latter stages of the Great Ninja War, a black light surged forth, consuming Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Obito Uchiha, transporting them to a foreign realm, one not governed by Kaguya, seemingly severed from the outside world. Where are we? Naruto exclaimed in shock, commencing his search for an escape from this space. After an interminable duration, having exhausted all efforts and means, the trio ultimately relinquished their attempts to forcibly exit this peculiar realm. They were left wondering about Kakashi and Sakura outside. With no alternative, they gazed at the celestial screen, and after an indeterminate time, scenes reminiscent of a live-action film materialized above. Naruto, who had been anxiously pounding the ground in frustration, abruptly halted, his mouth agape in astonishment. Eh? Who is that? What ninja school is this? We are still grappling with the rabbit lady. Why showcase this? He was utterly perplexed as to why, amidst such tension, The celestial screen chose to display such a blindingly peaceful daily life. Obito leaned against a massive boulder, his breaths heavy. He cast a dispassionate glance at the illuminated screen, his gaze hollow and weary, as if he had lost interest in all worldly matters. Sasuke squinted slightly. Is this the infinite Tsukuyomi? Subsequently, Iruka brought 2 children to Ichiraku Ramen. When man uttered the words great hero, Naruto was suddenly taken aback, noticing his own self on the screen frozen in disbelief. The young version of himself seemed struck by an invisible lightning bolt, rendered immobile. His azure eyes fixated on the girl on the screen, who smiled gently at him, her voice articulating the word hero with crystal clarity. Naruto felt as though his heart was being gripped by a warm hand, a sensation both sweet and suffocating. He had endured countless mockeries, rejections, and solitude, yet he had finally earned the acknowledgement of friends and the village. But at that moment, as that unfamiliar girl spoke so directly and sincerely to the most isolated version of himself, he clenched his fists, suddenly feeling an indescribable envy towards the child who bore his likeness. Then, he recalled the numerous attempts he made to converse with man, only to be met with repeated obstacles, igniting a surge of inexplicable emotions within him. Sasuke, witnessing this scene, became increasingly convinced of his thought. This might be a kind of illusion akin to the infinite Tsukuyomi, revealing the images others wished to see. The young Naruto likely yearned for a peer to acknowledge him in such a manner, despite the apparent superficiality of the recognition. As he observed his younger self, his brow instinctively furrowed, his gaze sharpening. He held no interest in this illusory imagery, especially at such a critical juncture. And upon witnessing man effortlessly resolve the situation in mere breaths, Sasuke's pupils constricted slightly. From his perspective with the Rinnegan, although it was merely a childhood skirmish, the skills, foresight, physical control, and analytical abilities exhibited by the girl far exceeded that of an average first-year student, exuding an oddity that did not belong to the ninja paradigm. Gravity and inquiry replaced his initial indifference. He fixated on the unfamiliar girl, attempting to discern the source of her techniques to ascertain the architect of this illusion. Yet, when Itachi appeared, he fell into silence. Indeed, is this also a part of the illusion? To allow him to see the deceased Itachi and reminisce about their childhood together? Once again, showcasing exceptional test scores and self-developed physical techniques is the next step to have this girl, Himino Man, save the Uchiha clan? How tedious. To deceive an Uchiha with ethereal illusions, assuming he would believe like Naruto? Suppressing the turmoil within, Sasuke Uchiha snorted coldly, closing his eyes to conserve his strength. The perspective of the Hokage and others beheld the original footage, which represented their understanding of reality. This was an early concept that had been contemplated for deletion several times, but ultimately retained due to the complexity of modifications, including the bullet comments. However, since this segment does not directly impact the narrative, it can be skipped. I will denote this in the chapter title for selective reading. Chapter 7. Does treading water require chakra? Naruto vigorously grasped man's hand, their faces mere inches apart, their blue eyes locking in a stare, one resolute, the other indifferent. Man ruthlessly pried his hand away, fixing her gaze upon him as she enunciated each word. Yes, I despise you. Very, very, very much. Opening Thunderstrike. Pair had just clicked on the 3rd episode, momentarily startled by the scene. Isn't this about the bonds of Konoha? The team of F3, now expanded to F4 with the addition of Kiba, noted that Naruto had grown somewhat quiet of late. Shall we go fishing today? Kiba proposed eagerly. Are we skipping class again? Last time Iruka-sensei caught me, my mom punished me with a week without chips. Choji lamented, munching on salt and pepper chips. That's because you were too careless. With Akamaru around, he'd surely detect the teacher right away. Kiba asserted confidently, Akamaru barking in agreement atop his head. As you said, didn't Himino run away before the teacher arrived? Wasn't man sick and taking leave? Choji scratched his head. You actually believe that? Shikamaru looked at him incredulously. Then let's set off now, Kiba declared, waving his hand to initiate their jailbreak plan. Man lounged by the riverbank, a blade of grass in her mouth, a fishing rod propped beside her. Suddenly, a white ninja dog sprang from the bushes, leaping at her legs. She propped herself up, just in time to see 4 boys parting the reeds as they approached. It's you lot again? Man greeted Naruto and the others. Man, have you taken leave again? Upon seeing her, Naruto perked up, his voice loud enough to startle the birds. Man shook her head. Taking leave too often becomes ineffective. Oh, Oh, what are you doing here? Naruto chuckled foolishly, seemingly delighted to see her. Fishing, would you like to join? Man observed their rudimentary fishing gear. Kiba scoffed, realizing Naruto had suddenly become so cheerful at the sight of a girl. Humph, Kiba to Kiba? In a youthful rendition of Tooth and Red Pill, a whirlwind of energy, you plunged into the water, splashing a towering 3 feet of spray. Naruto, flitting about beside XiaoMan, was suddenly doused, while XiaoMan nimbly evaded the brunt, leaving only the hem of her clothing damp. Hey, yeah, you soaked us both. They lamented, caught in an unexpected deluge. Shikamaru wiped his face in exasperation. Dingji let out a wail, staring at the soggy chips in his hand. Hey, you fool, you look at this. Naruto, refusing to be outdone, dove into the water, sending forth an even larger splash. XiaoMan, having narrowly escaped Ya's splash, was caught off guard by Naruto's surprise attack, staring at her drenched attire. XiaoMan. Sorry, Naruto stammered. His face flushed. XiaoMan sighed, abruptly seizing her fishing rod and striking the water's surface, creating arcs of spray. Take that. XiaoMan, you ambushed me. Hey. Shikamaru wiped his face again. Isn't anyone going to speak up for me? I was far away this time. Since XiaoMan was already soaked, she decided to plunge into the water, demonstrating to her younger peers the true essence of a playful spirit. Ya and Naruto were left squinting against the spray, while Akamaru struggled to climb ashore, raising a white flag in surrender. So terrifying, XiaoMan. Naruto's eyes widened. Do you know how you lost? Summer days by the lotus pond. As the sun set, stretching their shadows, the riverbank was strewn with overturned fish baskets and tangled lines. Though they resumed fishing after their water antics, luck was not on their side today. Only XiaoMan managed to catch a fish, attributing her success to superior equipment. XiaoMan lifted her leg, standing effortlessly atop the water's surface, unnoticed by Ya and Naruto. But Shikamaru couldn't help but widen his eyes. He had heard from his father that standing on water was a unique chakra control exercise. Was it possible that Hinata, who barely passed her chakra refinement exam, could already achieve such a feat? Shikamaru couldn't resist asking, Hinata, are you training to stand on water? Standing on water? XiaoMan noticed the strange expression on Nara Shikamaru's face. Training? What training? Was Xiaoman's absence really for fishing, or was it for training? Oh, you mean this? It's just a basic application. You also picked up on this. But weren't you and Naruto at the same level when it came to chakra extraction? Chakra? Does standing on water require chakra? XiaoMan casually asked, drying her hair with her jacket. Of course it does. You looked at her as if she were an oddity. What are you two talking about? Naruto interjected, feeling excluded from the conversation his friends XiaoMan and his new companions were having, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Is that so? It's just that first you do this, then that. XiaoMan brushed it off. Shikamaru and Ya, both from ninja clans, understood that this might be some secret technique not meant to be shared, so they refrained from probing further. However, Naruto persistently questioned, XiaoMan, how can you stand on the water like that? Naru, some things are not meant to be shared, Dingji advised, munching on chips. I mean, Naruto, if she doesn't want to share, you shouldn't pry. That's just rude. You displayed a look of disdain, and even Akamaru nodded in agreement. Faced with such remarks from his new friends, Naruto could only swallow his words, lowering his head in silence. XiaoMan said nothing, yet her gaze towards Naruto held a deeper meaning. It's getting late. I must return home before my mother gets angry, Shikamaru announced as he stood up. Oh, I should head home for dinner too, Dingji said, emptying the remnants of his chip bag into his mouth. If you all are leaving, then I will too. Goodbye to you both, you said, cradling Akamaru as he departed. Suddenly, only Naruto and XiaoMan remained, sitting on the ground, his golden hair damp. Water droplets clung to his face, his expression forlorn. XiaoMan, aren't you going home? He forced a smile. There's no one waiting for me at home. XiaoMan scrutinized him for a while, then spoke. You've made friends, so why are you still unhappy? Surprised that XiaoMan would initiate a conversation, Naruto scratched his face, feeling a little less sorrowful. But I feel different from Dingji and the others. Different how? She crouched down, holding his face as he had done moments ago, insisting on a clear answer. XiaoMan, should we go fishing together again next week? Naruto beamed with enthusiasm, reminiscent of the eager hero he aspired to be in the streets of Konoha. Suddenly, XiaoMan found it all quite uninteresting. She released him, stood up, and waved goodbye. Let's talk another time. I'm leaving now. Goodbye. Watching her coldly depart, Naruto lowered his head, his breath uneven. Wait. He stood up. Chapter 8. Uchiha does not dwell in illusions. How could I not feel upset? He rushed forward, grasping her hand, tears blurring his vision. I'm not like Dingji and the others. I have no parents, and no one waits for me to come home at this hour. Aren't we the same? She gazed at him silently. XiaoMan, Naruto began. Do you dislike me? She paused, surprised, a hint of astonishment flashing in her eyes. I can sense that you dislike my presence. You pretend to sleep during break time, don't you? He clutched his clothing tightly. What have I done to make you hate me? Do you want to distance yourself from me like those others? Haven't you already seen me as a hero? Or are you just a mischievous child who enjoys toying with others' feelings? Naruto lifted his eyes to meet hers, both pairs of blue eyes locking in a moment of understanding. He had finally received recognition from others, yet it seemed that reality diverged from his expectations. XiaoMan was deliberately distancing herself, or perhaps rejecting his closeness. But why? Did her previous words hold no truth? Was she merely jesting with him? Had it been the usual XiaoMan, she might have joked her way through it, saying, I don't dislike you. I just don't like being disturbed during breaks. Let's sneak out together next time, haha. Or perhaps she would have distanced herself a bit more, saying, I don't dislike you, Naruto-kun. We're just ordinary classmates, nothing more or less. But faced with his earnest gaze, XiaoMan found it impossible to utter deceitful words. She could not feign a false front before something so pure. Yet, she was cruel enough to speak the harshest truth. Yes, I dislike you. I very much dislike you. Memories flickered. XiaoMan stood at a distance, watching as Naruto faced hostile villagers, forcing a fervent smile. Could you sell me a bottle of milk? Haven't I told you? Get lost. You're not welcome here. Nothing will be sold to you. I can pay you. Naruto appeared oblivious to the overt disdain directed at him. He hastily reached into his pocket, retrieving his wallet, and swiftly counted out a few coins. Holding them aloft in his palm. Please sell it to me, he implored. I said, let me out quickly. Accompanied by an impatient roar, he shoved Naruto forcefully, sending the small figure tumbling to the ground. No one around offered to assist the child, who was scarcely 6 years old. After a moment, Naruto managed to rise from the ground, awkwardly wiping the corners of his eyes with the back of his hand, defiantly standing tall. Yet, when he encountered a group of peers shortly thereafter, he boldly declared, I am Uzumaki Naruto. I will surely earn everyone's recognition and become Hokage. On that occasion, XiaoMan observed him quietly from behind. Her words, akin to those of a story's protagonist, were not mere praise. Forgiving all, embracing all, she exhibited an almost boundless patience. Resembling a doll, inexplicably optimistic, harboring a blind faith that the world would surely improve and that others would come to recognize him. It was akin to foolishly toppling a prison guard only to be mocked by the very escapee he sought to liberate. Was this not absurd? XiaoMan clenched her fists, coldly regarding him. Initially, she was surprised that he had found new companions. However, when she saw Naruto standing alongside Nara Shikamaru and his friends, genuine interest in him began to blossom. Could he truly extricate himself from such loneliness and vulnerability? She had believed he had let go of his past, no longer passively awaiting acceptance and assistance, but rather actively seeking the recognition of others. Yet, it turned out this was merely a facade to please his friends, repressing the envy simmering within. Though Naruto remained silent, the expression on his face suddenly softened. It seemed he had sensed XiaoMan's emotions, not the disdain and deceit of others, but a genuine fury. Once, he too had pondered the meaning of his existence, questioning why he was despised by others and why he should even inhabit this world. He had thought that if he could merely attract attention by accomplishing something worthy of recognition, acceptance would follow naturally. Yet, he had never succeeded. Lowering his voice, despite the tears glistening in his eyes, a smile emerged at the corners of his mouth. But all of this began to change because of you, XiaoMan. At least you have accepted me, haven't you? It was also due to XiaoMan's acknowledgement, albeit not as a hero, that he felt he could earn acceptance from Shikamaru and the others, thus mustering the courage to seek their approval. He knew he could be accepted through hard work. Although he had yet to become closer friends with XiaoMan and still felt sorrow over his lack of parents, everything was already different from before. His tear-streaked smile broadened, and his grip tightened. Your existence is the very proof of all this. XiaoMan was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated such a reason. Was it merely because he believed she had accepted him? Was it simply due to a flippant remark? Indeed, XiaoMan was a most exceptional presence. Like the first spark of lightning igniting the earth, she taught Naruto how to pursue the light amidst darkness, bestowing warmth and confidence upon him. He would take the initiative to step forward, becoming a companion to Shikamaru and the others, attempting to earn their acceptance. All of this was made possible by the confidence and courage XiaoMan had given him. As she beheld that dazzling smile, XiaoMan felt a pang within her heart. She abruptly yanked her hand away, allowing Naruto's strong grip to leave a mark on her wrist. I never said I had accepted you. That was merely your own delusion. From that moment on, he resolved to genuinely earn XiaoMan's recognition. His cerulean eyes sparkled with determination. He would no longer fear rejection or abandonment. This courage was bestowed upon him by XiaoMan, and he would wield it to secure her acknowledgement. The resolve shining from his eyes made XiaoMan realize that she might indeed be entangled with this fellow for quite some time in his quest for her recognition. How ironic, as she had initially sought to avoid such troublesome entanglements. Left with no options, XiaoMan stormed away, fueled by an unnameable anger. In the wasteland of his thoughts, Sasuke fell into silence. It was not merely about calling Naruto a hero to fulfill his wishes. Rather, it was about truly accepting and recognizing him, thereby granting him the courage to actively seek the acceptance of others. He cast a glance at Naruto, who was quietly gazing at the sky, his expression earnest, seemingly full of belief in something. Humph, this illusion is quite the tactic. Yet he would never fall into such delusions over mere words. Chapter 9. This is my XiaoMan. If your notion of earning recognition involves parading in front of me every day like this, you can leave. XiaoMan lay on the table, peering out from her arms with lifeless eyes. In just 2 short days, she had endured various disturbances, including but not limited to being awakened from sleep, being challenged in a duel by someone, and being called upon in class due to another's ruckus. I'm sorry, XiaoMan, please don't make me leave, Naruto said, facing her from the seat in front. He scratched his head and mimicked her posture, resting his arms on the table. XiaoMan, indifferent to his antics, merely lowered her volume to block out the world and quickly drifted into a deep slumber. Can you two tone it down a bit? Shikamaru remarked with a peculiar expression. Naruto has clearly fallen in love, Ino added. What is falling in love? Naruto was evidently illiterate in such matters. Oh, falling in love is just a metaphor, Ino interjected. But Uzumaki Naruto, you'd best keep your distance from Hinata. Why? Naruto lifted his head. The pink-haired girl sitting beside Ino turned to him. Though typically a timid girl, her presence now radiated an unexpected intensity, surprising even her friend Ino. If XiaoMan weren't asleep, she might have gasped. Her green eyes, partially concealed by her bangs, glinted ominously at Naruto. Feeling uneasy, Naruto murmured, "Why does this feel a bit scary?" Sakura abruptly slammed her book onto the table and stood up. "Come with me." A slightly defiant Naruto followed her outside the classroom. What's the matter? He kept his gaze averted, unwilling to meet her eyes. Don't get too close to XiaoMan, Sakura stated, clearly reluctant to engage in lengthy conversation with him. Why not? He remained obstinate. Because XiaoMan is a girl, and a very special one at that, shining brightly wherever she goes. Arguably the most adorable, outstanding, and composed girl in the world. No one could refrain from praising her. Friends can discern for themselves. Her eyes sparkled with admiration, but realizing she was speaking in front of Naruto, she quickly toned it down. Ahem. Anyway, as XiaoMan's absolute best friend, if you get too close, people might think you're... Think what? They might think you're dating. Don't let others make such explicit assumptions, you idiot. At that moment, with her thick bangs obscuring her youthful face, Sakura appeared somewhat weak, yet her distinctive traits were beginning to emerge in her habitual expressions. Naruto touched his face, puzzled. Is that so? However, XiaoMan has yet to acknowledge my presence. This statement may sound peculiar, but at that moment, Sakura failed to grasp the essence of the matter. She turned to Naruto and inquired, "So, it seems you are the one persistently pursuing XiaoMan, correct?" Determined, he replied, "I shall undoubtedly earn XiaoMan's recognition." Initially filled with uncertainty, his resolve solidified as he clenched his fists, his gaze filled with determination. Yet, such actions do not genuinely compel others to recognize you. XiaoMan echoed this sentiment. It's because we share a deep, unspoken connection. Gaining others' recognition is not achieved through relentless pursuit, but rather by engaging in acts that genuinely express your heartfelt intentions and articulating your inner emotions. Inner feelings? Indeed, recalling the manga she had secretly read the previous night, Sakura felt a surge of confidence. She resolved to transform the unspoken thoughts that occupied her mind day and night into tangible actions. For instance, if she wished to promise someone a lifetime of happiness, She must demonstrate through her deeds that she possesses both the capability and desire to grant such happiness. Naruto nodded thoughtfully. I see. Thank you for enlightening me. I shall no longer pester XiaoMan. Sakura sternly reminded him. This is what you promised. You must refrain from disturbing XiaoMan's rest, avoid shouting at her in school, and ensure that others do not perceive you as overly intimate. Understood. I shall adhere to my nindo. With a mutual understanding, they returned to the classroom, though this conversation would later evoke regret for both parties. At that moment, Ino occupied the spot where Naruto had previously sat, resting her head on her arms as she gazed at XiaoMan peacefully slumbering. Her skin is radiant, she mused. And her lashes are incredibly long. How enviable. Unable to resist the urge to poke XiaoMan's cheek, she hesitated, fearing it would awaken her, and withdrew her hand. Just then, Sakura and Naruto returned to the classroom in a boisterous manner. Upon seeing Ino monopolizing her friend's seat, Sakura rushed over, exclaiming, "That's my seat. That's Naruto's. And this is my XiaoMan." Sakura interjected. "Besides, I told you to keep your distance from XiaoMan. Return to your own seat." She scolded Naruto in frustration. "Oh, I was merely borrowing the seat for a moment. Don't be so petty," Ino replied sheepishly as she stood up. Though unfamiliar with Naruto, she was taken aback by Sakura's flushed cheeks, which matched her hair color. While she too felt possessive over her close friends, it wasn't to such an extent, and she found nothing unusual about it. How noisy! XiaoMan finally stirred from her slumber, rubbing her eyes and glancing at the three standing around her. "What are you all doing? Finally awake. You should take charge," Shikamaru remarked, having lifted his head from his desk, unable to nap amidst the commotion. Just as XiaoMan was about to respond, the bell rang, signaling the start of class, prompting Naruto to reluctantly return to his seat. "How did you manage to sleep through all that?" Shikamaru inquired, seeking her secret to slumber. "Just ignore it, or pretend you can't hear," XiaoMan shrugged, her response seemingly lacking substance. "You could also achieve this effect by using earplugs. So, you couldn't hear because you were wearing earplugs? What foresight to prepare for school. Why didn't I think of that?" Naruto exclaimed, though XiaoMan clarified, "It's not that. It might be considered a special ability." "Impressive," Shikamaru commented, as their teacher entered, prompting him to lay his head back down for a nap. However, before he drifted off, he pondered how this peculiar Ino classmate shared certain similarities with him. Having promised Sakura, Naruto resolved not to linger around XiaoMan. Yet in his quest to find an opportunity to express his feelings, he decided to follow her. Coincidentally, it was a Friday, and he trailed behind XiaoMan on her way home. XiaoMan lives quite far away. No wonder she always arrives just in time, he thought. Little did he know, XiaoMan's punctuality stemmed from her reluctance to rise early. Otherwise, traversing that distance would be effortless for her. He followed her closely, noting that despite the encroaching darkness, XiaoMan ambled home at a leisurely pace, stopping occasionally to explore, collecting 2 bags of dried fish and a bag of oranges along the way. When she encountered acquaintances, she greeted them with a courteous smile that conformed to societal expectations. As the child of a hero, XiaoMan's popularity was largely attributed to the positive impressions she had cultivated over time. How remarkable! Everyone adores XiaoMan. Naruto mused enviously from his hiding place. However, he quickly shook off his melancholic thoughts, regaining his courage. One day, I too shall achieve that. But for now, winning XiaoMan's affection is my top priority. Chapter 10. The innate mischief of Konoha's mischief makers Yahiko. Suddenly, 5 older children appeared, blocking XiaoMan's path. "Not you again," she remarked, her arms laden with her belongings, merely tilting her head at the group. "I haven't settled the score from last time. This time, I've brought 4 brothers." The leader, named Masaru, was a 5th grader, towering over his peers. "Impressive that you could gather so many," XiaoMan replied, though he retorted, "Not really. We're here to deal with you." Hidden behind a large tree, Naruto leaped into action. How dare so many bully XiaoMan alone? "It's my time to shine. Stop right there." He emerged from behind the tree, pointing at the 5, signaling them to freeze. He rushed to XiaoMan's side, spreading his arms protectively like a mother hen. "You will not bully XiaoMan." However, upon stepping forward, he realized he was facing familiar foes. Masaru had previously tormented him at school, using his size and grade to intimidate the weaker students. "Isn't that Naruto? What's the matter? Are you XiaoMan's friend? Or perhaps her boyfriend?" Naruto glared at him defiantly, his eyes brimming with anger, his fists clenched. Had XiaoMan not been present, he might have charged at Masaru. despite the fact that past confrontations had only ended with him being overpowered. Still daring to glare at me? Masaru taunted, glancing at XiaoMan. Hey, why are you hanging out with this guy? XiaoMan rolled her eyes in exasperation. Seeing her silence, Masaru scoffed. A hero saving a damsel in distress? That depends on whether you're truly a hero. While Naruto didn't understand the phrase, he beamed a dazzling smile, declaring, I'm going to be XiaoMan's hero. Huh. You don't even dare to challenge me one-on-one, yet you claim to be her hero? Dream on. Behind him, his four companions exchanged puzzled looks. Isn't it a bit embarrassing for a 5th grader to bully a 1st grader? Then let us see. XiaoMan, feeling bored, prepared to leave, but was suddenly confronted by their shouts. You can't leave. XiaoMan sighed. Why does everything have to become so complicated? Although she could have walked away unimpeded, she set her belongings down and opened a packet of dried fish, ready to watch the spectacle unfold. In the initial round of combat, it was only natural for the tall and strong Seiji to claim absolute victory. However, the reason it is deemed the first round is that Naruto is a tenacious little creature, impervious to defeat in any regard. How can someone like you be friends with a guy like Himaya? Seiji pinned Naruto to the ground. What kind of guy am I? Naruto, with a battered face, defiantly raised his head and forced a grimace. I will earn XiaoMan's recognition. Suddenly, he surged with energy, overturning Seiji and pinning him down, unleashing a flurry of punches to his face. Seiji, caught off guard, was bewildered by the unexpected strength of a first-year student, rendered immobile beneath Naruto's assault. What are you all standing there for? Though being beaten by a first year was humiliating, he was still their leader, prompting the 4 younger boys to rush in, pulling Naruto away and helping Seiji to his feet, one of them even delivering a punch to Naruto. As Seiji stood, nursing his face, he glared menacingly at Naruto. Dare to hit me? Let me show you this move. He kicked Naruto sharply in the knee, causing him to buckle and half kneel on the ground. Still think you're a hero? You're nothing but a monster. TSK, XiaoMan clicked his tongue, retrieving an orange from his bag and weighing it thoughtfully while glancing at the other boys. You'd better stay away from her. Just as Seiji finished his warning, XiaoMan hurled the orange, and at that moment, Naruto, still struggling to stand, declared, I am not a monster. I am someone who will earn everyone's recognition. The orange flew through the air, following a predetermined trajectory, striking Seiji on the head before ricocheting to another boy, knocking them down one by one, each succumbing to a childlike slumber, including Naruto, who, at that instant, leaped from the ground, caught the flying object with his face, and promptly fell asleep. Fool. XiaoMan approached, hoisting Naruto up and heading in the direction of his home. On the way back, less than halfway, Naruto stirred awake, his head resting against XiaoMan's shoulder, the scent of oranges emanating from her, bringing him a sense of comfort. What do you want to follow me for? XiaoMan inquired. It seemed she had already figured it out. Clumsy attempt at hiding your intentions. I just wanted to find an opportunity to express my feelings to you. What feelings? She could only comprehend the term as a deep-seated emotion. Like I just said, I want to be your hero. XiaoMan's expression remained calm. Do as you wish. Why would you help me then? Naruto pondered, feeling a bit disheartened. I thought you had accepted me. If I hadn't accepted you, what would you do? Then I'll just have to continue following you, finding ways to prove my feelings. Such a hassle. XiaoMan's azure eyes flickered. Fine, I accept you. The reason is that today I sensed genuine emotion from you. Really? Naruto's eyes brightened, leaning forward in excitement, almost tumbling off her shoulder. However, I have 2 requirements. Go ahead. Do not hide your emotions. Speak your mind directly. All right, I've already been doing that. Retaliate against those you dislike and who dislike you. Didn't you just fight them fiercely today? That was because they were bullying you. If I wanted to, I could defeat them in under 5 seconds. XiaoMan, you're amazing. I see now I was meddling. You haven't done anything wrong. But what about those who bully you? I want to be someone recognized by everyone. If I fight others, how can I gain their acknowledgement? If they realize that bullying you incurs significant costs and consequences, they will naturally refrain. To gain others' recognition, you must link your interests with theirs. Interests? Costs. Naruto was bewildered. These terms did not sound pleasant. However, even if you beat those people into the hospital, as long as no one dies, no one will care. Why? Forget it, it's nothing. A certain pale-haired Umbu, lurking in the shadows, was about to leap out but paused upon hearing this, picking up a book instead. Do you have a first aid kit at home? No. Got it. XiaoMan changed direction. Wasn't this supposed to be the way to my house? How does XiaoMan know where I live? Should I mention that I followed you before you started following me? Ask less. Oh, is this XiaoMan's house? The two stood at the doorstep. XiaoMan opened the door, and they stepped inside. Naruto, if someone invites you to their home in the future, you need to take off your shoes, XiaoMan said while tidying up. Why? Adults consider it impolite. However, I don't mind. Come in. XiaoMan's house was pristine. Naruto looked around, warm light illuminating every corner, though there weren't many large pieces of furniture. The handmade decorations in the corners displayed the traces of life and the owner's ingenuity. Sitting on the sofa, XiaoMan skillfully tended to his wounds. Bowing her head, she carefully cleaned his injuries with a cotton swab dipped in iodine, while Naruto gazed longingly into her eyes, lost in thought. All done. XiaoMan stood up, putting away the first aid kit. Though it's a bit ugly, it works. Thank you, XiaoMan. Gurgle. Naruto's stomach protested in hunger, causing him some embarrassment. While XiaoMan tossed him 2 oranges. Eat this to tide you over. Do you like oranges? Not really. Then why did you buy so many? I like the color orange. Do you have a problem with that? None at all. As XiaoMan moved into the kitchen, Naruto's gaze fell upon his carefully treated wounds, the bandages somewhat askew, and he felt a lump in his throat. No one had ever taken such meticulous care of his injuries before. He suddenly felt a surge of emotion, wanting to cry. But being in XiaoMan's home made him feel a bit embarrassed. Though he had promised XiaoMan not to hide his feelings. He had already shed tears too many times in front of her these past few days. Even during the fight, he had struggled to hold back his emotions. Thus, he resolved to return home and hide under his blanket to cry secretly. But perhaps by the time he got home, he would only remember the happy moments. After all, that wouldn't count as hiding his emotions. XiaoMan emerged from the kitchen with 2 freshly heated rice balls. Noticing Naruto gazing curiously at a corner filled with colorful items and unfamiliar tools. What's this for? That's for Sakura's birthday next month. It's her gift. XiaoMan placed the rice balls on the table and, without a care, sat down to commence her meal. Naruto rose, yet his gaze lingered longingly on the basket of items. Birthday gift? Is XiaoMan planning to make it herself? He inquired. Indeed, a handmade gift conveys more heartfelt sentiment. Moreover, well, I am short on funds. XiaoMan rested her chin on her hand, eating languidly like a boneless creature. Could XiaoMan truly lack money? Yet her home appeared quite opulent. What do you call opulence? It can merely be described as cozy, she replied nonchalantly, taking a bite of the rice ball. Many things I make myself. One must save where possible and spend where necessary. You make these yourself? Did you learn on your own? Ah well, I learned some from books, and for what isn't in the books, I figure it out myself. Oh, reading sounds rather tedious. Naruto puffed out his cheeks. He took a bite of the rice ball, his eyes suddenly sparkling. 5 ants. Did XiaoMan also learn to cook on her own? Perhaps. I just watch and I learn. So, if I were to give all the pocket money my grandfather bestowed upon me to XiaoMan, could she cook for me? Naruto raised his head, his watery blue eyes fixating on her. No, XiaoMan firmly declined. I can barely bring myself to cook. If not for my lack of funds, I would certainly hire a chef. All right then, Naruto sheepishly scratched his head. Could XiaoMan teach me how to cook? I will pay you for the lessons. I can give you 1,000 taels a month. How much? XiaoMan paused her chewing. 1,000 taels. Naruto studied her expression, feeling somewhat perplexed. Why do you possess so much money? She hesitated before asking. A kind-hearted grandfather sends me money every month. 1,000 taels is hardly excessive. Come here tomorrow morning to report. Sarutobi Hiruzen, what are you doing? Answer me. Don't orphans come in various ranks? Why don't you send me money? XiaoMan inwardly addressed the 3rd Hokage with blatant disrespect. The inherently wicked Sarutobi Hiruzen dares to disrespect the Empress man. I shall deal with you myself. Chapter 11. I've 500 to cook. One must buy ingredients, XiaoMan stated. Naruto nodded, holding a small notebook, commencing to take notes. What are you writing? You never take notes in class, XiaoMan questioned. Didn't the teacher say to jot down important things? If I don't write it down, I'll forget. Naruto showed her his notes. Fine, let us go to the market to buy ingredients. I know some shops where you can't buy anything, but there are places where this doesn't need to be noted. To buy ingredients there, you just need to learn to be a bit charming. What does charming mean? Being charming means saying nice things. As they conversed, they had already arrived at the market, and Naruto attracted some attention. Under the cold and even disdainful gazes of the crowd, Naruto shrank back, but XiaoMan held onto his sleeve, signaling him not to be afraid. Let us go? She urged, pulling him swiftly through the crowd. Suddenly, They were confronted by a group of several children blocking their path. Honestly, among villains, you are the most charismatic I have seen, XiaoMan remarked with a deadpan expression. It was indeed Shijuki-kun. But this time the number of people he brought had dramatically increased in a short episode. Himaya, you're ambushing again, this time with oranges. Shijuki clenched his fists. I didn't waste food. I only used that rotten one to throw at you. Even a rotten orange should be utilized, he retorted. Who cares if you wasted food? I'm here to demand an explanation. Sai, what do you want me to say? XiaoMan spread her hands. Say. Shijuki suddenly faltered. Why did he initially feud with Himaya? Was it not because Himaya inexplicably hit him? Afterward, while eating ramen at Ichiraku, he had loudly declared that blonde hair was the ugliest color in the world, which led to 2 chopsticks flying from afar, striking him on the head and rendering him motionless in his bowl for quite some time. Upon learning that the assailant was merely a first-year student, his anger intensified. How could I be struck by a brat 5 years younger than me? Twice. Of course, you owe me an apology. Why did you hit me for no reason in the first place? You, a 5th-year student, bullying the weak in school? Am I not allowed to intervene? Oh, is it because of that Uzumaki Naruto? What is his relationship to you? You wouldn't have hit me for no reason because of him, would you? Huh. Naruto, standing behind XiaoMan, was taken aback. Why has this become so complicated? I merely went out to buy some ingredients. And now there are these cannon fodder characters looking for trouble? Could it be that Naruto is truly the protagonist of a drama? Surely there are no protagonists this unfortunate. I'm talking to you. I say, you are not allowed to play with this monster. Shijuki raised his voice, shouting. XiaoMan suddenly looked up, speaking each word with conviction. Just because you say so doesn't make it so. Do you not realize that manipulating others' lives comes at a price? Under her piercing gaze, Shijuki froze, dumbly asking what price. XiaoMan unapologetically extended her hand. 500 taels. F500 taels? Shijuki was stunned. It was far too expensive. You expect to pay someone without money? XiaoMan glared, crossing her arms. Penny pincher, scram. Stung by her words, Shijuki's face flushed. 500 it is. He nudged his companions. Gather your pocket money. The group of children reluctantly pooled their funds, amounting to exactly 500 taels, causing Shijuki to wince as he extended his hand, knowing it represented a week's worth of allowance. XiaoMan snatched it away, counting the money as she declared, all right, I will no longer play with him. You may leave now. Oh, Shijuki, having lost his allowance, departed with his companions, looking dejected. Upon exiting the alley, he suddenly realized. Wait, my money. He whipped around, but the 2 blondes had already vanished. Naruto, still somewhat dazed, had genuinely thought XiaoMan would abandon him there, yet to his surprise, after taking the money, she immediately pulled him over the wall and onto the rooftop to escape. XiaoMan, why did you take their money just now? After a moment's hesitation, Naruto finally asked. How can one buy ingredients without money? XiaoMan replied without a second thought. Should I use your tuition instead? Though Naruto didn't fully grasp XiaoMan's reasoning, hearing that she wasn't truly abandoning him made a smile involuntarily creep upon his lips. So, what about next time we encounter them? Next time, the price will increase. She could have simply robbed them, but crafted an excuse instead. Asasei disu ini. We have arrived. The pair paused at the edge of the market, standing before a small shop with its door only slightly ajar, devoid of any displayed goods. XiaoMan halted and suddenly said to Naruto, smile. Naruto obediently offered a shy grin, but due to his nervousness, it appeared insufficiently joyful. Naruto is so adorable. She shook her head. No, that's not quite in line with societal expectations. What do you mean by societal expectations? It refers to the expressions that adults wish to see from children. Naive adults believe that children should behave in a sufficiently well-mannered and charming manner. XiaoMan spoke as she directly reached out to pat Naruto's face. She glanced around, ensuring the moment was right, and then took a deep breath, knocking on the door. Her voice suddenly adopted a tone more aligned with societal expectations. Annie, I'm coming in. Just come in. No need to knock, came a gruff voice from within. The 2 children entered, finding a counter inside, yet no one was visible. Who is there? A plump figure emerged from beneath the counter, revealing a formidable-looking ant with a long scar across her face, her fierce expression enough to frighten a child. However, Naruto, being rather slow-witted, stared blankly at the unfamiliar figure. You again? Upon seeing XiaoMan, the ant's expression softened involuntarily, though her words remained sharp. Noticing Naruto, her gaze swept over him with hesitation. Who is this? Have you gotten a boyfriend? Don't adults have any pure relationships anymore? And why does everyone in Konoha treat early romance so casually? XiaoMan internally scoffed and nudged the timid Naruto behind her. This is my new friend. Uzumaki Naruto. They say he is a fox spirit. Do you know him? No. Whose child is he? The aunt replied bluntly. I met him on the road. His family has passed away, and others won't sell to him. Why not sell? The aunt's expression darkened, her voice gruff and filled with indignation. Such a big child. Can he still ruin their store? Yes, I feel sorry for him. And I thought only you would be willing to help, XiaoMan said, noticing Naruto still in shock. She gently pinched him, and he snapped back to reality. Both pairs of large blue eyes looking pitifully at the aunt. So adorable it's killing me. She seems to know how cute she is. The aunt, facing such an onslaught, could no longer maintain her fierce demeanor, and a hint of embarrassment surfaced. All right, just come to my place to buy things. I close by 4 in the afternoon. Once the time is up, I want to reopen. Thank you, Auntie. The two golden-haired children smiled obediently. Naruto glanced at XiaoMan and then at the aunt, pondering whether this was what they called being sweet-tongued. The two exited with bags of food. XiaoMan, you're amazing. Naruto sincerely exclaimed. It's just because that aunt moved here 2 years ago, and I once helped her with some troubles that outsiders might face. There are still others I can't assist with. The key to dealing with these outsiders is to provide emotional value, making them feel valued, understood, cared for, and helped. XiaoMan popped a small fish snack into her mouth. In the future, I'll also tell you about other shops run by outsiders. They don't understand the history of this village and are easily managed. Next, they could simply prepare a meal. Chapter 12, Movie Watching, Part 2. This week's update came to a close. Ainley reluctantly closed the screen. She had begun to take a liking to this protagonist. Aside from resembling her beloved Naruto, with his golden hair and azure eyes, he also possessed an adorable yet mischievous personality and a genius background. She found herself unable to resist becoming a devoted fan. After briefly examining the original character backgrounds, her affection surged like a tidal wave. She adored fishing, teasing, tasting dried fish, playing truant, pulling pranks, sunbathing, living carefreely, yet valuing friendships deeply, with a sharp wit hidden beneath her frivolous demeanor. This was her assessment of XiaoMan. Once a fanfiction writer becomes enamored, they cannot help but seek out culinary endeavors. However, Ainley was a discerning critic. Although she could already see some content within the community, she yearned for the circle to expand further, hoping for divine prose and art to emerge. Until then, even in hunger, she would have to prepare her own meals. She had once been a Naruto fanfiction author, writing a 1,000,000-word story on a domestic light novel website. However, due to her immature writing style and excessive original plot elements straying from the Naruto main storyline, her work failed to make waves. After finishing, she put down her pen and faced reality. Never mind, it's best to give up. Jingtu, Pure Land. Before the second appearance, the group had a discussion focusing on the relationship between the girl and the Demon King. 10 years prior, in the 55th year of Konoha, after the Uchiha clan's massacre, Konoha faced external pressures due to weakened power. A ninja from Sunagakure emerged, renowned for his unmatched strength even in peacetime. Later, the fourth Kazekage Raza succumbed to numerous stabs and took his own life, and that individual eventually assumed the role of Kazekage. 5 years later, the fifth Kazekage allied with the rogue ninja Orochimaru to execute a plan to destroy Konoha, betraying their allied country and killing the third Hokage. From then on, he led an evil organization known as the Phantom Brigade, instigating wars. A year ago, under the pretense of annihilating the ninja world, he declared war on the 5 great nations, igniting the 4th Great Ninja War and becoming the common enemy of all ninja. The ninja coalition attacked the Demon King but was subdued by a vast area of effect would-release technique, trapping everyone within its confines. Those summoned through Edo Tensei were forced to dispel the technique and return to the Pure Land, only to find themselves untouched by chaos. It was during this time that many truths came to light. The individuals brought into this space for discussion had all encountered the Demon King and possessed strength at the level of shadows or above, including the 4 Hokages. The second Mizukage, the second Tsuchikage, the third Reikage, the 4th Kazekage, Nagato, and Itachi Uchiha, totaling 10 individuals. The appearance of a canopy infused with the Demon King's chakra above stirred unrest. However, their discussions yielded no fruitful conclusions until the canopy reappeared, prompting silence. If they discovered that bullying one meant incurring significant costs and consequences, naturally, they would refrain from such actions to gain recognition from others. One must find ways to align their interests with those of others. When XiaoMan articulated that theory of benefit and retribution, an unexpected silence fell. Senju Hashirama gazed at the girl's tranquil visage on the canopy, then at the varied expressions of the others below, finally lowering his head heavily, his voice hoarse. A child who may possess the potential to change the world sees it as one that must be measured by costs and consequences? Is this truly the only way to alter the world? Brother, there is no need to make a final judgment. Senju Tobarama placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Firstly, we haven't yet discerned the true purpose of this vision. Secondly, if this is indeed what the Demon King believes could change the world, it is merely his perspective. Thirdly, if this child is truly capable of changing the world, perhaps she will be swayed by Uzumaki Naruto in the future, abandoning this line of thinking. Tobarama expressed these thoughts, yet internally he acknowledged some agreement with that perspective. After all, he and the Demon King also adhered to such principles. Handling relationships between people through measurable benefits and costs, a far more realistic approach than the naive notion of mutual understanding. However, given the pressing threat of a formidable enemy, he could not openly endorse the Demon King's views, lest it be seen as yielding without a fight. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood frozen in place, his body, composed of Edo Tensei, trembled slightly. Here was a child from a village he governed, symbolizing the village's future, yet she harbored such thoughts. What had been done to her to provoke such sentiments? With a final sigh, he chose silence. The light of Nagato's Rinnegan flickered erratically, and XiaoMan's words resonated with the painful philosophy he once upheld, transforming suffering into a deterrent. No. It was about making peace an inevitable choice born of self-interest, was merely articulated by XiaoMan on a more intricate level. Yet, how could such a theory ever succeed? He had personally experienced that the hope for peace could not arise from pain, whether it was his previous plans or the apocalyptic schemes of the so-called demon. The fifth Kazekage, the outcome would invariably lead to failure. Initially, Minato Namikaze was taken aback by XiaoMan's disdain for Naruto, but he later came to accept Naruto, teaching him how to shop and cook, which felt like a warm current flowing into his heart. Minato merely smiled faintly. Itachi Uchiha Sharingan calmly observed everything. When XiaoMan bandaged Naruto and imparted life skills, a barely perceptible smile flickered at the corner of Itachi's mouth, though it was fleeting. If such a child were to assist Sasuke after that fateful night, would he not have spiraled into revenge against Konoha? At the very least, it could have alleviated some of his suffering. In the desolate space, Naruto clenched his fists as he stepped forward to protect XiaoMan, thinking this was how it should be. How could a girl be bullied? When he heard Jingxiu's words, he nervously glanced at XiaoMan's expression on the screen, which was devoid of emotion, and he inexplicably sighed in relief. After all, they were merely friends, not yet true friends. Subsequently, XiaoMan produced bandages to tend to him, took him shopping, and displayed moments of camaraderie without any hint of discord. He fell silent once more, feeling a tumult of emotions swelling within him, stuck between clarity and confusion. Unable to articulate his thoughts, he pondered how wonderful it would have been if, during his childhood, he had met XiaoMan like the version of himself from an unknown parallel universe or Tsukuyami world. As XiaoMan bandaged Naruto, Obito's eyes fluttered open and his body trembled violently. That gesture, that focused profile, instantaneously overlapped with a poignant memory. Rin, seated on a bench, gazed at him with concern after tending to his wounds. His cheeks flushed slightly. Rin saved me, which means she saved the entire world. I must become Hokage in the future to end this war. For that, I must live well in this world. Without you by my side, always watching over me, he scratched his head. Rin replied with a smile like a gentle breeze. I will always be watching over you. Past memories weighed heavily on him, enveloping him in a chilling aura. The outside world was apocalyptic, while he endured the relentless sting of memories in this unknown space. Sasuke observed the two, now lost in their own worlds, and felt an alarm ringing in his mind. Even Obito Uchiha was succumbing to Tsukuyami's influence. Before the sky illuminated once more, he had already warned them that this might be an illusion capable of ensnaring one's mind. And both had promised to distinguish between illusion and reality. Yet one was trapped in memories, unable to escape, while the other pondered why the illusion could not become reality. Sasuke Uchiha scoffed. It mattered not. Having endured Itachi's Tsukuyami, He would not be swayed by any illusion. When the time came that they could not extricate themselves, as long as he remained vigilant, they would not lose their combat capabilities. He had calculated it. The intervals between the sky's illumination were 24 hours, with a 24-hour cooling-off period in between. During this period, he would persuade these two to emerge from their ephemeral fantasies. Chapter 13. The Girls' War on Friendship and Uniqueness. XiaoMan. Do your own homework. Sakura protested against XiaoMan, who persistently sought her help. XiaoMan elongated her tone. But I can't do it. No pouting. If you keep copying my homework, how will you improve? Theoretical study is not the same as physical training. Sakura retorted, fuming. Oh, this is my time-saving learning method. I directly study the answers to reverse engineer the questions. It's scientifically backed. XiaoMan declared earnestly. Really? Indeed. All right, Sakura sighed, crossing her arms. Then let your academic results in the upcoming period serve as a testament to your study method. Sakura, you're the best. Sakura sensed an underlying sense of urgency. Initially, after the first exam results were released, she worried about XiaoMan's performance and, in a misguided attempt to help, train XiaoMan, only to discover her exceptional physical prowess, which sparked envy and frustration within her. She had assumed her grades would at least surpass XiaoMan's, so she wouldn't feel inadequate in comparison. Moreover, there was that Naruto Uzumaki, who had no qualms about publicly clinging to XiaoMan, lacking all sense of boundaries. As XiaoMan's closest friend, she felt it her duty to vet anyone approaching XiaoMan. Not even her newly acquainted friend Ino could bypass her to befriend XiaoMan. But she suddenly realized that she might not be the one who understood XiaoMan the best. XiaoMan would skip classes with Naruto and Shikamaru. She could not accompany XiaoMan in truancy and could only watch as they stealthily slipped out during class. XiaoMan possessed remarkable speed and physical abilities, precisely the areas where Sakura felt lacking. XiaoMan was fiercely independent, proficient in nearly all living skills she knew, leaving Sakura feeling utterly helpless in that regard. They had known each other since childhood. XiaoMan was her best friend, seemingly laid-back yet remarkably gentle and dependable. Being with XiaoMan, she always felt an immense sense of freedom. However, XiaoMan had never revealed her negative side to Sakura, often appearing indifferent and unconcerned about everything. Even her unique physical talents remained unbeknownst to Sakura. Fortunately, she could still assist XiaoMan in written examinations. Time flew by, and soon the second exam arrived. This time, the results were distributed in rows. XiaoMan sat by the window, lost in thought. I seem to have forgotten something. Second place again. A classmate named Jinshu exclaimed joyfully upon seeing his results. Sakura and I are together again. XiaoMan, seated behind him, lifted her head upon hearing his affectionate address. What is so exciting about that? It's South, not first place, a nearby student quipped. You don't understand. Jinshu replied, displaying a shy demeanor. They say that those who rank together will surely marry in the future. Sakura and I are destined to be together. How could you possibly like Haruno? She seems so hard to approach, and her forehead is quite broad. XiaoMan glanced at the results slipping into her hands. First place, Haruno Sakura. Second place, Ichikawa Jinshu. Third place, Uchiha Sasuke. Fourth place, Hyuki Hikari. Oh, she recalled now. She had promised Sakura to improve, but had forgotten to control her grades, so she ought to perform better this time. She sighed, passing the results to the next person. Upon seeing the score sheet, Sasuke gritted his teeth and shot XiaoMan a glare. Still putting on an act. I see right through it. Sakura has made a slight misstatement. XiaoMan does not particularly enjoy skipping class with the lively F4. Rather, she prefers to find a quiet spot to bask in the sun alone. However, after sharing the rebellious camaraderie of skipping class, she has become somewhat familiar with the F4, aside from Naruto, primarily through observing Shikamaru, who resembles her like a mirror. Their interactions, though, differ significantly. The most common scene is during outdoor lessons, where while other students frolic with their companions, these two languid individuals seek out a patch of shade to sit beneath. One gazes at the clouds while the other closes her eyes to soak in the sun, exchanging not a single word. If they cross paths on the street, they will greet one another. One day, these two first-year students met in a library where elderly patrons outnumbered the young. Is that you, Pineapple Head? Good morning. Good evening. It is evening now, and I have a name. In fact, good morning is XiaoMan's unique catchphrase. She greets anyone she encounters at any hour with the same salutation, as if it were hard-coded. XiaoMan glanced at the book in his hand. I never would have guessed you were a reader. Aren't you usually asleep in class? XiaoMan had come in search of a book too, specifically a long out-of-print mystery novel titled XiaoMan. Unable to find it at Itendo, she came to the old library in hopes of fortune, yet alas, it eluded her as well. 50 steps laugh at 100, Shikamaru remarked with a sigh, drawing a line across his forehead. Aren't you just the same? He had borrowed a chess manual, as his father had recently upped the ante in their shogi matches, and he sought inspiration. Their shared experiences of laziness had afforded him some insight into XiaoMan. Indeed, she was quite like him, possessing talents she was reluctant to exhibit. For him, it stemmed from laziness and a desire to avoid trouble, but her situation seemed somewhat different, almost as if she were protesting. Thus, he tentatively suggested, if it's about not wanting to stir up trouble, then it shouldn't be so obvious, is it? Scoring 60 in every subject is rather conspicuous. The first time, one might pass it off as coincidence, but the second time, suspicions will surely arise. Is that so? XiaoMan shrugged, thanking him for the insight. Although her motives were not solely to avoid attention, it was indeed one of her aims. Since she had already experienced such a score once, she resolved to perform more normally next time. After all, she needed to improve. Shikamaru, is this your classmate? A man with the same hairstyle as Shikamaru, who exuded intelligence, approached. XiaoMan politely greeted him. Hello, uncle. I am Shikamaru's classmate. Hello, Narashikaku replied with a warm smile. It was a rare opportunity for him to spend some quality time with his son on a weekend. After a casual exchange, XiaoMan bid them farewell and departed. Shikamaru, what do you think of that girl? She is quite similar to me. Although they bore a striking resemblance, for some reason, looking at her often felt like gazing into a mirror. Similar? Do elaborate, Shikaku prompted. Dislikes trouble. Doesn't he enjoy playing those silly games at school? And doesn't he pay attention in class? Shikamaru paused, feeling as if he were introducing himself. I don't have any particular thoughts about it. Indeed, quite similar, Shikaka chuckled. This girl piques my curiosity. Is there something about her that captures your attention? You haven't betrayed your mother, have you? Shikamaru's eyes widened at the implication. Then, his pineapple hairstyle received a light smack, as Shikaku playfully scolded, You rascal, what are you talking about? The elder Nara squinted, recalling a certain couple. It has been 3 years, hasn't it? So, do you wish for me to befriend her? Shikamaru inquired, looking toward his father. Shikaku shook his head. Just do as you please. After their last conversation, XiaoMan and Shikamaru, who sat near each other, quickly grew closer, even developing a rare friendship. They would sunbathe together after class, not conversing, simply dozing off or daydreaming. On weekends, they would play chess. XiaoMan was the only peer capable of playing chess with Shikamaru, feeding the Nara deer and sitting down to brew tea. 6 years feel like 60. Is knowing someone for half a semester akin to knowing them for a lifetime? After class, the room buzzed with noisy chatter. It's deafening, Shikamaru muttered, resting his chin in his hand, his eyes lacking any vitality. Pineapple Head. XiaoMan suddenly appeared behind him like a ghost, giving him a hearty slap on the back, startling him. XiaoMan, don't sneak up on me like that. Shikamaru waved her hand away. So aloof, XiaoMan feigned disappointment. Just say what you need. Shikamaru reverted to his lethargic gaze. Can I copy your homework? XiaoMan's expression soured, and she extended her hand with a demanding posture. Did my sudden change of expression catch you off guard, little brother? Seriously, I have no interest in doing homework. You should do your own, Shikamaru retorted, yet his hand still reached into his backpack to retrieve the assignment. I happened to have written it yesterday, however. Haven't you always borrowed from Haruno? He added with a hint of sarcasm. Learn to adhere to sustainable development principles. XiaoMan effortlessly snatched the homework from him. In truth, she had forgotten to manage her grades last time, and Sakura had been sulking for the past 2 days, unwilling to lend her the assignment. Thank you, clever pineapple head. XiaoMan waved the assignment triumphantly. Yet, as she turned around, her gaze met Sakura's, whose face was darkened with displeasure. Sakura held today's assignment, and even Shikamaru could sense the palpable tension radiating from her. Instinctively, he felt a wave of foreboding. I've arrived at an inopportune moment, Sakura remarked, clutching her workbook. Her expression blank and tone flat. It seemed XiaoMan had found someone to borrow from after all. Her gaze shifted to Shikamaru, and with gritted teeth, she scoffed before turning away, inadvertently bumping into Sasuke, who had just returned from outside the classroom. Sasuke, what is going on, sis? Sasuke, seriously? Haha. Shikamaru, it seems I've been drawn into some peculiar conflict. XiaoMan's first instinct was to chase after her, but she hesitated. Why was Sakura angry? She was unsure of the reason behind Sakura's sudden outburst. If she rushed out to apologize, she wouldn't know what to say, and it would likely only infuriate her further. After deliberating for a moment, the next class began, and she noticed Sakura entering the classroom, sitting far from her. Upon closer inspection, Sakura feigned indifference. Yet her eyes were slightly red. XiaoMan felt a pang of guilt. It seemed Sakura was genuinely upset, which complicated matters. Sakura trudged home in a foul mood. "I'm back," she announced at the entrance, changing her shoes. Today, Mei had returned home early from work and, noticing Sakura alone, inquired, "Hey, didn't XiaoMan come back with you? She already has other friends. She doesn't need me at all," Sakura huffed, tossing her backpack onto the sofa. So they had a falling out, huh? Mei thought back to her childhood, when she had been just like Sakura with XiaoMan. Now, upon hearing XiaoMan's name, Sakura felt a wave of frustration and irritation. She stood up, declaring, "I'm going to my room." Mei paused for a moment, watching Sakura storm off in a huff, and shook her head. Sakura retrieved her diary from the drawer, opening to a new page, and began writing furiously. However, after just 2 lines, she angrily crossed them out, creating a massive inky blot. She gazed at the ball of yarn, feeling distressed and indignant, and wrote 2 lines in a flurry. Her eyes were rimmed with red. "Just because I was somewhat reluctant to lend you my homework, does that give you the right to seek out others? It was merely a matter of reluctance." Tap, tap. The window of her bedroom was knocked upon, startling Sakura, who approached it with a heart full of curiosity and opened the window. Nothing was there. Sakura leaned out, scanning the surroundings, but found no trace of anyone. How perplexing. Chapter 14. Every flower takes time to blossom. She returned to her seat, just about to pick up her pen when she heard the knocking again. Who on earth could it be? Sakura stood abruptly, casting her gaze towards the window. There appeared 2 small puppets. One was a pink rabbit, and the other, a golden-red panda. Silly, silly. The little rabbit leapt up and gave the panda a gentle headbutt, calling it a promise-breaking fool. The panda swayed, clutching its chubby face with its front paws, and in a pitiful tone, said, "I'm sorry, Sakura-chan. I'm the promise-breaking fool. I will never forget what I said again. Please don't be angry, Sakura-chan. It pains me to see you sad." The panda nuzzled against the rabbit's face, their warm-colored fur balls huddling together. Sakura's heart softened instantly, or rather, her anger dissipated upon seeing these 2 puppets. Silly Mankai. Sakura opened the window, and Mankai squeezed through from the windowsill. "This is the 3rd floor. Why would you climb so high?" Sakura exclaimed, vigorously rubbing Mankai's face in frustration. Mankai, unable to speak due to the pinching, simply gazed silently at Sakura, her sea-blue eyes shimmering in the dim moonlight. Sakura was momentarily taken aback as Mankai squinted and smiled, whispering as if blowing air into her ear, "Sakura." The warm breeze brushed past Sakura's ear, sending a ticklish sensation through her, causing her to release her grip. Is this what good friends are like? If so, I want to be good friends with Mankai. Silly big fool. Sakura's cheeks flushed. "I'm sorry, Sakura-chan," Mankai said, shielding her face with the panda puppet. "Please forgive me." Humph. Sakura turned her head away. "Don't do dangerous things." "Are you worried about me?" Mankai asked with a playful grin. "Who would worry about a fool like you?" Sakura retorted without holding back. "Then let's do something dangerous together." Mankai grasped her hand, and before Sakura could react, her pink hair was swept back as Mankai half embraced her and gracefully leaped onto the rooftop. The evening stars twinkled serenely in the early summer night breeze as they sat side by side, leaning against one another. "Are you worried about something, Sakura?" Mankai softly inquired. "I don't know," Sakura murmured, her gentle whispers almost lost to the evening wind. She looked up at the sky, pouting slightly as she said with a quiver in her voice, "It's all your fault." Yes, yes, Mankai tilted her head to look at her, noticing the redness around her eyes. Mankai's heart tightened as she pulled Sakura's shoulder. "From now on, I will only borrow Sakura's homework to look at. No one else's can compare to Lady Sakura's." Humph, Sakura lowered her eyes, biting her lip. "I'm not angry because of that." Mankai was clearly very intelligent. So why did she never apply herself? Mankai could easily win the favor and guidance of the higher-ups, so why did she not value her own talent? There were things Sakura wished to say, but found them hard to articulate. "Well, perhaps it's because I lack a certain talent," Mankai said, resting her hands behind her head as she lay down. "Hard work is a powerful talent, and for me, the hardest thing is striving for dreams and such." "What kind of reason is that?" "Simply put, I'm just a salted fish, with no dreams, not meeting anyone's expectations, basking in the sun every day, living freely. Effort sounds like too much trouble." Upon hearing this, Sakura frowned slightly, but Mankai continued, "So I still need Sakura to protect me." She turned on her side, propping her head up and smiling at Sakura. "A fool like me can't do without Lady Sakura's care." You. Was Sakura worried about her own abilities? Not at all. In my heart, Sakura is the most excellent and normal ninja, even though she is still like a winter cherry tree yet to bloom. She has been accumulating vitality and will burst forth with the most splendid power when the spring sun shines upon the fields. Am I really that impressive? Sakura asked, her head lowering shyly. Sakura's written exam scores were the best, even surpassing those from ninja clans. Take Uchiha Sasuke, for example. Sakura's scores were better. 1 victory. 1 victory over 0 victories. That's 2 victories. 2 victories over 0 victories. That's 3 victories. Thus you completely surpass Uchiha Sasuke. That doesn't make sense. It's completely absurd. Why does it seem like there's a bit of truth in that? I see. Then I shall learn to be as strong and mature as Mankai. To become an excellent female ninja like Lady Tsunade and protect my parents and Mankai. Her eyes still glistening with moisture, she spoke earnestly, her emerald orbs shining with determination. Mankai felt a bit bashful. A small firefly danced about, and Mankai lifted her hand, the firefly landing on her fingertip. "I haven't seen a firefly in a long time," Sakura exclaimed in delight, gazing at the tiny glowing creature. "Mom doesn't let me go out at night," she complained, looking down. "It's dangerous to be outside alone at night." Mankai gently tapped the little bug on her hand. She sat up, the night wind tousling her golden hair, shimmering silver in the moonlight. "The wind is getting a bit chilly. Let us head down." Sakura stood up, pulled by Mankai, and upon seeing the height they were at, she instinctively recoiled. "So high. If you're scared, just close your eyes." Mankai embraced her, and Sakura tightly shut her eyes in fear. A moment of weightlessness followed, and they landed safely, bringing a sense of calm to Sakura's heart. When she opened her eyes, Mankai had already jumped to the first floor, and the two exchanged glances from above and below as moonlight cascaded like flowing water. "See you tomorrow," Mankai waved, her figure vanishing in the moonlight. Sakura smiled slightly and turned to find 2 puppets lying quietly on the windowsill, snugly nestled together. Though they were in the first year, the ninja school truly lacked joyful education. Soon, another exam was upon them. My Sakura-chan." Ichikawa Jin let 2 wide streams of tears flow down his face as he looked at the rankings before him. "Our bond." Seeing this, Mankai propped her head with one hand, subtly curving her lips. Just as she was about to lie down to sleep, Sakura suddenly rushed over and hugged her. "Mankai, you're amazing. You improved so much this time, jumping directly to 2nd place." Sakura joyfully grasped her hand. "I'll tell Mom to make something delicious for dinner." Who would have thought that copying homework could truly be a method of learning? Sakura wore a smug expression. "Thanks to my homework." "Yes, only Sakura's homework can truly help me grasp it." Mankai nodded vigorously upon hearing this. "So what about future assignments?" "Of course, just come to me for them." Across the classroom, Sasuke watched the report card. 1st place, Haruno Sakura. 2nd place, Himaya Mankai. 3rd place, Ichikawa Jin. 4th place, Uchiha Sasuke. Initially, only Sakura and Mankai were ahead of him in the written exam, while in the physical test, they did not surpass him. Now, with Mankai added to the mix, he clenched his teeth, realizing that it was indeed all a masquerade. As XiaoMan turned around, she was met with a cold glare from Sasuke, leaving her feeling somewhat perplexed. "I will continue to strive," shouted Injiang, who was kneeling. XiaoMan twirled her pen, observing the fervent enthusiasm emanating from Injiang. Such a bother, she thought to herself. Ainley was somewhat surprised that Sakura not only had a strong character design, but also shared a significant relationship with the protagonist, which was quite remarkable, for without culinary prowess, most fan works tended to avoid the controversial character of Sakura. However, she herself was neither a fan nor a detractor, merely a bystander. As long as this narrative thread did not interfere with XiaoMan's normal characterization, she was indifferent. Upon perusing the comments, she found that the public's opinions were quite reasonable. The ninjas are hardly normal. Aside from being annoying in the early stages, Sakura has her moments of humanity, especially with her Uchiha bloodline, like Izumi's poetic nature. Whatever the emperor likes is what it is. After all, the anime world has become a one-man show under Orange Corp. Haven't you noticed how many accounts expressing dislike for XiaoMan have been suppressed by their heavy hand? Xiao Huang, Invincible. Chapter 15, New Year, Part 1. The new year in the ninja world falls on the 1st of January. As the festive season approached, the streets of Konoha were adorned with decorations, radiating a celebratory atmosphere. Come and see. Handwritten New Year cards. Clay sculptures. XiaoMan set up a small stall in the marketplace, equipped with a loudspeaker, while she sat on a wheeled stool, rotating her pen. XiaoMan. The first to notice her was Iam from Ichiraku Ramen, who approached and asked, "Are you selling New Year cards?" "Indeed," XiaoMan replied, twirling around on her stool to display the pre-written cards on her table, each showcasing a variety of styles that could be customized or written in her own script, even imitating personal handwriting. "Oh, such beautiful handwriting!" Iam exclaimed, as onlookers began to gather. "This style is for friends and family. The more traditional designs are for elders and superiors, while others are for colleagues and juniors," XiaoMan explained, elegantly waving her brush, welcoming all with a flexible pricing scheme until satisfaction was achieved. "That's wonderful. Please help me write one. This clay sculpture is exquisite. Can it be customized?" Business boomed, yet XiaoMan remained unhurried, her brush dancing across the paper. "Happy New Year. May the pine and bamboo flourish. I sincerely wish for guidance and encouragement this year." After a busy morning, XiaoMan stretched, having finally completed her orders. Though a few customers had reserved clay sculptures, she anticipated a hectic couple of days ahead. XiaoMan was hardly a diligent individual, without a benevolent grandfather providing extra funds, and with rising prices everywhere. She too had to celebrate the new year. As she spun her pen, resting her chin on her hand, she gazed at the sky, watching the clouds drift. Suddenly, the visage of a dark-haired man appeared in her mind, his expression gentle as he guided her. First, the use of the pen. Second, the understanding of form. Third, the wrapping and binding. Master all three, and then write. This segment was in Chinese. However, given that the ninja world had adopted English, the presence of Chinese was not unusual. Wayner's dialogue is from Yutong Jingji. "The ninjas probably wouldn't understand this. My father is so handsome. He truly is my future father-in-law. I just turned 7 after the new year. I'm so tired. I don't want to study anymore." The young XiaoMan rested her head on the desk, her lips pouting high. The man gently patted her head. "Words reflect the person. There will always come a time when they are needed." Later, XiaoMan's penmanship became a skill she honed out of boredom, as no one was there to play with her, and writing was a low-cost way to pass the time. She seemed to possess a considerable talent for it. As soon as she grasped the pen, it felt as if she had never forgotten how to write from her previous life, and the words flowed naturally. "With this money, I can buy a lot of dried fish." XiaoMan was counting her morning earnings, her eyes sparkling, when suddenly 2 shadows obscured her light. It was Sasuke and his brother Itachi. "What is the price for a New Year card?" Itachi inquired. "Flexible pricing, satisfaction guaranteed," XiaoMan replied, lifting her head and spinning a new brush in her hand. Sasuke's lips curled slightly downward, seemingly displeased that his brother was purchasing a card from someone he disliked. "What is wrong, Sasuke?" Itachi noticed Sasuke's discontent and turned to ask. "Nothing." Not wanting to appear petty in front of his brother, Sasuke refrained from saying more. "Then let us write," Itachi said, stating his request and asking how long it would take. Right away, XiaoMan could guess Sasuke's thoughts, but she remained unfazed as her pen moved swiftly, completing the writing in no time. After agreeing on a price, Itachi paid and left with Sasuke. "That's Sasuke's classmate," Itachi remarked. "Though they are the same age, their skills are quite impressive. It's just a little trick." Sasuke wanted to feign indifference, but XiaoMan's skill was indeed astonishing, so he refrained from further comment. Itachi gently patted Sasuke's head and said, "By the way, I heard you've been performing well at the Ninja Academy? Your teacher mentioned your written exam scores have been consistently at the top." Of course, just as Sasuke was about to bask in pride, he remembered that XiaoMan had outperformed him in a few exams, causing his expression to fall. Although XiaoMan had actually been trying to help Sakura and Injiang, who would indeed later shatter Injiang's youthful heart, preventing him from rising again. However, he lifted his face again as Itachi continued. "Your physical test scores have also been consistently first. There should be no one who can rival you." Yet, recalling his defeat at the hands of Hiyori, he still had not accepted a second challenge from her. Sasuke's face fell again. Itachi, puzzled by his brother's frequent mood swings, patted his head again. The more Sasuke thought about it, the angrier he became, puffing up his cheeks and saying, "Nisan, can you teach me a stronger technique? Some techniques might be a bit dangerous for you, but we can certainly try those training exercises." After bidding farewell to the Uchiha brothers, XiaoMan spotted the Haruno family shopping. Sakura, wearing a red scarf, had her cheeks flushed. "XiaoMan." Sakura waved, running towards her excitedly. "What are you selling?" "It's New Year cards," XiaoMan replied. As Haruno May blurted out, "XiaoMan, you're truly talented, but we just bought our New Year cards. This clay sculpture is adorable." Sakura squatted down to admire a small rabbit sculpture on the stall. "If you like it, I can make some for you as a gift," XiaoMan smiled slightly. "That's very kind of you, XiaoMan," May said warmly, gently patting XiaoMan's head, knowing that she should accept the child's goodwill. Hello, I would like to buy." A trembling voice came from above XiaoMan's head. She looked up to see Hinata Hyuga. Upon meeting XiaoMan's gaze, Hinata's face flushed, and she hid behind her attendant. The attendant, also a member of the Hyuga clan, regarded XiaoMan with a cold, indifferent look. 90 New Year cards. Can you finish them by tomorrow?" Generally, when a ninja clan placed an order, it would be a large one. 90 cards, though a significant number, were relatively few for a clan, likely distributed among different stalls. "Expedited service will incur an additional fee." The Hyuga woman subtly frowned. A mere child dares to charge extra in front of the Hyuga clan. If it were not for Lord Hizashi's explicit request for her to extend special care towards this little imp, she, with the pride of the Hyuga clan, would never deign to visit such a modest stall to purchase New Year-esque greeting cards. Truly ungrateful. This thought lingered in her mind, though her expression remained impassive. However, XiaoMan could sense the air of arrogance emanating from the Hyuga woman, akin to a disdainful roll of the eyes. Yet, being a Hyuga, it was impossible for her to bestow any favor upon another. Money is God. She remained indifferent to this fact. She merely nodded, indicating she would return to collect the items the following afternoon. The woman led Hinata away. Hinata, unable to contend with her clan's haughtiness, timidly cast a glance at XiaoMan, tinged with a hint of apology. Chapter 16. New Year, Part 2. "Oh wow, the soup Mom made today is absolutely delightful," Sakura exclaimed, perched on a high chair, swinging her legs with blissful squints of her eyes. Indeed, her mother's culinary skills had improved remarkably, and they were fortunate to celebrate the arrival of a new year with her delectable dishes in advance. Haruno Sho raised his bowl to clink it with Sakura's. "Oh, as long as you enjoy it, that's all that matters." Yabuki cheerfully wiped her hands on her apron. For her, the greatest joy lay in preparing meals for her husband and daughter, relishing the warmth of family amidst the everyday bustle. Knock, knock. Yabuki opened the door to find XiaoMan holding a small box, with a stall cart behind her, clearly just returned from closing up shop. "Happy New Year, Aunt Yabuki." "Happy New Year, XiaoMan," she replied, gently patting the girl's head. "Have you eaten? Would you like to join us for dinner?" "I wouldn't want to intrude. Had I known you all were dining so early, I would have arrived sooner," XiaoMan replied with a playful smile. She opened the box to reveal a clay sculpture of the family, with Haruno Sho and Yabuki each cradling Sakura in their arms, all wearing expressions of joy. The sculpture was adorned in warm hues, exquisitely crafted. Yabuki gazed at the creation in awe. How remarkable! Sakura, who had been peeking from behind her mother, jumped off her chair and ran over, her face still speckled with grains of rice. "XiaoMan, this is so adorable. You're amazing," she exclaimed, marveling at the lifelike sculpture. "Since you're here, let us share a meal together," Haruno Sho invited. "Thank you, Uncle Sho, but I've been busy for several days now. I'd like to retire early tonight," XiaoMan replied, her politeness evident. She stifled a yawn, tears brimming at the corners of her eyes. I'm sorry, but I must take my leave. Goodbye, Uncle and Aunt." "Goodbye, XiaoMan." Sakura waved as she walked away. After a short distance, she suddenly turned back, watching as the Haruno family entered their home. On the dining table, 3 cherry-pink bowls were quietly arranged, and the door, as if in slow motion, gradually concealed the warmth and light within. With a soft thud, the warm yellow glow and cheerful laughter were completely withdrawn, leaving the outside world shrouded in silence. She gazed for a moment before departing silently. Upon returning home, the emptiness of the house felt profoundly cold. The moonlight highlighted the dust on the floor. She turned on the light to illuminate her surroundings. It was then that she noticed a small box on the floor. Inside lay a book. XiaoMan opened it to discover the long-sought-after isekai, a classic murder mystery, along with a note inscribed with festive greetings. She gently caressed the cover. It was an old book, its exterior worn, yet the pages within were pristine, devoid of creases. She had only mentioned this book in passing when with Naruto, who would never be inclined to buy books. Such meticulous handwriting could not belong to him, leading her to suspect it was some unreliable white-haired figure eavesdropping behind Naruto. Placing the book on her bedside table, she stowed the note back in the box and, on tiptoe, placed it atop a high cabinet, struggling several times before succeeding due to its height. After enjoying a warm rice ball and completing her evening routine, XiaoMan settled on her bed, the blanket still cool against her feet, sending a sharp chill through her. She curled her legs and gazed out the window. The pitch-black night sky suddenly erupted into a dazzling display of fireworks, illuminating everything as bright as day, followed by a cascade of colorful bursts. With the festive red hues of the new year drifting in through the windows, she stared at the brilliant spectacle outside, the firelight occasionally reflecting on her fair face, her deep sea-blue eyes sparkling like stars. "Happy New Year," XiaoMan whispered to herself. "XiaoMan, XiaoMan." Did she just hear Naruto's voice? Puzzled, she touched her face. "XiaoMan, open the door. It's me." Now she truly heard Naruto's voice, his call muffled by the sound of the fireworks. She donned her coat and opened the door, greeted by Naruto, whose face bore a layer of frost. However, upon opening the door, his frozen features broke into a warm, exuberant laugh. "XiaoMan, Happy New Year. It must be quite lonely celebrating without anyone this year, huh? As your friend, I've come to keep you company." Naruto pounded his chest, though his attire seemed insufficient against the cold, causing his movements to tremble. Despite Naruto's confident declarations, XiaoMan noticed a hint of cautious anticipation in his eyes. A smile crept across her lips, though she despised overly sentimental atmospheres. She suppressed it, lowering her gaze momentarily before raising it again, presenting her usual demeanor, lazily indifferent, with a touch of a soft smile. "Honestly, if you're going to stand out there, come in quickly. It's freezing with the door wide open." Clad in her pajamas with just a coat, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders, she appeared to be ready for rest. Naruto hurried inside at her invitation. "Have you eaten?" XiaoMan closed the door with a thud, sealing the cold winds outside from the warmth within. "I was supposed to finish cooking before coming over." Naruto scratched his head, "but we ran out of gas, and I couldn't reach anyone to replace it today. So He brushed his hand through his hair, still dusted with a few snowflakes. "I can't believe I taught you so well, and yet you still need me to cook." XiaoMan crossed her arms, teasingly adding, "In light of your visit to this empty nester, take a seat, noble hero of the ninja world." Hee. XiaoMan slipped into the kitchen while Naruto looked around. Once inside, the chill that had clung to him dissipated significantly, the bright lights resembling melted cream, warming him from heart to fingertips. The sounds of cooking and chopping filled the air, while the fireworks outside continued to explode in jubilant bursts. He leaned against the table, a silly grin plastered on his face. Before long, XiaoMan emerged with steaming bowls of rice and soup. "I'll help with the dishes." Naruto eagerly jumped up and rushed into the kitchen. The meal before them appeared quite ordinary, differing from the festive fare typically prepared for the new year, yet it radiated warmth. 2 bowls sat securely on the table, filled with steaming soup, and 2 sets of chopsticks were neatly arranged, closely aligned. "Feel free to dig in. I didn't buy any vegetables today," XiaoMan said, leisurely tucking her hair behind her ear. "Wow, XiaoMan's cooking is still fantastic," Naruto exclaimed, downing several bowls of soup in quick succession, feeling a pleasant warmth envelop him. He squinted his eyes and laughed heartily. "Ha! I hope we can share a meal together again next year." His voice rang out, loud enough to drown out the sounds of fireworks outside. Regardless of whether the outside world is ablaze with vibrant colors or shrouded in the stillness of night, the warmth contained within this small space is where the heart truly longs to be, year after year. XiaoMan lowered her gaze and offered a gentle smile. "Happy New Year." Naruto. Chapter 17. Movie Viewing, Part 3. My heart feels soft, so warm, the 2 little ones huddling together. Upon finishing an episode, Ainley maintained a pose with her hands supporting her chin, her expression utterly enchanted. In her normal demeanor, XiaoMan spoke with an effortless grace, exuding an air of charm. Yet when she radiated her essence, it revealed a subtle fragility that stirred a sense of fondness within her, simply by standing there and breathing. XiaoMan adeptly showcased her endearing qualities. In the Pure Land, they had deduced that the intervals of the celestial screen's appearances were roughly an hour apart, with those ensnared by this technique existing in a spectral state, akin to the effects of a spiritual transformation technique. The passage of time felt far less tangible to them than during their slumber in the Pure Land. when XiaoMan's words unfurled upon the celestial screen. Saratobi Hisashi stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming with astonishment. Among those present, he alone possessed an understanding of calligraphy. What exquisite writing! The sharpness is restrained, balancing strength and softness. This composure and mastery reflect a grand demeanor. However, XiaoMan's display stemmed from the fact that he had not provided these heroic orphans with ample New Year's allowances, prompting only a brief commendation before he fell silent. Uchiha Itachi, upon catching sight of the image of himself alongside Sasuke, fell into a contemplative silence. Perhaps he still held fond memories, thus resorting to this method to reminisce about the past with Sasuke. Might the regrets of parallel worlds find resolution? How else could one justify the title of another possible existence? In that realm, would he still commit sins that he would forever regret? Witnessing XiaoMan's envious gaze after the door closed, Minato's heart tightened. As a father, he was instantly reminded of Naruto's experiences. Was Naruto once like this? Yearning for the happiness of others yet too timid to approach? Through the girl's eyes, Minato seemed to glimpse the once lonely and warmth-seeking young Naruto. Although XiaoMan appeared mature, she was, in truth, still a child longing for parental affection. Regarding the joyous Haruno family, she felt not only gratitude but also envy and desire, coupled with an understanding that prevented her from intruding. Fortunately, Naruto arrived, akin to winter fireworks leaving behind warm, radiant traces in the frigid night sky. When he beheld the somewhat foolish yet unwavering smile on XiaoMan's face, he was immediately reminded of Kushina, whose smile shone with similar brilliance. Naruto learned from Kushina's warmth, understanding the importance of empathy and how to provide the utmost care to friends in their moments of need, lessons that should have been imparted by parents. Two scarred souls approached one another clumsily, illuminating each other's existence with the scant warmth they possessed. An immense, indescribable warmth and gratitude surged within him, rendering even his eyes, formed of impure earth, slightly moist. Was there a possibility for Naruto to receive validation from his peers and willingly extend a helping hand to others? He whispered, "Thank you, child of another world. Thank you for recognizing Naruto, for aiding him, for teaching him things that Kushina and I were unable to provide." This is the most genuine form of connection. Hashirama felt a deep sense of contentment, and Tobirama nodded in agreement. It proved that this girl did indeed seek bonds. Her past experiences merely raised the threshold for opening her heart. Thus, she stood a greater chance of being swayed by Naruto, letting go of her prejudices against ninjas and Konoha, and becoming a potential agent of change in the world. In the wasteland of illusions, Naruto repeatedly assured Sasuke that he would not be swayed by the illusionary arts, deciding to analyze the celestial screen's contents with an objective perspective, while observing XiaoMan write. Despite his own clumsy penmanship and lack of understanding of calligraphy, he felt a spark of spirit in her flowing strokes. What could he compare it to? He racked his brain for a metaphor. It was like a kunai concealed in a sleeve, adorned with an explosive tag, although it had yet to be thrown. Everyone knew it would erupt once released. He felt pleased with this analogy, and when he eagerly turned to share it with Sasuke, he employed the same comparison. Haha. In any case, she is amazing. She can do everything. After sharing his findings, he fell silent under Sasuke's incredulous gaze, feeling somewhat deflated. Uchiha Obito had little interest in children's games until XiaoMan speculated that the book originated from his former dear friend, Kakashi Hitaki. Only then did he lift his gaze. In this illusionary realm, Kakashi seemed to emerge from the shadows earlier than he remembered, thanks to this girl's presence. His emotions were complex, compelling him to shut his eyes and rest. As XiaoMan stood in the chilling wind, the warm light of a door closed before her, isolating her in the frigid expanse. Observing her subtly envious expression, Naruto's cerulean eyes glimmered with empathy. He fully understood the pang of envy when witnessing others' familial reunions, coupled with the heartache of daring not to intrude upon their happiness. Yet, this was an illusion. After receiving yet another glare from Sasuke, he clenched his fists tightly. This was merely a fabricated illusion. There was no need to feel sorrow for something false. Nonetheless, amidst the clamor of fireworks, that gaze fixed upon the spectacle, that solitary figure still tugged at his heartstrings. No matter how boisterous the fireworks, they bore no connection to her. XiaoMan, XiaoMan. Upon hearing his own foolish voice, Naruto abruptly looked up to see the smiling face of the girl on the verge of freezing. Thankfully, another version of himself had appeared. Naruto was acutely aware that during his childhood, Each new year and birthday marked his most solitary moments. If he could spend this time with friends, it would indeed be a stroke of good fortune, likely the same for XiaoMan. Though it was an illusion, everything felt genuinely beautiful. Sasuke, however, frowned. The authenticity of this illusion surpassed his expectations. It not only understood their innermost desires, but also crafted a figure imbued with its own joys and sorrows, rather than merely serving as a tool to fulfill their wishes and mend their regrets. The most terrifying aspect lay in its vividness. The more lifelike something was, the more likely it was to ensnare one's heart. Chapter 18. The Well-Behaved Cat XiaoMan. Sakura approached XiaoMan with excitement. Would you like to come to my house for some pickled fish? Huh. Suddenly, a large orange cat pounced on Sakura, eliciting a shriek from her. What happened? What happened? XiaoMan emerged from the house, with a cat perched on her head and shoulder, and a small orange panda tucked under her arm. This is just too adorable. No wonder it ranks 13th among the world's cutest animals. The previous 12 pale in comparison. XiaoMan, what is going on? Oh, get up. Don't lick my face. Oh, well. On a sunny day, XiaoMan hummed a tune as she walked along. A pitiful whimpering sound came from behind a tree, drawing XiaoMan's attention. She circled around to find a golden red ball of fur curled up at the base of the tree, trembling, presumably due to an injury. The kind-hearted XiaoMan reached out to bring the poor creature home, nursing it back to health. It turned out to be a small panda that had fled from poachers to the vicinity of Konoha. Thus, XiaoMan's home became surrounded by Konoha's stray cats. That was how the events unfolded, XiaoMan shrugged. Is that truly the case? Please watch the VCR. On a bright and breezy day, XiaoMan hummed a tune while walking along the road. Suddenly, a golden red ball fell from a tree. Quick-witted, XiaoMan caught the little panda that had accidentally tumbled down. Initially struggling wildly in the arms of a stranger, the little panda was soon bewildered by XiaoMan's affectionate head pats. You want to come home with me, don't you? XiaoMan said, patting the panda's head and resolutely taking it away. So, this little panda is the leader of the wandering cats in Konoha, not someone who fled from being hunted? Sakura hesitantly inquired. Why would an injured panda suddenly become the leader of the Konoha stray cats? Who will take charge of this absurdly comedic daily life? XiaoMan, are you planning to adopt them? Am I really that kind-hearted? They can find food more easily than I can, XiaoMan replied, pinching the panda's round, chubby face. Suddenly, the little panda stood up, flailing its arms about. What are you doing? Wah. No, there are too many of you. I can't afford to keep you all, XiaoMan coldly rejected. But I can catch mice. Even if you could do a backflip, it wouldn't matter. Wah. No, I don't even have enough dried fish for myself. Nearby, the stray cats saw their leader being bullied and joined the fray. Meow. Dried fish isn't for you. Cats will die from eating salted fish. It's poisonous. Will it really? Sakura asked uncertainly. Indeed, XiaoMan replied with feigned seriousness. Meow meow. All right, I can barely support myself now. If I take you all in, I'll end up on the streets with you. Wah. The little panda suddenly stood at attention, and the stray cats lined up like soldiers, their round eyes fixated on XiaoMan. The panda displayed a remarkably determined expression. Really? Wah. XiaoMan pondered for a moment, then slowly said, then it settled. Meow. Finally, she had managed to send off this rowdy group. Can XiaoMan understand what they are saying? Sakura asked, voicing her doubt. I can't understand, XiaoMan replied resolutely. But you seem to be communicating quite well, Sakura observed suspiciously. I'm just guessing, XiaoMan admitted. Huh. Sakura looked unconvinced. Isn't it said that ninja cats can speak human language? As long as you understand their habits and body language, you can guess what ordinary cats are saying. Is that so? Sakura appeared somewhat persuaded. Although she had realized that XiaoMan possessed a strong talent for martial arts and learning, she was still consistently amazed by XiaoMan's seemingly extraordinary abilities. Forget it. I won't think about this anymore, she said, shaking her head at XiaoMan. Let us go get some dried fish. Standing by an unnamed stream, XiaoMan was followed by a group of stray cats. The wandering cats of Konoha are not of the same caliber as the ninja cats. The latter possess organization, intelligence, and superior combat abilities, rendering the strays at a distinct disadvantage. Fortunately, the proud ninja cats generally disdain competing with strays. However, this particular ninja cat was an exception. You want this little brat to stand up for you? The orange ninja cat, named Wenhua, was inherently wicked, not only stealing food from the strays, but also coercing them into offering tributes at the threat of violence. From him, XiaoMan learned that the little panda had unexpectedly managed to defeat this ninja cat, avenging the strays and thus earning the title of leader. Although it was unclear how the seemingly delicate panda had accomplished such a feat, it indeed claimed the role of leader among the strays. Making a deal with XiaoMan, she would rid them of Wenhua, and they would follow her commands thereafter. Meow, meow, meow. The strays protested. You've underestimated me. Wenhua stood tall, proudly lifting his head. Let us see what you can do. He launched himself at XiaoMan like a bolt of lightning. Despite finding the human rather cute, especially with her lovely golden hair, he showed no mercy. The ninja cat's claws grazed past XiaoMan's ear, snipping off a few strands of hair. Unfazed, XiaoMan spun around, kicking the picnic box behind her into the air, scattering several dried fish that filled the air with an intoxicating aroma. As Wenhua's golden eyes narrowed, he lunged for the specially made catnip-flavored fish. In that instant, XiaoMan had unwrapped the package and let it fall upon him. As the fabric enveloped him, claws suddenly shot out from within the bulging package. Wah! With fabric flying everywhere, Wenhua leaped up, transforming into a dragon-like creature. But XiaoMan swiftly seized his chubby face by the almost invisible neck and, in a flash, bound him with a specially crafted rope made of bandages and adhesive, wrapping him up like a cake. As Wenhua struggled, he found himself sinking deeper into the binding. Meow? Let me go? Want some? XiaoMan teased, holding up a dried fish enticingly before him. Humph, I would never yield for such trifling bait. What about this? XiaoMan produced a bag of glistening dried fish. Wenhua immediately knelt, his pupils dilating. Is that glowing dried fish? XiaoMan tossed the fish into the air. Want some? Just a handshake for you. Wenhua's eyes locked onto the fish as it arced beautifully through the air, his body uncontrollably extending a paw. XiaoMan slipped a piece of dried fish into his mouth, commanding, lie down. Immediately, Wenhua obediently sprawled on the ground, much to the astonishment of the surrounding strays. Spin around. Wenhua dutifully circled, and the cats felt as if his tongue might fall out. What about your dignity? Such a well-behaved cat, XiaoMan praised, satisfied as she rewarded him with more dried fish. From now on, you are not to bully these cats anymore, understood? With a final pat on his head, she strode back with the cats in a manner reminiscent of a mafia boss, leaving Wenhua to ponder his life while munching away, realizing that his dignity was worth only a few pieces of dried fish. Chapter 19. The involuntary enjoyer of the Alkaline Force field the summer vacation was quite leisurely. XiaoMan, in a fit of inspiration, decided to plant a gardenia at her doorstep. Although gardenias require little care, they still brought some inconvenience. Her summer routine became rather regular. She never slept in but went to bed early each night. In the morning, she would open the door to find the large gardenia dripping with dew, its refreshing fragrance filling the air. After feeding the little panda, she would set up a table in the small courtyard and write large characters as thoughts came to her, using oddly shaped stones she found by the roadside to weigh down the cheap white paper. The morning breeze dried the paper, and the sayings on it became deeper than the life lessons of a small chestnut. XiaoMan lived a life of working part-time at the convenience store for half the day and idling at home for the other half. The small convenience store that supplies dried fish every Thursday is currently bustling with activity as the owner has decided to expand the business to promote dried fish throughout the entire ninja world. XiaoMan is delighted to witness this development, as it means she can enjoy dried fish wherever she goes in the future. Upon returning home for lunch, she buys some chestnuts, casually stewing them until they turn golden and tender, the aroma wafting through the air, enticing Naruto to fly in through her window. Though her summer days are quite ordinary, there is an undeniable uniqueness to them. The prodigious Uchiha genius, after his initial defeat at her hands, frequently challenges her, but she easily fends him off, her laziness prevailing. Dinner is ready. Are you two going to stop and eat? Called Nara Yoshino, holding a plate as she walked by. Thank you, Auntie, for your hard work. XiaoMan replied with a polite smile, then turned lazily to Shikamaru and said, let us call it a day. All right then, Shikamaru replied, stretching before they both sat down to eat. After their meal, Yoshino, who dislikes her children lounging about the house all day, ushered them outside. Are you going fishing? One till you get bored of fishing every day? XiaoMan remarked, dried fish is incredibly delicious. This statement reflects the logical connection. Fishing is the means of acquiring dried fish. Since XiaoMan loves dried fish, she finds fishing delightful. Shikamaru comprehends this effortlessly, as does XiaoMan. Their conversations eventually evolved into a simple exchange. Fishing? Let us go? A glance from XiaoMan suffices for Shikamaru to grasp her intent, perhaps due to their similar thought processes and mutual aversion to excessive chatter. Naruto, too, visits XiaoMan daily, often lingering for hours, causing his fishing time to dwindle. However, upon discovering that XiaoMan and Shikamaru are fishing, he clamors to join them. XiaoMan had initially refrained from bringing him along due to his boisterous nature, which diminished her catch. Yet, she finds it difficult to refuse him, as his playful antics while fishing often yield fewer fish for her. Once, Naruto had enjoyed fishing primarily out of hunger and boredom, as it provided a way to pass the time. But with friends, he cannot remain still. Fishing with XiaoMan is pure joy. Sakura, inspired by some unknown motivation, has recently been studying fervently, reportedly self-learning theories meant for their 4th grade curriculum. XiaoMan, uninterested in studying herself, despite Sakura's belief that being with friends enhances efficiency, does not disturb her. Occasionally, Sakura will ask, "XiaoMan, would you like to come over for dinner? How did you know I caught a 30-pound fish?" XiaoMan replied, showcasing the large fish in her basket. After circling the village twice to deliver the fish to the convenience store, the owner, also an avid fisherman, was awestruck by its size. "Where did you catch this? Not in Konoha, right?" he pondered, incredulous. XiaoMan, typically modest in her endeavors, merely smiled sweetly, replying, "If you like it, I can catch you more." Ultimately, she signed a contract ensuring her supply of dried fish for 3 months. As the owner mentioned, he couldn't find a container large enough for such a fish. She left the basket behind, saying, "Could you wash this for me? It might bring good luck for my next catch." Before heading home, she overheard the owner muttering, "It must be a beginner-esque luck. That fish is so much larger than her." The next day, the owner, looking remorseful, informed her that his grandfather had used her basket as a footrest and compensated her with a brand new one. XiaoMan shrugged it off, indicating that the basket was of little consequence. What mattered was her fishing technique. A few days later, she returned with another fish, nearly as heavy as herself, smiling as she approached. After she left, the owner slumped in his chair, disillusioned, pondering life's absurdities. For the first time, a human being appeared whom XiaoMan envied. A person endowed with a peculiar ability or energy field that made them seem almost ephemeral, easily overlooked by others, only remembered when they were absent. Yamanaka Shino. This ability seemed far more appealing than her own, which merely allowed her to adjust her senses. "Could you share your secret to being so often overlooked?" XiaoMan asked, cornering Shino by the flower bed after class. Such a question was rather intrusive. Shino adjusted his glasses. "I'm not sure. I often find myself inexplicably ignored." "Really? I wonder why that is, considering your outfit is arguably the most eye-catching in class." "Eye-catching?" Shino replied, surprised. "Aren't you dressing according to fashion magazines?" "Fashion magazines? Yes, isn't this functional style?" "Functional style? So you didn't even realize it was your own style? Impressive. You're the best-dressed person I've seen in Konoha." "Really? Is that so?" Shino questioned, beginning to doubt himself. "Indeed. Perhaps if you don't pursue a career as a ninja, you could become a model or a designer," XiaoMan suggested, patting his shoulder. Shino stiffened at the gesture. I'm sorry." XiaoMan quickly withdrew her hand, feeling a twinge of regret. Spending too much time with Naruto had made her overly familiar. And that wasn't a good sign. "It's all right. I just think you should refrain from being so close to me." The reason being, he had insects on him, making him unapproachable even for girls his age. However, he refrained from voicing this concern, fearing it would cause this new acquaintance to distance herself from him. "Let us talk about your peculiar ability. Have you tried staying close to conspicuous people?" Feeling awkward, XiaoMan opted to change the subject, trying to assist this stylish classmate struggling with issues of presence. To XiaoMan, the most conspicuous figures in class were Uchiha Sasuke, adored by girls and envied by boys, and the boisterous Naruto, who often caused a stir. Standing next to Uchiha Sasuke, no one noticed me. He draws attention, while Naruto attracts it to himself and those around him. As she spoke, XiaoMan pondered whether she should keep Naruto at a distance during school hours. "Is that so? Perhaps he would also like to be friends with you," XiaoMan said with a shrug. The school bell rang, and after bidding Shino farewell, XiaoMan returned to the bustling classroom, only to realize, where is everyone? She has already lost sight of Zeno's presence, as if he were butter melting in a hot pan, blending seamlessly into the crowd. This is rather extraordinary. During this physical education class shared with the adjacent class after the practice session, which was essentially a performance worthy of an Oscar by XiaoMan, she retreated to the shade to rest alone. A black butterfly lightly alighted on XiaoMan's fingertip, its gossamer wings shimmering with an emerald hue. the edges glowing with a subtle bluish-purple aura. XiaoMan gazed down at it, her expression tranquil. She likes you very much. A voice emerged from the air, revealing that someone had quietly approached her. Can you understand what it says? XiaoMan lifted her gaze, realizing that if the person remained silent, she might not have noticed their presence at all. It was Zeno, the one she had initiated conversation with a few days prior. Indeed, Zeno, donning sunglasses that concealed his expression, replied. Oh, that must be quite intriguing. Don't you find it strange? Zeno countered, suspecting it was merely another prank of someone feigning interest in insects. Strange is too mild a word, Zeno pondered. Perhaps if he used a more repulsive term, the other party might offer a gentler response to avoid appearing too obvious. What is so strange about it? XiaoMan shrugged indifferently. From the perspective of the Taoist view, all things are neither noble nor base. From the perspective of the things themselves, they regard themselves as precious while belittling others. She uttered a phrase that Zeno did not comprehend. You don't mind coexisting with insects, do you? Zeno couldn't help but inquire. I don't mind, or rather, as long as they don't intrude into my life uninvited or get accidentally crushed by me, I have no qualms about coexisting with them. XiaoMan gazed at the butterfly in her hand. I've heard of a benevolent monk who would shake his chair before sitting down, fearing he might sit on a tiny creature. I cannot reach that level. Do you have experience in driving away insects? If you need, I can tell you. Zeno adjusted his glasses. Thus, they inexplicably became friends. Chapter 20. The gloomy afternoon for several consecutive days, the weather remained overcast and rainless. And XiaoMan keenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere above Kanahagakure. A storm was brewing. However, this bore little relevance to XiaoMan. On a gloomy afternoon, at the Kanahagakure cemetery, XiaoMan tidied her parents' grave, offering a bouquet of pristine white flowers. Yet, the moisture-laden air caused the flowers to wilt within mere hours of being picked. XiaoMan sat silently for a while, wiping her father's name. What calamity must befall the place you fought so hard to protect during your lifetimes? She tidied up and was about to leave when she spotted a figure in the distance, suddenly coming to a halt. Who is that? It's Itachi Uchiha's brother. He seemed to be paying tribute to someone. Indeed, one comes to a cemetery to honor the deceased. An empty tombstone. Most buried here have perished on missions. How could there be an empty grave? Itachi laid a bouquet at the grave of an unnamed person, gazing intently at his friend's tomb. Shursui had taken his own life. His remains unknown. Thus, he privately erected a monument for him outside the clan grounds. After all, Shursui died for the peace of the village, and burying him within the confines of a narrow clan was merely an insult to his will. He was well aware that someone was watching him, but he paid it no mind. Shursui, I will fulfill your wish to protect the village and the Uchiha. Your will shall be carried out by me. Itachi rose, having already made his decision. XiaoMan merely glanced at him before averting her gaze. It was none of her concern. In other words, even if a colossal meteor were to crash down upon Kanahagakure or the moon were to plummet from the sky, what relevance would it hold for her? The Uchiha clan was becoming increasingly agitated. Danzo Shimura stroked his right hand. A year had passed since Shursui Uchiha's disappearance, and the Uchiha had begun to convene meetings more frequently. I thought it best to take the initiative and encircle the Uchiha clan. Innocent until proven guilty. Danzo, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, cleared his throat. He was a chronic smoker, often declaring his intention to quit, yet he never did. The Uchiha clan's issue was much like this addiction, intermittent and a persistent ailment for Kanahagakure. Innocent, the Kyubi incident from 7 years ago remains vivid in memory. If Madara Uchiha could initiate the first attack, subsequent Uchihas could certainly follow with a second, third, or fourth. Enough, Danzo. Hiruzen opened his eyes, a sharp light gleaming within their murky depths. Hiruzen, you are too indecisive. You will regret this course of action. Danzo's voice was hoarse. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Humph. Danzo stormed out in anger. At the Uchiha compound, Fugaku and his son sat across from one another. The tea on the table had long gone cold, and both had remained silent for quite some time. Finally, the father spoke. The law enforcement issues this month have increased by 30% compared to last month. Fugaku Uchiha's voice was somber. Do you know what this signifies, Itachi? They can no longer wait. Regardless of what occurs, you are my son, and the blood of the Uchiha clan flows through you. Itachi's pupils quivered slightly. When he looked up, he only met his father's deep black eyes. Practice shuriken throwing with Sasuke tomorrow. The clan leader's hand rested heavily on Itachi's shoulder, the pressure startling. In the shadows, Danzo's face was obscured. Itachi Uchiha knelt before him, his expression grave. "How far can your eyes see?" Danzo suddenly asked, perhaps to the Uchiha Sasuke practicing shuriken throwing at the ninja academy? Itachi clenched his fists. Despite his eloquent words, when the moment of truth arrived, he would still choose Konohagakure. Danzo snorted. Based on his understanding of this old friend, even at his most resolute, he could not bring himself to resolve the Uchiha issue, just as he could not quit smoking. Would he stand with the Uchiha in rebellion, leading to their demise alongside his family? Or would he stand with the village, leaving his brother behind to assist in the extermination of the Uchiha clan? Exterminate. Itachi's eyes widened in shock. For the sake of the village, it is imperative to suppress the situation before chaos ensues, Danzo mused, stroking the bandages on his hands. Only a double agent capable of bearing such a responsibility exists, and no one but you can fulfill that role. He remained steadfast, seemingly anticipating his answer. "Are you willing to accept this mission?" Itachi's heart sank. Reflecting on his father's words, he ultimately made a decision. After school in the afternoon, XiaoMan packed her bag and noticed Sakura's empty seat. Sakura was unwell, partly due to the significant weather changes between summer and autumn, and partly because some classmates had been studying excessively, causing her considerable stress, leading to sleepless nights and ultimately resulting in her hospitalization, cared for by her loving parents. XiaoMan intended to visit her after class, but should she bring her notes? Although she had never done such a thing, Sakura might need them. Who could she borrow them from? Shikamaru noticed XiaoMan's gaze and shook his head. "Don't look at me. I don't have any. I'm going home." XiaoMan scanned the room, noticing Uchiha Sasuke still seated, seemingly waiting for someone. As she contemplated approaching him, he stood and walked over. "Himaya, let us have a shuriken throwing match. During the last physical test, you held back, didn't you? Is that so? All right then, let us have a match, but I have one condition." XiaoMan rolled her eyes mischievously. "What condition?" Sasuke was somewhat taken aback. She actually agreed so swiftly this time. Nevertheless, trusting her, he inquired, "It's nothing. Just hand over your notes from the past 2 days, and yes, your homework as well." "What do you need my notes for?" she asked. "Fine. Let's head to the training ground." Sasuke crossed his arms and coolly declared, then turned back, "Give it your all." All right, XiaoMan shrugged. "This time, I'll be a bit more serious. Begin." Sasuke was the first to throw a shuriken, hitting the target 8 out of 10 times. A smirk crept onto his lips, confidence swelling from his practice results. XiaoMan's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as she grasped the shuriken in her hand, tossing it with agility and swiftness. Once, twice, 8 times, 9 times, and 10 times, she struck the target 9 times, with the final throw landing haphazardly on the board. "Barely a victory," she remarked, patting his shoulder, causing the blonde-haired boy to blush shyly. Sasuke froze, feeling pricked by that smile. He had indeed lost, and reluctantly handed over his notes and homework, filled with resentment. How infuriating, even with shurikens. He was a Uchiha. In the world of ninjas, if the Uchiha clan claimed to be the second best at throwing, none would dare to claim the first. Their lineage excelled at wielding various ninja tools and fire techniques. Watching XiaoMan's retreating figure, he clenched his fists in secret. "I must practice more. If I can't surpass even Kiba, how will I ever catch up to my brother?" Thus, he trained alone until dusk, only realizing he should return home for dinner when the streetlights flickered to life. "That's enough for today," he thought, gazing intently at the target that had been hit 9 times. "Next time, I will surely outdo Kiba." On his way home, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere, quickening his pace. A sense of inexplicable panic gripped his heart, as if something dreadful were unfolding. As he hastened his steps, he ultimately found himself running toward the clan's compound. There, he witnessed a scene that would haunt him for a lifetime, becoming the source of his nightmares. His pupils dilated sharply. Chapter 21. Wishing you sweet dreams, oh, my foolish brother. Why must you? To measure one's own capabilities. Measure what? Sasuke lowered his head, tears stinging his eyes. Is this truly the reason? To justify such slaughter? He exclaimed hoarsely. As the feathers fell, the anguished cries of his clan echoed once more in his ears, the crimson blood searing his vision. Hate me, curse me, live on in this wretched existence, do your utmost to survive. Then one day, when you possess eyes like mine, seek me out. He felt as though he might faint, yet he stood firm. Itachi's indifferent gaze jolted him back to reality, and he pursued, hurling a kunai that struck his forehead protector. The last thing he saw was Itachi donning the protector and wearing an expression he could not comprehend. Sasuke abruptly awoke, staring at an unfamiliar ceiling. Enduring the pain coursing through his body, he sat up, extending his feeble hands, lost in a prolonged silence. In the desolate ruins, Sasuke beheld that sanguine scene, his eyes widening in horror. Why? No, it can't be. A genjutsu? Why is this happening? Sakura was soon to be discharged from the hospital. Since it was the weekend, XiaoMan could visit without skipping class, allowing her to appear before the adults legitimately. XiaoMan! Sakura exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Congratulations on your discharge. XiaoMan offered a faint smile in return. Oh, right. Here's the homework and notes you lent me. Sakura rummaged through a few books, causing XiaoMan to pause in surprise. She took the books, gently caressing their covers, recalling that it was indeed time to return them. Speaking of which, Sakura's expression shifted to one of concern. How is Sasuke doing? Even though she had spent several days in the hospital, such a significant event could not have gone unnoticed. The gruesome incident had been a frequent topic among the onlookers. Yet, in front of the children, there was an intentional effort to tone down the sharp remarks. I don't know. He hasn't come to school these past few days. Upon saying this, a strange look crossed XiaoMan's face. Sakura, it's time to go home. Harino Sho called from outside the door. Oh, all right. Sakura gathered her belongings. Let's go, XiaoMan. XiaoMan shook her head. I have something to attend to. You go ahead. Very well. After they departed, XiaoMan lingered for a moment before leaving the ward. She inquired about Sasuke's whereabouts and arrived at his hospital room, abruptly halting in her tracks. Is the Uchiha orphan still in our hospital? Yes, just 6 years old, still so small. Poor child, a few medical staff whispered in the corridor, expressing sympathy for Sasuke's plight. Sasuke sat with his back to her, gazing out at the empty blue sky, the sunlight seemingly failing to touch him, his frail silhouette exuding an aura of desolation. Surely, he could hear their words, she thought. She stared at his back for a long time. No one knew what XiaoMan was thinking. Finally, she stepped inside, placing the books on a nearby table, softly murmuring, Here, I return these to you. Thank you. He did not turn around, remaining silent, like a statue. XiaoMan departed. The next time XiaoMan saw Sasuke was several days later. Kiba, he called out to her on the road. XiaoMan turned back, her expression one of expectation. Let's have another match. Give it your all against me. His voice was slightly hoarse, his complexion pale, dark circles under his eyes indicating he had not had a proper night's sleep in quite some time. After a moment's consideration, XiaoMan replied, Come back after you've rested. Now, you needn't hold back. Unleash your full strength. He fixed his gaze upon XiaoMan, his dark eyes revealing a stubborn determination. XiaoMan blinked, her eyes dry. All right. The two made their way to the Uchiha clan grounds, with Sasuke leading the way. XiaoMan surveyed the surroundings, then lowered her gaze. Here, there was not a soul left. XiaoMan had encountered a style and fashion magazines known as Dreamcore, where once a thriving community had now turned desolate. Yet, the echoes of laughter from yesteryears seemed to linger in the air, making one question whether they were still dreaming. Night would no longer bring the long-awaited reunions. Solitude now confronted her, akin to having had a lengthy dream from which she was reluctant to awaken, eyes closed, savoring the experience, paralyzed in monotony and loneliness. The two arrived at the former training grounds of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke halted, turning around. XiaoMan assumed a serious expression, forming a confrontational seal with him. A battle was imminent. Sasuke struck first, hurling a shuriken at XiaoMan with such force that it was evident he held nothing back. XiaoMan tilted her head to evade, stepping back a pace, propelling herself off a wooden post, leaping with urgency to land on Sasuke's shoulder. A sharp pain radiated from his shoulder as he gritted his teeth, swinging the shuriken towards XiaoMan's leg. Yet, XiaoMan was swifter, gracefully soaring over him, landing deftly on the ground. Sasuke charged forward once more, his straight punch tearing through the air, but XiaoMan deftly sidestepped again. He swiftly transitioned to an elbow strike, but she surprisingly met it with the palm of her hand. Sasuke's offensive maneuver was restrained, prompting him to alter his approach once more, yet each attempt was deftly thwarted by XiaoMan. Although their exchanges were markedly more frequent than before, Sasuke sensed that she was not exerting her full strength. She merely evaded his attacks, never retaliating. Focus, he exclaimed, fury igniting within him, driving him to intensify his assault. Each strike growing fiercer, surpassing the cruelty expected of someone his age. He was not only pressuring XiaoMan, but also himself. XiaoMan frowned slightly, unarmed. She relied on her own body as her weapon. Retreating to a corner, she summoned her energy and propelled a water tank. typically used by ordinary clan members for practicing fire techniques, towards Sasuke. Employing her self-developed technique, she infused her energy onto her body's exterior, manipulating the objects she touched to move in a designated direction, albeit still unable to control larger items. Sasuke's fury culminated in a powerful strike that shattered the tank, sending shards flying like shrapnel, obscuring his vision with a spray of water droplets. His pupils contracted sharply as XiaoMan appeared before him with her second technique, delivering a kick that struck him squarely on the crown of his head, sending him crashing against the training ground's wall. The immense pain did not render him unconscious. Instead, he remained on the ground, his eyes bloodshot with confusion and rage. Why am I so weak? Why can't I stop any of this from happening? Why am I powerless? He gasped for breath, nearly collapsing under the weight of despair. Stand up. He lifted his gaze to find XiaoMan towering over him, the daylight illuminating half of her face, while the other half remained shrouded in shadow. Her lips were pressed into a straight line, her eyes reflecting calmness and indifference. I did not agree to this out of pity for you. Sasuke stiffened. His previously unfocused eyes sharpened with a hint of wounded pride and stubborn anger as he fixed his gaze upon XiaoMan. Unfazed by the wounded creature before her, XiaoMan maintained her icy demeanor, commanding him with an unwavering tone, colder and heavier than before. If you are not dead yet, rise and continue fighting me. The blood in Sasuke's eyes intensified as he stared into her sea-blue gaze, as if attempting to peer beneath the surface to discern the hidden iceberg below. Bowing his head, he shakily rose from the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his dark hair obscuring his vision. Summoning the last remnants of his strength, he charged at XiaoMan in a nearly self-destructive manner, propelled by a spirit of mutual destruction as he approached her. Twisting his body, he funneled all his rotational force, his momentum, and the final vestiges of energy extracted from his very bones into a singular, powerful punch aimed at XiaoMan's face. He did not witness the outcome of that blow. After executing the act that shattered his own limits, he succumbed to unconsciousness. But instead of collapsing onto the cold ground, he fell into an embrace scented with oranges. The training ground lay in disarray, a shallow imprint of his form visible against the wall. XiaoMan sighed, placing his hand upon her shoulder, assisting him back indoors. When Sasuke awoke again, he found himself in his bed at home, the dawn of a new day breaking. He had not slept so soundly in ages. His wounds had been simply bandaged, and the air was filled with the aroma of medicinal herbs, indicating that someone had tended to his injuries. For several days, whenever he closed his eyes, haunting images of that bloody night replayed in his mind. The echoes of his clan's screams, his mother's calls, and Itachi's final words reverberating in his ears. Morning sunlight streamed through the window, accompanied by the melodic chirping of birds, revealing a vibrant expanse of greenery outside. Did she bring him back? Sasuke's thoughts drifted back to the previous day. His labored breaths reverberated through the silent training ground. That figure stood against the light, looking down at him. Her gaze held no pity, no mockery. He could not decipher its meaning. All he knew was that under the scrutiny of those oceanic eyes, he unleashed every ounce of his strength for that final strike. Yet, less than half a second after he threw that punch, the strength supporting his entire being ebbed away like a receding tide, his taut muscles slackening. And he swiftly lost consciousness. Had that punch been caught by her, the battle had ended so swiftly once more. He felt utterly defeated. What was this? Sasuke's attention was suddenly drawn to an object on the table, a bundle of herbal remedies, neatly packaged in small bags, exuding a refreshing fragrance. Beneath the bundle lay a card, which he picked up and read word by word. Place under your pillow before sleep to soothe the mind and aid slumber. The elegant script was familiar. He had previously compared it to her exam paper word for word. The content was succinct, even somewhat cold in tone. He momentarily lost his voice. Was this left by her? Why would she do such a thing? Before the battle, he had repeatedly questioned himself. Why was he the only one to survive? The brother he adored had annihilated his closest kin, effortlessly obliterating their cherished memories, leaving him in this desolate clan territory, haunted by the lingering scent of blood and plagued by insomnia and nightmares. Why had Itachi done this? What was he to do? Should he heed Itachi's words and seek vengeance, providing solace to the souls of his fallen clan? Or should he briefly forget it all, awaiting the Reaper's return on some dark night to claim the life that was meant to have perished long ago? He did not know. He felt too feeble, Before Itachi's strength, he was merely a worm, crushed at any moment. He even found himself questioning why Itachi did not simply kill him, why he did not allow him to perish in the terror and flight of that night. He sought out Kiba, yet he was uncertain why he wished to challenge her again. If he won, he still would not know what to do next. If he lost, he might choose to end his life, unable to conquer even his peers. Could he truly seek revenge against the man who decimated his clan? Yet there she stood before him, her eyes gazing down upon him. She told him she did not engage him out of pity. He had witnessed enough sympathetic and pained gazes in recent days, each person looking at him as if to repeatedly remind him that he lacked the capability to avenge his clan, that he could only passively endure the agony Itachi inflicted upon him. But now, someone was telling him he did not require sympathy. He must rise. He must stand and continue to fight until death. Even in the face of certain demise, he must seek revenge against Itachi, standing tall even in death. Itachi's words echoed once more in his mind, yet this time, his heart bore less agony and despair. From this moment forth, he would transform all his past anguish, sorrow, and fear into a seething hatred. He would take the life of the person he once cherished most and now despised, spilling his blood upon the sacred grounds of the Uchiha clan to honor the vengeful spirits of the deceased. His gaze fixed intently on the note before him. She did not pity him, nor did she attempt to soothe his wounds. Instead, with an air of coldness that bore a hint of humiliation, she instructed him on what he must do now, to survive, to grow stronger, and then to exact revenge upon Uchiha Itachi. A distorted sense of acknowledgement surged within his heart. He clenched the bundle of herbs tightly. The ancient yet pristine fabric felt softer than he had imagined, imbued with a barely perceptible warmth, warmed by the touch of life. This was not mere charity. It felt more like a precious gift bestowed upon him. Sasuke could not suppress a faint tug at the corners of his mouth. Since that fateful event, a shroud of gloom had enveloped him, yet now, a glimmer of light broke through the dark clouds. The content abruptly ceased here, and without a second thought, Sasuke flipped the page, a smile that could hardly be called a smile gracing his face. Beside him was a hastily drawn panda, wearing a cheeky expression and defiantly raising its middle finger. In that moment, clarity washed over Sasuke. What was this? The previous sentiment of emotion vanished without a trace, replaced by a surge of fury and an unwavering determination to defeat this insufferable foe. Himaya. Chapter 22. Viewing. Part 4. Isn't this an illusion? In the desolate space, gazing at the blood-soaked clan grounds, Sasuke finally recognized the flaw in his understanding. How could it be an illusion? If it were a mirage fulfilling desires, Naruto would be living with the fourth Hokage and his wife. Uchiha Obito would be with Rin and Kakashi. The Uchiha clan would not have been annihilated, and that girl named Himaya would surely remain with her parents, seeing his younger self, a mere shell of existence. A flicker of pain and disdain flashed across Sasuke's eyes, a loathing for the once weak version of himself. When the girl's cold yet powerful words pierced through the heavens, a strange emotion flickered within his Sharingan. No one had ever said to him, "I did not agree to this out of pity for you." He fell into silence. Upon reading the note that bore a chilling directive and a reminder to practice more, Sasuke was momentarily stunned. It was a stark contrast to any expected sentimental or sympathetic follow-up. Those few words were blunt and direct, yet they radiated a peculiar sense of strength. Gazing at his own reflection in the heavens, the weight and pain he had borne since the night of his clan's massacre were suddenly alleviated by an absurd sense of ease. Why? Sasuke keenly sensed that this girl was no mere illusion, a sweet mirage conjured by deception, nor a hypocrite dispensing sympathy. Did she understand darkness, confront pain, and even compel others to face their core truths in a more brutal manner? He recalled her previous remarks filled with disappointment toward ninjas. Was she a flicker of hope for reform? Did she see the future of the ninja world at such a young age? But as the Sasuke in the heavens realized that he would die standing, he slowly closed his eyes. The desolate space was engulfed in silence, save for the sound of his heavy breathing. Naruto, witnessing the stirring of his dear friend, refrained from disturbing him. It said that illusions are mere fabrications? A soft, weary snort escaped Sasuke's throat, laden with fatigue and deeper obstinacy. Pure Land. Indeed, it has come. Senju Tobirama merely snorted, furrowing his brow, while Senju Hashirama appeared even more affected. Minato sighed. When he was alive, the Uchiha still had a chance to integrate into Konoha. After his death, The rift between the Uchiha clan and Konoha deepened, becoming irreparable. Yet, regardless of the reasons and grievances, to wield a blade against defenseless women and children was the most fundamental betrayal of comrades and village ideals. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a profound shame before his mentor. As such events unfolded under his governance, the third Raikage, A, could only express disbelief. Why had matters devolved so drastically among those who were supposed to be allies? Even if comrades fought fiercely, it would only result in incapacitation, followed by compensation for their care. Yet here, an entire clan was slaughtered, leaving a mere child who had yet to graduate from Ninja Academy? Was this how a great ninja village resolved internal conflicts, resorting to nocturnal massacres of innocents? Did they lack the courage for a straightforward challenge? A's voice boomed with indignation. He had once faced an enemy force of 10,000 alone during the Third Great Ninja War to protect his comrades, enduring 3 days and nights of relentless battle before succumbing to exhaustion. Such fratricide, particularly against the weak and infirm, was utterly despicable to him. Kisame chuckled derisively. What was this nonsense about doing it for the village? It was merely offloading the dirty work of internal cleansing onto children brainwashed by that so-called will of fire. They, in the land of water, would never engage in such practices. They lacked even the will of water. Due to the briefness of his revival, he had yet to learn of the events within the blood mist. All gazes eventually settled, somewhat nebulously, upon Uchiha Itachi, yet he remained indifferent, fixated on the screen. It was not until Sasuke in the heavens struck the ground in anguish, issuing a profound inquiry, that Itachi's body imperceptibly trembled, as if struck by an invisible force. Uchiha Itachi abruptly closed his eyes, yet the images were deeply etched into his soul. The immense pain and guilt threatened to shatter his usual icy facade. He pressed his lips together tightly, remaining silent, though his aura had grown cold and oppressive to the extreme. Witnessing Sasuke's despondence, his challenges, and his devastating defeat, Itachi's heart tightened painfully. When Sasuke was mercilessly struck down by the girl, his fingers instinctively curled as if he sought to support the fallen figure from afar. Only upon seeing the note with its cold instructions did Uchiha Itachi, the man burdened by darkness, allow the corners of his mouth to lift ever so slightly. A rare and faint semblance of a smile that encompassed a myriad of complex emotions, absurd relief, heavy gratitude. Even though Sasuke still chose to seek vengeance against him. A plan he had orchestrated, witnessing Sasuke emerge from their timeline sooner, embracing companionship earlier, filled him with genuine comfort. Whether he persisted in revenge or chose to abandon it, he merely hoped that there existed a timeline in which Sasuke could find his own happiness and live a life of tranquility. After watching this episode, the world erupted, and then the Otsutsuki mistakenly selected the abandoned Earth as a nursery. In any case, Jinri was deeply moved after watching this episode. What? This isn't a slice of life show, is it? Why is there talk of genocide? Well, although it's understood that a 7-year-old child like XiaoMan lacks the capacity to prevent such a tragedy, witnessing the night of the massacre still took everyone by surprise. Moreover, one may ponder why XiaoMan uttered such callous words before the beleaguered Sasuke. Although XiaoMan had previously exhibited a semblance of indifference in front of Naruto, she predominantly embodies the traits of a sunny and endearing young girl. Fortunately, during her training with Kai, her character has returned, unlike the previous episode. In her second form, she emanates a distinct aura, while in her third form, she possesses an aloof and merciless demeanor, entirely due to the influence of her master, compelling her to submit. One should refrain from speaking in such an unsettling manner. Now, let us delve into XiaoMan's origins. It seems she may have spoken those words to Sasuke as a reflection of her own experiences. Which characters of the same age as the original work could surpass XiaoMan? L631. Enough of the chatter. Have you watched the latest episode? Even with his awakened eyes, Sasuke ultimately finds himself pinned to the ground. Reply. He has awakened, but can his body truly bear the burden? Was he not incapacitated prior to awakening? L632. Sasuke's adept use of the Sharingan only emerged after Team 7 was formed. He cannot possibly surpass the protagonist at this stage. Apologies. I seem to have come to the wrong place. Speculations on XiaoMan's background and abilities. L107. I believe the situation is more complex than it appears. While ninjas are generally precocious, XiaoMan seems excessively mature. L108. Could it be a reincarnation? Reply. The official stance is that she is a native of this world. An alternate dimensional counterpart, merely advanced in her development. Did not Itachi Uchiha contemplate life at the tender age of 5? L109. Perhaps it stems from having undergone similar hardships. Her parents passed away early, and she harbors disdain for the hero archetype, which bears resemblance to Boruto. L110. A golden-haired, blue-eyed prodigy indeed resembles Boruto. L111. Have we forgotten the narratives surrounding Danzo and Hiruzen? Was it not stated that the village owes her a debt and must compensate her? Otherwise, why not capture her? A descendant of the Uchiha clan and a host for the Nine Tails? Reply. Even if it is compensation, there seems no need to involve a Jinchuriki. Could it be that their interaction is by design? Reply. Let us not delve into conspiracy theories for a slice of life episode. Reply. How is this conspiracy theory? Is it not Sarutobi Hiruzen? Subsequently, a heated argument ensued over the conspiracy theories. It appears to hold little value. Ainley, somewhat exasperated, exited the forum. What has transpired regarding the leaked footage? At the ORAE headquarters, in the laboratory, AC stood with her hands clasped behind her. Miss AC, we have yet to determine the cause of the leak, but we have observed both worlds. The researcher explained urgently. After that esteemed individual withdrew from the forefront. She has become their most formidable superior. Though still quite young, she wields her authority with remarkable ruthlessness. One of the worlds is completely isolated, rendering observation impossible. The researcher inhaled deeply. I believe the essence of this world differs from World A. At least there are disparities in hierarchy, making it difficult to observe. Hence we have refrained from naming it. The other world, however, exhibits a strong correlation with the universe we have observed as Universe A, potentially originating from the same source. As if one is split from the other. We have designated this world as Universe B and conducted our probes. We discovered that this world appears to be embroiled in civil strife, and it is not the war instigated by Madara Uchiha and Obito Uchiha within the original box. He paused slightly and summoned a massive screen. It was him. Upon seeing the individual on the screen, AC's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 23. Origins. How could such a vast clan vanish overnight? XiaoMan sat on the wall of the Uchiha clan's training ground, swinging her legs and pondering aimlessly. Sasuke had already succumbed to unconsciousness and lay asleep. She had initially intended to watch over him at his bedside, but he kept murmuring in his sleep about his brother and mother, which irked XiaoMan, prompting her to return home and place the soothing incense she had made for her insomnia on his bedside. Now he seemed more at ease. However, XiaoMan found herself plagued by doubts due to his earlier murmurs. Why did Itachi Uchiha ruthlessly annihilate his clan while sparing his brother? How could such a monumental event go unnoticed by the Hokage? The Uchiha clan comprised not only civilians, but numerous ninjas. Could they not have reacted to the impending crisis? Was there no one to alert the guards? XiaoMan felt an overwhelming sense of suspicion surrounding the entire affair, though she was not one to meddle in others' business. This incident stirred up some unpleasant memories. Unable to arrive at a conclusion, she made her way to the riverbank, tore open a bag of dried fish, and awaited the arrival of a curious cat. The aroma wafted enticingly. Sure enough, an orange truck emerged from the underbrush. Oh, why is it, you little rascal? Wenwen noticed the golden-haired pup sitting by the riverbank. Would you like some dried fish? XiaoMan teased, holding up a piece of the fish between her fingers. No, I don't want any. Wenwen turned his head away. Last time, his compliance with XiaoMan due to the fish had caused him to lose face among the stray cats. And now they regarded him with disdain. What was wrong with enjoying a piece of fish? Cats live for food. Are you really not interested? XiaoMan pried open his mouth and shoved a piece inside. Here, have one. Eh? This little rascal is so kind. Wenwen mused, if I eat this dried fish, I won't bother with what he said anymore. What a naive little brat. Wenwen quickly devoured the piece of dried fish, raising his head to look at XiaoMan. Have you finished? She asked, grinning. Then it's my turn. She placed the dried fish in her mouth, squinting her eyes slightly as she savored it, revealing an expression of enjoyment. Delicious. The aroma of salt and pepper wafted freely from the bag, filling his nostrils and stimulating his taste buds, while the lingering flavor of the dried fish heightened the sensation. Just tell me what I want to know, and this entire bag is yours. I'll think about it. Although he was uncertain about what this little rascal wished to inquire, her willingness to tempt him with dried fish indicated it was no trivial matter. However, faced with such temptation, he found it difficult to resist. All right, XiaoMan interrupted him, shaking her head. It seems I can only part with half a bag at most. What? Wasn't it a whole bag just now? Seems like I'm not that interested anymore. Half a bag it is. Still, I am rather reluctant, so 20 pieces. What? That's far too few. Scarcity enhances value. If you don't accept, then it shall be 10 pieces. Fine, 20 pieces it is. Wenhua conceded. Excellent, come here. The orange truck settled on her lap, and XiaoMan stroked its hood. Was there not a long-standing conflict between the Uchiha clan and the higher-ups of Konoha? The Uchiha clan, the foremost noble family of Konoha, could not have met its demise without internal machinations from Konoha's elite. Wenhua's previous demeanor of joy in eating stiffened. You, a mere child. What business do you have with such matters? Just speak, XiaoMan replied calmly and evenly. Yet Wenhua inexplicably felt a surge of anxiety. The tale must begin with the Nine-Tails incident 7 years ago. 7 years ago, a creature known as the Nine-Tails was allegedly manipulated by a member of the Uchiha clan, wreaking havoc in Konoha. Many witnessed the Sharingan mark within the Nine-Tails' eyes, and from that point onward, the discord between the Uchiha and Konoha began to fester. After the Night of the Nine-Tails, the Uchiha clan relocated to the outskirts of the village, distancing themselves from the center. And it is said that they are under constant surveillance, though I have never witnessed it myself. In recent years, the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha clan has seen moments of improvement. For instance, a few years ago, the Uchiha prodigy Shursui, despite being an Uchiha himself, inherited the will of the second Hokage's disciple, Uchiha Kagami, striving to resolve the conflicts between Konoha and the Uchiha through peaceful means, prioritizing the welfare of the village. However, 1 year ago, unable to bear the pressure from both the village and his own clan, Shursui took his own life, leading to an escalation of hostilities between the two parties. Rumors have circulated that the Uchiha clan harbors intentions of rebellion. The one who directly initiated the clan extermination was Uchiha Itachi, the eldest son of the clan leader and the brother of the surviving child. He had once served as a guard for the third Hokage, but I suspect this act was not merely a directive from the third Hokage. XiaoMan continued to stroke the cat gently, her gaze drifting into emptiness. I understand. You and that surviving child are contemporaries, and it would be wise not to divulge these matters to him. Firstly, there are certainly deeper secrets behind this situation, of which I have only a vague understanding. Although our clan has commercial ties with the Uchiha, the elders advise us to refrain from inquiring into or interfering with Uchiha affairs. Moreover, I imagine he is still engulfed in hatred, unable to take revenge on his brother. The higher-ups in Konoha are within reach. Informing him of this will only exacerbate his animosity without altering the outcome, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. I understand. She has no intention of revealing this to Sasuke, partly because this is his personal vendetta, which he should not be aware of in such detail. And secondly, even if he were to learn the truth, it is uncertain how a person in emotional turmoil would react. Would he storm the Hokage's office and end up imprisoned by the guards now under the Hokage's command? XiaoMan was not surprised by the underlying reasons for this incident. In her eyes, the higher-ups of Konoha are indeed capable of such actions. The entire clan extermination event could not have occurred without their complicity. Uchiha Itachi alone could not have executed the massacre under the third Hokage's watchful eye and left so effortlessly. It was merely a case of using another's hand to commit murder. She simply could not comprehend the purpose of such slaughter. What was the struggle truly protecting? Peace? Stability? Or merely the ambitions of a select few? The village? The common folk? Or those hidden in the shadows? Such meaningless strife leaves behind a chaotic aftermath, ultimately placing the burden on a child still in school. Hey kid, Wenhua poked her leg. It's best if you steer clear of matters like these. Ninjas are creatures of this sort. If you dislike such things, abandon the path of a ninja and refrain from meddling in these affairs. He spoke with an air of maturity. Being a civilian, basking in the sun, sleeping, and enjoying dried fish is not a bad life. As long as there is an abundance of dried fish, with Wenhua around, no one in Konoha can bully you. Is that so, Wenhua? XiaoMan scratched the cat's fur, causing Wenhua to squirm and break free from her embrace. Ungrateful little brat. Humph, next time, even if you beg me to help, I won't agree. With that, he angrily walked away. Isn't there supposed to be surveillance from the third Hokage at this time? Isn't that rather dangerous? A bug? Surely, Suki wouldn't make such a mistake. In the wasteland, Uchiha Sasuke touched the Kusanagi sword, striving to suppress his emotions. She, an outsider, could grasp the truth of the night of the massacre so swiftly, while he had spent 10 years lost in confusion and anguish before arriving at an answer. He gazed at the heavens. He could not demand the truth from someone who was not even a friend, as she bore no obligation to disclose it. Yet, he wondered if knowing the truth sooner would have altered the current outcome. Chapter 24. 59 is my lucky number. Why is this child still asleep? Irika, standing at the podium, cast an annoyed glance at XiaoMan, who seemed to be in a deep slumber, much like Shikamaru. He sighed, XiaoMan, please wake up and answer this question. Before Sakura, seated beside her, could nudge her, XiaoMan sluggishly rose, rubbing her eyes. She stood, still not fully awake. Irika internally criticized her lack of alertness. The answer is 59. XiaoMan's voice was still laced with sleepiness. Let me see your answer. You actually got it right? Irika stared in disbelief at the student who had evidently just been asleep. Could you please explain why it's 59? XiaoMan scratched her head, I guessed. 59 is my lucky number. Sasuke rolled his eyes and set down his pen. Last time, when XiaoMan shared dried fish with him, she claimed that 17 was her lucky number. Choji, unusually contemplative, was not munching on snacks. Of course, he wasn't paying attention in class either, as he had made plans with XiaoMan to exchange treats after class. This left him sitting idly, while XiaoMan caught up on her sleep, due to seating arrangements. Shikamaru and Naruto were quite far from him. Hey, just sit down, Irika resignedly instructed her. In the history class, the Ninetales incident that erupted 6 years ago was recounted, detailing how the heroic 4th Hokage sacrificed himself to seal the Ninetales fox. The bespectacled teacher, Tanaka, recited from his textbook, oblivious to the hushed whispers of the students below. Naruto felt the weight of everyone's gaze upon him. In the past, he might have leapt out to create chaos, attempting to prove himself as the embodiment of the mischievous fox spirit, pretending to be unfazed by the rumors. However, now he did not wish to act that way. In truth, it was painful to witness the fear and disdain reflected in others' eyes. XiaoMan had told him that if he felt sorrowful, he should not force a smile. Acknowledging his sadness was perfectly acceptable, for no one truly cared about their pretense. Is this segment really going to be recorded? After all, it concerns many who experienced it firsthand. It would be impossible not to mention it. The 3rd Hokage re-emerged, directing personnel to evacuate, and amidst the chaos, numerous heroes emerged, including those among us. The teacher finally noticed the disturbances around him, lifting his gaze just in time to catch XiaoMan daydreaming by the window. Even when discussing your parents' matters, you appear so inattentive, lost in thought. Truly hopeless. Yamiyo, please answer. XiaoMan obediently stood, though her indifferent expression betrayed her inner thoughts. What is the name of the 4th Hokage? Namake's Minato. XiaoMan's eyes remained dull as she spoke. And what other heroes emerged during this chaos? The teacher pressed. 3rd Hokage's wife, Sarutobi Bawako, Jonin Akimichi Torafu, Jonin Yuhi Kurenai. And who else? He demanded. Have you forgotten your own parents' names? He slammed the book on the podium, exclaiming, after class, report to my office. As he left, the bell rang, and Tanaka stormed out of the classroom. XiaoMan is the child of that couple, the students murmured. No wonder her surname is Yamiyo. So her parents are heroes? On the day when Naruto shared ramen with Irika-sensei, he had mentioned something that Naruto did not take to heart at the time. A sudden wave of melancholy washed over him. He had always thought he was akin to XiaoMan, yet XiaoMan's parents were heroes, while he was regarded as the son of the nine-tailed fox. Of course, his friendship with XiaoMan had not originated from their similarities. Although XiaoMan did not reject him for being a fox spirit, would others harbor disdain for her? The child of a hero from the Nine-Tails chaos, for associating with him? Naruto felt a twinge of uncertainty. Sakura, however, was unconcerned with such matters. She merely noticed that XiaoMan was out of sorts, her mood lately having soured, and she was not attentive in class. She cast a worried glance at XiaoMan. You're in trouble. The teacher looks quite angry, she remarked. After XiaoMan sat down, Shikamaru, who had long known her background, spoke up. Well, it's not like you can call any parents. XiaoMan shrugged nonchalantly. She had mastered the art of her own dark humor. Shikamaru was momentarily taken aback, finding it absurd to joke about such matters as if they were not his own. You, of all people in the office, Tanaka-sensei glared at XiaoMan, exclaiming, Himino XiaoMan, you are far too lax. You don't pay attention in class. What future do you expect? How can you aspire to be a ninja like this? He slammed his hand on the desk. XiaoMan's eyes were vacant. She let the words flow in one ear and out the other, refraining from retorting for fear of aggravating the old man. Her gaze suddenly fell upon a document on Irika-sensei's desk. Naruto's identity information? Was his birthday indeed on the day of the Nine-Tails incident? It seemed to coincide with these days. Just then, Irika entered and noticed XiaoMan being chastised by Tanaka-sensei, and inwardly thought it was not good. Tanaka-sensei, allow me to speak, he approached. Irika, you need to properly educate your students. It seems they've all picked up bad habits from that fox spirit. Tanaka-sensei stormed out in a huff. XiaoMan, have you been feeling down lately? You can talk to me, Irika advised as he sat beside her. It's nothing, sensei. Have you recently befriended Naruto? I'm not trying to meddle. I just think that Naruto is a very lonely child, and I believe that someone like you, who is willing to befriend him, must possess a kind and responsible heart. XiaoMan had already surmised that Naruto possessed some special identity. Otherwise, he would not have received Kakashi's protection or surveillance and the special attention of the third Hokage. She believed that Naruto's ability to engage in mischief without facing repercussions was due to the fact that he had already pulled off numerous pranks without punishment. After all, he was still a child, with Kakashi always trailing behind him. The third Hokage giving him pocket money only solidified her suspicions regarding the old man's attitude towards Naruto. A flicker of light danced in her eyes as she thought of the old man's demeanor, eventually stating, "My friendship with Naruto is not born out of pity, nor do I feel obligated to befriend him. That is not my intent." Irika quickly waved his hands in protest. XiaoMan locked eyes with him and continued, "It is simply because I wish to do so." She paused, recalling his expression during class that day. "I apologize, sensei, but I have no intentions of becoming a ninja, nor do I possess the qualities to be one. Your parents are heroes of the village. As for heroism, I have no interest in pursuing that path. I am merely a coward who fears death, selfish and timid, with a desire for pleasure. I harbor no aspirations for self-sacrifice for others. I'm sorry, Irika-sensei. Please do not waste your energy on me. Focus your thoughts on students more deserving of your attention, like Uchiha-kun. He may need your care even more." XiaoMan stood up. "Goodbye, Irika-sensei. I must return to class." She bid him farewell politely. Sighing as he watched XiaoMan's small yet upright figure, Irika lamented inwardly. The third Hokage had once advised him to guide XiaoMan, to instill in her the resolve and courage to dedicate herself to the village, akin to her parents. It seemed now, alas, that Irika sighed once more in his heart. As for XiaoMan, she had already made her decision. After the tragedy that befell the Uchiha clan, her resolve had only solidified. She would never become a ninja. The very notion of the ninja system, or the entire ninja world, was grotesque to her. No matter the reasoning, the slaughter of those she held dear was unfathomable. She merely wished to protect those close to her, let the sky fall, allowing those who aspired to be heroes to bear the burden. In the wasteland of thoughts, Naruto pressed his lips together. Had XiaoMan already uncovered the secrets of the Uchiha clan? Would the next revelation pertain to her own origins? If she were to discover that she once was the fox spirit that ravaged the village, would she distance herself from him? If she were to uncover the truth, would she directly confide in him? He himself had only come to terms with his past upon meeting his father. In this world, could he find solace again? Chapter 25. The absurd truth. Yet XiaoMan was puzzled. Why did Tanaka-sensei, a chunin, believe in the so-called tales of Naruto as the fox spirit? Was this not merely a rumor? Suddenly recalling her earlier observations, XiaoMan realized that Naruto's birthday indeed fell on the day of the Nine-Tails incident. But he was not the only child born that day. Why was he the only one labeled as the fox spirit? Contemplating this, XiaoMan could no longer remain seated. Seizing the opportunity while the teacher was engaged in lecture, she gracefully leaped through the window and landed on the ground. She was determined to seek out the ninja cats. By the riverside, the cats were convening. One who arose, raising his paws high. "Esteemed members, we must resist the oppression of the wicked human children. How could a mere trifling favor bend our noble ninja cat clan to submission? What are you on about?" XiaoMan suddenly appeared behind him, startling Wenhua into a defensive stance, his fur standing on end. "Hey, wicked human child, don't just appear behind cats like that. Does my presence hinder your speech?" XiaoMan seated herself on the ground, producing a bag of dried fish, beckoning. "Come here, I want to ask you something." "Not a chance. The evil human child shall not use another bag of fish to coerce me into doing your bidding. I already told you that the matters of my clan are forbidden knowledge for ninja cats. Besides, didn't I tell you to stop asking such questions? 2 bags. My clan consists of my beloved friends and brothers. I shall never divulge any information regarding my clan. 4 bags. Wenhua slid down to the ground, conceding, "Very well. I shall speak freely. How generous of you today, when last time you were haggling." Reluctantly, The illustrious Wenhua had no choice but to strategically compromise. The stray cat behind them, though silent, would have undoubtedly voiced its disdain, and the expressions of the onlooking cats were already tinged with contempt. How much do you know about the Ninetales incident? Wenhua hesitated. That was a long time ago. I was but a small kitten then. However, I have heard the elders of my clan speak about it. It was a dreadful night. It is said that a mysterious individual controlled the legendary nine-tailed fox, wreaking havoc upon the village, causing immense destruction. During those days, the village was preoccupied with some reasons for mobilizing defenses, the guards seemingly stationed outside. Thus, the fox appeared suddenly, laying waste to the village. Moreover, I have previously mentioned that the Ninetales bore the shape of the Sharingan in its eyes, and that mysterious individual is believed to belong to the Uchiha clan. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, bravely stood against the enigmatic foe and, with his life, sealed the Ninetales fox. The sealing technique, as explained by the clan leader, was known as the Reaper Death Seal, which essentially required a life in exchange for another. One who flicked his tail, uncertain about these matters. Does Konoha possess such formidable sealing techniques? It was indeed the Uzumaki clan, former allies of Konoha, renowned for their expertise in sealing arts. However, they seem to have perished several decades ago. Uzumaki. XiaoMan raised an eyebrow, feeling she was nearing the truth. Were there no other elite ninjas present that day? I cannot say for certain, but it is peculiar that Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin and the Fourth's master, along with his disciple, Kakashi Hitaki, were absent during his sacrifice. Kakashi is the fourth disciple? Yes. Despite knowing him for so long, she had never heard him mention this. However, she was not one to pry into others' identities. Understood, thank you. XiaoMan retrieved 2 bags of dried fish from her pack, promising to bring the rest at their next meeting. Meow, do come again. Wenhua grinned widely, only to stiffen suddenly upon noticing the incredulous expressions of the other cats due to his flattery. Hey, let me explain. Don't leave yet. Our meeting is not yet concluded. Seeing the disdainful gazes of the ninja cats, Wenhua turned back, only to find XiaoMan had vanished without a trace. He sighed. Such a stubborn child. Regardless, he had attempted to persuade her. XiaoMan pondered as she passed the library. A sudden inspiration struck her, and she headed straight to the borrowing area. She searched the shelves and came across a notebook titled Chronicles of the Ninja Winds, authored by the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. Where is the Uzumaki clan? XiaoMan quickly flipped through the pages and found the name. The Uzumaki clan resided in the land of whirlpools. Located in the eastern part of the Fire Country, masters of powerful sealing techniques, their members distinguished by their fiery red hair. The clan leader, Uzumaki Kushina, married the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, forging an unbreakable alliance between the two families. In the 39th year of Konoha, the village hidden in the mist initiated military action, followed by the rock and cloud villages, leaving Konoha unable to timely assist the Uzumaki clan. The clan was besieged, ultimately leading to their annihilation, with their sealing techniques being divided among several nations. A small number of Uzumaki ninjas managed to escape, wandering into other villages, including one who settled in Konoha. Uzumaki. Indeed. She was correct in her assumptions. XiaoMan closed the book, her mind forming a complete conjecture. The Reaper Death Seal and similar techniques were from the Uzumaki clan. And Konoha had an Uzumaki ninja, the fourth Hokage, who used the clan's techniques to seal the Ninetales within his son, Naruto Uzumaki. Thus, it explained why Naruto became an orphan, bore the Uzumaki surname, and was regarded as the son of the demon fox. Ordinary villagers remained unaware of the fourth sealing process and the relationship between the Uzumaki clan and Konoha, leading them to harbor disdain for Naruto, who could be considered a hero of the village. As Naruto walked through the streets, his stomach growled with hunger. He had yet to buy groceries, and the familiar store was too far to walk to, so he decided to try purchasing from a nearby shop instead. However, today he clearly sensed a sorrowful aura among the people around him, with some adults casting looks of overt disdain toward him, their fear more palpable than ever. Ultimately, Naruto did not buy any groceries, but he mustered his spirits and resolved to treat himself to ramen. Since he had learned to cook, he had been saving money each month, enough to indulge in ramen. Huh, is the shop closed? Naruto gazed in disbelief at the Ichiraku ramen shop sign indicating it was not open for business. Does this mean he had to settle for instant noodles? Ever since XiaoMan taught him to cook, he hadn't eaten instant noodles in quite some time. With a heavy heart, He wandered to a grocery store and unexpectedly stumbled upon the shop run by outsiders that XiaoMan had mentioned, which was currently hosting an event, a ramen eating contest. The challenge was to consume as much ramen as possible within a specified time. The prize was a whole box of limited edition special ramen. Naruto's eyes lit up. Surely, it must be delicious. It had been ages since he had indulged in instant noodles. But just as a person who hasn't eaten instant noodles for a while would consider it a feast, he felt his appetite awaken. Moreover, he had discovered during his last visit to XiaoMan's that she had stocked an entire box of instant noodles, clearly someone who also had her lazy moments in the kitchen. But XiaoMan had likely never tasted this particular ramen. He was determined to win the grand prize and share it with her. She would surely be delighted. And perhaps it would quell her anger over the Demon Fox incident. Despite being only a few months older, XiaoMan always acted so mature. He wanted to prove to her that he was also quite grown up. Since the outsiders would not reject him, Naruto gathered his courage and squeezed into the crowd. However, being quite short, he was easily overlooked by the event organizers. Frustrated, he stood on his tiptoes, but still found himself lost in the throng. He jumped up and down, trying to catch attention. Yet, the adults holding children formed a solid wall, trapping him in the middle. Naruto's face contorted in pain reminiscent of pains, but with one last burst of effort, he finally broke through to the front and pounded the table, exclaiming, "I want to sign up." "Huh, little boy? Do you wish to enter the contest?" The organizer bent down, speaking kindly. "Yes," Naruto replied with confidence. "And where are your parents?" "Parents?" Naruto froze, blinking as words caught in his throat. Indeed, the organizer pointed toward the backdrop, stating, "This is a parent-child contest." Parent-child contest? Naruto felt as though a bucket of cold water had been splashed over him. Chapter 26. Help me, Kakashi-sensei. With his head lowered, Naruto exited the crowd. XiaoMan emerged from the bookstore just in time to witness this scene. She waved at him. Naruto glanced at her, then wordlessly ran away. What happened? XiaoMan saw the parent-child ramen contest and suddenly understood. Did he feel envy upon seeing other people as parents? After all, his birthday was just a few days away. TSK. Who could organize such an insensitive competition in a village filled with orphans? Those insufferable outsiders. After a day's work, Kakashi Hitaki returned to his residence, having just finished washing up and preparing to rest when he suddenly heard a knock at the door. He approached and opened it, only to find no one there. Looking down, he discovered it was XiaoMan. At this hour, the child should be home, peacefully asleep. "I have something to discuss with you." XiaoMan tilted her head to evade the gesture of a pat on the head. "You are the apprentice of the fourth Hokage, correct?" Kakashi paused momentarily before responding in the affirmative. "May I inquire about what kind of person the fourth Hokage was?" XiaoMan asked obediently. Something felt amiss. Indeed, it felt exceedingly wrong. "What do you intend to do?" "This is an activity organized by the school, an interview with a notable figure." The other party appeared to understand. "It seems the school has such activities. He graduated too early to be aware of such matters. What do you wish to know? How was the fourth Hokage as a person? What did he look like?" Kakashi regarded her with skepticism. Very well, XiaoMan had no intention of deceiving him. She had merely concocted a casual excuse. She cleared her throat and confessed. "Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage, isn't he?" "How do you know this?" Kakashi's expression shifted, his brow furrowing. "I saw it in the library, just took a wild guess," she replied, but Kakashi's gaze remained doubtful. "XiaoMan, you shouldn't have knowledge of such matters." Kakashi's demeanor turned icy. "Do you plan to keep this from him for a lifetime?" Not recognizing his heroic parents is contrary to the village's ideals of heroism, XiaoMan stated calmly. "You wish to reveal the truth to him? He will learn it sooner or later. As the son of the fourth Hokage, his identity must remain concealed." Kakashi's eyes grew increasingly cold. XiaoMan felt no fear from his scrutinizing gaze. Does the son of the third Hokage have the same privilege? Or is it that Naruto bears an even more significant identity, such as being the vessel for a colossal beast? Kakashi grasped XiaoMan's wrist. "Who informed you of this?" XiaoMan sensed the palpable aura of lethal intent typical of special operations forces emanating from him, likely directed not at her, but at the one who divulged this information. "It seems I was correct. It is the Nine Tails, isn't it? The fourth Hokage used the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan to seal the Nine Tails within his newborn son, sacrificing himself in the process." Kakashi's grip loosened slightly. The fourth Hokage perished due to the Reaper Death Seal, while the Nine Tails was sealed within Naruto using the 8 trigram seal. "What do you intend to do?" Kakashi released her hand. "Naruto's birthday is approaching. He should at least meet his parents. After all, he is your teacher's son. XiaoMan rubbed her wrist and reiterated her point. Offering incense to parents on birthdays is somewhat morbid. He sighed and stepped indoors. XiaoMan, unreserved, followed him into the home of the Umbu captain. This was not her first time doing so. Kakashi's home was impeccably tidy, indicating that its owner frequently tidied up. After a moment, Kakashi emerged holding a picture frame. He indeed bears a striking resemblance to Naruto, XiaoMan observed, gazing at the individual in the photograph. Did the Hokage rock have its likeness carved with feet? Hokage Minato is certainly unconventional. He appears to be a very gentle person, Kakashi remarked with a nostalgic expression. No matter how remarkable a person may be, they will always pale in comparison to him. As a jonin of the village, he ought to report this matter. Yet, out of personal interest, he chose to remain silent, feigning ignorance. Logically and morally, I should inform the third Hokage of this. He adjusted his mask. This was not the first time he had engaged in such actions. After all, XiaoMan sat comfortably on his sofa. He ask, and you don't say? When he does inquire, you are taken aback. Everyone is seasoned in these matters. It is impossible to mishandle them. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, despite forbidding her from engaging with such issues, has allowed her a bit of leeway. Additionally, this matter differs fundamentally from the massacre incident. The Nine Tails incident pertains to external conflict, and keeping it concealed primarily serves to prevent panic. The truth behind the Nine Tails upheaval still falls within the grasp of a child like her. With this thought in mind, XiaoMan suddenly lifted her head and flashed Kakashi a sweet smile. Upon witnessing her expression, Kakashi instinctively felt a sense of foreboding. What do you intend to do? Senior, may I assist you, my dear, inquisitive junior? Naruto. XiaoMan knocked on the door, and it slowly creaked open. XiaoMan. Naruto cautiously peered through the crack, revealing only one eye. He hadn't greeted XiaoMan when he left last time, and she hadn't sought him out for several days, appearing hurried each time they crossed paths, making Naruto hesitant to approach her. Come with me. Though XiaoMan extended an invitation, her tone was resolute. Naruto hesitated, then opened the door wider. What's up, XiaoMan? I need your help now. Naruto's eyes brightened, then dimmed again. Did XiaoMan truly need him? To her, he hardly qualified as a true hero. His earlier words seemed akin to those meant to appease a child. He pulled the door slightly ajar, suggesting she seek someone else, perhaps Sakura or Shikamaru. Even the detestable Sasuke would suffice, as they were all quite intelligent, while he felt utterly inadequate. Only you can accomplish this, XiaoMan tilted her head, peering through the gap in the door, emphasizing his uniqueness. Really, truly? Of course, you possess certain talents that others lack. Naruto abruptly swung the door open, nearly colliding with XiaoMan's nose. Fortunately, she dodged in time. He smiled sheepishly, then let us go. The two young ones walked hand in hand onto the street. Naruto, still somewhat anxious, asked, What do you need me to do? We've arrived. XiaoMan halted, and Naruto recognized this as the venue for the parent-child ramen contest he had visited a few days prior. Sign me up, XiaoMan said, patting his shoulder. What does that mean? Naruto froze. Suddenly, his nose tingled. Why must he once again confront the painful question posed by the organizer? Yet he unconditionally trusted XiaoMan. So he sniffled and nodded. I'll go grab some things. XiaoMan intends to sign up with her deceased parents? Surely. She wouldn't bring along their photographs. Can one consume ramen with a portrait? Chapter 27. XiaoMan could become the person my father was. Naruto felt perplexed and aggrieved. Yet he obediently joined the queue. When it was his turn, the organizer leaned down. Ah, it's you, young one. Did you bring a parent with you this time? Naruto pressed his lips together, about to explain, I'm here to help. Naruto suddenly widened his eyes. A parent is here. A gentle, golden-haired young man appeared, ruffling Naruto's hair. I'm this child's father. Naruto blinked and felt no resistance toward this suddenly appearing stranger. Rather, he sensed an inexplicable familiarity. He tugged at the young man's sleeve and whispered, Brother, who are you? Your father. The strikingly similar young man to Minato held Naruto's head, leaning down, and gently spoke in his familiar voice. It's me, XiaoMan. Naruto's eyes widened. This is what your dad looks like. It was not his fault. XiaoMan and Minato both shared golden hair and blue eyes, while Naruto's hair, having recently recovered from prolonged malnutrition, was of a dull hue, making XiaoMan's appearance seem even closer to Minato's. Your father looks like this. Today, the two of us are determined to conquer this box of ramen. XiaoMan cast him a sidelong glance, inquiring about his confidence. Naruto, still somewhat bewildered, nodded vacantly. Contestants, please take your seats. The locals were unfamiliar with this prematurely departed exceptional Hokage, and given the abstract nature of Yin, no one found Watergate's appearance peculiar. During the preparation phase of the competition, steaming bowls of ramen, which were, in fact, instant noodles, were placed on the table. The golden-haired father and son sat poised, with Naruto forcing a tense expression that betrayed his anxiety. In contrast, XiaoMan, disguised as Watergate, remained composed, tapping her fingers beneath the table, summoning a few stray cats that eagerly awaited their meal. It was all a jest. She merely transformed into an adult, not genuinely becoming a formidable figure. To claim the grand prize, it was impossible for just the two children to manage. They would need to employ some unconventional tactics. Facing them in the competition was a father-daughter duo. The father was quite large, sporting a pronounced beer belly. The girl, with her braided hair, smirked at Naruto, seemingly envisioning the scene of the not-so-brawny youth being bested by her father. Let the contest begin. At the host's command, everyone immediately dug in. Compared to Naruto's voracious eating style, XiaoMan appeared methodical, yet the speed at which her bowl emptied was remarkably swift. The competition was intensely fierce. The host explained, ahem. Naruto, anxious and overwhelmed, began to choke on his food, prompting Watergate to gently pat his back. Just give up already. The little girl taunted with a smug smile, evidently confident in her father's prowess. We will not lose, Naruto retorted, regaining his composure and fixing a determined gaze upon Watergate. Rest assured, leave it to me, Naruto. He smiled gently before becoming serious, the speed of his chopsticks resembling mere afterimages as he concealed the fact that at least 2/3 of the noodles had already vanished into the bellies of the stray cats. Is he really that capable of eating so much? The little girl's eyes widened, tugging at her father's shirt. Upon witnessing this, the father hastened his pace, and the parents entered into a frantic eating contest. Perhaps this Watergate truly shared a connection with the Golden Flash, or perhaps the speed of the blonde was simply astonishingly unreasonable. Without even eating himself, Watergate's pace of picking up noodles made it nearly impossible to follow. Naruto was mesmerized, gazing foolishly at his faux father with admiration. For a fleeting moment, he genuinely felt as though he had a reliable father who would say, "Leave it to me," with a warm smile, standing up for him. Amid the steaming ramen, his eyes involuntarily moistened. Has this father surpassed the speed of light in consuming noodles? The host exclaimed dramatically, while the ramen chef beside him was utterly stunned, hastening his own noodle-pulling actions. In truth, everyone knew they were consuming machine-made instant noodles, and the chef's performance was merely a promotional gimmick for handmade noodles. Hurry, Dad. He has already eaten 20 bowls. The little girl, startled by Watergate, began to whine anxiously. Hey, buddy, you're making it hard for me to perform here. How impressive, eating so quickly. He doesn't seem that robust, yet he devours so much. The chaotic shouts, the little girl's panicked urging, the ramen chef's frantic noodle tossing, and the audience's admiration formed Naruto's amusing and bewildering recollections of that day. In the desolate space, Naruto sat on the ground, arms wrapped around his knees, his head resting on them as he observed the lively scene, unable to suppress a smile. It was undeniably a happy moment. Why would tears come to his eyes? In the realm of the impure earth, Watergate watched this scene, the golden flash of the ninja world, also feeling his eyes moisten. Would their family have shared similar moments? Perhaps they would have fumbled through eating noodles, while Kushina cheered for them from the sidelines. If Kushina were present, she would surely adore XiaoMan, saying, if only XiaoMan were Naruto's sister, for a child as dependable and delightful as XiaoMan would grow up supporting Naruto together. Such thoughts arose in Watergate's mind as he envisioned them growing up amidst laughter and tears into mature individuals, leading vibrant, chaotic lives even without their parents' presence. They would all grow up happy. Chapter 28. Always the protagonist, the two of them successfully carried away the entire box of ramen. But the gluttonous Watergate collapsed to the ground the moment they turned into the alley, revealing his true form. I'm out of energy. I need to bask in the sun for a bit before moving on. XiaoMan sprawled on the ground like a pancake. Her late-night training to perfect her transformation jutsu had paid off, as she utilized her limited chakra to sustain the transformation for as long as possible, even employing a few tricks known only to her. It was no easy feat. However, the results were impressive when she showcased her final transformation in front of Kakashi. He appeared as if he were witnessing a revolving lantern connected to the fourth Hokage, remaining in shock for quite a while before responding. Having earned the recognition of Naruto's father's student, XiaoMan expressed her intention to accompany Naruto to the parent-child event. Kakashi remained silent for a long time before finally nodding. His voice hoarse as he said he would report to the Hokage, though he departed at a pace akin to that of a drunken man, leaving uncertain when he would reach the Hokage building. Naruto obediently crouched down to wait for XiaoMan, despite the alley lacking sunlight. Yet, he could not resist poking her. XiaoMan, who was that person you transformed into just now? I told you your father. Really? Naruto was taken aback. He is the fourth Hokage, Watergate, the one you asked me about buying cosmetics for last time. XiaoMan, exhausted, could not muster an expression. She referred to Naruto's earlier plan to throw paint on Hokage Rock. Naruto, unable to grasp the concept of cosmetics, merely stared in shock. The fourth Hokage? Is he my father? Naruto exclaimed. So he died 6 years ago? Yes. Let me explain. An old man with white hair suddenly appeared. It was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, followed closely by Kakashi, although XiaoMan and the others had appeared in a region populated by outsiders. The resurrection of Watergate would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Umbu. The third Hokage, having seen this bizarre scene through his crystal ball, hurried over without delay. Indeed, he had to witness it for himself. Hokage Grandpa. Naruto stood up, his large eyes filled with confusion and a hint of sorrow. So, why? Hiruzen ruffled his hair. Come with me, Naruto. He turned to XiaoMan. You too, XiaoMan. Sorry, I can't walk anymore. I'll excuse myself. XiaoMan waved her hand, showing little reverence for the elderly Hokage. Hiruzen understood her character and did not press her, leading the dazed Naruto away. XiaoMan could guess their destination, to show the son of the fourth Hokage the relics of his parents, to allow him to feel the greatness of their heroic spirit. Such things were commonplace for her. As evening approached, XiaoMan finally rose from the ground, sluggishly making her way home. A light rain began to fall as dusk settled, casting a gray hue over the streets, making passers-by feel as though they were on the verge of despair. Rain fell into her eyes, and XiaoMan suddenly recalled that today was not only Naruto's birthday, but also the death anniversary of many loved ones. Upon returning home, she boiled water and prepared instant noodles. Within 5 minutes, most of the noodles had found their way into the bellies of stray cats. In truth, XiaoMan barely ate a few bites, and due to the urgency of the situation, she had not savored them properly. Now, upon reflection, they tasted rather unpalatable. In reality, she had misunderstood. What they consumed in the afternoon was ordinary ramen, while this box of prize noodles was a special kind, differing in flavor. Although it was wrapped in an attractive package, like all cherry blossom-flavored products worldwide, it was merely a gimmick, leaving one unwilling to take a second bite. As she stirred the noodles, a sudden knock echoed from outside. XiaoMan opened the door to find Naruto standing there, head bowed, his once bright blonde hair now dulled, resembling a drenched puppy. Without a word, XiaoMan pulled him inside and resumed boiling water. Naruto, unable to articulate the turmoil within, simply gazed at XiaoMan. Today, he had learned of his lineage and had already wept profusely under the watchful eyes of the Hokage and his father's students. Now, seeing XiaoMan, he felt the urge to cry anew for reasons he could not comprehend. What have you learned? XiaoMan casually inquired, prodding Naruto to release his pent-up grievances. My father sealed the 9 tails within me, Naruto exclaimed, tears streaming uncontrollably. Although the Hokage had spoken of their actions being for the village's peace, he clenched his fists, vigorously wiping away his tears. Must it be me? I have always been hated because of the 9 tails. Do they despise me too? He sobbed, breathless. While XiaoMan fell silent, her gaze fixed upon him. Though she had suspected the truth, the moment of revelation felt painfully ironic. Heroism. She had no standing to condemn the heroes of the village, but felt an undeniable sense of misfortune. Was the will of fire truly worth so many sacrifices? XiaoMan pondered. The fourth Hokage's sacrifice had quelled the 9 tails rampage, but could not prevent the demise of the Uchiha clan. Could it? The immediate disaster was averted, yet the rot at the core continued to erode the great tree. Was this place truly worth protecting? The rain outside grew heavier, creating a dull roar against the window. Are you very sad? XiaoMan lowered her gaze. Shall we go outside and get drenched in the rain? Naruto looked up, bewildered, and asked hesitantly. Will getting wet make things better? No. It might even make you sick and lead to your demise. Yet, after getting soaked, one can enjoy a warm bowl of soup and curl up in a blanket, oblivious to everything, pretending as if nothing had happened. XiaoMan took a sip of the noodle broth, finding it so distasteful that she nearly bit her tongue in frustration. Without a word, Naruto stood up and walked straight out the door into the torrential rain, showing no hesitation. XiaoMan slowly rose, grasping an umbrella, though she chose not to open it, instead following him into the downpour. He walked ahead, head lowered, while she observed his silhouette, unaware of his thoughts. In the deluge, the two small figures moved in tandem, one following the other. Suddenly, Naruto turned around, droplets clinging to his face, appearing quite disheveled. Upon seeing XiaoMan, he visibly relaxed. "Are you not going to shout a few times? After all, people would merely think it was thunder," she remarked. Naruto remained silent, feeling diminished by the rain. "Though I find it difficult to comprehend, as your parents, the fourth Hokage and his wife, must have loved you dearly. Do they truly love me?" Naruto's eyes shimmered with unshed tears as he lifted his gaze. "You are the protagonist," XiaoMan affirmed. "Though, like her, you have endured much misfortune. Despite not having spent much time together, someone once told me that every birth is a blessing. They must feel fortunate for your arrival. Even if they could not provide you with a complete family, they bestowed upon you their complete love." Tears welled in Naruto's eyes again as XiaoMan opened the umbrella and walked over to shield him. Yet the established facts cannot be altered, rather than complain. It is better to contemplate how to accept them. XiaoMan felt a weariness settling in her heart. In any case, it has come to this. Let us eat first. After several days of busyness, she truly felt exhausted, and she found it challenging to adapt to the emotional atmosphere. Naruto, sniffling, wiped his tears and, trusting XiaoMan, nodded. Initially, he intended to prove himself to her, yet it seemed he needed her help instead. Upon returning home, the water had boiled, and the noodles awaited. Naruto wiped the water from his hair and suddenly asked, "XiaoMan, why are you so kind to me?" XiaoMan, chewing on the unappetizing noodles, paused in surprise, then lowered her head. "Who said I was kind to you? Do you think of me as your parent? This is your birthday gift. There will be no more." "Today is my birthday? XiaoMan remembers my birthday." Naruto, with a broad heart, quickly forgot his earlier sorrow, focusing instead on this delightful revelation. A smile spreading across his face. "I'm so happy. I want to eat ramen." "You'd best not have such high expectations," XiaoMan remarked, observing Naruto's eager demeanor as he swayed in his chair. "Is the ramen not good?" he asked, blinking. "It's rather lackluster." "That is all right," he replied cheerfully. "This is the ramen that XiaoMan won for me." He raised his head with a sense of pride, but then his expression shifted to one of dejection, as he had originally hoped to win the prize on his own. "You are not some competitive eater. How much can you consume?" "But I want to prove it to XiaoMan." Naruto's words fell silent, swallowed back. "It's all right. You will surely succeed next time." XiaoMan rummaged in the corner for a candle, turning off the lights. The warm, cheese-colored glow illuminated the room. "Make a wish. I wish to prove to XiaoMan that I am capable," Naruto shouted with his eyes closed. "Fool. Wishes must not be spoken." "Oh right. Let me try again." He scratched his head and closed his eyes anew. "I wish to prove to XiaoMan that I am strong enough. I can protect her and be her hero, and remain with her always." Naruto blew out the candle, and a book was placed into his hands. "The Tale of Ninja Spirit?" he read aloud, flipping through the pages, discovering that the protagonist bore his name. "Happy birthday." XiaoMan smiled after pondering for a moment. Naruto would never forget the eyes he had seen that day. The glimmering light dancing upon the lashes, the clear azure depths that captivated one's breath with their transparency. That hue contained blessings more pure and transparent than crystal, reminiscent of a spring thawing mountain spring. Years later, he would still recall that moment, the gentle warmth reflected in the girl's pupils. I shall continue to be the protagonist of my own story. Chapter 29, Movie Viewing, Part 5, Pure Land. Minato Namikaze had never regretted sealing the Nine Tails within Naruto, using the Reaper Death Seal. As Hokage, safeguarding Konoha was his duty, surpassing even his own life. Yet, as he watched Naruto weep in the rain, a pang of sorrow pierced his heart. If the price of becoming a hero is the inability to reunite with one's family, to stand by their side and protect them, is it truly worth it? He once held an unwavering belief that all of this held significance, yet now, a flicker of doubt has crept into his heart. The treatment of Jinchuriki by Konoha is indeed rather arbitrary, allowing them to live in ignorance. Raza spoke softly. In this reincarnation through impure resurrection, he found himself directly engaged in battle with the fifth Kazekage, without having seen his Jinchuriki son, whom he deemed worthless. However, The ghostly Hozuki man Getsu fortuitously encountered his son Gaara, casting a glance at Raza. Surely, you are the least qualified to discuss the treatment of Jinchuriki. Yet, he remained silent, merely turning to observe the small figure in the ring. Is there an alternative? If what that Demon King said is true, then it stands to reason that this girl is endeavoring to change the world in a gentler manner. Although she currently harbors some resentment towards the ninja world, or more specifically, Konoha, her interactions with her companions there may gradually alter her perspective. Eventually, she might indeed succeed in transforming this world. Moreover, another question suddenly occurred to him. Does that Demon King still exist in this world? In the desolate space, Sasuke glanced at Naruto. Regardless of whether it was an illusion, the content displayed on the screen was undeniably captivating, especially for Naruto, who had lived in solitude since childhood. He lowered his gaze. Aside from the heightened sensitivity surrounding the massacre, the relationship between him and Shin within that narrative was far less significant than her bond with Naruto, which allowed her to undertake the risky act of publicly transforming into the fourth Hokage. Presently, the images reflected on the screen appeared rather idyllic. But what would happen in a few years when Konoha crumbles? Would he still resolutely choose to follow Orochimaru after Itachi returned to the village? Sasuke mused. It was likely he would. Despite the fact that the girl's actions somewhat filled the void in his heart, he ultimately remained on the path of vengeance, destined to part ways with her and all of them. Thus, do these moments of warmth truly hold meaning? As for Obito, he opened his eyes upon seeing his youthful, vibrant teacher beside young Naruto. After silently observing for a moment, he closed his eyes again. It is meaningless. All will come to an end. In summary, the current prominent pairings are Naruto and Tamamo, Sasuke and Tamamo, Sakura and Tamamo. Sasuke and Tamamo have only shared 3 serious moments together, primarily involving conflict. Can this truly be considered a pairing? What about Ino, Shikamaru, Hinata? Just because Hinata blushed, does that warrant her inclusion? Can Hinata truly change her affections? As she eagerly browsed the forum, a pop-up suddenly appeared. Call for contributions for Tamamo's true story, a high-value reward from the official certification. Join now. The creators of Tamamo's true story are officially summoning all artists. This is a grand collection. Use your passion to ignite the dimensions. Time frame: from now until XXXXXXXX at 23:59. Theme: everything related to Tamamo's true story. Any crossover with works under the Orange Company is welcome, whether related to plot, characters, pairings, daily life, or alternate timelines. Your imagination is paramount. All forms are welcome. Illustrations, novels, videos, crafts, music, anything goes. High energy rewards await. The Orange Company will promote your masterpiece globally. Exclusive honorary badges and certificates. The ultimate surprise: outstanding works may be adopted by the official narrative, adapted into side stories, or even animated. Your creation could become part of the official canon. Ainley stared blankly at the call for contributions. No, this cannot be. She had long since extinguished her creative fervor and now found that her words lacked spirit. Perhaps it was best to let it go. Chapter 30. The Infinite Box ORAE. As the world's largest conglomerate, is perceived by outsiders as having achieved an unprecedented commercial empire, openly wielding absolute dominance, while secretly engaging in intricate relationships with numerous global powers. Some even speculate that they possess military and weaponry capabilities rivaling those of world superpowers. Yet, the true nature of ORAE is that of a religious organization, with the 4 letters representing an acronym: Order Reality Architects Edict. The founders, who established this empire, believe their greatest creation to be the relationship between fantasy and reality, and how to harness the power of imagination. Ultimately, they aim to create a deity. In the last century, the founders of ORAE discovered a system known as the box theory, which posits that all manifestations of human imagination and reality, once they reach a certain threshold, will evolve into a box, each containing an infinite number of universes, referred to as individual entities. Initially, they believed that the individual universes within these boxes were akin to parallel worlds of those fantastical works, resembling the original creations. Furthermore, the term world here does not refer merely to Earth or a simplistic universe. Neither do boxes nor individual entities serve as metrics for categorizing world levels in the ongoing debates domestically and internationally. For instance, in some settings with extraordinarily high ceilings of possibility, regardless of how elevated the worldview may be, whether the characters within are capable of destroying buildings or stars, or even navigating the realms of infinite boxes, super exponential towers, or more formidable concepts of cardinality, as long as they remain products of human imagination. They belong to the same entity. Connections emerge between the boxes and the individual universes within them, intertwining yet remaining unaffected by one another. This state is referred to as the linkage. Through their extensive research on these boxes, they have ascended to become the most formidable conglomerate in the world. Entering the 21st century, for reasons unknown, the power of this linkage has intensified, increasingly interfering with reality. Presently, they have finally grasped the principles underlying this phenomenon. At the ORAE headquarters, Ace sat at the head of the table, surveying each individual in the conference room. She could not suppress a smile. Realizing that the researchers had devoted their lives to unraveling what perhaps those eccentric old men had already calculated long ago. Mingtang, please share your insights, she said. Slightly tilting her head, a bespectacled male researcher stood. Everyone should recall that in Universe A, there once appeared a variable, a self-proclaimed traveler from the Sand Village. Universe A is merely the code name for the singular universe from which the original fragment of Manjin Chuan derives. It wasn't the first universe they discovered, but it currently holds the highest priority. He distributed a stack of reports to everyone present. Now, this individual has reappeared in Universe B, which we have observed to be strongly correlated with Universe A, and he exists as the focal point of this world, Mingtang elaborated. Moreover, Universe B, which we shall refer to as the world line, possesses a prototype of reality, marking a significant breakthrough in our research. Mingtang paused, feeling a twinge of discomfort with the terminology he was using, as he found them utterly unacademic. However, given the absence of those mystical old scholars and genuine researchers in ORAE's upper echelons, only politicians and elite figures from various fields, he had no choice but to resort to such mundane descriptions. Yet, more astonishing than the nomenclature was the conclusion they had drawn. Reality itself is inherently fantastical. The two universes we have observed were initially birthed as intertwined products of fantasy. What are you talking about? Interrupted a boy sitting to Ace's right, crossing his arms in disdain. Do you think you're writing a novel? Mingtang restrained his irritation. It was indeed the case that Universe B was a world derived from a narrative. We have finally unveiled the secret behind the escalating power of the linkage since the last century. Modern society's burgeoning fascination with increasingly vibrant and diverse virtual worlds. The power of fantasy has fortified every box, thereby enhancing the strength of the linkage. Mingtang pressed down on the paper before him. This so-called Universe B can indeed be regarded as a derivative world of storytelling. Huh. The boy emitted a peculiar sound. Ace coldly interjected, silencing him. I understand this may seem implausible, but we have confirmed that within the box of Naruto, a substantial portion of its singularities is, in fact, products of fan fiction. The evidence lies in this book. Mingtang projected the prepared web content onto the screen. This is a fanfiction from years past. One can observe the details within, which correspond with Universe A. This also elucidates the birth of Universe A new singular universe emerging from the foundation of Universe B. Previously, we referred to the interactions between different boxes as linkages, but now I propose a new concept, spherical linkage. The original connections were linear, while intertwined. They could not influence the original singular universe. In contrast, spherical linkage signifies genuine crossings between singular worlds, not mere leaps achieved through fantastical technology. And it has the potential to create an entirely new singular universe. At this point, he let out a sigh. Thus, you may surmise why that esteemed individual has tasked us with producing such an animated feature. The very matters that these staunch believers in science questioned or even ridiculed had been anticipated by those superstitious individuals. No wonder they were intent on pursuing this endeavor, even at the cost of relinquishing power. To forge this nascent singularity into a new box, to gain a more stable force of fantasy, and even to manifest fantasy in reality, what they referred to as creating a true deity. Although the occurrence of such phenomena in such an inconspicuous corner remains a mystery, Mingtang genuinely felt the miraculous beauty of fantastical technology. Given this perspective, it seems there should be no dissent regarding this animated feature. Ace smiled as she surveyed the room, satisfied to see all the executives silent. She had always been a royalist in ORAE's new leadership, despite her previous uncertainties regarding the elders' intentions. Supporting the original founder's resolution to produce and operate an animated feature, which had previously faced considerable resistance. Now, She could finally unleash her ambitions. This sounds utterly ridiculous, Azel complained. All right, enough of that, Azel. Haven't you finished your summer homework yet? Though she spoke in a threatening tone, a smile graced her face. After all, he was her most cherished younger brother, who, despite still being in middle school, exhibited talents unmatched by his peers. Although she intended to groom him as her successor, she was slightly indulgent in her approach. Even when he insisted on attending the high-level meeting, fully aware he might become a source of amusement for the attending dignitaries, she acquiesced, as there was no one more significant than her there. Humph, Azel scoffed, standing up. I say, you all better be cautious. How do you know that creating a deity is necessarily beneficial for the real world? Hurry up and leave. Chapter 31. Master Man's private lesson after Naruto's birthday. On a subsequent weekend, XiaoMan knocked on the door of the Hokage's office. What brings you here, XiaoMan? Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his pipe and patted her head. I wish to discuss Naruto with you. XiaoMan did not shy away from his gesture. The third Hokage withdrew his hand and took a puff of smoke. I haven't yet asked how you came to know about Naruto. While he acknowledged XiaoMan's intelligence, he did not believe she was privy to everything. He sounded as if he were joking, but XiaoMan understood his underlying curiosity. She merely replied, those who are observant will know. I mean no harm to him. I simply wish to converse about how to help the villagers accept Naruto. So you have a plan? XiaoMan produced a proposal and placed it on the desk. In truth, the plan was not complicated. She merely feared the third Hokage might dismiss it, hence the written proposal to draw his attention. The most straightforward way to alter the villagers' perceptions of Naruto is to compel them to become accustomed to him. Oh, isn't there a broadcast every evening in the village? Let Naruto be the announcer. He could present the weather forecast. Once the common folk, especially the adults, grow accustomed to him, their children will gradually accept Naruto as well. For the villagers who have not suffered deeply from this issue, the new residents of the village will have their impressions of Naruto subtly transformed, and he might even become an idol for both his peers and the next generation. This is the most concise and effective plan she has deduced after numerous iterations. While it may not yield immediate results, it is undoubtedly the most cost-effective solution in the long run. The dilemma lies in whether Naruto is capable of fulfilling this role. The third Hokage could impose his decision and force Naruto into the position, yet the question remains, can Naruto's performance win the people's approval? A village broadcaster must possess not only expertise in broadcasting skills, but also a high emotional intelligence. Can a mere Ninja Academy student achieve this? XiaoMan casually seated herself, seemingly indifferent to the weight of the Hokage's title. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered the possibility. It seemed feasible, but could Naruto truly handle it? He could. This assertion was made with certainty. Even if Naruto faltered, XiaoMan had her methods to elevate him to the position of Konoha's premier broadcaster, albeit through somewhat dubious means. The third Hokage chuckled softly, acknowledging, XiaoMan, I underestimated you. Your intellect surpasses our expectations. Though he could address Naruto's issues, as Hokage, he had far more pressing matters to attend to. In his view, Naruto's predicament was a long-term concern. The biases ingrained in people's hearts are formidable obstacles, difficult to overturn. XiaoMan's willingness to assist Naruto in reshaping his image among the villagers is commendable, regardless of the outcome. With determination, change is attainable. XiaoMan's words were laced with a prickly tone, hinting at the third Hokage's disregard for the son of the Hokage. Sarutobi fell silent, acutely aware of his indebtedness to this stubborn child, rendering him speechless. After XiaoMan departed, he sighed. Recently, Naruto had been subjected to rigorous training under XiaoMan's guidance, and both had been skipping classes for practice. Although the third Hokage had promised to grant Naruto leniency if he could not grasp even the fundamental meanings of key terms, the prospect of him becoming a broadcaster would indeed be laughable. Generally, XiaoMan was an easygoing individual, yet upon assuming the role of a teacher, she had adopted a rather strict approach. Unlike typical stern educators, she never lost her temper. Instead, she would smile warmly, inviting Naruto to extend his hand. Just as he braced himself for a slap on the wrist, she would wield a ruler, borrowed from Iruka-sensei, and deliver a sharp smack to his backside. When Naruto cried out in protest, she would switch to a gentler demeanor, poking his forehead and uttering words like "Forgive me, Naruto." With XiaoMan's assistance, Naruto not only adapted to the demands of weather reporting, but also grew increasingly confident, though, from a certain perspective, he had always possessed a measure of confidence. Yet, doubts lingered within him. Can this truly earn me their recognition? He could not help but inquire. To reshape your image in their eyes, you must find a way to link your interests with theirs. XiaoMan reiterated her previous advice. If they perceive that you can bring them benefits, they will treat you well, fearing the loss that your absence would entail. XiaoMan paused, using the Hokage, the person he admired most, as an example. The Hokage is not acknowledged by the villagers merely for being likable or for a desire to befriend him. Rather, it is because he is a powerful and dependable figure capable of safeguarding the community. This is what it means to be relevant to their interests. Indeed, this theory seems rather cold, XiaoMan mused. While her original intention may not have entirely aligned with this view, the changing environment in Konoha inevitably influenced her perspective. As the morning broadcast commenced, "Good morning. I am today's broadcaster, Uzumaki Naruto," he exuberantly announced. Firstly, the weather update. This morning will be somewhat overcast, with clouds gathering. But fear not. According to forecasts, by noon, the sun will work diligently to disperse the clouds, transforming the sky into a brilliant blue. Enjoy the sunshine this afternoon. Basking in it will boost your chakra. Secondly, an important announcement from the Hokage Tower. The third Hokage, Lord Sarutobi Hiruzen, has issued crucial directives regarding the regular maintenance of the Uchiha clan's Nankawa Shrine. This maintenance is not merely a superficial fix. It is a solemn duty to preserve the significant history and culture of the Uchiha clan. We undertake this task with profound respect for our fallen comrades. It is a vital mission that all villagers must understand and support. There may be minor inconveniences during the maintenance period, but please bear with us. It is for the safeguarding of Konoha's history. Thirdly, it's advertisement time. Sweet chestnuts are here. The village's largest snack shop is celebrating its anniversary with the launch of the new Golden Honey Chestnut Mont Blanc, sweet enough to make you forget your worries. Alongside various discounts. Curious about the deals? Come and see for yourself. First come, first served. Lastly, a cultural update. Lord Jiraiya's latest masterpiece has finally been published. The title? Well, it's distinctly in the style of Jiraiya. Interested readers should hurry to the bookstore and remember to support the original work. That's all for today's broadcast. Wishing everyone a wonderfully smooth day ahead. Let's all do our best. He concluded with infectious enthusiasm. The broadcast's reach was extensive, even reaching XiaoMan and Shikamaru, who were fishing by the riverbank. Although it still lacked a professional touch, the rate of improvement was astonishing, almost uncharacteristic of Naruto, Shikamaru remarked. How did you manage this? It was his own hard work, XiaoMan replied nonchalantly. Indeed, it was his resilience that allowed him to endure the rigorous 3-month training regimen. Daily challenges included weighted hill climbs while chanting slogans, enhancing abdominal breathing, practicing with a voice modulation book borrowed from the library, and reviewing past scripts to comprehend professional terminology. These were merely the foundational skills. The most crucial attribute was the ability to adapt on the spot, and here XiaoMan had taken a rather cunning approach. A proficient broadcaster must remain composed under pressure, exhibiting emotional stability while handling various situations, such as dealing with pranks, being summoned to the board under false pretenses, or unexpectedly being pushed to speak during the Hokage's address. Was that your idea of training? Shikamaru exclaimed in disbelief. I thought you were just picking on him. Superficial. XiaoMan crossed her arms defiantly. That was for his own good. But it seems you enjoyed it too, he countered. People don't feel tired when they are engaging in mischief. XiaoMan gazed upward at a 45-degree angle, admitting, honestly, I'm starting to relish the experience of helping others train. She mused, next time a similar situation arises, I must seize the opportunity. In the desolate wasteland, Uzumaki Naruto stared blankly as XiaoMan stormed into the Hokage's office, slamming her plan on the desk, and, within 3 months, resolved the issue of his ostracization by others, even allowing him to become an object of envy and admiration among his peers. XiaoMan is truly remarkable, he thought, effortlessly accomplishing what he had only managed to achieve with great difficulty until now. This girl possessed a thought process that diverged entirely from that of a ninja. The education provided at the Ninja Academy instilled in children the notion that they must become formidable ninjas to gain recognition from others. However, the ninja village is not solely composed of ninjas. Naruto can contribute to the village through various means, thereby earning the acknowledgement of his peers. If this is the case, perhaps Naruto would grow more smoothly and ascend to the position of Hokage sooner than expected, Obito contemplated. Chapter 32. New Year again as the new year dawned. The market buzzed with a lively atmosphere, but the Uchiha clan's grounds remained desolate. Sasuke ventured out alone and spotted XiaoMan still setting up her stall in the same spot as last year. He observed the beautiful patterns and heartfelt wishes inscribed on the paper, reminiscent of the joyous celebrations he had experienced before, yet now, everything felt changed and distant. Clenching his fists, he thought of that man. XiaoMan noticed Sasuke and casually inquired, "Would you like to buy a New Year greeting card?" Sasuke fell silent. "Oh, my apologies." XiaoMan realized. "It's all right. I have no one to send them to either." Upon hearing this, Sasuke hesitated, feeling a kinship in their solitude. A year had passed, and it seemed XiaoMan was still alone, living and celebrating the new year by herself. Perhaps they shared the same sentiments. "Please don't obstruct my opportunity to earn." XiaoMan waved her hand while twirling her pen. "However, you could purchase one for me, and I would offer you a discount," she added whimsically. Sasuke pondered for a moment, asking, "How much for one?" "I was just joking." "You're serious?" XiaoMan looked at him in surprise. "Well, considering all that has transpired, it's quite pitiful," she sighed. "Never mind, I'll watch the stall for a moment. I'm going to buy some fish snacks." With a wave, she departed, leaving Sasuke, inexperienced in managing a stall, awkwardly standing there. After a while, XiaoMan returned, fish snacks in her mouth. What are you doing here? Want to buy a New Year greeting card?" She feigned surprise upon seeing Sasuke. Sure enough, his previous stoic demeanor shattered. "You little rascal." "Just kidding," XiaoMan chuckled mischievously, then exclaimed in surprise, "Oh no, I'm out of paper." Turning to Sasuke with an apologetic smile, she continued, "I'm truly sorry. I can't write anymore. I should have closed the stall earlier. Let's do it another day." "Hey." Sasuke struggled to suppress his irritation. "Or would you like to accompany me back home to fetch some?" XiaoMan stuffed her writing tools into Sasuke's arms. "Please, Sasuke-kun." Normally, he would have been furious, scoffing, and leaving in a haughty manner. But perhaps the spirit of the new year softened his heart. He silently followed XiaoMan, wearing a displeased expression. With a click, XiaoMan opened the door and rummaged through the house until she finally found what she needed. Spreading the paper on the table, she was about to write when she suddenly looked up at Sasuke and teased, "Exclusive calligraphy skills. You look so serious. I might think you're trying to learn." "Who would care?" Sasuke turned away, his face sour. He had no intention of watching, yet the cacophony of sounds from behind, scissors snipping, a drill boring, a hammer striking, and even sawing wood, piqued his curiosity. Was such commotion necessary for writing a simple New Year greeting? Would it take that long? Sasuke's curiosity was aroused, but he resolutely refused to turn back to glance at her. "All done." XiaoMan rolled up the materials on the table. "Let me see the finished product." Sasuke quickly turned, extending his hand. "What do you mean, let me see? Isn't this for you to give me?" XiaoMan raised an eyebrow, patting Sasuke on the shoulder. "Thank you, kind Uchiha-kun." Sasuke nearly forgot himself, veins throbbing on his forehead. Himaya. This might have been the day with the most varied expressions Sasuke had shown since that fateful day. Seeing him flushed, XiaoMan smiled, about to say something more when suddenly a shout pierced the air. "XiaoMan." It was Naruto, carrying an assortment of New Year decorations. "Naruto? I'm here to help you clean the house. I heard that during the New Year, one must decorate. Why in the world is that insufferable Sasuke here?" Sasuke, already feeling manipulated by XiaoMan, scowled at Naruto's words, his brows furrowing in annoyance. "What did you say, dead last? You idiot." Naruto charged forward, ready for a confrontation. "If you're going to throw punches, then throw them." XiaoMan waved her empty hand in exasperation. "Humph." Naruto turned his head away, refusing to argue with the fool. "I'm going to decorate the room with XiaoMan. You're such an idiot. You can't even compare to me in decorating." Naruto puffed out his chest. "Is that so? A dead last will always be a dead last, regardless of what they do. What did you say? Are you brave enough to challenge me? Do you think I fear you, you moron?" The situation escalated as they quarreled incessantly, chasing each other and even coming to blows over the arrangement of decorations. Truly, they were two fools. Meanwhile, XiaoMan took pleasure in the chaos, reclining on a sun chair, dozing off as the two became completely engrossed in their New Year decoration contest. The branches in the yard were blanketed with snow, and XiaoMan, being too lazy to shovel, merely cleared a small patch at the entrance. "Finally finished, I suppose." Naruto sat on the floor, panting heavily as the sun began to set. "Dead last, you lost." Sasuke sat beside him, a hint of smugness on his face. "Who said that? Let XiaoMan be the judge." "Whereas XiaoMan, have you two finished?" She yawned as she entered. "Not bad. Everything is nice and tidy." "XiaoMan, who do you think decorated better?" Naruto rushed over. XiaoMan surveyed the surroundings. Both are quite impressive. If you had to declare a winner. Naruto pressed insistently. XiaoMan pretended to ponder, then declared, if you can cook a meal as well, then you'd definitely be the winner. All right. Let XiaoMan witness the fruits of my genius culinary skills through diligent practice. Naruto exclaimed, hands on his hips. Sasuke, too, stood, glancing at the waning daylight. Feeling somewhat vexed about competing in such a trivial matter, he would rather return to practicing shuriken throwing. As Sasuke prepared to leave, Naruto shot him a provocative glance as he passed by, locking eyes for a moment. That fool. Sasuke clenched his fists, looking to XiaoMan, who nodded in encouragement. As the two pushed and elbowed their way into the kitchen, XiaoMan flashed an OK sign to the camera. The plan is in motion. And thus began another intense and thrilling culinary competition. The flames of battle reignited. The kitchen echoed with the sounds of clattering and sizzling. Knowing how to cook, but unaware of the true nature of a ninja battle. Within, the flames of Amaterasu ignited, and the Rasen shuriken stirred the pot. All right, they exclaimed in unison, presenting their dishes on the table. This time, I must win, they each thought, their eyes sparking with competitive electricity. Sasuke prepared a large piece of tofu drizzled with yuzu pepper sauce, accompanied by coarsely chopped daikon simmered with kelp and golden brown, crispy fried fish. Naruto, on the other hand, completed his favorite tonkatsu ramen, with a rich, milky broth adorned with a layer of golden oil and a mountain of toppings including marbled chashu, crunchy seaweed, slippery wood ear mushrooms, and a perfectly half-cooked egg glistening with a golden hue. Speaking of which, ramen is an essential dish for the new year. Ramen is the ultimate food. Even after learning to cook from XiaoMan, Naruto's heart still belonged to ramen. As long as he had money, he could always indulge in Ichiraku ramen. XiaoMan sampled Sasuke's dish, nodding in approval. Sasuke smirked at Naruto. XiaoMan tasted Naruto's ramen, also nodding in approval. Naruto retaliated with a defiant glare. XiaoMan continued to taste Sasuke's dish, then Naruto's, and then back again. XiaoMan, Naruto shouted, don't eat it all, hey. XiaoMan's cheeks were puffed out as she swallowed, then coughed lightly. Excuse me, now I shall officially comment. The two once again focused intently. I declare that the champion of this year's Konoha Cooking King competition is Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto cheered joyfully and rushed over to embrace XiaoMan, only to be coldly pushed away. Thank you, XiaoMan. I will continue to strive. Then perhaps you should start by washing the dishes, oh esteemed champion. Again teasing a fool, you rascal XiaoMan. All right. Naruto dashed into the kitchen excitedly. Sasuke, however, lowered his head. What was he doing today? Instead of practicing shuriken at home, he was wasting time on this. As he pondered, he turned to leave, but XiaoMan suddenly appeared by his side. She placed her arm around Sasuke's shoulder and said with familiarity, oh, there's no need to be upset about losing to Naruto. After all, you know he's quite the childish one. Unlike him, I don't care so much about such trivial wins or losses. Sasuke scoffed. Yes, yes. XiaoMan patted his shoulder. I knew you were a magnanimous person. Naturally. He turned his head away. Then goodbye. Happy New Year. Sasuke exited the small yet cozy house, and after walking a few meters, he couldn't help but glance back. He stared at the door for a moment, a tinge of melancholy crossing his face. This scene feels familiar. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a golden head popped out. If you want to stay, you can just say so. XiaoMan smiled nonchalantly. Who wants to stay? Sasuke's expression darkened, his brow furrowing fiercely to appear more sullen. You can go celebrate the new year with that underachiever. He had initially thought she was like him, someone who would spend the new year alone, but it turned out she already had company. Believing in that idiot again made him feel foolish. Sasuke trudged home in a gloomy mood. After removing his thick outer coat upon reaching home, he suddenly discovered a hard object in his pocket. Upon taking it out, he found it to be a wooden carving, a figure resembling him, flanked by two cats, one gentle and smiling, the other serious yet relaxed, creating an image of a happy family of three. Using cats to represent people, you rascal XiaoMan. Sasuke stared at the exquisite and adorable carving. Was this a New Year gift? He exhaled softly, revealing a smile akin to melting ice. Happy New Year. Sasuke fell into silence upon seeing the small carving. Why did he smile so foolishly? Despite being teased, he felt so happy. It was merely a small gift, after all. He decided not to speak anymore. Chapter 33. Just two orphans under Sakura's piercing gaze. XiaoMan nervously touched her nose. Sakura leaned closer, her emerald eyes scanning XiaoMan up and down like an X-ray. I was here first, she said with a hint of grievance. Over the past 2 months, XiaoMan had been preoccupied with Naruto's issues, largely neglecting others, and Sakura, as XiaoMan's closest friend, couldn't accept that XiaoMan's most intimate companion during this time was not her. Well, this is a special circumstance, XiaoMan chuckled awkwardly. You owe me compensation. She turned her head away. How do I compensate? You teach that Uzumaki Naruto how to broadcast, and I want you to teach me too. You want to be a broadcaster? No. Sakura spun around. Please tell me how to be mature like XiaoMan. Mature? It means being calm and composed in the face of anything, firmly grasping the development of events, always appearing confident and prepared. That shouldn't be called maturity. XiaoMan scratched her head. In short, I want to be like XiaoMan. That would be the ability to handle situations, right? What is that? It means having different methods to solve problems and being able to choose the most efficient and least troublesome one to implement, right? For example, like this. XiaoMan extended 2 fingers, pinching a black pen. Perhaps, as XiaoMan suggested, it was merely a difference between being sincere and insincere. Since Naruto became a broadcaster, the villagers' disdain for him had indeed diminished significantly. They gradually grew accustomed to this noisy child who provided them with the necessary information daily. After all, he was still just a child, wasn't he? More importantly, everyone realized he could provide value. Even though another person could occupy that position, the public wouldn't consider that. As long as he performed well, who cared whether he was a demon fox? However, not everyone would think this way, especially the immature students at the Ninja Academy. After school resumed, feeling the pressure from her classmates, Sakura had been staying late to study. Tonight, she stayed late, packing her things as she exited the classroom. Still pondering the recent knowledge points, she heard a commotion. That guy, Uzumaki Naruto, has been making noise on the broadcast every day. It's so annoying. He's just an orphan, you know. Yesterday, when he didn't broadcast, my mom even asked if he was sick. What an irritating guy. Even if he fooled the adults, he's still annoying. A group of children were tidying the classroom while discussing. Sakura paused and listened for a moment. Although she had no direct interactions with Naruto, due to XiaoMan's constant companionship with him, she had been paying some attention. XiaoMan is truly impressive. This was Sakura's first thought. Despite her jealousy over XiaoMan's excessive focus on Naruto, she felt a wave of discomfort, or rather, irritation, at hearing them speak ill of XiaoMan's friend and her teaching achievements. She blinked, feeling displeased. A glimpse of the truth. She exhaled softly and walked towards the group of children, causing them to fall silent. Sorry, please don't speak about Uzumaki Naruto like that. And who are you to speak up for that monster? Oh, aren't you that little follower of Hina from next door? The one with good grades. Sakura did not recognize him. What good are good grades if you're just an ugly girl with a wide forehead? Humph. Your hair is strange too. Sakura lowered her eyes, clenching her fists. It had been a long time since anyone had commented on her hair color. Isn't that Hina a bit odd as well? Hanging out with Uzumaki Naruto. The leader even called her a lunatic. How can you say that? Her emerald eyes burned with anger. What's the matter? Just 2 orphans without parents. Do you want to stand up for them? Just 2 orphans without parents. Those words struck Sakura's heart like a hammer. If XiaoMan weren't her friend, she wouldn't care about this. And she might even think that all orphans were as mischievous as Naruto, somewhat annoying. But XiaoMan, how could they speak of XiaoMan like that? How could they? Sakura's fists tightened even further. XiaoMan, devoid of parents, had not chosen this fate for herself. How could these individuals wield such words to attack her? Sakura inhaled deeply, extracting a steel pen from her bag. Resorting to physical action is one method of problem solving, albeit a rather crude one. Yet, it is often the most effective in terms of immediacy, among various forms of physical engagement. The most efficient approach is to use any available object to render the opponent powerless. The two stood in the training arena. Generally, there are 2 distinct paths to take. The first is to act on instinct, where a well-timed strike guarantees success. With grace, XiaoMan executed her move. Her pencil, used for demonstration, was catapulted towards the target, striking the bullseye and embedding itself firmly in the board. Is there a more suitable method for the average individual? Indeed, there is. The second path involves calculation, employing known principles of physics to derive the optimal force required at various angles and under different resistances, which allows for a degree of formulaic application. Having lost her only pencil, XiaoMan pilfered a pen from Naruto's bag. This time, she afforded herself a moment to aim more carefully. It's essential to visualize the trajectory. Give it a try, she encouraged. Sakura, attempting for the first time, struggled to grasp the technique. XiaoMan positioned herself behind her, guiding Sakura's hand. Like this, XiaoMan's voice whispered by her ear. Do you see it clearly? Yes. Sakura set aside her shyness, which had been heightened by their proximity, and focused intently, launching the pen with force. The pen sliced through the air, directly toward the target. Could XiaoMan guide me as well? This time, the pen was replaced with a steel pen. Sakura raised her hand to aim, noting the pen's greater weight and power, requiring precise control. What is she doing? One observer mused, recalling that the boss had mentioned something about throwing objects. In an instant, the steel pen shot forth with astonishing speed, striking the faces of several individuals like a barrage of steel balls. Within a heartbeat, they were left dazed, clutching their faces in pain. Seizing the moment, Sakura grabbed a mop used for cleaning, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon those around her, akin to autumn winds scattering fallen leaves. Violent girl, you deserve to be alone forever, jeered the irritating children from Ninja Academy as they scurried home, tears streaming down their faces. Chapter 34. Cherry Blossoms and First Encounters. Sakura's birthday falls in March, coinciding with her meeting with XiaoMan. At that time, Sakura detested cherry blossoms, the color pink, and the spring season itself. She vividly recalls a dreary, rain-soaked spring day when petals drifted down onto the green grass. What an ugly girl with pink hair. The bothersome children surrounded her, pointing and mocking her unusual hair color. Sakura stood trapped in the center, her head bowed in despair. When one particularly irritating child, with muddy hands, reached to tug at her hair, Sakura could no longer contain her emotions. She pushed past the crowd and fled, tears streaming down her face. She sank to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, until exhaustion took over and she fell asleep against a tree. At that moment, XiaoMan walked by and noticed a pink figure huddled beneath the tree. Approaching, she found Sakura still weeping in her slumber. After a moment's hesitation, XiaoMan removed her jacket and draped it over the sleeping girl. As dusk approached, Sakura stirred, noticing the jacket draped across her. Startled, she looked around and found XiaoMan sitting beside her. Who are you? Sakura asked cautiously. The girl before her had beautiful short golden hair and azure eyes reminiscent of the ocean. In the dim light, she radiated an ethereal glow, appearing almost angelic. Sakura couldn't help but steal glances at her, though her shyness kept her gaze lowered. What's the matter? Who bullied you? XiaoMan asked nonchalantly, chewing on a blade of grass. Sakura felt a wave of sadness wash over her as she recalled the day's events. The warmth of XiaoMan's concern prompted her to share her feelings, yet her insecurities kept her from speaking openly. It's nothing. You can tell me. I won't tell anyone, XiaoMan replied, reclining against the tree with her hands behind her head. Do you think my hair looks strange? Sakura ventured timidly. XiaoMan turned her head suddenly, startling Sakura, who realized her reaction was excessive. She crossed her legs, feigning indifference. No, your hair color is lovely. Sakura's eyes glimmered with hope. Really? I wouldn't lie to you, XiaoMan said, picking a fallen cherry blossom from the grass, just like this. It embodies the colors of spring. Her cerulean eyes sparkled as they met Sakura's, and sunlight broke through the clouds, casting a golden hue around them. She reached out, gently brushing aside Sakura's bangs. Sakura's cheeks flushed, and a shy smile crept onto her face. So that's why my father named me this, Sakura. Suddenly, XiaoMan exclaimed. Your name is Sakura? Taken aback, Sakura nodded shyly. And you? What is your name? XiaoMan. Can I call you XiaoMan? Sakura felt the kindness emanating from XiaoMan and tentatively asked. Of course, Sakura. Why did your parents choose that name? It seems quite uncommon. XiaoMan tilted her head, revealing an expression that was difficult to articulate. Perhaps it was meant to teach me gratitude or to wish for a fulfilled life. Born in the season of fullness. Man signifies tranquility. To her parents, it may have represented the happiness of everyone, but for XiaoMan, it symbolized the peace of her small family. In truth, she cared little for the village, the country, or even the world. All she desired was for her family to live happily together. That wish, however, had already faded, leaving her to hope only for her own peace. Sakura touched her own hair, and XiaoMan, holding the cherry blossom, leaned in, tucking the flower behind her ear. Sakura inexplicably blushed, but graciously allowed XiaoMan's gesture, inhaling the comforting scent that surrounded her. Unable to resist, she gently embraced XiaoMan, realizing how bold this action was. Her face flushed deeply, but XiaoMan remained unperturbed. I must be going, XiaoMan announced as she stood. We will meet again. Huh? Sakura was taken aback. Reaching out for her, then letting her hand fall, watching XiaoMan's retreating figure as she whispered softly, "Goodbye, XiaoMan." Surely this counted as making a friend. Later, she could not fathom why no one ever mocked her for her hair color again. That spring, she and XiaoMan became the best of friends. Sakura brought XiaoMan home, where her parents adored her. XiaoMan spent entire days perched on the cherry branches, while the capricious spring clouds drifted lazily by. And when the wind blew, it stirred a gentle rain of cherry blossoms. By May, the sky was nearly filled with fish-scale clouds, heralding the approach of summer. Sakura was aware that XiaoMan's parents had passed away years ago. The village had many orphans. But Sakura had never encountered their lives and was unaware of the challenges they faced. Although XiaoMan appears utterly indifferent to this matter, she occasionally senses a profound loneliness within her, feeling as though she is at odds with the entire world, or perhaps as if the world itself has excluded her. XiaoMan has always dined alone, slept alone, basked in the sun alone, and watched the clouds drift by alone. If she were to return home to find her parents absent, encountering terrifying situations without anyone to protect her, she could scarcely fathom a life devoid of her parents. Nonetheless, it would undoubtedly be a source of great sorrow. However, XiaoMan is different. She has never been seen crying, nor has she been bullied or injured. She possesses a remarkable strength, facing the bothersome children who bully others with an air of nonchalance, as if nothing could possibly capture her attention. Just like the vast ocean, what could possibly stir its depths? When she shared this revelation with her mother merely smiled and remarked that they were still children. How could they be compared to the ocean? At most they were but a small stream. When she attempted to argue further, her mother added, "Although XiaoMan is a mature child, she still needs ample time to adapt to adult topics." Is it true? Does the death of parents qualify as an adult topic? Hence, she would refrain from broaching such subjects in front of XiaoMan. Because of XiaoMan, her perception of Naruto, who also lost his parents and is often loud and bothersome, has changed significantly, especially since he later became a friend of XiaoMan. She strives to treat all of XiaoMan's friends kindly. Unbeknownst to herself, she has been diligently embracing everything XiaoMan loves. She now finds joy in cherry blossoms and her own hair. Yet, she wishes to mature like XiaoMan. Perhaps this will enable her to understand XiaoMan better? She glanced back at XiaoMan's seat, where a golden head rested on the desk, asleep. Xiaoying couldn't help but chuckle. She tucked her hair behind her ear and absent-mindedly touched her ear, suddenly realizing that the hairpin XiaoMan had gifted her was missing. Panic surged through her. That cherry blossom-shaped hairpin was a birthday gift from XiaoMan last year. But now it was gone. XiaoMan had known Xiaoying for quite some time. Naruto rested his chin in his hand. He had just walked in, dismissing the relevance of these matters. Yet now he was suddenly concerned about something seemingly trivial. Uchiha Obito opened his eyes in disbelief. Hadn't he already instructed them about this? Sasuke spoke up coolly. Even Sasuke is acting this way. Who remembers that this was initially treated as an illusion? Chapter 35. The mischievous villagers intentionally steal the hairpin. Master XiaoMan's wit saves the day. Hey, I say. You rascal. XiaoMan lifted the troublesome little panda, which looked at her with pitiful eyes, as if it were on the verge of tears. Do you think this trick will work? XiaoMan shook the little panda in the air. The rambunctious creature had ruined Xiaoying's gift, with her birthday approaching tomorrow. Where could she possibly find another gift in time? This was a predicament. XiaoMan, after school, Xiaoying called out to her. What is it? I. Xiaoying hesitated, wanting to speak. She truly cherished that hairpin. She understood that XiaoMan had invested much time making it, and now she had lost it. She recalled taking it off during gym class, only to find it missing upon her return. She searched everywhere, but to no avail. What's wrong? After much hesitation, Xiaoying still struggled to find the right words. It's nothing. Perhaps I should wait until tomorrow during the birthday celebration to tell XiaoMan. She will surely give me a gift this year, and I can use that to make up for it. Are you coming to my house for dinner tonight? Today? Yes. Well, I think I'll have to decline. XiaoMan scratched her head. The prepared gift was ruined by that little rascal. And now she had to figure out how to make another one. Oh, all right. Just remember to come on time tomorrow evening. Thinking of the next day, Xiaoying finally smiled. In fact, she had a small surprise for XiaoMan. Though it wasn't much of a surprise, XiaoMan would surely be pleased. All right. After agreeing, once Xiaoying left, she stroked her chin. What is up with Xiaoying today? She noticed that Xiaoying wasn't wearing the hairpin she had gifted her. XiaoMan sensed something was amiss. Xiaoying adored that hairpin. Ever since XiaoMan had given it to her, she wore it on every occasion. XiaoMan found this odd, so she activated her information network. The next day, surrounded by a group of stray cats, XiaoMan listened to the cacophony of meows, summoning Wenhua to serve as a translator. He reported that he had overheard several children plotting to steal the hairpin and toss it into the tree at training ground number 4. The mastermind was a student from the class next door. We'll settle the score with them later. Replace it with a strawberry hairpin and they LL behave. How about we take them all down? XiaoMan stood up, stretching lazily. Now, at the very least, she needed to retrieve the hairpin. At the edge of the death forest, a 30-meter-tall ancient cedar pierced the twilight with its crown. XiaoMan gazed upward, her eyes fixed on the tip of a horizontal branch where a delicate cherry blossom hairpin dangled, swaying gently. How did those rascals manage to hang it up there? The bark was rough, imbued with years of dampness and slickness. XiaoMan concentrated her energy, scaling the ancient tree like a pro. Each step sent shards tumbling down. She pressed her body closer to the trunk, drawing nearer to that hint of pink. Finally, her fingertips brushed against the coarse underside of the branch. With a powerful thrust, she twisted her waist, her body gracefully flipping up, landing on one knee on the swaying branch. Victory was within reach. The tiny cherry blossom hairpin was so close, she could almost discern the intricate patterns she had painstakingly carved into the petals. She held her breath, extending her hand. Just as her fingertips were about to make contact, a pungent, decaying sweetness invaded her nostrils. XiaoMan lifted her gaze, locking eyes with a pair of enormous amber vertical pupils. The deep crimson scales, almost black in the dim light, suddenly unfurled, scraping against the tree trunk with a chilling rustle. XiaoMan, aside from XiaoMan, Xiaoying's closest friend in the class is Yamanaka Ino, the daughter of the Yamanaka clan, who is currently braiding Xiaoying's hair. If only I could grow my hair long. Ino sighed enviously at Xiaoying's beautiful hair color. XiaoMan echoed this sentiment. Xiaoying obediently sat still, a hint of bashfulness gracing her smile. By the way, where is XiaoMan? Why hasn't she arrived yet? Well, I don't know. Xiaoying lowered her head, a flicker of worry crossing her features. How could one be so unfortunate? A thin sheen of sweat appeared on XiaoMan's forehead. The enormous triangular head descended from the higher branches, its vertical pupils like lamps ignited in hell, coldly locking onto her. The snake's mouth gaped slightly, releasing a hissing sound that pierced the air, aimed directly at her face. XiaoMan's muscles erupted with incredible strength, driven by instinct. She had no time to think. She propelled herself off the snake's body with all her might. The enormous recoil sent her plummeting downward, narrowly evading the lethal fangs. Only the pebbles stirred by the tumult left a faint scar of blood on her face. The sound of rushing wind howled in her ears. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of another thick serpent coiling and tightening below. She could not afford to touch the ground. In a flash, she flicked her wrist, and the bandage hidden in her sleeve sprang forth like a serpent from its burrow, utilizing the shifting energy to precisely ensnare a pale, curved fang at the edge of the giant python's maw. The bandage tightened instantly, harnessing the force of her descent and the pull of the bandage. Her body traced a perilous arc in the air, akin to a stone slung from a catapult, miraculously swinging back toward the treetops. With a graceful backflip, she deftly retrieved the delicate cherry blossom hairpin with her fingertips, the bandage spinning around in midair before landing once more. Exhaling softly, XiaoMan tucked the hairpin into her bag. Success! At this moment, Sakura's home was filled with her classmates. Thanks to Ino's popularity, many girls who were not particularly close to Sakura had also come. Today is a gathering for the girls, Ino declared with enthusiasm. Happy birthday, Sakura! Even shy Hinata Hyuga, usually reserved, had been invited. Her head slightly bowed as if summoning great courage. Sakura shyly pressed her lips together and smiled. Thank you. Hinata clenched her fists. Has XiaoMan not arrived yet? Right. Why is she still not here? Aren't you two the best of friends? A girl inquired. Aren't you best friends? How could she be late to a birthday party? Another girl crossed her arms, commenting. Sakura lowered her head, her heart heavy with worry. She must just be delayed by something. Ino wrapped her arms around Sakura's shoulders. Forcing a smile, that must be it. Meanwhile, on the other side, the giant python was evidently enraged by the provocation of this diminutive prey. With a sudden violent shake of its massive head, the bandage was pulled taut once more. Even more perilous was the massive serpent's tail, as thick as a barrel, sweeping through the air with the intent to crush, a deathly shadow looming over her. The momentum of her return to the treetops had waned. and a fatal tail strike awaited below. Yet, a glimmer of cold, lethal intent flashed in XiaoMan's eyes. Now, her unoccupied left hand delved into the small bag at her waist, her fingertips brushing against a hard, cold vial of high-concentration alcohol. Don't question why there's alcohol in her bag. It's simply a matter of being prepared. Without a moment's hesitation, she flicked the cork off the bottle and hurled the entire contents at the giant python's eye. The crystalline liquid arced faintly through the dimness, splattering accurately upon the serpent's vast eye. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. In the following moment, the python's vertical pupil closed in agony, its mouth gaping wide in pain. The immense serpent twisted in a frenzied agony, slamming against the sturdy tree trunk, which groaned under the strain, shedding large chunks of bark and leaves, as if a verdant storm had erupted. XiaoMan released the bandage and sprinted across the tree, the ancient boughs swaying perilously. But her mastery of energy allowed her to navigate as if on solid ground. The python emitted its final, tortured, guttural hiss from deep within its throat before plummeting irretrievably from the 30-meter-high treetop. Boom! A resounding crash reverberated through the surrounding forest, stirring clouds of dust and sending startled birds flying. XiaoMan stood at a distance atop another tree, clutching the hairpin. As the dust settled slowly, the faint, unconscious thrumming of the python's struggles below gradually faded. XiaoMan opened her palm, the edges of the hairpin leaving deep imprints in her skin. The cherry blossom hairpin lying quietly there, adorned with dewdrops, resembling true cherry blossoms. It truly was not easy. She sighed softly, her voice barely audible against the night breeze, yet imbued with a peculiar tranquility. The bandage on her left hand had snapped, and she leaned against the tree, rewrapping it in careful circles. Chapter 36. Fireflies. The gathering had concluded, and XiaoMan had not appeared from beginning to end. A pang of bitterness gripped Sakura's heart. This was her first birthday party with so many classmates, and she longed for XiaoMan to witness her integration into the group. They had agreed just yesterday. As Ino departed, concern etched on her face, she said, "Maybe she's just a bit afraid of being around so many people. Don't worry too much." Despite her comforting words, Sakura's mood remained low. XiaoMan still hadn't come. Sakura unconsciously clenched her hands. What if something happened? She suddenly stood up. No matter what, she had to find XiaoMan and inquire. XiaoMan trudged forward with weary steps, intending to clean up before seeking Sakura. Although she had emerged unscathed from her battle with the python, she still felt somewhat disheveled. Moreover, she had retrieved the hairpin. But what of the gift? XiaoMan rubbed her forehead, a vague sense of irritation brewing. "XiaoMan." She heard a faint voice calling her from behind. Turning around, their eyes met. Sakura had sneaked out of her home, evading her parents. Though there were still streetlights along the way, pedestrians were few, especially near XiaoMan's house, where darkness loomed, devoid of human presence. A sense of trepidation crept into her heart, causing Sakura to hesitate, biting her lip. Yet, a surge of stubborn resolve surged within her. She had to know why XiaoMan hadn't come. Whether something had happened, or it was simply a failure to keep her word, she needed to uncover the truth. Summoning her courage, she walked in the darkness toward XiaoMan's home, and a figure appeared ahead. It was XiaoMan, her back turned to Sakura, her movements appearing somewhat fatigued. "XiaoMan!" Sakura called out, and upon seeing XiaoMan turn, she collided directly with those sea-blue eyes that exuded indifference and weariness. The strands of hair in front of XiaoMan's face danced in the night breeze, brushing against her pale skin. Sakura had never seen this side of XiaoMan before. In that fleeting glance, she perceived the tumultuous undercurrents beneath a frozen sea, the unfathomable depths of blue weighed down by an incomprehensible gravity, causing the surrounding air to thicken with an almost brittle detachment, severing the connection between XiaoMan and the familiar figure she once knew, rendering her distant as if separated by a layer of frosted glass. Sakura suddenly fell silent. Yet, in that moment of recognition, XiaoMan's eyes brightened upon seeing her, as if the XiaoMan she had just observed was merely a mirage. The stormy sea under an overcast sky transformed into a vibrant spectacle. Yet her lips curved upward in a subtle smile, revealing no trace of overwhelming joy. Sakura was momentarily taken aback, an unusual sensation blossoming in her heart. It seemed she was witnessing XiaoMan's nuanced expressions for the first time. Did seeing her truly bring XiaoMan joy? Yes, indeed, for they were the very best of friends. Sakura reassured herself. "You've come," XiaoMan said, rubbing her forehead. "I was actually going to look for you." Sakura pouted slightly, stepping closer to her. Thinking that Sakura was about to sulk or act coy, XiaoMan was taken by surprise when Sakura suddenly cupped her face. "You're hurt." She pointed to the faint scratch on XiaoMan's face, a wound from the battle caused by flying stones. XiaoMan blinked in surprise, chuckling nonchalantly. "It's just a minor injury. Nothing serious. By the way, look at this." A hairpin appeared at her fingertips as if by magic, the golden strands of XiaoMan's hair glimmering warmly under the streetlight. And she flashed a confident smile. Just like the first time they met beneath the cherry blossom tree, her smile illuminated the entire world. "I found it." Her gaze fell upon the familiar cherry blossom hairpin. Although its owner appeared quite disheveled, the hairpin was tenderly cared for, blooming vibrantly. A wave of emotion surged through Sakura's nose, and she suddenly dashed into XiaoMan's embrace. "Is this the reason you returned so late?" "Yes." "Has the gathering concluded?" XiaoMan asked, a hint of embarrassment coloring her tone. She had just emerged from the forest, unaware of the time. "It ended long ago. I apologize." "No need for apologies," came Sakura's muffled voice from her neck. XiaoMan observed the reluctant Sakura in her arms. "By the way, you actually ventured out so late? Aren't you also out late without returning home? I was worried about you." Only then did Sakura emerge from her embrace, her cheeks flushed and a trace of annoyance evident. "You should be the one to mind your safety." XiaoMan, feeling somewhat guilty, touched her nose. "By the way, since you've sneaked out, we can activate the contingency plan. Where are you taking me?" Sakura, with her eyes covered by XiaoMan's hand, could only follow her lead. "You'll know when we arrive." The darkness heightened her other senses as Sakura was guided, stumbling along an unfamiliar path. The terrain shifted from smooth stone to soft earth, then to the rustling, springy grass beneath her feet. The evening breeze turned moist and cool, carrying the rich scent of water, earth, decaying leaves, and a peculiar, sweet fragrance of grass and wood, flooding her nostrils. In the distance, the gentle sound of flowing streams or rivers caressed her eardrums. "Have we arrived?" She couldn't help but inquire, as the perception of time in the darkness stretched infinitely. "We've arrived." XiaoMan's voice was as soft as if afraid to disturb something, guiding Sakura a few steps forward before stopping. "Stand steady." The black satin ribbon covering her eyes was gently removed. The sudden restoration of sight made the light appear exceptionally dazzling. Sakura instinctively squinted, her eyelashes fluttering as she adjusted to the scene before her. They stood upon a vast riverside, her feet on the fine, damp gravel, and before them lay the broad, gently flowing river. Suddenly, scattered specks of light emerged, like lost stars ascending from the depths of the grass, flickering with a faint, cool yellow-green glow. They danced and drifted aimlessly. Soon, the lights multiplied and thickened. From the shadowy trees on the opposite bank, from the moist grass beneath their feet, and even from the air surrounding them, countless fireflies silently surged forth. These myriad tiny lights formed flowing ribbons of illumination, intertwining, twisting, separating, and converging as luminous spirits gathered into a sea of light. Sakura stood frozen, her breath stilled, her green pupils illuminated by the boundless fireflies. She opened her mouth but could utter no sound, merely gazing blankly at this starry sea created for her. She recalled telling XiaoMan her desire to see fireflies, lamenting her inability to venture out due to the curfew each night, and now, her wish had come true. XiaoMan simply smiled softly, concealing her contributions. She had previously inquired with Shino about where to find the most fireflies, and the helpful Shino had directly shared a method to attract them. Let us express our gratitude to Shino. Today, it served as a gift for Sakura. A particularly bright firefly, with wings edged in a delicate golden halo, floated gracefully through the dancing light and alighted delicately on XiaoMan's outstretched palm. That small glow flickered gently upon her hand. XiaoMan turned to observe Sakura, who was entranced amidst the sea of light. "Happy birthday, Sakura." Sakura lifted her gaze to meet hers. In that moment, everything was tenderly washed clean by the ocean of light, leaving only the pure essence of cherished happiness, silently surging within her chest. Chapter 37. Summer's fullness. The cicada's chirps penetrated the classroom window as XiaoMan rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the sky outside. The voice of the history teacher on the platform fluctuated, as if filtered through a layer of lukewarm water. "This is the origin of the name of the three shinobi." XiaoMan's attention drifted to the playground, where upperclassmen practiced shuriken throwing. Suddenly, a white figure intruded her vision, the boy's garments swirling in a graceful arc as his shuriken struck the target with precision. A white satin forehead protector adorned his brow, and those peculiar eyes revealed his Hyuga lineage. XiaoMan. Sakura prodded her arm with a ruler, signaling her to pay attention in class. I know, XiaoMan replied, glancing back one last time just as the wide-eyed boy seemed to sense her gaze, turning his head. From 3 floors up, it felt as if a cold perception swept through her being. XiaoMan raised an eyebrow, another white eye. The weather was dreary, and she felt no inclination to attend class. In the afternoon, XiaoMan skipped the ninja tool maintenance class to go fishing. As she carried her fishing rod across the training grounds, dark clouds rolled in from behind the shadowy rock formations. The dull thud of wooden stakes echoed through the air as she spotted the white-eyed boy training in the ancestral Hyuga martial arts. XiaoMan watched with interest for a while before speaking. Doesn't the Hyuga clan have their own training grounds? Niji continued his practice with unwavering focus. He had no desire to return to that place. Thus he had taken it upon himself to practice his gentle fist outside, despite the clan's strict regulations against such actions, fearing potential leaks of their techniques. The blood vessels around his pupils had yet to fade, appearing bluish-purple under the overcast sky. It's none of your concern. The sky darkened, and raindrops began to patter against the metal roof, quickly escalating into a torrential downpour. In XiaoMan's memory, it often rained in the afternoons and at dusk in Konoha. After weighing his options, Niji halted his training, preparing to seek refuge in the storage room from the rain. XiaoMan remained steadfast, seemingly unaffected by the sudden downpour as she tilted her head back, letting the raindrops fall into her eyes. Aren't you going to take cover? Niji couldn't help but furrow his brow. Normally, he wouldn't involve himself in others' affairs, but he had never encountered someone who remained oblivious to the rain. Oh, XiaoMan replied, contemplating. Then I suppose I should take cover. She slipped into the storage room, and the two of them huddled in that small space. The rain hammered relentlessly on the roof, and the musty smell fermented in the confined area. She sat on a wooden stump, swinging her damp legs, lost in idle thoughts. Had she forgotten to leave food for the little panda this morning? Surely it wouldn't he starve? Niji, on the other hand, stared straight ahead, as if something peculiar lingered in the air. The curtain of rain outside gradually unraveled into a gray mass, and Niji fixated on the raindrops sliding off the eaves before suddenly rising to his feet. I'm going back. Niji returned to the clan grounds, but did not enter through the main gate. Instead, he carefully circumvented the guard's line of sight. While the white eyes had an extensive range, the branch family was forbidden from training outside the clan grounds. The main family, however, was different. Niji took every precaution, but a heavy male voice emerged from behind him. Where have you been? It was Hyuga Hayashi. Niji found himself at a loss for words. He knelt on the cold stone slabs of the training ground. Hayashi standing before him, calmly stating, You are confined for 5 days. You need not attend school. His eyes widened in shock as he endured the sudden, excruciating pain in his head. Understood. On his way to the confinement room, a branch family boy called out to him. Niji, Lord Hizashi wishes to see you. Father? Niji turned in the direction. 5 years ago, the hidden village of Kumogakure launched an invasion, aiming to abduct Hinata Hyuga, the esteemed daughter of the Hyuga clan. In defense of their village and its inhabitants, the ninjas of Konoha engaged in a fierce battle, resulting in the death of Kumogakure's shinobi leader. Seizing this incident as a pretext, Kumogakure made unreasonable demands, insisting on the display of the Hyuga clan leader's corpse. Failure to comply would lead to retaliation against Konoha and the Hyuga clan. Ultimately, this matter was suppressed, and silence enveloped the village, with Niji too hesitant to inquire further. Niji wandered to the most secluded courtyard of the clan's grounds, pausing momentarily before pushing open the door. There, on the bed, lay his father, Hayashi Hyuga, pale and resting with closed eyes. What? How are you still alive? Niji questioned in disbelief. Has the world line changed without any explanation? His father, slightly opening his eyes, whispered, You are 9 years old now. It is time I revealed some past matters to you. 5 years have passed, and the Hyuga clan once had a benefactor who might one day become an adversary. But for now, she was merely a child like you. If anyone has the power to alter the fate of the branch family, it would be her. Niji, please inform Lord Hayashi that certain debts must eventually be settled. Hayashi gently stroked Niji's head, sighing softly. Emerging from his father's room, Niji faced confinement. Moonlight streamed through the lattice window, casting fragmented shadows on the floor. He fixated on the shimmering patterns, while the damp scent of rain clung to his collar, mingling with a faint hint of fish, remnants left by that girl. In the dim room, the flickering candlelight cast a glow, and the lingering pain from the caged bird's markings reverberated in his mind. Niji swallowed a muffled groan, clenching his fists. 5 days later, summer arrived, draped in a gentle night. The tranquil life had lulled the residents of Konoha into forgetting the sorrows of war, and the annual summer festival resumed its splendor. Each evening, fireworks lit the azure sky. But only from the highest vantage point in Konoha could one witness the most breathtaking displays. XiaoMan, however, was not particularly enamored with romance. She possessed her own standards of what constituted romance. To her, pledging oaths amidst the vibrant fireworks was a cliched notion. Compared to the other children, who exuberantly embraced the summer festival, she appeared not only indifferent, but somewhat mercenary. "Sister, your kimono makes you look absolutely stunning. Would you like to choose a matching fan?" XiaoMan propped her chin and complimented a young woman. "XiaoMan, you are adorable," the woman replied, "and you can even DIY." As dusk fell, XiaoMan set up her small cart, displaying fans and wind chimes. The woman, adorned in a lavender kimono with flowing purple hair, had an ethereal beauty akin to that of a figure from an ancient painting. Upon hearing XiaoMan's words, Yujetsu Yuin paused, gazing at her with uncertainty. "Then please recommend one for me," she requested. XiaoMan deftly spun a bamboo fan on the wooden table, halting it before the woman. The fan's surface, a soft, grayish purple, resembled wisteria shrouded in mist, complementing her lavender kimono exquisitely. The edges were delicately trimmed with silver-gray silk, bestowing a cool elegance upon the gentle hue. The fan bore no elaborate patterns, only a serene color and a smooth texture. Yet Yuin was instantly captivated upon her first glance. "I believe this suits you perfectly. I'll take it," she declared. Yuin cast a lingering glance at XiaoMan, who was oblivious to the gaze, and continued tidying her stall. After completing the transaction, Yuin departed, clutching the fan as she stood on a bustling bridge. Lost in thought, she failed to notice her awaited companion had approached. Yuin? A voice broke her reverie. It was her beloved, Suki no Hate. "What are you daydreaming about?" he asked with a hint of amusement. Seeing her beloved standing idly on the bridge was a charming sight in his eyes. "Nothing," she replied, shaking her head, casting aside her memories and offering him a sweet smile. "Let us go. I crave chocolate bananas." A Hyuga clansman then appeared before her, his demeanor calm, yet subtly arrogant. XiaoMan understood the pride carried by these shinobi, but she remained unfazed. "Do you have specific content in mind?" he inquired, seeking a blessing for a respected elder. He raised his head slightly, a look of surprise crossing his face. "Understood. Please return for it later." XiaoMan waved him off dismissively, an action that seemed to be perceived as disrespectful, causing him to frown in dissatisfaction. He wondered why that elder had placed such importance on her. A mere student of the Shinobi Academy, specifying her name for the task, and expecting her to pay special attention to his stall. XiaoMan, puzzled, wondered why the Hyuga clan always bore such solemn faces, as if they carried the weight of 1,000 burdens. The last Hyuga woman she encountered had exuded the same demeanor, unlike the Uchiha clan, who did not share such airs. Besides, the Uchiha truly did perish. Chapter 38. The tutor XiaoMan. The following day, members of the Hyuga clan returned to her stall, their demeanor markedly more respectful. Perhaps influenced by the admonitions of the esteemed elder. "Himaya, the clan head wishes to invite you to serve as a calligraphy instructor for the second daughter. What are your thoughts?" The lead speaker, an older gentleman, conveyed his message with impeccable poise, while the previously arrogant young man trailed behind. His head bowed as if struggling to contain his discomfort. XiaoMan was reluctant to engage with the Hyuga clan, unlike other shinobi clans. The pride and severity of the Hyuga were notorious. Without a second thought, she declined. "I'm sorry, I have no time. Please reconsider. The clan head and your parents share a long-standing friendship, and he wishes to extend his support to you." He produced a letter for her, which she accepted, her curiosity piqued by the mention of her parents. She opened the letter slowly, while he patiently waited for her to finish reading. "Very well," XiaoMan concluded, sealing the envelope. "I accept." Upon her first visit to the Hyuga compound, XiaoMan's impressions were marked by its vastness, isolation, and oppressive atmosphere. Unlike the ominous aura that lingered after the Uchiha clan's demise, the Hyuga compound felt suffocating, as if every action was under scrutiny, exacerbated by the pressure of the Byakugan. A frown creased her brow as she felt a weight on her chest. Growing up in such an environment could mold individuals into something unrecognizable. Meeting the esteemed elder. Hayashi Hyuga, only deepened her bias against the clan. Although not particularly old, he exuded an unsettling aura of authority, especially beneath his penetrating white eyes, as if nothing could remain hidden from his gaze. As XiaoMan observed Hayashi, he too scrutinized her. This child seems of mediocre talent, unlikely to become even a subordinate shinobi of the Hyuga clan. The Byakugan could perceive the flow of chakra, and within her, it appeared weak. Rumors hinted at her lackluster performance in exams. She was merely an average student, a far cry from the legacy of her parents. Yet, regardless of her potential, he felt a responsibility to oversee her development. However, this child possesses an exquisite handwriting. With such a skill, she could at least sustain herself. If only her aptitude for being a ninja could rival even a third of her talent for calligraphy. Contemplating this, Hyuga Hizashi spoke. You have already seen that letter. Shortly, someone will escort you to the residence of the second young lady. Though young, Hyuga Hanabi bore the demeanor of an adult, presenting herself with a composed expression upon meeting XiaoMan. Teacher, please guide me. There is no need to call me teacher. Simply address me by my name. Sitting cross-legged opposite her, XiaoMan twirled her brush. The notion of tutoring a peer's sister felt somewhat peculiar, yet since arriving at the Hyuga clan, she had yet to meet Hinata. Hanabi appeared somewhat taken aback, but merely nodded. Write a couple of lines for me to see. With a serious expression, Hanabi took the brush and began to write diligently on the paper. Previously, she had practiced under the supervision of a maid, adhering to the master's instructions. Each small character was neat and well-formed. Hanabi believed she had grasped the technique well enough to require no guidance, but this was her father's arrangement, and she had no choice but to comply. XiaoMan stood up and observed without rushing to critique. It seemed she had rewritten the characters in a manner similar to Hanabi's. Are you writing or painting? XiaoMan inquired in a neutral tone. Upon hearing XiaoMan's assessment, Hanabi felt a twinge of defiance. May I ask where I have erred, teacher? I told you not to call me teacher. When you write this character, as you reach the end, you lift the brush and then cut downwards, resulting in a rigid appearance, lacking true form. Observe closely. After the brush tip touches the paper, apply pressure, angle the tip upwards slightly, lift it gently at the end, and let the tip flow downwards, paying attention to the positioning. XiaoMan slowed her movements and demonstrated again, applying pressure to the brush, revealing a smooth triangular character. Hanabi's eyes widened in amazement. Calligraphy emphasizes going with the flow. When you practice from a model, you must envision the entire process of writing in your mind, understanding how to maneuver the brush, rather than merely copying an image. Practicing calligraphy is akin to martial arts. The diagrams in martial manuals illustrate the process, not the outcome. You must learn the principles of brush movement. Otherwise, even if your technique is flawless and your characters appear identical, it does not equate to true mastery. I see. Hanabi's eyes sparkled with understanding. She nodded respectfully. XiaoMan set down her brush and gently patted the girl's head. Practice on your own for a while. While Hanabi practiced, XiaoMan sat down to peel an orange, methodically stripping away the skin and pith. Doesn't your sister need to practice? Hanabi replied, my sister's abilities are too weak. My father wishes for me to shoulder the responsibilities. Such a large family truly seems devoid of warmth, XiaoMan mused, though it bore no relevance to her. The door swung open, and Hizashi entered, inquiring about their progress. Upon hearing Hanabi's account, he nodded, his expression still devoid of warmth. Suddenly, he turned toward the door and called out, come out, join your sister in her studies. Hinata emerged from the flowers, her head bowed, timidly responding with a soft yes. XiaoMan glanced at her, uncertain of how long she had been there or if she had overheard her sister's words. Compared to Hanabi, who was manageable, Hinata lacked any aptitude for calligraphy. It might also be somewhat awkward for a peer to take on the role of teacher. XiaoMan felt Hinata was somewhat restrained. Nevertheless, one afternoon, as usual, she arrived at the Hyuga household, only to find both sisters absent. After waiting for a while, the door suddenly opened. But it was not Hanabi or Hinata who entered. It was a young man from the branch family whom she had encountered before. The young ladies are engaged in a competition. Please return home early today. Niji addressed XiaoMan with utmost politeness, yet he seemed even more distant than during their previous encounter. A competition? Lord Hizashi is not satisfied with Miss Hinata's performance. Should she lose in this contest, she may be marked as a bird in a cage of the branch family. Niji's pale eyes revealed no discernible emotion, yet he emphasized the words caged bird. XiaoMan wondered why he divulged such intricate details about clan matters to her, but she merely nodded. Do you not find such a fate tragic? Though they are siblings, their destinies are starkly different. Once Hinata is branded as a caged bird, she will become a member of the branch family, while Miss Hanabi, as a main family member, will dictate her sister's fate and control her life and death. Such occurrences are not rare in this vast family. XiaoMan found herself at a loss for words, her brow furrowing with distaste. She sensed Niji's agitation as a branch family member, but did this not reflect the inherent absurdity of such a distorted system? No, it was not merely the Hyuga clan's distortion. The entire ninja world was warped, from Naruto to Sasuke to Niji. Were they not all victims of this fate? Yet, she could not concern herself with such matters. Her own survival was precarious enough, and what relevance did these issues hold for her? Apologies, but I must take my leave. XiaoMan waved her hand and exited without looking back. Niji watched her retreating figure, clenching his fists in frustration. How could those who lived in freedom comprehend the agony of being bound by shackles? They were merely blissfully ignorant. Chapter 39. What on earth is DOS? The following day, the atmosphere between the sisters felt somewhat peculiar, and XiaoMan wisely refrained from probing further. While writing, a maid suddenly knocked on the door. Miss Hanabi, Lord Hizashi wishes to see you. Hanabi gestured to XiaoMan and rose. The maid stood at the door, her cold voice penetrating the room. Miss Hinata need not come. Hinata flinched slightly, nearly burying her head in the pile of papers on the table. Though she felt a pang of sorrow, this scene, witnessed by XiaoMan, brought her more embarrassment and shame. If you feel like crying, you may pretend I do not exist. XiaoMan stood up. Or perhaps we should conclude today's lesson here. Please wait. Hinata suddenly called out to XiaoMan, her fingers fidgeting nervously. See, could I ask you how to be strong like you? Summoning her courage, she poured out her heart. Father always says I am too weak to achieve greatness in the future. One day, she had overheard Sakura speaking to XiaoMan, which had inspired her. XiaoMan was the most formidable person she had ever seen. She had longed to ask this question but found no opportunity. XiaoMan was quite popular at school. Everyone gravitated towards her, and she shone like the sun, making Hinata hesitant to approach. This question caught XiaoMan off guard. In her memory, Hinata had always been a taciturn, introverted, and shy girl. To be blunt, XiaoMan had even perceived her as somewhat weak. And her impression of Hinata had not improved since she had become a tutor for the Hyuga family. So, she too yearned to become stronger? Such awareness surpassed many others. Perhaps she had underestimated Hinata. However, why was everyone turning to her with such inquiries? Was she some sort of Konoha psychologist, catering to the emotional struggles of troubled youth? Strong? If Hinata was soon to be marked as a caged bird like that young man, how could she possibly embody strength in the face of such darkness and fate? XiaoMan wished to remain uninvolved. She simply waved her hand. If the opportunity arises, I will tell you next time. Hinata watched XiaoMan depart, her lips pressed tightly together. Indeed, she was not Sakura. It was not yet time for XiaoMan to instruct her on what to do. Hinata harbored a deep envy for Sakura. Sakura and XiaoMan were close friends, having known each other for a long time. Yet at times Hinata felt despondent, for she too had known XiaoMan for quite some time. You are of the Hyuga clan. Show us your Byakugan. If you are unwilling, then refrain from casting your gaze our way. That gaze is truly eerie. It is nothing short of monstrous. A Byakugan monster. The young Hinata was encircled, her small form shrinking as tears streamed down her cheeks. Hey, don't bully her. A boy with tousled yellow hair and a red scarf appeared, panting heavily. Who are you? The surrounding troublemakers turned, regarding him with disdain. I am Uzumaki Naruto, the future Hokage. His declaration was met with derision from the crowd. You? A Hokage? The bullies approached, seizing his clothing and dragging him to the ground. Unleashing a flurry of blows, the once proud red scarf was reduced to tatters. Hinata, attempting to intervene, was repeatedly shoved aside, falling to the ground. Suddenly, an orange object soared through the air, following a predetermined trajectory, striking the first bully in the face before ricocheting to another, knocking them down one by one into a slumber akin to that of an infant. At that moment, Naruto sprang from the ground, catching the flying object on his face and promptly dozing off. The object rolled away, and Hinata discerned it to be an orange. So that is it. There are indeed skilled individuals. XiaoMan, appearing smaller than in Sakura's recollections, arrived with a basket, holding an orange, her demeanor somewhat aloof. Hinata noticed snowflakes resting upon her shoulder. With the situation resolved, XiaoMan turned to leave, prompting Hinata to bite her lip and timidly call out, "Thank you. May I know your name?" XiaoMan did not halt her steps, replying curtly, "No need." The second time Hinata encountered her was much later. She hid behind a wall. Witnessing the graceful yet indifferent girl stepping upon the body of one of her former tormentors, stating without expression, still smiling, the boy, face down, was eating dirt, mumbling incoherently. "I don't know what you're talking about. Isn't that the brat? Why do I always end up beating you? If you lack parents to teach you about respect, I have no qualms about taking their place." With calmness, she produced a black cloth, placing it over his eyes. "Now can you see?" "I can't see." "Indeed. It has grown dark." XiaoMan applied pressure to the hand of the boy beneath her foot, beginning to tell a ghost story. Once, there was an unfortunate wrestler who faced his most fearsome opponent, a master of torment. As the match commenced, the unfortunate wrestler attempted to strike first, only to have his ankle seized by the opponent, a dreadful force emanating from his foot. In an instant, his calf twisted into a pretzel. XiaoMan narrated in a soothing tone, slowly bending the boy's ankle. The wails persisted for a full 7 seconds. When the unfortunate boy managed to stand again, his spine had contorted into a grotesque S shape, his arm joints twisted beyond recognition, and the muscles beneath his skin writhed like boiling tar. His face distorted, one eye having migrated above his cheekbone, his mouth gaping to the root of his ear. To the boy, all was engulfed in darkness, save for XiaoMan's calm, devilish voice resonating in his ears as he felt her manipulate his muscles at will, inducing an overwhelming pain that soaked him in sweat. His mouth agape in a silent scream. Hinata, hidden behind a tree, recoiled in fear. In truth, the boy was not transformed into a monster as the story suggested. XiaoMan merely applied pressure to his forearm, and he was already crying out in agony. XiaoMan grasped his hand, piercing through his chest with her fingers. "You see? My hand protrudes from your breastbone." Oh, as if struck by a powerful mental shock, the boy succumbed to unconsciousness. XiaoMan released his limp hand, standing to wipe her hands with the black cloth, her expression unchanging as her gaze locked onto the tree where Hinata concealed herself. "How long do you intend to watch?" Hinata nervously stepped back, yet ultimately emerged timidly. Upon seeing her eyes, XiaoMan exhibited no reaction. "What are you doing?" Hinata summoned her courage to inquire. "Can't you see?" XiaoMan brandished the black cloth, smirking. "I'm performing magic." "Magic?" "Yes. A grand transformation." No sooner had she spoken than darkness enveloped Hinata's vision. When she pulled the cloth away, XiaoMan had vanished. Hinata lowered her head. Once again, she had failed to learn her name. The next encounter occurred in the spring of her 6th year, as the Ninja Academy commenced. XiaoMan took the stage, casually declaring her dream of becoming a ninja instructor like Irika-sensei. Do not overlook the retirement part. She finally learned her name, XiaoMan. XiaoMan, XiaoMan. She occasionally murmured the name to herself. Yet, she still lacked the courage to initiate a greeting, settling for furtive glances. She watched as XiaoMan stared dreamily out the window during class, exchanged snacks with Choji, and napped lazily against a tree with Shikamaru during physical tests. She listened to XiaoMan converse with Naruto about peculiar topics, and she noticed Sasuke frequently glowering at her during lessons. But what she envied most was the bond between XiaoMan and Sakura. Their friendship, though not the most unique, was undoubtedly the gentlest. It was an unmistakable expression of affection, even favoritism. Then one day, Ino invited Sakura to attend a birthday party, leaving Hinata in a state of astonishment. She thought to herself, Sakura, whom XiaoMan adores, must be someone remarkable, for she possesses such beautiful pink hair. However, at the birthday party, she did not see XiaoMan. She observed Sakura with her head down, the once vibrant pink seeming to have dulled significantly. Where had XiaoMan gone? That day, she did not encounter XiaoMan, and even as the festivities concluded, XiaoMan remained absent. Could it be that they had quarreled? Would XiaoMan argue with Sakura? If they did, who would become XiaoMan's next Sakura? Naruto? Sasuke? Or Shikamaru? But they were all boys. Perhaps it would be Ino? With her golden hair, though slightly lighter, she was equally beautiful. However, Ino was friends with Sakura. If Ino were to befriend XiaoMan, Sakura would surely be displeased. If it were someone like her, a stranger, no one would care if she became close with XiaoMan. She pondered this in an offensive manner. However, the following day, the two individuals maintained their amicable relationship just as before. No quarrels, no anger. They remained exceptionally special to each other, impervious to any intruders. No one at all. Chapter 40. The wind chime and summer fireworks. Is this acceptable? Zhang Xiujuan wore a look of disillusionment. The artwork was commendable, and from now on, I shall entrust this task to you. XiaoMan patted his shoulder, offering an encouraging smile. Zheng Chu faced consequences for his younger brother's theft of Sakura's hairpin, which led to XiaoMan missing her birthday celebration. After receiving a thorough beating from XiaoMan, he was conscripted. To be honest, Uchiha Soul Prodigy often sought out XiaoMan for sparring matches, yet XiaoMan was reluctant to oblige, resulting in him having endured fewer beatings than Zheng Chu thus far. In truth, Zheng Chu had reached the age suitable for graduating from the ninja academy and becoming a genin, but unfortunately, he encountered a malicious, caustic white-haired teacher with dead fish eyes, who inexplicably sent him back to the academy. However, the kind-hearted XiaoMan employed the aimless Zheng Chu as a summer worker to assist her in painting designs on wind chimes and fans. Zheng Chu appeared tall, yet his inner sensitivity shone through in the intricate patterns he created. Alas, he now understood why XiaoMan had struck him the first time. Once, while running about with his younger siblings, he had mocked a girl for her pink hair, which, coincidentally, was a dear friend of XiaoMan. He had also made advances toward two of XiaoMan's classmates, particularly the peculiar Naruto, resulting in a long-standing grudge. One person has played so many tricks among the villagers of Konoha. You are one of them. Yet now, he had matured and was no longer the immature rascal he once was. He had made amends and offered apologies where due, no longer believing the tales of Naruto as a demon fox. Under XiaoMan's persuasion, he had even promoted Naruto's achievements as a Konoha broadcaster among his peers, encouraging them to take Naruto as a role model, which could be deemed a form of redemption. The youth squatted beside XiaoMan, resembling a rapidly growing sapling. Even in a crouched position, he was not much shorter than XiaoMan, who sat gracefully, diligently painting small flowers on the fan. XiaoMan, don't you feel bored at the Hyuga clan? He initiated conversation. A bit, XiaoMan replied, penning words as she spoke. Then why do you remain? I have no choice. They offer too much. Shall we go fishing another day? You still owe me labor. I mean after the festival. Let us discuss it after. My schedule is quite full. A schedule? You are not a superstar. I'm just too popular. What can I do? XiaoMan shrugged. Despite her efforts to maintain a low profile at school, her undeniable charm attracted many who wished to befriend her. XiaoMan felt that Naruto's boisterousness disrupted her plans for subtlety. If only I could be as inconspicuous as Shino. To this day, I remain unaware of the essence of his low-key presence. Shino, are you polite? I never realized you were so self-absorbed. Now you see. Zheng Chu lowered his head, speechless, as he continued to paint flowers. Time stretched amid the cicadas' song, as days slipped by. Surprisingly, Hinata was not confined like a caged bird. Even more unexpectedly, XiaoMan gained another student. Hyuga Niji, now she knew his name. XiaoMan found it perplexing regarding Hyuga Hayashi's intentions. If he aimed to cultivate a successor from the main family, why introduce a genius from the branch family? Was this some form of coercion? You should not squander your talents here. This was Niji's remark after their first lesson. His father had informed him that there existed someone who might ultimately alter the fate of the branch family, long shackled by the cage-bird curse. And that person was this peer, valued by Hayashi. Yet now he felt exasperated. Why possess such gifts yet not strive for improvement? What does it mean to waste? XiaoMan was peeling an orange. With your talents, enhancing your abilities will allow you to accomplish more. Your talents are commendable as well. Have you achieved what you aspired to? She leisurely popped an orange slice into her mouth. Observing Niji's displeased expression, she continued, As for your Hyuga matters, I have no interest in interfering. Do not presume to instruct me on what I ought to do. This is the final lesson. I will be leaving the Hyuga clan tomorrow. She stood up, brushing off her hands. What will you do? Niji scrutinized her, brow furrowed. Fishing. In the last 2 days of the festival, the streets of Konoha remained lively. For the grandest fireworks would mark the festival's conclusion. As XiaoMan focused on her tasks, a figure appeared before her. Hinata. XiaoMan lifted her gaze slightly. The stall was already closed. No, that's not it. Hinata blushed, waving her hands nervously. I'm not here to buy anything. I wish to ask you, seemingly resolved. Hinata closed her eyes and nearly shouted, I wish to invite you to watch the fireworks with me. XiaoMan was momentarily taken aback. Without an immediate response from XiaoMan, Hinata became increasingly flustered. No, it's all right if you decline. I'm sorry for bothering you. I'm sorry. There's no need to apologize, XiaoMan remarked, her expression peculiar. It's a bit sudden. Hinata nervously fidgeted with her fingers. Sakura had mentioned that if there were expectations regarding XiaoMan, it was best to express them directly. As XiaoMan disliked ambiguity, the more hesitant one appeared, the more likely she would refuse. This situation traced back several days prior, when XiaoMan had submitted her resignation to Hayashi after concluding her conversation with Niji. Hayashi's brows furrowed deeply, as if to crush a fly. Why? The Hyuga clan has provided you with ample benefits. I no longer wish to stay, XiaoMan replied nonchalantly. You should not reject the Hyuga clan. Go speak to the third Hokage if you wish. Farewell, Hayashi-san. XiaoMan bowed respectfully. Hinata was perplexed as to why XiaoMan suddenly desired to leave the Hyuga clan. Was it something she had said too directly? Unable to fathom XiaoMan's thoughts, she gathered her courage to approach the more approachable Sakura. Sakura welcomed Hinata, the well-behaved child wishing to befriend XiaoMan, as she was far more suitable than that raucous Naruto. If XiaoMan were to play with Hinata, it would reduce her time spent with Naruto and his rowdy friends. Of course, should XiaoMan not have an interest in Hinata, she would not agree to such an arrangement. XiaoMan's wishes were paramount. Sakura advised Hinata to directly express any thoughts in XiaoMan's presence, as that was her mode of communication. Furthermore, if XiaoMan were uninterested, she would plainly state her refusal, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. Hinata braced herself for rejection, lowering her head as if awaiting fate's judgment. It could be possible, but isn't there a curfew in the Hyuga household? Will you truly be able to sneak out tomorrow night? Hinata's face paled. Despite knowing she might have to sneak out, confronting the matter directly filled her with trepidation. I can, she nodded earnestly, her voice barely above a whisper. Before the fireworks tomorrow night, meet me beneath Hokage Rock. A light rain fell in the evening, but it ceased quickly, leaving the fireworks festival unscathed. Stealthily slipping out of her clan's territory, Hinata dashed through the swaying human-shaped barriers, finally arriving at the base of Hokage Rock. She gasped for breath, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Her usually neat hair was now drenched in sweat, a few strands sticking messily to her flushed cheeks and neck. The hem of her light blue yukata crumpled and curling. XiaoMan, you're here? Hinata called as she noticed XiaoMan approaching. Adorned in an orange yukata embellished with delicate white polka dots, her smooth golden hair was swept to one side, held in place with a hairpin, revealing her pristine forehead and an exquisitely shaped ear. Her azure eyes sparkled with clarity, reflecting the stars and moonlight when she gazed at someone. It felt as if she was looking at the entire world. How beautiful, my man, Hinata thought, just as the first fireworks soared into the sky, illuminating the surroundings with brilliance, followed by a thunderous roar that resonated in her eardrums, shaking her very bones. Her heart raced, and the flush on her face deepened. XiaoMan, how adorable. Come with me, XiaoMan said, taking Hinata's hand. Hinata obediently followed her, even catching a faint scent of oranges wafting from her. Together, they reached the summit of Hokage Rock. Finally here, Naruto exclaimed. Hinata, you should come earlier next time. Ino couldn't help but complain. Everyone was present. Naruto, Sakura, Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji, everyone. Hinata felt a pang of disappointment as she lowered her head. Of course, she hadn't clearly communicated with XiaoMan. And surely XiaoMan had many others inviting her. Shaking her head, Hinata cast aside her jumbled thoughts. She resolved to focus on enjoying the fireworks festival with XiaoMan. The sky appeared as a canvas, wildly splashed with vibrant, intense colors, obliterating all darkness. Below Hokage Rock, the throng of spectators ignited with awe and cheers, their voices rising like crashing waves, as if they could overturn the final night of the festival. Hinata slightly turned her head, her gaze drifting from the blazing starry sky to XiaoMan's face. At this proximity, she could see the fine hairs on XiaoMan's cheeks. And this time she didn't need to shyly steal glances. She could gaze openly into those beautiful eyes. In those irises, the magnificent fireworks blossomed. Hinata bit her lip, her voice barely a whisper, as delicate as a feather. Next year, she paused, as if weighing her words, gathering courage. Will we still come together? She thought XiaoMan wouldn't hear her, but XiaoMan turned her head and, amidst the fireworks, formed her lips into an affirmative shape. Yes. Chapter 41. Viewing, Part 6. In the desolate space, the content of the two appearances of the sky did not significantly relate to Naruto and Sasuke. Instead, it narrated the bonds between XiaoMan and their companions, Sakura and Hinata. Did I already know XiaoMan? Naruto pondered, swaying on the ground as he recalled Hinata's memories. Only she knows you, Sasuke remarked coolly. The one who was knocked out had missed everything that transpired afterward. XiaoMan has so many friends, Naruto exclaimed. Sasuke too felt that despite being orphans, XiaoMan's social skills seemed innate, allowing her to befriend anyone. However, observing the scenes on the sky, particularly Hinata's blushing expression directed at XiaoMan, he felt a strange sense of unease. Perhaps it was a friendship among girls that he could not grasp. Uchiha Obito observed with a peculiar expression. Do you really believe that normal friends would look at each other with such gazes? At least I am quite familiar with the way the Hyuga heiress gazes at others. It seemed he had misunderstood the two. Naruto was a fool, while Sasuke had been preoccupied with defection and vengeance over the years, lacking emotional experience. Having only encountered emotionally expressive individuals throughout his life. Moreover, ninjas were inherently quite conservative beings, making it difficult to comprehend sentiments between the same gender. In the Pure Land, Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a grave expression. With his understanding of himself and the Hyuga clan, he felt he had touched upon the reasons for XiaoMan's disdain for Konoha and ninjas. Her parents were heroes of Konoha and benefactors of the Hyuga clan. Having perished in a mission 5 years prior, he had prepared for the worst. But if that was the case, could this child still become the one to save the world and create a new ending? As the two sky displays had not brought forth new information, Senju Tobarama had time and energy to reconsider the relationship between the girl and the Demon King. If there were indeed a possibility, did this world truly exist? Or was it merely a simulation? By what means did the Demon King observe or simulate this world? Suddenly, the space above trembled violently. The tremors strong enough to destabilize even the strongest of the assembled figures. Is it that guy? Kirigakure's Hozuki Mangetsu steadied himself, furrowing his brow. Senju Hashirama stomped down hard, utilizing wood release to stabilize the quaking space. It seemed someone was attacking this realm. Is it the Demon King? Senju Tobarama's brows knitted tightly. If it is the Demon King, and this is a space of his creation, what motive would he have to attack it? If it weren't the Demon King, then who could inflict such an assault on a space resonating with his chakra fluctuations? After a moment, the attack subsided, and tranquility returned. The group promptly resumed their discussions. Uchiha Itachi, with his Sharingan, scrutinized the sky. What is the truth? Due to recent events, Ainley only managed to catch up on the latest updates in the second week, binge-watching 4 episodes in one sitting. While the recent storylines were beautifully crafted, her extensive viewing experience had honed her keen perception. She sensed that there were hidden dangers. From Danzo to Hinata Hizashi, she felt an undercurrent of conspiracy. At that moment, she finally recalled the background setting for XiaoMan that she had stored away. Perhaps it was related to the original work. Regarding the background story of Man in the Fields, L1, XiaoMan's father is the hero Ji Yunshu of Xianyong, and her mother is from the Haida people, making XiaoMan a mixed blood. After her mother's passing, XiaoMan was sent to the Jixia Academy, where she was cared for by the old master. XiaoMan possesses extraordinary talent in martial arts, yet she became the most troublesome student at the Jixia Martial Arts Academy, often receiving special attention from the old master. On her 18th birthday, carrying the necklace left by her mother, XiaoMan arrived in Haidu, embarking on her journey. L2, this was copied from Baidu. L3, don't forget to clean up the annotation links. L4, just kidding, everyone. XiaoMan's mother hails from the hidden clan of Haidu, burdened with a blood curse. Which is why Istella, man's mother, asked Zhuangzhou to seal the demonic power within XiaoMan. Hence, extracting chakra in Konoha has been quite challenging, and there may be a sealing mechanism involved. L5, XiaoMan has astounding martial arts, specifically physical techniques, talent, certified by the old master at the pinnacle of martial arts. If she changes her mindset, she could become the next peak of martial arts. This pinnacle is not merely a title, but a realm, achieved by only a handful throughout history, with the old master being one of them. Reply: Heaven did not give birth to me, Ji XiaoMan. Martial arts endure like a long night. Reply: Do not steal the sage's lines. At the tender age of 12, XiaoMan ventured to Jixia to partake in the entrance examination. Unsurprisingly, she scored 0 in the magical arts, and as for her martial arts test, one could interpret it as her inadvertently taking down a senior teacher due to not adhering to the rules, but do not inquire how she accomplished that. She was exempted from the mechanism studies and was directly recommended to the Martial Arts Academy. In the web of relationships, XiaoMan's classmates are all students in the eyes of the sage, including the Dongfang siblings and Zhuge Liang among others. Only XiaoMan is regarded as a disciple. The sage has taken XiaoMan under his wing, nurturing her as his cherished pupil, akin to a grandchild in affection. XiaoMan's casual approach to life has perpetually vexed the sage. prompting him to send her, along with the troublesome mechanism suitcase, to Haidu. Thus unfolds the narrative of the Dongfang guest season. Why does it feel so brief? Indeed, no one seems to pay attention to the heroic background of the farmer. Had it been in the second game, the discussion would have been far more extensive. To supplement, the author provides an intriguing notion. Despite XiaoMan's literary flair, she has always been a science enthusiast. She teaches Haruno Sakura two methodologies for throwing techniques. One is intuitive, while the other is analytical. XiaoMan belongs to the latter category. Her quick-witted mind excels in calculations, always pursuing the most efficient and effortless solutions. Each time she encounters a situation, her mind has already computed all possible outcomes and even simulates confrontations with the sage to develop her own techniques. Is there a setting in the original work that depicts XiaoMan's fondness for rainy days? It appears not. The original seems to omit any mention of her liking for rain. However, could it be that Konoha's XiaoMan has developed a bit of a rain addiction? The Konoha XiaoMan and the original environment differ significantly. Deviations in personality and traits are quite natural. Chapter 42. The luck of fools don't add to my troubles. XiaoMan bore stains of unknown origin on her face, her fierce gaze directed at Naruto. A cold sweat enveloped Naruto as he stared at XiaoMan, tightly pressing his lips together. High alert. Battle-damaged XiaoMan looked so cool. That fight was exhilarating. Early morning, the sun shone brightly. A rare weekend. Let's buy some groceries first. XiaoMan stretched languidly. She navigated her way to her favorite stall, known for its amiable vendor, and fortuitously encountered Haruno Mei. Good morning, Aunt Mei. XiaoMan greeted cheerfully. Oh, XiaoMan is here to buy groceries. Mei smiled. The prices of vegetables have truly skyrocketed lately. During the festive season, everything seems expensive, the vendor sighed. Food prices are becoming unaffordable. XiaoMan rested her chin in contemplation, when suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. What if I try growing my own? With a resolute spirit, she bid farewell to Mei and hurried to the Konoha library. Having limited experience in cultivation, she believed that without a bit of intellect, it would require significant effort. XiaoMan, with the mindset of sharpening the axe before chopping wood, borrowed several related books. Seated under the shade of a tree in her courtyard, she nibbled on dried fish while poring over her readings. Sandy soil, moisture, humus, bone meal. What if I combine these two? Intercropping and crop rotation index. Would release? Sandy soil. XiaoMan snapped the book shut with a sudden realization. I see now. It's time to put this to the test. Her gaze fell upon her courtyard, where the grass blades swayed gently. What should I plant? XiaoMan. Sakura arrived at XiaoMan's home, astonished by the sight before her. The once barren courtyard had transformed into a small patch of tilled land, vibrant green leaves sprouting abundantly. What's this? Is that scallions? Sakura knelt down for a closer look. Indeed, XiaoMan emerged with a barely perceptible smile. These past few days, I've been researching vegetable cultivation, and I've finally grasped some techniques. You didn't have this 3 days ago? Well, I've developed some methods for rapid vegetable growth. You know me. I lack patience and prefer to take shortcuts, so I had to devise some quick-growing strategies. How enviably clever. If XiaoMan applied this talent to her studies, she would undoubtedly become an exceptional ninja, Sakura mused, glancing at XiaoMan. Why the sudden interest in gardening? You see, vegetable prices have surged dramatically. With only the relief funds, I can hardly afford to eat. Though clearing land and acquiring tools also cost quite a bit, with the current growth rate. I should manage to get by. Upon hearing this, Sakura paused momentarily. Why doesn't XiaoMan come to my house for dinner? My parents would be delighted to have you. I appreciate the kindness from you and your family, but in the face of various unforeseen circumstances, my goal is to adapt freely. XiaoMan squinted slightly, sunlight dancing upon her golden hair. I understand. Under XiaoMan's influence, Sakura was no longer the naive child she once was. She comprehended XiaoMan's desire for independence. She nodded, though a twinge of sadness lingered in her heart. XiaoMan's garden predominantly featured lettuce, tomatoes, and climbing beans, with scallions, chives, and basil nestled between the tomato plants. As the rain fell, the entire yard flourished in a lush, vibrant green. XiaoMan reclined on a branch, engrossed in her reading, while a small panda nestled in her arms. Soundly asleep. A special growth agent? Bitter melon? XiaoMan straightened up, the book revealing a remedy with vague instructions and necessary materials, yet she sensed its potential. Acquiring most materials would not require much time or effort, except for one elusive plant known as bitter melon. This rare botanical, found on the outskirts of the Forest of Death in the Land of Fire, is primarily used for crafting healing ointments, yet it seemed unrelated to enhancing plant growth. Pondering this, XiaoMan lay back down. There was no harm in letting them grow at a leisurely pace. The thought of venturing into the Forest of Death to search for this plant drained her enthusiasm. XiaoMan! XiaoMan! Naruto shouted as he approached, breathless. Naruto? XiaoMan covered her face with the book, lazily responding. What is it? What do you want? I've heard about an incredible training method. Come down quickly, Naruto exclaimed, eagerly shaking the tree trunk. No, but it's really effective. It can turn you from a foolish student into a genius who can defeat a jonin in an instant. Is that so? Absolutely. You must come down. Is that true? However, I must decline. Naruto tried every trick in the book, whining, pleading, and acting foolish, yet XiaoMan remained reluctantly perched in her tree. Finally, she jumped down, catching the startled panda as it tumbled from the branch. What is this method? Follow me, and you will find out. Without hesitation, Naruto took XiaoMan's hand and dashed away. Hey, no need to rush. The panda clung to her back, squeaking in displeasure. Hurry, hurry. Soon, they arrived at the number 44 training ground near the borders of Konoha. We're here, Naruto panted. This is the spot. This is the edge of the Forest of Death. What are we doing here? XiaoMan frowned. This was not a place for them to be. I discovered an extraordinary formula that reportedly enhances one's strength significantly. Hee, if we consume it, we'll surely become ninjas. It seems to be called Kalan. Or perhaps it is culling. He pondered, touching his face, but I distinctly recall its appearance. It must be culling. XiaoMan sighed. Sometimes, life truly feels like a situational comedy. She had just read about it in a book, and now Naruto was supposed to take her to find it. Who could possibly revise this absurd script? Please do not casually break the fourth wall. However, having come this far and exhausted from running, they ought to bring something back, right? She gave Naruto a firm pat on the shoulder. Since we are searching, let's proceed. You lead the way. All right. Wait, but I don't know where it is either. No matter. I trust you, Lucky-a. XiaoMan yawned, placing her hands behind her head. Let us hurry. If we don't find it before sunset, we will return. Although she had no idea who Lucky-a referred to, Naruto remained full of enthusiasm. All right, Kalan's search mission. Let us go. That is culling. Close enough. Let us not get too worked up. Indeed, Lucky-a. XiaoMan silently gazed at the culling tree before her, struggling to maintain her composure. 666. This entry is exquisite. Am I truly in a ninja situational comedy? The book described culling as exceedingly rare and difficult to obtain, yet here they were, two children stumbling upon it by sheer chance. XiaoMan found herself at a loss for words. The damp leaves after the rain emitted a gentle rustle as she squinted, her expression becoming serious. Observing Naruto, who was still foolishly grinning, she softly spoke. Naruto, someone is approaching. Who? At that moment, Naruto sensed something amiss, and their eyes focused intently. XiaoMan grasped his hand and ducked behind the tree. Chapter 43. Full. Emperor. Divine. Power. How could one be so unfortunate? XiaoMan covered Naruto's mouth, and they both attempted to steady their breaths. Below, they could hear the sound of rustling. It was a small team of three, a young man dressed as a merchant leading the way, followed by a petite figure completely shrouded in a black hood, and an elderly man bringing up the rear. Something was off. Their presence and movements were far too deliberate. They were certainly not as ordinary as they appeared. They were ninjas. There was movement over here, the young man remarked. Not ninjas, they haven't gone far. The hooded figure spoke, their voice surprisingly coarse given their diminutive stature. What should we do? From the young man's posture and speech, it was evident he held little status within the group, perhaps even the weakest among them. Kill them. The hooded figure's cold voice echoed through the forest. XiaoMan's heart tightened. What should they do? Her mind raced, instinctively reaching for the small pouch at her waist. With a swift flick of her fingers, she unfastened the buckle and deftly shot it away. The buckle sailed through the leaves, disturbing the moonlight beyond, causing the young man to abruptly look up at the hooded figure and chase after it. He appeared to be an inexperienced fool, but the hooded figure and the elder remained unfazed, as steady as a mountain, seemingly waiting for XiaoMan to walk into their trap. The space was cramped, and usable objects were scarce. Their only advantage was the dim surroundings. However, without a clear understanding of their opponent's strength, any reckless action would lead the two Ninja Academy students to their demise. Naruto struggled to suppress his trembling, while XiaoMan adjusted her breathing, striving to blend into the environment. The hooded figure suddenly turned their gaze towards the tree where they were concealed. The two immediately leapt in opposite directions from the tree, and the hooded figure's blade flashed as it severed the tree. The hooded figure pursued XiaoMan, while the elder ambled towards Naruto. XiaoMan gracefully landed on the ground, her fingertips unfurling puppet threads that locked onto two massive trees. She spun to evade a shuriken that came flying from a distance, rolling behind another tree. The sharp sound of slicing air once again shattered the forest silence as dozens of shuriken shot toward the tree behind her, their deadly whistling piercing the night. The hooded figure, wielding dual blades, appeared like a specter, effortlessly cleaving through the trunk. XiaoMan emerged before him. He sneered coldly, swinging down towards her head. In an instant, XiaoMan reacted, crouching low like a nimble monkey, narrowly dodging the massive blade and rolling to the side. The puppet threads tightened, slicing toward the hooded figure's throat, forcing him to retreat 2 steps, using his blade to deflect the incoming debris. Clever design, but alas, the hooded figure rasped, his dark eyes beneath the hood glinting with murderous intent as they locked onto XiaoMan. All in vain. Before the words faded, the ethereal blue blade shimmered once more. This time, it was not a surprise attack, but a full frontal onslaught akin to a tempest. XiaoMan's brows furrowed tightly as she treaded her own path among the trees. Each evasive maneuver executed with breathtaking precision, yet fraught with peril. With a swift slice, the blade tore through her left sleeve, severing the bandage beneath. The pain invigorated her senses, sharpening her mind. The heightened awareness made the world around her seem to slow, allowing her to study the hooded figure's ghostly movements. Each minuscule shoulder twitch before a strike, the angle of his wrist, the weight of his footfalls, and the twisted shapes of the surrounding roots. Countless fragments of information flooded her mind, colliding, filtering, calculating. Numerous scenarios played out in her mind. When the hooded figure lunged from the shadows of the tree, his blade aimed directly at her heart. The intent to kill coalesced in that moment. Just as the blade approached, she did not retreat. Instead, she boldly stepped forward with her left foot, leaning slightly forward as if to welcome the lethal blade. This unexpected action caused a momentary hesitation in the hooded figure's attack. Her forward step was not a solid landing, as her toe brushed the ground. She flicked it outward with the swiftness of a striking serpent. With a hidden vine previously coiled around her boot, it shot forth like a concealed viper, snagging his rear leg and yanking him violently. The hooded figure's eyes widened in shock. This seemingly trivial tug, insignificant to him, was magnified by the precarious moment of his rapid movement. His balance faltered, and XiaoMan seized the opportunity. She tightened another thread concealed in the shadows, swiftly severing the hooded figure's most vulnerable neck. The hooded figure collapsed in agony, and XiaoMan followed up with a forceful strike of a stone to shatter his collarbone, ensuring he could neither rise nor survive before she advanced to retrieve his dual blades, plunging them through his heart. Throughout this ordeal, her expression remained stoic until the warm blood splattered across her face, at which point her eyes brightened, and she wiped the blood from her cheeks. Surely, there are no toxins in this blood. Ninjas are ruthless beings willing to resort to any means for murder. She must remain vigilant. Moreover, why am I so unfortunate? There was no time for idle thoughts as she cast the 2 blades into the underbrush, only collecting a few kunai and shuriken before leaping into the woods. You remind me of an old acquaintance. The elder grasped Naruto as moonlight fell upon his golden hair, the familiar visage awakening unsettling memories. That was the nightmare of all ninja from the villages that battled Konoha on the battlefield of the Third Great Ninja War, the Golden Flash of Konoha, Minato Namikaze. The higher-ups of Awagakure had even advised their subordinates, if they encountered the Golden Flash of Konoha, they should abandon their mission. The old man, a seasoned ninja from Kumogakure, had faced Minato Namikaze directly and was acutely aware of the terror that man could instill. Yet, he was deceased. Naruto was silently held in the old man's grasp, his limbs dislocated and rendered immobile. I will grant you relief once I see the corpse of that other brat, the old man chuckled ominously. Suddenly, a kunai whizzed past the old man's neck, the sound slicing through the air. As he turned to seize Naruto, he found himself alone. Sensing something, he swiftly glanced back, and a familiar figure stood bathed in moonlight, a shuriken gripped in his hand, the full moon rising above him, his golden hair dancing in the wind. Minato Namikaze. Terror surged within him, the fear dominated by the golden flash. In that instant, Naruto bit down fiercely on the old man's hand, breaking free from his control. Startled, the old man instinctively released his grip, and Naruto tumbled into the nearby bushes. The old man's gaze fixated on Minato Namikaze. No, the dead do not rise again. He immediately launched 3 shurikens toward the golden-haired figure, but a puff of white smoke enveloped the area, and Minato vanished. Indeed, it was a transformation technique. The old man felt a surge of relief, quickly followed by anger. Those 2 wretched brats had the audacity to employ transformation techniques to deceive him. He scanned the surroundings for the trickster. Another kunai shot toward him. He scoffed, recognizing it as another transformation trick, then reached out to grasp the kunai. Instead of revealing its true form, it carved a long gash into his hand. Not a transformation technique. Another kunai came at him, and he swiftly dodged, irritation flaring within him as he formed hand seals. Earth release, earth wave technique. Earth release, earth flowing river. He unleashed 2 earth techniques. The ground vibrating beneath him like rippling water, the earth morphing into a torrent of mud and rock, erupting outward like a volcanic explosion. It did not emerge. The old man was struck with disbelief, spinning around abruptly. You. Naruto gasped for breath. XiaoMan, let me go and run. Don't worry about me. XiaoMan cradled the incapacitated Naruto in a princess carry, sprinting through the thicket. Earlier, she had used a combination of the shadow clone technique and transformation technique, impersonating the 4th Hokage to deceive the old man, then toss the kunai before transforming again to escape the scene. However, this tactic would likely be uncovered swiftly, and they needed to vacate the deadly forest and seek assistance from the incompetent Konoha patrol or security teams. But she still had to carry Naruto, who was unable to walk on his own, especially now as she abruptly halted, catching her breath and setting Naruto down. Stay put, don't cause me any trouble. Naruto, still somewhat bewildered, turned to see a young man whose eyes glinted with mockery. Just as she suspected, this young man was indeed the core of the 3. What a clever child. Those 2 fools, one you've killed and the other you've led in circles, the young man remarked with a smile. You killed him? XiaoMan adjusted her breathing. He deserved to die. The young man flexed his fingers. He was not from Kyomogakure. In fact, he was a spy sent from Kirigakure. Rather than being dispatched, he had escaped from Kirigakure to evade persecution. The 4th Mizukage had gone mad, suppressing the clan's ninjas, and he was one of them, voluntarily taking on the mission to infiltrate Kyomogakure. After evading several assassination attempts from these individuals, he settled in Kyomogakure and even rose to the rank of Umbu. Your taijutsu is quite impressive. Shall we engage in a pure taijutsu duel? If you win, I will let you both go. The young man removed his travel cloak, revealing a rather eccentric smile. In the tightly controlled Kyomogakure where internal conflicts were strictly forbidden, he felt as if he might go mad, yearning for the opportunity to eliminate a few people during missions. Now, he had encountered a taijutsu prodigy, though she had yet to fully mature. He could see the boundless potential within her. A genius. His favorite pastime was to snuff out such talent in its cradle. Very well, XiaoMan agreed. I do not slay nameless individuals, she proclaimed. The young man appeared somewhat taken aback. How confident you are. Do you truly believe you can kill me? My name is Wooly Qianxie. Remember it, for it shall be the last name you hear. No sooner had he spoken than he charged forth. The moonlight sliced through the mist of the forest. 2 kunai clashed, sending sparks flying. Wooly Qianxie's blade was as swift as a serpent strike, aimed directly at her throat. XiaoMan blocked it. He switched tactics, aiming for her ankle. She leaped back to evade. The 3rd strike swept horizontally toward her abdomen, the blade grazing her clothing. How fascinating. Qianxie cackled, the onslaught of strikes raining down. Slashes, thrusts, cuts, and sweeps. Metallic clashes creating a web of sound. XiaoMan's kunai twirled deftly between her fingers, her block swift and precise. Suddenly, Qianxie spun, releasing a kunai that spiraled toward XiaoMan's forehead. She held her blade vertically to block. Clang. The impact sent a jolt through her hands. In the instant the silver wheel was deflected, Qianxie was upon her, drawing a second kunai to stab at her heart. She did not evade. Instead, her left elbow struck Qianxie's wrist bone. A sharp crack resounded, but in that moment, her clothing was also sliced open, a long gash appearing. Qianxie grunted, retracting his blade. There were advantages to being short. XiaoMan's kunai swept upward, knocking his forehead protector askew. A tuft of hair severed, cascading to the ground. 2. She flicked the blood off her blade, realizing it didn't seem as formidable as a single one. Qianxie's gaze fixated on the severed hair on the ground. veins bulging in his eyes as a beastly growl rumbled from his throat. Water release, water surge wave. A torrent of water erupted around him, surging toward XiaoMan with the force to obliterate everything in its path. XiaoMan leaped gracefully, using the trunk of a tree to perform a somersault, evading the water surge. Ninjas truly lack honor, she remarked, her eyes gleaming. Only the living are entitled to speak of honor. Qianxie grinned widely. Can you evade ninjutsu? What about your burden? Water release, water dragon bullet. Naruto. XiaoMan's expression tightened as she shouted his name. Naruto, wincing in pain, struggled to lift his upper body. The water dragon was about to reach him. In a desperate moment, Naruto forced himself to roll away, though he didn't fully evade it. He significantly mitigated the damage. At the very least, he would not die. Observing Naruto, who lay gasping for breath, Qianxie scoffed. What a fortunate life. Why do you keep such a useless teammate? Surrender now, and I might leave you with a whole corpse. Yet XiaoMan merely smiled faintly. Is that so? Then perhaps you should take a look behind you. Chapter 44. The only opponent. Qianxi's expression shifted as he quickly turned around. A golden red figure atop a tree suddenly smashed a mysterious vial of corrosive liquid across his face, and the next second, he let out a heart-wrenching scream. After their previous encounter with the giant python, XiaoMan had learned her lesson and crafted a mysterious little vial of corrosive liquid, a must-have for home and travel. And it had indeed proven useful. You've certainly earned your keep, XiaoMan remarked, as she caught the little panda that leaped down from the tree. In fact, after XiaoMan had tossed that button to divert Qianxi's attention, it had followed at a distance, unable to keep up due to its short legs, thus remaining unnoticed. XiaoMan threw a shuriken at Qianxie for a finishing blow before immediately rushing to check on Naruto's condition. Naruto, can you hear me? XiaoMan called out as Naruto opened his eyes, slowly crawling to his feet, surprisingly unscathed. What a stroke of luck. Truly deserving of the title Lucky A. XiaoMan approached and grasped his hand, snapping it twice, and in an instant, Naruto was fully alert. Ouch! His legs straightened. XiaoMan crouched down. Who informed you of that remedy? I saw it in a comic book. I'm so sorry, XiaoMan. As his attention wavered, XiaoMan swiftly and accurately adjusted his leg back into place. All done. XiaoMan stood up, but suddenly felt a wave of dizziness and collapsed to the ground, fortunately caught by Naruto just in time. XiaoMan. You. Naruto's eyes widened as the sight of blood stung his vision. I'll take you to the hospital. Don't move, XiaoMan said, her complexion pale. Let me lean for a moment. Naruto, upon hearing this, dared not move, relaxing his body to make XiaoMan more comfortable. The little panda also approached, nuzzling gently against XiaoMan. Bring me the blue bottle of disinfectant and gauze from my bag. The two exited the training grounds. The moon hung low, and no one had noticed the commotion. XiaoMan refrained from criticizing the idle guards. But what about Kakashi? The child who sealed the demon fox is missing, and you all remain calm? XiaoMan, are you really all right? Do you not need to go to the hospital? I want to go home. The pain in Qianxi's abdomen had lacerated a deep wound, which, despite her rudimentary treatment, still throbbed painfully. Cold sweat trickled down her face, her spirit wavering. She reiterated, I want to go home. Naruto, not daring to oppose her, assisted her back to XiaoMan's residence. You should rest early. XiaoMan forced a pat on Naruto's shoulder. As he watched her retreating figure, an inexplicable emotion brewed within him. Why? XiaoMan leaned against the edge of the bed, sitting on the cold floor, lacking even the strength to climb into bed. Perhaps a brief slumber would suffice. Wrapping herself in blankets and sleeping would surely lead to better days. Such was the case with post-rain colds, and even with knife wounds. Perhaps her self-healing abilities were always commendable, as she often experienced soothing dreams that alleviated her pain upon waking. Or perhaps her mother was watching over her. Despite the life-and-death struggle faced yesterday, school must still be attended, akin to a great hero who, despite saving the world, must still catch up on lessons. XiaoMan, are you truly all right? Naruto inquired, leaning closer with concern. Sasuke, passing by, couldn't help but glance over. Is this guy unwell? But seeing Naruto so close to her, almost touching, inexplicably irked Sasuke. After regaining consciousness, the wounds on XiaoMan's body no longer pained her, yet her head still spun. She knew that this matter couldn't possibly remain concealed from the Hokage. Discovery was merely a matter of time, so she relinquished her struggle, accepting her fate of once again attracting the Hokage's attention. Yet she would not regret her actions from yesterday. She would have intervened regardless. I have an important matter. The last period is a practical class. Please help me ask the teacher for leave. XiaoMan lay back, smoothly concocting a reason for her absence. The pain had lessened. Yet it was best to visit the hospital after school. The younger students finished early, allowing her to arrive before the doctors left, avoiding long queues. All right. Naruto leaped up immediately. Hey Sasuke, I want to challenge you. In practical class, Naruto, usually flamboyant, chose Sasuke as his opponent, drawing the attention of everyone present. Why is this guy challenging Sasuke? Isn't he overestimating himself? That asks Sasuke. He has never lost a match since school began, right? Sasuke snorted, feeling inexplicably irritable at the sight of Naruto. Fool. During the free challenge segment of practical class, he had never regarded weak opponents with any seriousness. And those worthy of his attention would not fight him, so he typically practiced shuriken techniques under a tree. He glanced over at the tree, where XiaoMan, taking a leave of absence, was lost in thought against the trunk, the ongoing commotion finally prompting her to lift her head, her eyes vacant. Now you are my opponent. You won't leave without fighting me. Sasuke frowned, contemplating something before ultimately forming a stance. The gap between genius and the underdog was substantial. Within a few moves, victory was determined. Train harder, underdog. Sasuke swallowed back the words he was about to utter. He did not want to speak like that person. I will always regard you as my rival. Naruto cried out, frustrated. Sasuke merely left behind a cool, aloof silhouette, heading back to practice beneath the tree. Not a practice. A row of wooden stakes stood by the tree. Sasuke practiced shuriken techniques, while XiaoMan sat nearby, gazing at the clouds, neither uttering a word. After class, XiaoMan rose to head to the hospital. Hey Himaya. Sasuke halted his actions, suddenly calling out to her. XiaoMan turned, and Sasuke frowned. What's wrong? He spoke somewhat awkwardly, as if unaccustomed to such dialogue. It's nothing. XiaoMan shook her head, though her pale complexion and the peculiar flush on her face rendered her unconvincing. Noticing her silence, Sasuke turned his gaze away. Hey, I didn't he began, but his voice trailed off towards the end. Her voice still carried a nasal tone from her cold. I said, I didn't regard that idiot, Naruto Uzumaki, as my opponent. Sasuke felt inexplicably irritated. Oh. XiaoMan was perplexed as to why he mentioned this to her. Sasuke glared at her in annoyance. What's wrong? She asked, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor. Her head felt heavy, and her mind lacked the capacity to ponder the significance of his words. Her reactions dulled. Sasuke's irritation grew. Did he mean to imply that she was the only rival in his eyes? No. Why was he even saying this? Why was he conversing with her for no reason? Not a rival. Fine. It's normal not to exert full effort against a fool. XiaoMan pressed her temples, unsure of her own ramblings. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, puzzled. XiaoMan paused, suddenly realizing that her words could also apply to herself, and upon reaching Sasuke's ears, it might be interpreted as her calling him a fool. No. I'm not comparing you to Naruto. There's no comparison to be made. XiaoMan intended to convey that one was the top student in their class, while the other was the underdog, with no basis for comparison in strength, and that the gap between herself and Sasuke wasn't so vast, aiming to comfort him. However, the prodigious Uchiha misinterpreted her intent, furrowing his brow deeply. Who would want to compare with that guy? Do you think I'm like him? Who would get so close to care about you? You annoying person. Sasuke's face flushed with anger. That is not what I intended. Sasuke began to grasp part of the situation, yet his anger seemed to intensify. Are you implying that I am inferior even to the tail of the crane? When did XiaoMan become so perplexed by the workings of the Uchiha mind? Sasuke was infuriated to the extreme. He had never been so belittled by his peers, except by this individual, always appearing indifferent. Despite possessing formidable strength, he feigned disinterest in the outcomes of battles, pretending as if he were incapable. The feats he had labored tirelessly to achieve elicited no pride in him, as she appeared utterly unconcerned. Very well, let us see. Sasuke took a step back before launching an attack fueled by rage. Initially bewildered, XiaoMan instinctively dodged, countering swiftly and forcing Sasuke back. I stated that is not my intention. Do you comprehend human speech? XiaoMan, lacking patience for his circular arguments, felt a throbbing headache and longed for a place to lie down. Her vision was becoming hazy, yet Sasuke remained before her. How foolish, Uchiha. Uchiha's disaster-level comprehension, XiaoMan. You could become Hokage. The unfriendly tone of this remark only served to chill Sasuke's expression further, clearly interpreting it as mockery. I said, I have no time to waste here. If you do not leave soon, the doctors will finish for the day. Do you believe you can end this battle so easily? Such arrogance. I have truly had enough of this. He gritted his teeth. Fire style, great fireball technique. Sasuke swiftly performed hand signs, unleashing a massive fireball. XiaoMan, frowning with impatience, executed a rapid substitution and employed the second form of her technique, bypassing the fire technique to deliver a direct strike to Sasuke's face. To be honest, after yesterday's battle, Sasuke's attack felt like a child's play. Would he still be defeated? He had exerted all his effort into this jutsu, Sasuke pondered. If he could not even overcome this guy, how much longer would it take to exact revenge on that man? The proximity of XiaoMan's face and her frigid gaze ignited a surge in Sasuke's mind. The once pitch-black irises of his eyes began to swirl with a crimson mist, as if countless blood threads were being torn and twisted by some unseen force, ultimately forming a tomo in his gaze. Upon locking eyes with him, XiaoMan was immediately captivated. Those blood-red eyes, she froze. Memories surged upon her like a tide, and before she could react, her mind buckled under the weight, her body collapsing into unconsciousness. Sasuke pressed his lips tightly together, his face stern. Did he injure her with his Sharingan? He could not even discern whether she was hurt. That version of himself was far too weak. He had already emerged from the shadows, yet he possessed a goal far beyond his reach, one he had come to regard as a rival, and still, he exhibited such behavior, disappointing. Chapter 45. Illness records. Her abdomen bore severe injuries, although they had been roughly treated. They had not received adequate care, and her mental state had been compromised, likely leading to a period of unconsciousness that necessitated hospitalization. The doctor closed the folder containing the examination report. Sasuke nodded silently. You are still students of the Ninja Academy. How could it have escalated to this extent? Where is your teacher? I will go find him. Sasuke hesitated to speak, his mind a chaotic tangle. Exiting the hospital room, he kept his head down. How did it come to this? He had insisted on sparring with her while she was injured. Confused and distraught, he left the hospital. By the time he absent-mindedly brought Irika, who had finished work, to the hospital, night had fallen, and the hospital lights had illuminated the surroundings. He suddenly felt a surge of trepidation about entering, though he could not pinpoint the source of his fear. He ended up sitting on a bench outside the ward. Irika entered first, conversing with the doctor for a while. Upon hearing about the abdominal wound, his expression shifted in shock. After some time, Sasuke observed several ninjas entering the ward for a check. Moments later, the third Hokage entered as well. They spoke for a while, but Sasuke could not discern their hushed conversation. After a lengthy interval, Irika and the third Hokage emerged, and Irika, upon seeing Sasuke, was equally startled. Sasuke, are you still here? Yes. Sasuke was at a loss for words. The third Hokage wore a contemplative expression. The Umbu have already reported, regarding yesterday's battle in the forest. Verification confirms that it was this student, lying in the hospital bed, who defeated 3 Umbu ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village, 1 Jonin and 2 Chunin, with such talent. Yet she pretended to be an ordinary student at the academy, even ranking at the bottom. He could surmise why XiaoMan chose to conceal her abilities. Just as she had previously demonstrated by deliberately controlling her grades, he had never anticipated her possessing such exceptional talent. She had utilized 4 jutsu on site, none of which were her own, indicating that she had defeated 3 experienced ninjas using only body flicker and taijutsu. While the opponents may have underestimated her, it remained astonishing. He sighed. It was imperative to help this child forge deeper bonds with her peers, akin to her relationship with Naruto. These 2 children shared similar backgrounds and were well suited for one another. Having endured the turmoil, Sasuke himself was also a focal point of concern. Then, let Sasuke assist in looking after XiaoMan over the next few days, Sarutobi Hiruzen mused before speaking. Sasuke is the top student in their grade. There is no need to worry about his studies being affected. Understood, Sasuke replied without hesitation. After Irika and the third Hokage departed, the ward fell silent. XiaoMan lay quietly on the hospital bed. In her unconscious state, she furrowed her brow slightly, her long eyelashes quivering, revealing that she was far from at ease. Really? Why didn't she mention her illness sooner? Although he was aware that XiaoMan had taken a leave of absence, she often feigned sickness to skip classes, perpetually acting as a deceiver, leading to misunderstandings. And that fool Naruto, so close yet failing to notice her injuries. Did he not think to take her to the hospital? Her golden hair lay in disarray against her pale cheeks. Her skin was remarkably fair. Despite her daily indulgence in sunbathing, she remained several shades lighter than those around her. The Uchiha clan typically possessed fair skin, yet none matched her pallor, particularly under sunlight. At times, she was almost blindingly white, prompting many to steal glances at her. Though he was not among them, he simply noted that many were drawn to her. Clearly, this contradicted her desire for anonymity. If she wished to disguise herself as ordinary, she would have to maintain her transformation technique consistently. What nonsense am I speaking? Sasuke gazed at her for an extended period, unable to resist reaching out to brush aside the strands of hair clinging to her face. Realizing what he was doing, he withdrew his hand, his ears reddening. He recalled that day when he lost consciousness. A pair of hands had caught him, and before he fainted, he had caught a faint scent of oranges. Upon awakening, she had been sitting at his bedside, perhaps for an extended duration, watching him just as he was now watching her. Sasuke leaned over the bedside, gazing at her. It was now the deep of night. After the lights in the ward were extinguished, the silvery moonlight streamed in from a corner, glaring and making it difficult to sleep. The desolate land weighed heavily on Uchiha Sasuke's expression. How could you touch her face while XiaoMan is ill? Are you truly a silent wolf in disguise? Naruto Uzumaki scrutinized him closely. That guy is not me, Sasuke coldly rebuffed. Despite his nonchalant demeanor, a hint of embarrassment crept in, for only he knew what lingered in his heart. Uchiha Obito observed the two, sensing an ominous atmosphere. The following day, upon waking, Sasuke found XiaoMan still in a state of unconsciousness. He summoned a nurse and left the ward in search of food. Suddenly, someone greeted him from ahead. Hey, Sasuke. It was Sakura, who noticed him emerging from the hospital, appearing somewhat lost. Sasuke nodded and was about to leave when he recalled that Sakura and XiaoMan were good friends. He called out to Sakura, informing her of XiaoMan's injury and current comatose state. Startled, Sakura rushed into the hospital to find XiaoMan. Sasuke intended to follow, but ultimately halted in his tracks. By the time he returned, Sakura and her parents had arrived at XiaoMan's bedside, their faces etched with concern. After a flurry of inquiries and expressions of care, they left behind numerous items before departing. However, it wasn't long before a commotion erupted outside the ward. At that moment, Sasuke sat on the adjacent bed, working on his assignments. Hearing the familiar ruckus outside, he frowned. Sakura had returned to the ward, accompanied by a group of what Sasuke deemed uninvited guests, including a certain blonde-haired individual. They, referring specifically to the clever pineapple head, had suspected that XiaoMan's absence from school was not merely a case of skipping class, especially upon observing Sakura's anxious demeanor. After some questioning, Naruto, Shikamaru, and Choji resolved to skip class to check on XiaoMan, while Kiba, upon learning that they were heading to the hospital, waved his hand and declined to join. To their surprise, the usually diligent Sakura was also complicit in their truancy. I don't want you all causing a ruckus in XiaoMan's ward. I'm here to keep an eye on you, she declared. XiaoMan. Naruto rushed to the bedside, prompting Sakura to frown and give his head a firm tap. I told you to be quiet. No loud noises in the ward. Shikamaru, also furrowing his brow, inquired, has she still not woken up? Sasuke glanced at him and shook his head. The doctor said she would remain unconscious for a while, until she chooses to awaken. A heavy silence enveloped the group. With his head resting beside XiaoMan's hand, Naruto felt a wave of guilt wash over him. It was his suggestion to venture into the death forest. XiaoMan could defeat those ninjas, indicating she had a means to escape on her own. Yet, due to his ineffectiveness, she had sustained injuries. Or perhaps, had he forcefully taken her to the hospital for a checkup after escaping, instead of standing there foolishly, she might not have fallen into a coma. Lost in thought, he suddenly lifted his head to look at Sasuke, speaking in a hushed tone. XiaoMan was perfectly fine before the practical class yesterday. How did she collapse after being with you? The words came out harshly, and Sakura interjected. Hey, Naruto, Sasuke is the one who brought XiaoMan to the hospital. Saying such things is quite rude. But as she finished, she noticed Sasuke with his head bowed, seemingly acknowledging something, and fell silent, her gaze becoming somewhat colder. I initiated a spar with her, during which I activated my Sharingan, he murmured. What kind of eye? While Naruto scratched his head in confusion. Shikamaru's expression shifted to one of understanding. If it's the Sharingan, it makes sense. The Sharingan is a unique bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, possessing formidable abilities such as observation, replication, and hypnosis. The wielder has extraordinary insight, capable of observing chakra flow, casting and discerning illusions, and replicating body techniques and non-bloodline limit ninjutsu. Shikamaru spoke gravely. Sasuke cast another glance at him. He recognized that this Nara clan member, much like XiaoMan, had a deliberate approach to maintaining a low profile at school, though his hidden strengths lay more in his intellect than in combat prowess. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a doctor in a white coat entered, scanning the room. "Who is the patient's relative? Please come with me." "I am," Sakura asserted, rising without hesitation and unceremoniously pushing past Naruto, who attempted to compete for the honor. As she walked over, Sasuke stood as well, maintaining his composure. "I share responsibility." Sakura's expression darkened slightly. After the two departed, the ward fell silent once more. Naruto poked at XiaoMan's bedspread, his hair drooping, his mood low. "Shikamaru, when do you think XiaoMan will wake up?" "The doctor said she will awaken when she wishes to," Shikamaru replied. "Why wouldn't she want to wake up? Is she dreaming something wonderful?" Naruto asked, reflecting on his own experiences. "Perhaps the dream is more enjoyable than reality," Shikamaru speculated. Naruto raised his head. "If making XiaoMan happy will wake her up, then I have a new technique that will surely delight her." "Wait, what are you planning?" "The seduction technique." Amidst swirling mist, a beautiful girl with golden twin tails and an alluring expression appeared. Shikamaru deadpanned. "Are you sure this will make her happy? XiaoMan is a girl. After all." Choji, munching on fish jerky to avoid the crunch of potato chips, chimed in, "But I can't transform into a man yet." Naruto lamented, struggling to revert back. "Forget it, let's just do this." Naruto executed the seduction technique again, this time tempering his expression. "Naruto, you should probably wear some clothes. If Sakura sees you like this, she will definitely kill you," Choji advised. "Oh right," Naruto scratched his head. Yet, he couldn't change into clothes either. After much contemplation, he spotted the sheer white curtains by the window and ultimately transformed into a simple white dress. She adjusted her demeanor slightly, donning a gentle smile. "How about this? Can you undo your ponytails?" Shikamaru remarked after a long gaze, and upon uttering the words, he seemed taken aback. Why was he saying this? Regardless, such an absurd technique could never succeed. In an effort to bring joy to the comatose XiaoMan, Naruto tapped into his potential, achieving an unprecedented level of chakra control. He reactivated the transformation technique. This time, the transformation bore little resemblance to the previous seduction technique. The girl appeared more mature, her golden locks cascading elegantly over her shoulders. Clad in a beautiful white dress. However, she struggled to maintain her poised demeanor, grinning playfully as she approached XiaoMan's bedside. The golden strands brushed against XiaoMan's face. And as if sensing a delicate tickle, the long unconscious XiaoMan slowly opened her eyes. Chapter 46. Death, Funeral, and Bedtime Stories. XiaoMan experienced a lengthy dream, revisiting many past events and those buried deep in her memory, gradually fading into black and white. It was already late at night when XiaoMan, bleary-eyed, rose to find two bodies covered with white sheets. She instantly awakened, rushing toward the nearest figure, trembling as she pulled back the white cloth, revealing her father's once joyful face now devoid of color, his sturdy hands hanging limply. Suddenly, she lacked the courage to gaze upon her mother. The radiant woman with golden hair like the sun, was she also stained with blood? Poor child. An unfamiliar woman compassionately embraced her, and sorrow was etched upon every face. XiaoMan's throat felt parched, words escaping her, as she stared vacantly at the sorrowful apparitions. It was not until the day of the funeral that her gaze refocused. As if abruptly waking from a dream, an onslaught of news from the outside world crashing over her. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, everyone donned in black attire. The air thick with mist, solemn and quiet, transforming the world into shades of gray. She witnessed two coffins being lowered into the earth, where the cold deceased lay, severed from the messages of the surface. On that day, both the sun and the moon fell. Soft sobs broke the silence, and someone approached her, a large hand resting on her shoulder. Why wasn't this child crying? Perhaps tears were indeed appropriate at such a moment, yet she remained silent, dutifully kneeling before the tomb. Such a remarkably sensible child. After all, she was the offspring of heroes. They whispered among themselves, each word piercing her ears. XiaoMan's gaze drifted once more, only to refocus after an indeterminate amount of time, capturing a figure hiding behind a tree. A bright pink streak brushed through the monochrome world. Xiaoing, concealed behind the tree, timidly observed the throng of somber faces, her marbles lost somewhere, and among so many people, she dared not search for them. XiaoMan stared at the marble rolling to her feet, its translucent surface glimmering with a hint of color, though not blinding. It was precious. She gazed intently, the marble reflecting a faint light in her sea-blue eyes. Without a word, she flicked the marble away, timidly peeking. Xiaoying suddenly spotted the marble she had been searching for, rolling right beneath her feet. Oh, surprised, Xiaoying picked it up. Had it returned to her? Perhaps she should leave quickly before anyone noticed. She pocketed the marble and stealthily slipped away, observing Xiaoying's retreating figure. XiaoMan diverted her gaze back to the dark tombstone, lost in thought. After that day, she returned home, only to find her familiar house surrounded by a throng of people. You cannot enter. A masked ninja blocked her path. Do not be so harsh. This is the child of Yun Chu and Estella. A gray-haired elder stepped forward from behind them. XiaoMan regarded him with a blank expression. She recalled a time when her mother was always by her side, and it was this man who had taken her mother away. What did he want now? The third Hokage approached her, squatting down to stroke her head. I am sorry that I could not ensure your parents' safe return. Yet his expression turned grave. They sacrificed themselves as heroes of the village. Their deaths were honorable and noble. Where the leaves flutter, the fire shall continue to burn. I hope you can inherit their will and become a great ninja. XiaoMan's face remained unchanged as she pointed to the crowd behind him. What are you going to do? You are too young to live on your own. According to village regulations, we will send you to the orphanage to live with the other children. Your parents' house will be left vacant. And when you are old enough to attend the ninja academy, you can return. XiaoMan clenched her fists but ultimately relaxed her grip. The children in the orphanage wore similar uniforms made of somewhat coarse material, each adorned with an emblem denoting their status. XiaoMan changed into the uniform, and the matron, a rather stern old woman, introduced her to the other children. As the matron presented her, most of the children stared at her blankly, but a few were particularly lively, exclaiming loudly, "She is the child of the village heroes." Everyone looked at her in astonishment, their faces brightening with warm smiles as they surrounded her. Those lively children expressed their admiration for her parents. Yet XiaoMan found this treatment strange and somewhat uncomfortable. When a caregiver caught a mischievous child, XiaoMan stood in the background. Yuan Tai, why are you scaring the other children again? If you keep this up, I will ask the matron to send you away. Yuan Tai's face turned alarmed. Sister, please don't make me leave the orphanage. I'm sorry, I want to do it again. Humph. XiaoMan averted her gaze. As she stared blankly at the children playing marbles on the ground, a child who had been close to her approached. Do you like marbles, XiaoMan? XiaoMan turned her gaze back, replying coolly, not really. Dissociated in the face of immense pain. I'll give you mine. The child took out a pouch from his pocket, pouring out all the marbles inside and placing them in XiaoMan's hands. XiaoMan silently observed him. After a moment, she managed to utter a quiet thank you. Why did he say such things to her every day? While some children in orphanage uniforms were cleaning the lawn outside the walls, one of them paused, loudly complaining. This is Lord Hokage's order. One of the others shot him a glare. What is so great about it? They died for a mission, whose parents haven't done the same. They're so cold towards us. TCH, what a facade. He raised his voice. If it weren't for the allowance we get every day, who would care if she's the child of a hero? I even gave her my marbles. Keep your voice down. Don't let anyone hear you. By the wall. XiaoMan leaned against the gray surface, her expression indifferent, tossing the marble in her hand like a coin, throwing it up and letting it fall. But the last throw slipped from her grasp, crashing to the ground with a crisp sound. With a sharp crack, it was entirely unanticipated. The sound of the marble shattering drew their attention. Who is there? Come out. No one responded, and they approached, finding no one in the corner, just a scattering of glittering, colorful shards. XiaoMan sat atop the high wall of the orphanage, lost in thought as clouds drifted overhead. She had attempted to sneak out, only to be swiftly brought back by a group of ninjas. Other children from the orphanage had returned late too, but usually, only the matron would seek them out. Perhaps it was because her every move was under the watchful eyes of those ninjas. She needed to find a way to escape. It was not until dusk that she finally descended from the wall. Before bedtime, a few children greeted her, and XiaoMan nodded, listening as they told stories. And then, the beautiful princess and the prince from the neighboring kingdom lived happily ever after, never to be separated. How wonderful! The wicked queen was imprisoned. And as for the shattered mirror, it could never be restored. Are you telling the story of Snow White? XiaoMan inquired. Yes, XiaoMan. Would you like to listen with us? Well, I have heard another version of Snow White's story. XiaoMan sat down, her expression calm. Oh, The children's faces lit up with curiosity. Then please tell us, since you wish to hear it in a distant land. A king who had lost his beloved wife took a new bride, a beautiful woman who brought with her a young daughter. The king, however, held a disdain for children and confined the girl to a remote, dilapidated cottage. Isn't the Princess Snow White the daughter of the king's late wife? Someone interjected. They say there are different versions. Another person nudged him, urging him to continue. One fateful day, Snow White met her demise. It was the enchanted mirror that drove the queen into madness, compelling her to take the life of her own daughter. This sinister apparition, birthed from human greed and concealed within the mirror, is what we call the specter of the glass. XiaoMan, observing the trembling children, offered a subtle smile. Oh, isn't there a mirror outside our sleeping quarters? He pointed towards the door. Perhaps it will whisper to us tonight. A timid child shrieked in fright, drawing the attention of the caretaker. You lot, quiet down and go to sleep. Chapter 47. The mirror. All the children in the orphanage dined from uniform plates. And today each was granted an orange as a post-meal treat. Last time, your frightful tales scared many little ones. I let it slide. But why did you snatch another child's orange this time? The headmistress chastised her firmly. Though XiaoMan's face remained impassive, her indifference was palpable. Noticing her silence, the headmistress stifled her anger and softened her tone. XiaoMan, can you tell me why you did that? What do you intend to do with all those oranges? You cannot possibly eat them all alone. XiaoMan slowly uttered a few words. Feed the dogs. The headmistress's face flushed with anger, yet she maintained composure. XiaoMan, those oranges were donated by kind-hearted uncles and aunts outside. They are meant to be shared with all the children. You cannot take them all for yourself, understand? And if one person takes them? XiaoMan finally met her gaze, her expression devoid of fear or guilt for her perceived wrongdoing. You child. The headmistress could no longer contain herself, her brows furrowing. You will spend the night in the isolation room to reflect on your behavior, and you shall not have dinner. XiaoMan frowned slightly, dissatisfied with the outcome of not being expelled from the orphanage. The isolation room was merely an empty space, devoid of furnishings, save for a dusty floor-to-ceiling mirror in the corner, through which the moonlight streamed in via iron-barred windows. It had been a long time since the isolation room had been used. The headmistress must have been truly furious to resort to confining XiaoMan there. With a creak, the door opened a crack, revealing a head poking through. Ouch, came an awkward voice. XiaoMan, sitting against the wall, glanced up, though the dim light obscured her face. The visitor noticed her movement and instinctively took a step back, only to lean closer again, conflicted. I've decided not to take others' oranges anymore. If you like oranges, we can share them, he said, taking a deep breath as if steeling himself. XiaoMan regarded him quietly, causing him to feel uneasy. Before she finally replied, I do not like oranges. Those are unripe green oranges, sour and astringent, likely sent here because they could not be sold. Nonetheless, they are food. The boy, seemingly younger than XiaoMan, spoke with the weight of his peers' hopes, his voice wavering as he added, just don't take them anymore, okay? The oppressive silence of the isolation room weighed heavily upon them, and as he finished speaking, he hurried away, leaving XiaoMan alone once more. Shortly after, she heard hurried footsteps. The boy returned, having placed something on the ground. Your dinner, we saved it for you, he said. Although the headmistress had punished her by denying dinner, the other children had discreetly set aside some food for her. XiaoMan remained silent, her eyes glimmering faintly. By the way, he hesitated, there's a mirror in this room. You remember to stay away from it, right? Why? There's a monster in the mirror. A monster that screams at midnight and devours people, especially beautiful girls. Be careful. Bring me a stone. Though confused, he obediently left and soon returned with a smooth stone, rolling it to XiaoMan's feet. She picked it up, weighing it in her hand, then aimed it at the reflective surface before pausing. Quickly leave, it's past 9. If you're caught, you'll be scolded. Your oranges are by the water tank. Take them and share them, but don't tell the caretaker. Hey! XiaoMan stood from her corner, dusting off her clothes. Hurry up and go. Once he slipped away, XiaoMan turned to the mirror and hurled the stone with force. The sound of shattering glass rang out sharply in the night, illuminating the entire orphanage. What was that noise? Is there a thief? Outside, chaos ensued as she picked up a shard of glass. You see, this child completely disregards our guidance. The headmistress lamented to the third Hokage, listening to her grievances. The third Hokage felt a pang of nostalgia for the former headmistress, Tsunade, a gentle and kind woman who had never encountered a disobedient child during her tenure. She has shattered the isolation room window. Does she not wish to escape? The truth was that it was merely the mirror that had broken. But no one cared to listen. XiaoMan stood silently, her head bowed. At last, this busy Hokage had been summoned. I understand, he said, rubbing his weary brow. The events in Cloud Village, coupled with Orochimaru's recent defection, had left him with a multitude of troubles to manage. Yet this child could not be overlooked. Please leave. I need to speak with XiaoMan. He dismissed the caretaker, drawing XiaoMan closer. He softened his tone as best as he could. XiaoMan, do you not enjoy your time in the orphanage? A child with a home does not need to remain here. XiaoMan fixed her gaze upon him. The scent of smoke and fatigue emanating from the third Hokage was quite pungent. He sighed. XiaoMan, I know you are wise and capable of living independently. However, as the child of a hero, your existence will draw the attention of many, and living alone can put you at risk from those who oppose the village. The same applies to the Jinchuriki. Kushina's child is also temporarily housed in the orphanage, with plans to allow them to live independently once they reach the appropriate age for the ninja academy. But this child was fiercely rebellious. XiaoMan, maintaining her unwavering gaze, questioned, so the children in the orphanage are also susceptible to scrutiny? The worst that could happen to me is death. If I were to stay in the orphanage, would it implicate innocent children? Did you not say that children are the future of Konoha? Or is it that because they hail from an orphanage, they can be forsaken? He sighed again, tapping his pipe in frustration. Since you have made your decision, I shall not hinder you. You may return to your parents' home, where you will receive a stipend each month, and from now on, you will have to rely on yourself. XiaoMan gazed deeply at him, nodding gently. In the Pure Land, Sarutobi Hiruzen wished to smoke his pipe, yet as a spirit, he was rendered powerless, just as he had been in life. Minato Namikaze, evidently deep in thought, fixated on the screen. The atmosphere in the Pure Land was steeped in melancholy. After experiencing such hardships, could these children truly save the world? Chapter 48. Orange XiaoMan returned to the house she had long been estranged from. Although it could no longer be called home, it remained the last refuge she could claim in this world. Adored and flattered by those who idolized heroes, pitied and sympathized with by strangers simply for being an orphan. This was not the life she desired. XiaoMan silently entered her home, unsealed the packaging, and began to clean the dust-laden rooms, hanging clothes and bedding in the sun. The day seemed destined to pass in tranquil routine. In winter, after the snow had cleared, the sun shone warmly upon the snow-laden branches, adorned with bright red fruits, as if everything was brimming with hope and the promise of renewal. She turned on the radio, and cheerful music filled the room, accompanied by the melodious tunes. XiaoMan neatly folded her clothes and placed them in the cabinet. She had already developed the ability to live independently. An UMBU member withdrew his gaze and reported to his superior, Kakashi Hitaki. At just 3 years old, she is truly remarkable, he remarked with a note of admiration. Kakashi adjusted his forehead protector, stating emotionlessly, the target is special and requires long-term surveillance. XiaoMan, carrying a small basket, closed the door with a bang, appearing to head out for groceries. She's leaving. You should keep an eye on her, he instructed his colleague. After saying this, he jumped down and entered XiaoMan's home through the window to conduct a routine check. This child is unique. The third Hokage has specifically instructed that if she exhibits any self-harming or harmful behavior towards others, it must be reported immediately. Searching the room was part of the procedure. He found nothing suspicious and meticulously returned all items to their places, striving for precision. The third Hokage noted that this child is intelligent. Any trace could be detected by her. She currently lacks a sense of security. It is vital to cultivate an atmosphere of safety in Konoha, fostering her sense of belonging and identification with the village. All actions must be conducted discreetly. I am Naruto Uzumaki, the future Hokage. XiaoMan paused as she heard a somewhat familiar voice. A blonde child, wrapped in a scarf, shouted loudly at a group of children. With a demeanor like yours, you aspire to become Hokage? The children approached and began to pummel him mercilessly, the scene quickly turning grim. XiaoMan merely stood silently, expressionless, as snowflakes fell upon her. After a moment, she reached into her basket, retrieved an orange, and without aiming, accurately threw it, striking each child with pinpoint precision. At that moment, Naruto was also rising to resist, only to be hit and sent back into slumber. A timid girl with white eyes spoke up. Thank you. May I know your name? XiaoMan simply stuffed the orange back into her basket, not even glancing back as she replied, no need. This scene did not escape the eyes of the UMBU observing her. This child, with a cold exterior yet a warm heart. The Umbu reported XiaoMan's recent actions to Kakashi Hatake, who then sighed in contemplation. Kakashi adjusted his forehead protector, watching as XiaoMan busied herself in the kitchen. "I'm starting," she said, placing her hands together before the table laden with dishes, addressing the empty seat opposite her. Yet for Kakashi, who had been attentively observing XiaoMan, this gesture was somewhat unexpected. In the 2 days since returning home, she had dined alone without ever uttering such words. Coupled with her intervention on behalf of Naruto Uzumaki today, was it possible that this child was preparing to move beyond her past? After the meal, XiaoMan tidied the dishes and prepped her clothes when she suddenly paused, turning to the window to say, "Don't peek at others while they're bathing." Who would peek at a 3-year-old bathing? Kakashi muttered, flipping through his book. However, the third Hokage was right. She was indeed quite perceptive. XiaoMan entered the bathroom, closing the door behind her. A minute later, Kakashi detected an unusual, intense scent of oranges, his instincts on high alert. He leapt up and burst into the bathroom, the sight before him causing his eyes to widen. The girl was curled up in a narrow corner between the bathtub and the wall, her head limply leaning against the cold tiled surface, damp golden hair clinging to her pale cheek. One of her arms hung weakly by her side, the delicate wrist resting on the wet tiles, shards of glass scattered on the floor. The air was thick with the scent of oranges, attempting to mask the metallic tang of blood. A vivid, sticky dark red was slowly, silently spreading from her small wrist, resembling a toxic flower blooming in water, mingling with the droplets cascading down, creating a nauseating crimson stain on the white tiles. Kakashi's heart raced, without a moment's hesitation. He scooped up the barely breathing girl and rushed to the emergency center. No one, not even Kakashi, could have anticipated that the seemingly normal XiaoMan, who appeared to be moving on from her past, would choose this moment to attempt suicide. What? She seemed fine just a moment ago? In the hospital, the third Hokage hurried in, greeted by a group of Umbu standing guard outside. XiaoMan lay unconscious on the bed. "What is the situation?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired sternly. Though his subordinates had provided a brief report, he needed to hear the specifics of what had transpired. The attack had been brutal. Had they arrived any later, she might have already perished. Sarutobi's expression was grave. Alas, such a small child. The emergency personnel shook their heads, indicating that it would likely take time for her to regain consciousness, advising caution regarding the patient's psychological state. Sarutobi exited the emergency room, finding Kakashi seated against the wall, his expression still dazed, clearly shaken by the recent events surrounding XiaoMan's suicide attempt. Perhaps it reminded him of his father, Tsukumo Hatake, who had taken his own life at home. With a heavy sigh, Sarutobi approached and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Withdraw the Umbu personnel." XiaoMan leaned against the headboard, her complexion pale, yet her expression remained calm. "Your actions were too impulsive." The third Hokage did not explicitly refuse, yet his furrowed brow displayed his disapproval. Having nearly taken her own life while under Kakashi's watch, if the surveillance were to be lifted, she could die unnoticed in her own home. Perhaps, XiaoMan mused, considering that the third Hokage might interpret her suicide attempt solely as a protest against the Umbu's surveillance. Yet who could say she did not genuinely wish to end her life? The third Hokage sighed. "I will withdraw the Umbu, but thereafter, Kakashi, I need you to care for this child for a time, to help restore her faith in life." As the scene shifts, Sarutobi Hiruzen gently pats Kakashi's shoulder, assigning him a mission. Kakashi pauses momentarily in silence. Upon hearing that the third Hokage wishes for him to accompany him, XiaoMan remains noncommittal. Chapter 49. Surviving the end of memories is also the end of dreams. XiaoMan opens her eyes to find herself in an empty cherry blossom grove. The surroundings are tranquil, suffused with an elegant floral fragrance. XiaoMan extends her hand, gazing contemplatively at the lines in her palm. Suddenly, a gust of wind sweeps through, showering cherry blossoms like rain. She turns to follow the direction of the breeze and freezes. A golden-haired woman stands beneath the cherry tree, radiating a soft white light, her cerulean eyes tenderly observing her. "XiaoMan." The woman smiles and extends her hand, waiting for XiaoMan to rush into her embrace like an ordinary child. Yet, XiaoMan stands still, a solitary tear rolling down her fair cheek without warning. She silently watches the woman in the distance, stubbornly refusing to take a step forward. Her long lashes remain unmoved, but her bright eyes become veiled with a thin mist. The woman furrows her brow gently, her gaze lovingly resting on her daughter's face. Time seems to pause for a moment, tumultuous emotions swirling within her, yet subdued by a painful tenderness. "XiaoMan, do you still blame us?" Tears glisten at the corners of her eyes. "I'm sorry, XiaoMan. There's no need to apologize." XiaoMan lowers her head, exhaling softly. "I just don't understand why you chose to do this. Is there something you cannot tell me?" Her tone is calm, suppressing her emotions. Estella gazes at her with sorrow. "Did you truly volunteer for that mission? Is sacrificing for Konoha, becoming its hero, so vital to you?" XiaoMan's emotions suddenly surge, her eyes fixed on her mother, brimming with confusion and anger. This is the first time, after their passing, that she can unabashedly express her grievances, doubts, and pain. Unable to contain her feelings any longer, Estella tightly embraces XiaoMan. "I just want to know." In the familiar embrace, her voice quivers with suppressed sobs. "Why did you leave me all alone? Why not take me with you? Why couldn't I die alongside you? Was it necessary to depart without preparation, leaving me in this wretched world?" Previously, whenever she saw parents picking up their children from school outside her window, she would imagine a future where they would come to fetch her after classes, where she could complain about how poorly her father cooked, lament the boredom of her lessons, and boast about her ability to defeat the entire class. Yet, didn't we promise to always be together? For me, even death, even remaining in darkness, is preferable to lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, sleepless, talking to the air, only to awaken in an empty home. She clenches her fists tightly, her tone filled with questions as tears cascade down her cheeks. Estella holds her even tighter. "XiaoMan, do you remember what I told you about life? Having your own room, people who love you, those who support you, and things you cherish. Haven't you been doing well?" She gently wipes away XiaoMan's tears, turning her hand to show her. XiaoMan looks up to see familiar figures standing beneath the cherry tree. The Haruno family, Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, and even those who had departed. Gazing at these familiar faces, XiaoMan presses her lips together, managing to utter, "I haven't forgotten you." Estella pauses momentarily, then smiles gently. "Of course, I know XiaoMan loves me the most. And your father too. However, XiaoMan, the remembrance of the departed does not necessitate a descent into sorrow or a rejection of others' affections." She understands her daughter well and knows that XiaoMan is still tethered to the past, reluctant to fully open her heart to new people and experiences, equating happiness with forgetting them. "I do not wish for you to be mired in sorrowful memories. For your mother and father, the best way for you to express love and remembrance is to live well. I know you are a resilient child, and your mother believes in you. So, XiaoMan, for my sake, please strive to live well." The soft glow surrounding Estella begins to fade, her grip on XiaoMan's hand tightening as she reveals a blissful smile. "Death is not the end of love. I will always be by your side, watching over you." As the gentle light accelerates its dissipation, in the final moments before her form completely vanishes, the warmth, concern, and reluctance in her gaze are deeply etched into XiaoMan's heart. "XiaoMan, no matter what happens in the future, no matter who you become, your mother and father will always love you. You will forever be our beloved child." "Naruto, what are you doing?" Sakura cannot help but hiss in a hushed tone. Upon returning to the hospital room with Sasuke, she discovers Naruto transformed into a female version of himself, sitting beside XiaoMan. "Get off XiaoMan's bed." Just then, XiaoMan opens her eyes. "XiaoMan, you're awake." Naruto beams with an innocent smile, his face glowing like soft moonlight. XiaoMan's eyes, still somewhat vacant, meet his sky-blue gaze. She gazes quietly at that hue, then closes her eyes again, obediently leaning against Naruto's embrace. "Good girl, XiaoMan." Overjoyed that XiaoMan does not reject her closeness, Naruto gently strokes her hair. XiaoMan not only doesn't resist, but subtly nuzzles against the girl's hand. Witnessing this scene, Sakura is momentarily speechless. Is it true that the sick are more fragile? XiaoMan has never been this close to her before. "I'll go call the doctor." Sensing Sakura's inexplicable emotions, Shikamaru chooses to exit the scene, having already been through war. "I'll fetch some warm water." Choji also wisely departs. Sasuke feels a mix of emotions, yet with nothing to do, he stands idly beside Sakura. It's a bit sad, but seeing these two just standing there like defeated hounds is amusing. Is XiaoMan mistaking Naruto for Estella while in a daze? "From now on, I'll call you Mom, and you'll call me Dad. We'll each have our own narrative." Doesn't anyone find the third Hokage's actions puzzling? To have one depressed person care for another, how audacious. Don't you fear they might glance at each other and leap together into the river? Either resolve both issues together or tackle them one at a time, right? Chunin may scold Genin, Jonin may reprimand Chunin, and Hokage may admonish Jonin. Donned in this attire, I too can criticize the Hokage. XiaoMan points at her blue and white hospital gown. Shikamaru, pineapple head, listen up, I want dried fish. You can forget about those high oil, high salt things until you recover. He hands her an orange. Leaning against the bed, XiaoMan obediently peels the orange. All right, at least oranges are the second best food after dried fish. Is there a fruit more perfect than oranges? Sweet and sour in moderation, easy to handle, delightfully fragrant, and almost without flaws, XiaoMan remarks. Indeed, indeed. Shikamaru sat beside her with a vacant stare. The group had agreed to take turns caring for her, and today it was Shikamaru and Sasuke, who had gone out to fetch lunch. Is this all I can drink? XiaoMan gazed at the bowl of porridge. The doctor had instructed her to consume only liquids. Sasuke frowned. Very well, Shikamaru can head home for lunch. I'll keep watch, he said, settling into the chair by the bed. The rustling of book pages creating a tranquil atmosphere. Hey, Sasuke, XiaoMan suddenly spoke. He lifted his gaze to meet hers, silently inquiring what she needed. Could I see your Sharingan? She inquired, setting aside her bowl with feigned casualness. But your health, Sasuke's brow furrowed. It's fine. I know my own condition. I should have been discharged long ago, XiaoMan replied, sitting upright, her eyes fixed intently on him, making him feel uneasy. All right. He hesitated for a moment, but eventually acquiesced. Upon learning that XiaoMan had fainted due to her Sharingan activating spontaneously, the third Hokage had appointed Kakashi, the only other Sharingan wielder in the village, to assist her in mastering control over it. After half a month of training, she had finally managed to somewhat control its activation and deactivation. Though her body struggled to keep up, limiting its use to brief moments and preventing any accidental harm to others. Since XiaoMan was prohibited from getting out of bed, Sasuke approached and sat at the edge. You don't need to come so close, she said. Oh, my apologies. You shouldn't stress yourself so much. Your face is turning red, he remarked. Sasuke fell silent, fixating his crimson eyes upon her until they twisted into the shape of a pinwheel. XiaoMan stared mesmerized at his blood-red gaze. Recently, fragments of memory had surfaced in her mind. A figure shrouded in black fabric with gem-like red eyes had appeared before her. Then, from the corners of the ceiling and walls, others with similar crimson eyes emerged one after another. Her mother urged her to retreat to her room, leaving her to confront the aggressive intruders alone. She witnessed countless pairs of blood-red eyes attacking her mother, their weapons glinting ominously. What had transpired next? A splitting headache prevented her from recalling further. When had this occurred? Why had she never remembered it before? Had she once suffered from amnesia? Her instincts hinted that these figures were connected to her mother's demise, coupled with her mother's words in her dreams. Her conviction grew that they had not merely perished in service to Konoha. A conspiracy lay beneath the surface, perhaps akin to the Nine-Tails incident or the Uchiha massacre. The sight of those crimson eyes directly evoked thoughts of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, and the behavior of the strangers bore a resemblance to that of the Uchiha. Could they be the puppeteers behind it all? If so, did that make Sasuke her familial enemy? XiaoMan fixated on those eyes, with the truth still shrouded in mystery. And even if it were so, the Uchiha of Konoha had long been eradicated. At the time of the incident, Sasuke had been but a child like her, and vengeance could not be placed upon his shoulders. Did Itachi Uchiha know of all this? A sigh escaped her lips as her thoughts spiraled. Sasuke, unable to bear the weight of his own pain, covered his eyes and closed his Sharingan. Thank you, Sasuke, XiaoMan said, massaging her temples as a dull ache began to resurface. No need, he paused slightly. I'm sorry. At last, he could speak his mind. What? XiaoMan replied, momentarily caught off guard by his words. I didn't realize you were hurt and insisted on sparring with you. I apologize. It's fine. Didn't you faint once as well? She shrugged nonchalantly. That's different. He wanted to express, but found himself at a loss for words. If you truly feel guilty, you could serve me for a lifetime, she joked, patting his shoulder. Sasuke's lips twitched. He recognized her jest, given her character. If she were to use such a thing to seek recompense, she would undoubtedly impose a lengthy term, perhaps 20 years or so. In any case, I'll come to you if I need anything, XiaoMan said. Speaking of matters, her thoughts suddenly scattered as she sat up. Wait, what's wrong? Sasuke set his book aside and looked at her. My garden. After half a month, it must be in dire straits without care. XiaoMan sprang from the bed and strode purposefully out of the ward. What are you doing? I'm leaving, she declared. Chapter 50. Is this heaven? XiaoMan fell silent, staring at the scene before her. Hello, Lord Hokage. Returning home, she found an elderly man tending to her garden. What does it feel like to discover an old man weeding in your vegetable patch? Shouldn't someone of your caliber refrain from intruding upon my garden? She thought. What brings you here? You've been recuperating these past few days, and with no one to care for the garden. I thought it an opportune moment to exercise my aged limbs, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, dressed not in his ceremonial robes, but like an ordinary old man, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow with a grin. Do ninjas truly train by weeding? Surely you could conjure a more plausible excuse, she sighed. Please, come in and sit for a while. When are you being discharged? Hiruzen inquired with concern. Didn't anyone inform you of my discharge date? Although she thought this, XiaoMan feigned compliance. Today, in the afternoon. Why not rest a few more days? It's nothing serious. I just wanted to return to my studies quickly. Oh, so our XiaoMan is still a diligent student, he chuckled. The Hokage's tone was laced with sarcasm, but XiaoMan possessed a thick skin. Indeed, I must attend ninja school. It appears the method you used to handle those cloud ninjas the other day was also learned at ninja school, wasn't it? Here we go again, XiaoMan mused. According to the analysis report from the examination class, of the 3 ninjas, one had fallen victim to their internal strife, while another had been decapitated and stabbed multiple times in the chest, and the last had been corroded by a chemical, yet still suffered a stab wound to the heart. Setting aside the brutality of the killings, the audacity required to ensure the job was done was not characteristic of an average ninja school student, particularly since she had initially struggled with chakra extraction, indicating a lack of innate talent for ninjutsu. The motives for the arrival of those ninjas were still under investigation, but the immediate priority lay in understanding this child. 5 years ago, I recognized you were no ordinary child, Hiruzen remarked, stroking his beard. After all, what child of your age would suddenly contemplate suicide? He had always turned a blind eye to XiaoMan's behavior, concerned she might fall into despair once more. Could it be that XiaoMan is also a heavy burden? Has she shared a sense of empathy with Sasuke after the night of the massacre? Had she not found a way to cope, or been bolder in her strategies, she might have dragged Sasuke into the fray. I have always known that you have never truly trusted the village or those around you, avoiding excessive attention, hence concealing your true abilities. Of course, she was well aware that her shoes could not deceive him, and thus used them to assert her stance. But XiaoMan, deep down, you have accepted those around you. I once inquired of Naruto, acknowledging your remarkable ability to abandon him and depart, yet you choose to risk your life to save him. Deep within, you have long embraced the resolve to sacrifice everything, even your life, for your companions. Am I not correct? You possess the innate potential to become an outstanding ninja. XiaoMan, feeling somewhat speechless, lifted her gaze and replied, I believe you are mistaken. I will save Naruto. Not because he is the future of Konoha or the son of the Hokage, nor because of any other identity tied to Konoha, but simply because he is Uzumaki Naruto, a friend I have come to acknowledge. Even if he were not a citizen of Konoha, I would still save him. XiaoMan paused, suppressing her more uncommon thoughts about Konoha, opting instead for gentler words. In my heart, not everyone qualifies as a companion. Additionally, I do not aspire to be a ninja, nor do I believe I possess the potential to become one. As you rightly said, I do not yet embody the will of fire to sacrifice everything for the village. Thus, I fear I may disappoint you. I sincerely apologize, Lord Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted his eyes, sensing the elder's suppressed dissatisfaction. XiaoMan merely smiled obediently, adding, although I may not become a ninja, I am eager to contribute to Konoha in other ways, such as becoming a proud history teacher at the Ninja Academy, imparting the achievements and heroic tales of past Hokages to the children. While I may not be able to fight on the battlefield for Konoha, is this not also a manifestation of the will of fire? Is that not true? Sarutobi Hiruzen began to speak slowly. However, Naruto and Sakura harbor dreams of becoming ninjas. Perhaps in the future, you will be influenced by them and shift your perspective. Perhaps, she replied. But I will always regard repaying your kindness and that of the village as my ultimate goal. Your heart is enough to bring me solace, he sighed, rising with a benevolent smile. I must take my leave now. Your parents are away, so take care of yourself. If anything were to happen, it would be difficult for me to explain to Estella. Thank you for your care. XiaoMan waved her hand, bidding farewell to the Hokage. As Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped out of XiaoMan's home, a shadow of gloom briefly crossed his brow. However, upon reaching the street and seeing the villagers greeting him from afar, He once again donned a warm, leader-like smile. Once he departed, XiaoMan retracted her formal smile. Ninjas are truly hypocritical, she mused. In Konoha, one enjoys far more freedom than a ninja, for ninjas are inherently machines of combat. Their lives do not belong to themselves and must be willingly sacrificed when necessary. In truth, she was never one to cling to life. Previously, she could have easily captured Naruto, Sakura, or anyone else and declared, "I would die for you." Yet, it was not due to profound love for anyone, but rather an indifference towards her own existence. The same might be said for that white-haired predecessor with dead fish eyes. But things had changed. She had promised her mother that she would live well, and she intended to do so. It was high time to alter her previously passive existence. For living for someone is infinitely more challenging than dying for them. Please accept this, Naruto declared, performing a deep bow before her, cradling an inexplicable package. This is bitter melon. I have gathered and ground it into powder. You actually dared to go back there? XiaoMan questioned in bewilderment. That place is so perilous. The Hokage must really have faith in you. It was only then that XiaoMan recalled the absence of anyone accompanying Naruto that day. Could it be that the Cloud Ninja's objective was Naruto, the Jinchuriki, thus drawing away those who followed him? Yet, that too seemed implausible. She sensed the whiff of a conspiracy. While XiaoMan's thoughts wandered, Naruto felt an overwhelming weight in his heart. XiaoMan, I am truly sorry. It was my folly. I only thought of my desire to find this herb, putting you in danger. I am too weak. He had vowed to be XiaoMan's hero. Yet before that old man's murderous gaze, he felt utterly powerless, merely dragging XiaoMan down. This pattern repeated itself. He yearned to prove his strength, only to find himself utterly incapable. As he sat atop Hokage Rock, gazing down upon all of Konoha, the seemingly unreliable white-haired uncle, a student of his father, appeared. Perhaps it was the vastness of the space that allowed him to open his heart. He poured forth his pent-up feelings to the man. When he lamented that perhaps it would be better if XiaoMan abandoned him, the man shook his head. XiaoMan is not that kind of person. You should not ponder why you are the one being protected, but rather how you can protect others. Kakashi's words echoed in his mind, rekindling their significance. I will never again allow XiaoMan to come to my rescue. He vowed in the name of Uzumaki Naruto. He lifted his gaze towards XiaoMan and declared, from now on, let me protect you. XiaoMan chuckled softly, the evening light streaming through the window, illuminating her profile. Her languid voice resonated within him. Then you must strive even harder. The warm glow danced in her eyes, casting an unspoken warmth. One morning, a week later, Sasuke heard a knock on the door. He opened it to find XiaoMan, standing there with an unusually gentle smile. A sense of foreboding washed over him instinctively. Is there something you need? Sasuke-kun, the time has come when I require your assistance. I believe this task should not be overly difficult for you, she said, pointing playfully with her finger, her expression betraying rare shyness. What task? I learned that you enjoy tomatoes, so. In XiaoMan's garden, giant tomatoes sprouted, towering with fruits taller than Sasuke himself. Is this paradise? This growth agent I developed seems to have encountered some issues, as you can see. Would you help me resolve it? All right, Sasuke replied quickly. Realizing he might have shown too much enthusiasm, and promptly adopted a cooler demeanor. What a hassle. I am immensely grateful. Chapter 51, Movie Viewing, 7. End of Volume Celebration. Anticipating new works. Can we finally advance the main storyline in the next season? Where's the promised Hokage? Will XiaoMan truly remain in Konoha in the future? Though I cherish the daily life, I hope XiaoMan can leave Konoha. For those who enjoy daily life, perhaps the 3 creations will suffice. The Psychological Doctor series is rumored to be adapted into a manga, possibly even released before the next season. Fanfiction may still be adapted into manga. This is the brilliance of Orange Company. Isn't this all happening too quickly? The first season just concluded, and they're already teasing the second season? Ainley felt perplexed. The production seems excessively rapid. While I wish to support it, this eagerness feels premature. Shouldn't they keep everyone in suspense a little longer? Oh well, Orange must have its reasons for this approach. Plus, seeing XiaoMan sooner brings me joy. Having released the first season's conclusion preview the week prior, Ainley summoned her formidable willpower to save up for 2 weeks, indulging in the viewing all at once, leaving her both exhilarated and emotionally charged. The production quality of the Orange Company is notably high. The combat scenes, although currently limited to physical techniques, remain exceptionally exhilarating. XiaoMan's background is finally beginning to reveal itself, and the emotional depth of the animation is profoundly impactful. She struggles to articulate her feelings. But when she attempts to take her own life, it shocks Ainley so much that she tumbles from her chair. Enough, XiaoMan, my heart aches for you. The archetype of the strong yet tragic character endures in popular aesthetics, and the addition of a sorrowful backstory elevates XiaoMan's popularity to new heights, inciting much discussion. Speculations about XiaoMan's background and abilities. L411. Does XiaoMan truly have a vendetta against the Uchiha? Weren't there also grievances with the Hyuga? Reply. Fast forward to the betrayal of Konoha. L412. The protagonist's personality is far more mature than that of her contemporaries, Naruto and Sasuke, exhibiting greater initiative. If she uncovers any secrets, she might stand atop Hokage Rock the very next day, a parting gift. L413. Do not underestimate the Stray Cat Intelligence Network. Reply. Intelligence is complete. It has boxed everyone in. L414. That isn't the crux of the matter, is it? Has there been any explanation throughout the entire season regarding the protagonist's combat prowess? Chakra is sealed, limiting her ninjutsu. What is this chi nonsense? Is this still the ninja world? Reply. Check the descriptions of the farming skills. Chi is merely a term she coined herself. It essentially embodies the concept of extraordinary strength through pure physicality. Reply. A little-known fact. XiaoMan is currently the only hero in the farming domain who does not employ any weapons or extraordinary powers. L415. Chakra is derived from the conversion of mental and physical strength. XiaoMan likely cannot convert chakra, hence her inability to utilize chakra-dependent techniques, such as Gentle Fist, which requires chakra to activate. However, her strength and speed are both at a rank. L416. A numerical anomaly coupled with skill, no mechanism exists. Reply. Can she surpass Uchiha Itachi now? Reply. Difficult. The treasure rat awakened at 8 years old. Did you not see Sasuke's Sharingan rendering XiaoMan unconscious? Primarily due to a lack of magical resistance, she was countered. CP posts. Which pair is delightful to ship? L331. Under the Moon. Encountering the Cloud Ninja, the blonde. The Whirlpool Clan, a princess carry. Tell me, is this not a nod to the 4th of 9? Reply. That doesn't seem right. L332. I previously thought Sasuke and XiaoMan were pure enemies, but now I see that XiaoMan empathizes with Sasuke. She despises being pitted, which is why she said that to him. Reply. XiaoMan has weathered her own storms, hence her desire to offer others shelter. L333. Hinata goes without saying. I only wish to ask if Sakura could possibly still harbor feelings for Sasuke in this scenario. Reply. Unless controlled by the will of the world. I cannot fathom any possibility of this Sakura liking Sasuke. L334. I believe it's better without pairings, avoiding constant arguments. In truth, everyone is most harmonious when they are simply CB. Those who ought to be Hokage should be. Those who wish to wander should wander. May they all lead solitary lives. Ainley closed the forum, perusing the fan fiction section, noting the persistent popularity of the Doctor series, and sighed. Just then, she received a phone call. Without hesitation, she answered. And upon hearing the voice on the other end, her eyes widened in shock. Do not make a sound. Open the door and come with us. You have no right to refuse, Miss Ainley. She hung up, trembling as she lowered her phone, hurriedly glancing out the window. Across the street, nearly every window was occupied by a tall, dark figure. A knock echoed at the door. There was no escape. In the wasteland space, Naruto and Sasuke were both struck by varying degrees of shock regarding XiaoMan's background and actions. It turned out that her experiences were the very reason she extended a helping hand to others. Sasuke gazed at the sky. Given their similar pasts, perhaps they also shared akin grudges. Would she embark on a path of vengeance against Konoha, reminiscent of his own? Or would she remain committed to reforming this decaying world? His curiosity about her fate began to blossom. This might represent another facet of his destiny, a fateful pull. Naruto, on the other hand, reflected on his own vows. In the land of waves, he once swore by pain. Now, he would reaffirm his resolve through his promises. For XiaoMan, he thought. She had become more than just a companion in his heart. She was a friend. They were each other's irreplaceable family. In the Pure Land, the most formidable and influential ninjas seemed to collectively exhale in relief. One must say, it is no wonder that Naruto and Sasuke are hailed as the saviors. She could truly emerge from her memories, buoyed by the support of those around her, pulling her from a life of despair and negativity. Regardless, at least she would not choose to retaliate against the ninja world, like that demon king, after enduring immense suffering. Chapter 1. Yes, Doctor, Part 1, a side story. A playful skit, disregard the timeline. It can be skipped. Officially stated that revisions have been made to faithfully restore XiaoMan's original character design. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Dr. XiaoMan's psychological clinic, dedicated to serving all troubled children of the ninja world, renowned for miraculous healing with a 100 satisfaction rate. XiaoMan, clad in a white coat and wearing a pair of seemingly lensless glasses of uncertain origin, stood before the camera. After filming concluded, she removed her glasses and rubbed her eyes, hoping to attract more clients. Assistant, Dr. XiaoMan, a young man with black hair, stepped forward. Please tidy this place up. Then go fetch me some orange soda. Yes, Dr. XiaoMan. The young man nodded helplessly. To exploit a blind employee in this manner, such is the nature of a heartless employer. The story of how he became Dr. XiaoMan's assistant harks back to a long ago, sunlit day when young XiaoMan, armed with a fishing rod, ventured to the banks of the South River to fish. What on earth is going on today? I've been here for ages and haven't caught a single fish. This is rather unusual. Young XiaoMan encountered her first dry spell, feeling both frustrated and perplexed. Suddenly, her fishing rod trembled slightly. She turned to see a colossal creature pulling against her line. After exerting tremendous effort, she finally reeled in not the extraordinary fish she had anticipated, but rather a dark mass that appeared to be a person. Why did you leave me there for so long before bringing me back? The young man, who was Uchiha Shursui, spoke in frustration. At that time, you had already turned into a giant. How was I to know you could still be revived? So you simply left my corpse aside and continued fishing? What else was I to do? If the guards had come, it would have been a major operation to recover you. I was in the middle of my fishing. He had no retort. Even if the Sage of Six Paths were to arrive today, he could not deter me from fishing. Here is a fishing spot. The waters with ninja fragments must be teeming with fish. You fishing enthusiasts. It turns out that the requirements for fishing enthusiasts and murderers regarding location are quite similar. Fewer people and secluded spots yield more fish. Who knew that caring for a blind person was far more challenging than dealing with a giant? You best learn to care for yourself within a week, or I shall expel you, XiaoMan said with a scowl. How cruel, doctor. However, adapting to a prolonged period of darkness was not so easily manageable. Alas, at this point, XiaoMan could only resort to her signature move, rummaging around until she produced a pair of dark sunglasses. Put these on, XiaoMan instructed, holding out the sunglasses to Shursui. What are these? Shursui remarkably discovered that after donning glasses, he could perceive the faint outlines of objects, thus minimizing collisions. The experimental item, initially intended to be presented upon completion, could be utilized now that it was functional. As for how XiaoMan came into being, it is merely a matter of magic. After a prolonged wait, the clinic finally welcomed a visitor. The client, with a head of white hair, appeared to be a gentle soul, albeit with a profoundly melancholic expression. Hello, doctor, I require psychological counseling. Please have a seat. XiaoMan pulled out a swivel chair and settled down. During a mission to rescue my teammate, I abandoned the task, resulting in losses for the village. I have never regretted my actions, but recently, I seem to be struggling. He unconsciously traced the rim of his teacup, his gaze vacant as it drifted out the window. Tasks, comrades, rules, and honor were once as natural as breathing. I knew what needed to be done, what took precedence, and what my direction was. But now, he paused for an extended moment, his voice nearly a whisper. The direction has vanished. After a lengthy dialogue, he rose. Thank you, doctor. I understand now. See you next week. XiaoMan fiddled with a small panda clock on the table, yet the man did not respond. As he exited the consultation room, he noticed a young man with dark hair seated on the waiting chair, who nodded in acknowledgement. Shursui heard the call of his unscrupulous boss, pushed open the door, and found Dr. Man standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, hands clasped behind him, gazing skyward. What troubles you, Dr. Man? On the very first day of my practice, I encountered a veritable Waterloo in my career. If it's just the beginning, can it truly be called a Waterloo? What issue have you faced? After hearing his story, I felt there was no hope left. And then, I suggested he might as well seek solace in a teapot. How could you advise a patient to perish? You have not even resolved your own psychological issues, yet you dare to practice as a psychologist? Just a jest. I meant to say, do your utmost to survive for your son. Yes, he has a son. I inquired, what, to you, is the most important thing? The village's welfare or your son's growth? Which holds greater weight in your heart? Do you cherish your identity as a father or as a Konoha ninja more? Clearly, he did not possess the answer to this question. He stated he would ponder it for a while and would tell me upon our next meeting. Though I surmised there might not be a next encounter. Xi, tell me, which is of greater importance, the welfare of the village or the lives of comrades? The village's interests encompass the lives of many. I would choose the village. After a moment of silence, Xi replied, when the village's leadership deems the lives of ninjas to be of utmost importance, sacrificing the village's interests for the sake of a comrade's life should earn the leader's praise rather than condemnation, as this fosters a virtuous cycle. Ninjas in the village would feel valued for their lives and would undertake missions with utmost dedication, while the leadership, recognizing their commitment to safeguarding the village's interests, would work towards its prosperity. Conversely, neglecting this would lead the village away from its foundational purpose of protection, resulting in decay and desolation. These two aspects are not inherently opposed. However, such a virtuous perspective seems elusive in the shinobi villages, as the fundamental contradictions lie deeper, and ninjas often exhibit a short-sightedness. Xi fell into silence. Enough of this. I have spoken too much. Assistant, where is my dinner? I'll prepare it for you. He had only just begun to see clearly a few days prior, yet he had taken on nearly all the household chores. Being dependent on others was unavoidable. Moreover, can psychological counseling truly be lucrative? Perhaps he should take on an additional job to support the household, especially since Dr. Man frequently brought people home. Chapter 2. Yes? Doctor, Part 2. Take this book and have a look. If it does not suit you, you may also share it with your son. Dr. Man was taken aback to see this man, who had previously sought to end his life, for a second time. Yet, this was not necessarily a positive development, as a week had passed, and he appeared even more haggard. Upon meeting XiaoMan, his first words were, Doctor, I fear I might be reaching my limit. Perhaps you should consider medication. XiaoMan pulled a book from the shelf. No, medication is futile. He stubbornly shook his head. I think if I were to die, it might actually benefit Kakashi. He despondently recounted his experiences of the past week. His own mistreatment was trivial, but Kakashi, because of his existence as a father, faced scorn and disdain from his peers, despite his understanding son repeatedly assuring him it was not his fault. He still felt anguish over the troubles his presence had caused his child. He lowered his head, and XiaoMan simply handed him the book. Live on. There is always hope in living. However, Doctor, last time you told me I should strive to live for my son. Yet now I feel I have become a burden to him. I no longer have a reason to continue. Kiki Tsukumo forced a bitter smile. He accepted the book, its title reading New World. So, do you believe your death would function like a switch, instantly halting all of this? Tsukumo abruptly raised his gaze, a flicker of pain igniting in his dull eyes. At least the source of evil would vanish. They would no longer target him because of me. XiaoMan remained silent for a moment before uttering his initial words. If I were you, I would take my son and flee far away. However, since you have made your decision, I can intervene no further. Thank you, Doctor. Tsukumo suddenly smiled, appearing relieved. He had initially been inspired to come here by an advertisement that had fallen at the door, but now he sought not mere psychological solace. For under the doctor's guidance, he felt he had regained the direction to resolve his own issues. I have done nothing for you. Perhaps in the future, you might consider your son's psychological issues, and when that time comes, you can thank me from the heavens. XiaoMan absent-mindedly touched the alarm clock. He smiled slightly. Perhaps I will descend into hell. If someone like you could end up in hell, then hell must be rather cheap. Now be off. I have another patient awaiting. Go and spend some time with your son. At the very least, prepare him psychologically. XiaoMan turned in his swivel chair, presenting a clear indication that it was time to part ways. Once Tsukumo departed, XiaoMan sat alone, gazing blankly at the window for quite some time, until Xi entered, concern etched upon his features. XiaoMan, you need not feel overly troubled by this matter. You have done your utmost. XiaoMan did not turn to face him, merely stating, allowing one's emotions to be influenced by empathizing with patients is a fault of novice physicians. Furthermore, maintain professionalism during work. Indeed, Dr. Man, I have come to understand that medicine cannot save ninjas. What do you think about casting a genjutsu on him? Genjutsu will not resolve the issue, Xi replied, somewhat exasperated. Do you not possess the most powerful genjutsu? Could you not demonstrate it for me? Doctor, our Uchiha genjutsu primarily relies on the Sharingan, and I am currently blind. Ah, my apologies, I had forgotten. Do not be so unreliable. Fortunately, she appeared unaffected by the previous incident. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed from the door, Yet at this hour, no appointments had been scheduled. Is anyone there? Xishui glanced at the serene XiaoMan seated in the swivel chair before approaching the door and opening it. Outside stood a boy with orange hair. A look of confusion on his face, which transformed into delight upon seeing Xishui. Oh, hello? May I ask if I could seek some food from you? Xishui frowned, a sense of wariness rising within him. Why would someone seek food from them in this place? After a moment's contemplation, he replied, You wait outside. I will fetch it for you. Let him in, XiaoMan said, having turned to face the boy at some point. Thank you, the boy exclaimed, his expression innocent and somewhat naive, as XiaoMan would say, a bit silly. What is your name? She inquired as she jumped off her chair. I'm Yahiko. And I have 2 friends, but I've lost them. Yahiko scratched his head. Hey, you're so young. Are you a doctor? I am a psychologist. What does that mean? It means I treat those with unresolved emotional issues and the mentally deranged. That sounds impressive, he replied. Would you like to try? XiaoMan asked. Actually, I've recently discovered that illusions can also address psychological problems. Isn't that making you a guinea pig? Yahiko looked up, alert. Don't worry, you won't be harmed. Here, take this. XiaoMan pulled a peculiar card from her lab coat pocket and handed it to him, depicting a blue figure. What is this? Yahiko inquired. This is purification, theoretically. It can dispel all forms of control, illusions. Even the legendary strongest illusion, the celestial deity, can be undone. Yes, doctor, XiaoMan said, donning black-framed glasses, seemingly oblivious to Xishui's astonished gaze. Are you joking? Yahiko regarded her with skepticism. Do you not believe me? Not at all. He resolutely shook his head. Well, that is unfortunate. XiaoMan produced a silver pocket watch from her pocket. What do you need that for? Hypnosis, have you never heard of it? XiaoMan wagged her finger. Isn't that a trick? Xishui pondered silently. Isn't that fake? Does that count as an illusion? Yahiko directly challenged. Why wouldn't it count? It is far superior to mere illusions. Wouldn't you agree, Xishui? Xishui, at a loss for words, merely acquiesced, indeed. Are you serious? Yahiko remained unconvinced. Are you willing to try? XiaoMan seized the opportunity. Fine, I'll give it a shot. Yahiko set down the fish jerky Xishui had given him. XiaoMan smiled gently. Then I shall begin. Now, focus your attention on this pocket watch and do not move. Yahiko fixated on the watch as it swung back and forth, his initially disdainful expression gradually becoming dazed, his eyes following the watch's movement. Immerse yourself completely, regulate your breathing, relax your expression and body, and open your heart, treating every word I say as absolute truth. Yahiko's vacant gaze swayed with the pendulum's arc, fully entering this tranquil mental realm. Now, you are a lively puppy, and your favorite food is fish jerky. XiaoMan halted her actions, and Yahiko's gaze drifted toward her. A faint smile graced XiaoMan's lips. All right, little puppy, do you want some fish jerky? She opened her palms, revealing 2 pieces of fish jerky. Could this illusion truly succeed? Xishui, an adept in illusions, had never witnessed one that required a pocket watch to initiate. Yahiko, in a daze, reached out to touch it, but, upon contact, grasped her hand and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. I tricked you. This hypnosis is clearly fake. Doctor, I suggest you stop entangling yourself in such useless tricks. Indeed, it seems ineffective, Xishui remarked. XiaoMan merely raised an eyebrow, her lively sea-blue eyes fixed on him. It appears it truly is ineffective. I told you so, but thank you nonetheless. I have to find my 2 companions now. I will return with a reward next time. Yahiko beamed, turning to leave. XiaoMan observed Yahiko's retreating figure, then snapped her fingers, causing him to freeze in place. Polite puppy, do you want some fish jerky? XiaoMan, please release this hypnosis quickly, Xishui urged, helplessly restraining the exuberant Yahiko, who was clearly more interested in the fish jerky in XiaoMan's hand. Let me see. XiaoMan flipped through a book in her hand. Haven't you learned how to undo illusions yet? You're quite lacking in medical ethics. Xishui sighed, still holding Yahiko down. Well, it seems the book doesn't mention how to break it, XiaoMan admitted, raising her head awkwardly to smile politely at the frowning Xishui. What does that mean? Theoretically, it should release itself after some time, but it has been quite a while. Why hasn't he woken up yet? XiaoMan stood up, resting her chin in her hand as she circled Yahiko, who resembled a large orange dog. Xishui had also attempted to awaken Yahiko from the hypnosis as one would with an illusion, but to no avail. Hypnosis provided psychological suggestions to elicit specific behaviors and modify perceptions within a certain scope, unrelated to chakra and more aligned with psychology. As soon as Yahiko caught the scent of the fish jerky from XiaoMan, he excitedly leaned closer, and she gently patted his orange-haired head in comfort. So what now? Zhishui sighed, a vein throbbing at his temple as he restrained Yahiko from licking XiaoMan's hand. All we can do is wait for him to wake up, XiaoMan said, glancing at the book beside her. What book is that? Oh, this? XiaoMan held the book upright for him to see. The Ninja World Hypnosis Master teaches you the fatal mind control technique. The cover depicted a flamboyantly dressed, rotund man exuding the air of a charlatan. How could this possibly be real? Perhaps I could try once more, XiaoMan pondered, setting down the book and adjusting Yahiko's face to look at her. His clear, foolish eyes met hers as she snapped her fingers again. Yahiko's eyes instantly regained clarity, staring blankly at Zhishui, who was restraining him, and the short doctor before him. What just happened? Ah, you finally woke up. You were just asleep. XiaoMan waved her hand in front of him. Are you awake now? Did I just fall asleep? Yahiko questioned, bewildered. Indeed, XiaoMan affirmed earnestly. He glanced at Zhishui, who nodded in reluctant agreement, helping to maintain the facade for the sake of Yahiko's dignity. Fortunately, the recent medical incident was known only to the two present. No, the entire world knows. Chapter 4, The Umbu's Babysitting Chronicles, Part 1, Second Season. Grandma, your anime has updated. The essence of Naruto, a must-experience. XiaoMan, simply adorable. Is this how your Umbu carries out its supervisory duties? XiaoMan glanced at the white-haired Kakashi behind her, who was engrossed in a risque book. He put down the book and cast a fleeting glance her way. After a moment's contemplation, he unceremoniously lifted the child before him and, in an instant, transported them both to the library in Konoha. If you have any questions, read the book yourself. Don't ask me, he said, casually handing her a book from the shelf before vanishing without a trace. This place was filled with books. Devoid of anything that could breach one's psychological defenses, it was safe and convenient. XiaoMan looked down at the book. The New World, its black cover appeared rather oppressive. It even interacts with the next door, she mused. However, with her irresponsible guardian gone, she had no choice but to sit idly and turn the pages. Kakashi did not stray far. He perched upon the roof, a vantage point from which he could observe all corners of the library, ensuring that any psychologically troubled child would not slip away unnoticed. As he surveyed the book in his hands, a shadow of another figure, masked as a member of the Umbu, appeared beside him. Senpai, a young woman's voice emerged from beneath the mask. I believe we should pay attention to the book she is reading. What is wrong with the book she is reading? He inquired. The woman fell silent for a moment before handing him the very book he had carelessly given to XiaoMan. It was a suspense novel, seemingly inappropriate for a child. She is not an ordinary child. Yet, he noted with concern that the protagonist of the story ended her life in the conclusion. It was at this moment that XiaoMan quietly exited the library, her demeanor suggesting a deep malaise. Suicide, did it trigger her psychological defenses? But why choose to end it all? Kakashi pondered. What thoughts occupy the minds of those who take such a step? He recognized the necessity of perusing that book. A wave of agitation washed over him, but he understood that allowing his emotions to sway him would hinder his mission. He suppressed his inner turmoil and followed after her. The sky darkened, and pedestrians hurried homeward. XiaoMan skillfully maneuvered through the bustling crowd, arriving at the most desolate spot in Konoha, the cemetery. Kakashi fell into silence as he realized her destination. If necessary, urgent intervention measures must be taken. He was unsure how to instill a sense of hope for life in a person, as the third Hokage had suggested. All he could do was ensure that others did not harbor a desire for death. As long as one lived, it could be considered survival. She sat quietly before her parents' graves. Kakashi discreetly observed the frail silhouette. She must be grieving. There surely exists sorrow within her. After all, one does not choose to end their life without bearing the weight of unbearable pressure. Yet, if she were truly sad, one would expect tears. Children of her age rarely manage to control their emotions. She lost her parents at an age younger than his own, and it would be exceedingly difficult for her to restrain herself in front of her parents' tombstones. Without tears or laughter, she resembled a puppet. How could a puppet possess hope for life? However, she was not entirely unresponsive to the world around her. She even knew how to distract him with jokes and the scent of orange perfume. Had he not been seasoned by years of missions, with an instinct honed to a fine edge, and had he not suddenly felt an ominous premonition, she might have succeeded in her deception. Reflecting on this, He recalled the time XiaoMan had assisted that child alongside the Hyuga heiress. Though her demeanor had been icy, it was still a form of interaction with the world. In Kakashi's understanding, a person contemplating suicide would gradually become indifferent to external influences. Thus, to accomplish the task of instilling hope for life within her, he must begin by fostering her connections with others. With bonds, the inclination to take one's own life would diminish. If left to dwell in her own world, her chances of suicide would only increase. But when XiaoMan said she didn't need to know her name, it was probably because she felt indifferent, perhaps on the brink of death. Bonds are not the reason for living. After all, Tsukumo Hitaki took his own life for Kakashi's sake, didn't he? He quelled the tumult of unnamed emotions within him and emerged from the shadows behind her. You should return, he stated. XiaoMan leaned her head against the cold gravestone without looking at him. You are the one who should go back when others are grieving. One ought to politely withdraw and not disturb them, Kakashi. The situation was perhaps better than he had anticipated, yet this seemed to be her way of expressing herself. Even before contemplating death, she might have been like this, and perhaps she would remain so even if the world were to end tomorrow. You are the one lacking in manners, Kakashi, he replied, attempting to mirror her expression. Regardless, you should address me with respect. Understood, old man. I have not yet reached the age of being called an old man. You ought to call me senpai. I'm only 3. That means I can call anyone old man or auntie. You talk too much, old man. XiaoMan impatiently lifted her head. Kakashi, once a sharp-tongued child, had become more taciturn after years in the Umbu, where interactions had shifted from words to actions. However, he could not resort to punishment with this little imp. So he was left with no choice but to lecture. Disrespecting one's elders is unacceptable. I do not disrespect my elders. I simply find the honorifics unnecessary. In the ninja world, it is nearly impossible to get by without using honorifics. If you don't believe me, we can make a wager. Inspired by his remaining friend, Mike Guy, Kakashi proposed a bet he would have never uttered before. XiaoMan's calm eyes flickered with surprise. What would the stakes be? As I expected. She is still just a child. Seeing her interest piqued, he felt a measure of relief and continued. If you lose, you will respectfully call me senpai. If you win, I shall grant you one request. Agreed, XiaoMan replied decisively. Just you watch, Kakashi. At the market. As long as you can buy what you need today without using honorifics, you win. Kakashi had already removed his mask to avoid drawing too much attention at the market. He mused. She has shopped before. Surely she knows how to speak when buying. Even he could not fathom how one could maintain politeness without using honorifics while purchasing food. XiaoMan nodded, scanned her surroundings, and focused her gaze on a nearby bakery. Just watch from a distance, she instructed Kakashi before approaching the counter, which towered above her. The owner, Yuko, a kind-hearted middle-aged woman, noticed the petite figure before her and approached. Upon closer inspection, she found a delicate little girl with striking blue eyes, gazing longingly at the freshly baked bread emitting a warm aroma. Is she relying on cuteness? It might work, but even if she acts adorable, if she speaks rudely, she will certainly be dismissed. Wait a moment, she is only 3 years old. At that age, it is natural for children to be unaware of such things. Kakashi had instinctively overlooked her age, and now he feared he might lose. Surely not. Chapter 5. Umbu Dad's Child-Rearing Journal, Part 2. Yuko bent down, smiling warmly at XiaoMan. Hello, little one. What would you like to buy? XiaoMan's gaze lingered longingly on the bread in the display case as she looked up at the owner with a pitiful expression. To Yuko, the scene resembled a golden kitten gazing up at her with beautiful, gem-like blue eyes, full of innocent dependence, as if she were the center of the little girl's world, prompting an irresistible urge to offer her the best of everything. Yuko quietly inhaled a breath of cool air. How adorable. Her heart melted like water as she gently pinched XiaoMan's face, transforming it into that of a charming kitten. Unconsciously, she adopted a softer tone, asking if XiaoMan desired something. Promising a discount. XiaoMan slightly parted her lips as if about to speak, yet no sound emerged. She pressed her small mouth tightly, holding her breath, extending her tiny hand, awkwardly yet purposefully gesturing. First, she pointed to her belly, then pressed her hands together in a prayer-like manner, her cute face contorted in a plea, followed by a series of gestures that Yuko could not decipher, finally indicating the largest yet cheapest loaf of coarse grain bread. Confused, Yuko asked if this was what she wanted, producing a loaf far larger than XiaoMan's face. XiaoMan shyly nodded, and with another flurry of gestures accompanied by murmurs. Yuko realized that the child could not speak. How could a child of this age be mute? If not due to a congenital condition, then perhaps she had endured immense suffering. Regardless of the cause, it was heart-wrenching to witness. If the latter were true, her parents must have faced significant challenges as well. Frowning slightly, Yuko felt a pang of compassion as she wrapped the bread in a paper bag and tucked it into XiaoMan's arms. You should head home quickly. She affectionately ruffled XiaoMan's hair. The little girl clutched the bread, bashfully nodding in gratitude, her small body tensed like a drawn bow. Before Yuko could react further, XiaoMan turned and dashed into the bustling crowd outside. Wait. Yuko noticed a tiny wallet had fallen to the ground. It must belong to the child. She rushed outside. But the little figure had vanished. Is that possible? Kakashi, who had been observing the entire exchange, was taken aback. XiaoMan had not uttered a single word throughout the ordeal, much less used honorifics. You see, one can achieve this without even speaking. Indeed, it seems you can do nothing and still succeed, while performing for the shopkeeper. It appears XiaoMan hasn't realized how adorable she truly is. However, using such tactics to deceive the shopkeeper seems inappropriate. XiaoMan stood on her tiptoes, shoving the bread into Kakashi's embrace while calmly gazing at him. This doesn't count. Kakashi initially intended to protest, but relinquished the thought, resignedly leading her home. XiaoMan gazed up at him for a moment, counting time in her mind. Suddenly, she shouted at Kakashi, "She's coming." Who is coming? Kakashi looked up to see the astonished baker, Yuko, standing at the alley's entrance. You can't speak, can you? She exclaimed in disbelief. He told me to do it. XiaoMan pointed at Kakashi, unceremoniously betraying her mentor before vanishing into the throng. You're using a child to deceive us. Yuko angrily confronted Kakashi, intent on lecturing the irresponsible adult. Apologies. Kakashi snapped back to reality, casually uttering the phrase before darting outside to catch XiaoMan. Yet, she was already well acquainted with the market's layout, having planned her escape route in advance. Amidst the evening crowd, she navigated effortlessly, even as several NBU operatives, including Yuzuki Yugao and Kakashi, emerged from the shadows to locate her, fearing her disappearance among the masses. Yet, all were unable to catch the slippery XiaoMan, who eluded them with ease. However, Kakashi possessed a Sharingan, and no matter how complex the situation, his superior dynamic vision made everything clear. He quickly locked onto the golden-haired child within the crowd. In an instant, he appeared beside XiaoMan, lifting her effortlessly. Unperturbed, XiaoMan merely smiled sweetly at him, as if nothing had happened. Kakashi's gaze, however, bore a cold intensity. His years of ANBU training manifesting in a hint of killing intent. Is this how you confirmed we were watching you before? Creating a spectacle to draw everyone out? Whether it was gambling, deliberately causing trouble for the shopkeeper, or fleeing, none of these were her true intentions. Kakashi surveyed the numerous colleagues and subordinates who had emerged. So many elite ANBU, outsmarted by a mere child. XiaoMan maintained her innocent smile, replying, "Of course, do you think I possess any disdain? You are remarkably clever." He adjusted his mask. It's the adults who lack integrity. They promised to withdraw all ANBU, but continued to monitor me in secret. I fail to see what merits the deployment of 7 elite ninjas to watch over me. It appears I am quite valuable, am I not? Every effort is to protect you. Then your efforts are insufficient, XiaoMan retorted, amusement dancing in her eyes. Indeed, if someone aimed to abduct her while he was absent, these foolish individuals might very well be unable to keep her safe. Kakashi was genuinely angry now. Noticing his darkening expression, XiaoMan abruptly changed the subject. Well, in normal conversation, honorifics may be absent yet remain essential. Like the will of fire, it's meaningless yet cannot be disregarded. I admit I may have been unreasonable. I am not one to shy away from defeat. Please, Kakashi-senpai, guide me well. What are you planning? Kakashi, on edge, faced her. The heavens bore witness. XiaoMan simply wished to see him smile again. Kakashi furrowed his brows, signaling to Yuzuki Yugao, who looked momentarily surprised by his decision. Shouldn't we inform Lord Hokage immediately? Why choose to keep this concealed? It's raining, Kakashi-senpai. XiaoMan interrupted, pulling Kakashi back to calmness. The spring rain fell gently from the sky. To a seasoned ninja, it posed little threat, but for XiaoMan, still recovering from illness, exposure could be detrimental. Kakashi bought an umbrella and tossed it to her after paying. Didn't you buy one for yourself? XiaoMan inquired, holding the umbrella. I do not require one. Neither do I. The rain feels delightful. XiaoMan looked up, the fine spring droplets kissing her cheeks. Besides, to prevent me from hiding glass shards in my clothing, isn't it your responsibility to wash my clothes? She smiled brightly. Kakashi sighed in exasperation. Do not catch a cold. His emotional fluctuations throughout the day had exceeded those of the years following his teacher's death. This child was indeed perplexing. Her temperament elusive. Whether she was joyful or upset seemed to remain the same. At 3, she led my ANBU brothers around like pets. Is this truly just the unassuming XiaoMan? Chapter 6. ANBU Daddy's Childcare Journal. 3. To shield her from the rain, Kakashi firmly tucked her under his arm, holding the umbrella with his other hand. So, where did you learn sign language? At the library. Just during that brief moment? Your capacity to learn is indeed formidable. She could rival the most gifted individuals he had encountered. Did you learn this merely to make that boss believe you are mute? If so, it seems rather premature. In truth, I first learned sign language, and only later decided to play a harmless little prank as a means of applying what I had acquired. XiaoMan gestured with her fingers to indicate a small scope. However, this cannot be deemed a mere prank. The boss, Yuko, has already regarded him as a villain, exploiting children for food and drink without any moral compass. Yet, to preserve the reputation of the Umbu, he has sent Yuin to clean up the mess. Why did the Hokage assign him this task? Kakashi felt weary. He had encountered many troublesome individuals, such as the fool aspiring to be Hokage, the kind-hearted yet hot-tempered idiot, and the energetic fool who constantly challenged him. Yet, he had never met such a difficult child. She was no fool and could not be easily deceived. Most importantly, she had no faith in the will of fire, and even the Hokage seemed powerless against her. Why was he chosen for this task? Was it because she was another soul contemplating suicide before him? Kakashi sighed internally and turned his gaze toward her. She smiled, proclaiming it to be a scientific learning strategy. Have you studied techniques to enhance learning efficiency? Well, I have a basic understanding, he replied. With all the knowledge you have acquired, haven't you discovered anything? Kakashi endeavored to find a suitable topic to open her heart. Since you've learned, you must apply it. Only by living can you utilize what you've learned. Shouldn't you find a way to survive? Internally lamenting his reluctance to undertake the mission, he realized he was still diligently executing it. I believe XiaoMan truly wishes to understand the mindset of those contemplating suicide and what could possibly alter their intentions. What discoveries should I have made? XiaoMan retorted. Why do you wish to learn these things? If I want to do something, I'll do it. Look, since I can't die, I might as well find ways to live comfortably and simply. When faced with undesirable people or situations, I can pretend to be mute, prompting them to distance themselves voluntarily. Isn't that a relief for everyone? XiaoMan squinted and smiled. At least she was no longer solely preoccupied with thoughts of death. That was a good sign. Kakashi reminded himself. Although, if the opportunity arose, she might still contemplate suicide. If living is so easy, why would one wish to die? He inquired in a low voice, unable to suppress his curiosity amidst the chaos of his thoughts. Your logic is flawed, XiaoMan mused, resting her chin on her hand. Regardless, death is undoubtedly far less burdensome than life. Living entails shouldering responsibilities and attachments, much like what the Hokage desires of me. Don't you agree? After all these years, haven't you grown weary of living? Kakashi abruptly halted, his thoughts suddenly coming to a standstill. XiaoMan sensed the rising agitation in his breath, his demeanor shifting. If this continues, he might very well succumb to despair. Kakashi, in truth, is merely 16 or 17 years old. Kakashi, let us talk. A voice of age echoed from behind. It was the third Hokage. He had received a report from Yuin about the child's recent escape plan, exhibiting wisdom and strategy far beyond her years. He hurried over to investigate and overheard XiaoMan's words to Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen approached them slowly, his gaze lingering on XiaoMan before shifting to Kakashi. Kakashi, taken aback, raised his head and replied solemnly, yes. He set XiaoMan down and followed the third Hokage. XiaoMan tilted her head, watching their departing figures, her lively eyes surveying the air around her. Isn't anyone interested in talking to me? She inquired, but received no response. The hidden ninjas observed Kakashi's sudden despondency. Her words seemed to possess a magical quality that, upon deeper reflection, could ensnare one in a whirlpool of her rhetoric. She appeared as an angel from a fairy tale, yet her actions could be likened to those of a little devil. With just a few words, she struck at the heart of the matter, nearly breaking through even Kakashi's psychological defenses. Who would dare engage her in conversation now? Well then, I shall take my leave. XiaoMan shrugged nonchalantly, turning away when a masked ninja blocked her path. Yuan, hidden behind her mask, regarded the child with a complex expression. XiaoMan felt an inexplicable familiarity emanating from her, yet she could not decipher what it was. "I'll take you back," Yuan's voice, feigning indifference, emerged from beneath the mask. This person knew her, XiaoMan concluded. It was not the sort of recognition an Umbu ninja would have for a target, but rather one imbued with an indescribable emotion. However, she could not recall the figure, voice, or any semblance of familiarity. XiaoMan rubbed her temples. Perhaps it was not of great significance. Pondering it only caused her a headache. So she chose to dismiss it. She had resolved that since she could not die, she would simply live, and in doing so, she would disregard everything, paying no heed to anything. According to what that man had taught her, such an attitude reflected a life of indulgence and aimlessness, a stance he himself despised. Yet it mattered little now. He was dead and could no longer interfere. Uchiha Obito's once dull demeanor finally shifted. "Are you not weary of living?" The words echoed in his mind like a cruel curse, precise in its judgment, reverberating through his consciousness, confronting the delusions and evasions he had fostered over the past decade. Kakashi's pained expression flashed across the sky, and Obito felt as if his wounds were being laid bare. He shut his eyes in agony, cold sweat beading on his forehead and trickling down his pallid cheeks. Guilt and the recently awakened, fragile will to live clashed violently under the weight of those three sentences. He had just been pulled back into the realm of the living by Naruto, yet now he felt the earth beneath him begin to crumble once more. Living truly was exhausting. Chapter 7. Umbu Babysitter's Journal, Part 4. Kakashi returned late into the night. By order of the third Hokage, he was to reside in XiaoMan's household for her supervision during this period. The lights inside were still aglow, which surprised Kakashi. He pushed the door, finding it unlocked, and entered. He saw a small figure curled up on the sofa and spoke. "It's late. You should lock the door when you're home alone." There was no reply. Turning, Kakashi noticed XiaoMan had fallen asleep on the couch. Was she waiting for him to return? He paused, picking up the blanket that had fallen to the floor and draping it over her. The warm, yellow light cast a gentle glow upon her serene face, and in this moment, she resembled an innocent child. Kakashi suddenly recalled her words after he had called her clever. Indeed, she need not have been so astute. She could have remained blissfully naive under her parents' care. It was the harsh realities of missions that had claimed her parents, and the betrayal of the adult Hokage had forced her to adopt such an astute demeanor. Yet children who lose their parents must learn to face the world alone in its coldness. He, too, had once been in her position. After the passing of his father, he was compelled to confront everything alone. It was only when his former companion, Obito, demonstrated the significance of camaraderie through his actions that he gradually realized he was not truly alone, albeit at the cost of losing a comrade. Subsequently, after coming to understand the importance of cherishing those around him, individuals he held dear, Rin, Minato, and Kushina, began to depart from his life one by one. Perhaps he was unworthy of their companionship. The third Hokage summoned him for a brief conversation and voluntarily offered him a few days off. Logically, he could have chosen not to return to this child. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself drawn to this place. After several days of observation and interaction, he still failed to comprehend her inner thoughts. As a mission, he had not succeeded. However, he approached this task with a personal agenda. Watching XiaoMan live alone in the small house, shopping for groceries, cooking, writing, basking in the sun, led him to sometimes perceive his father's shadow within her. It was a reflection of solitude. No matter how leisurely her life appeared, it was merely her way of wrapping herself in a cocoon. She actively rejected any engagement with the world, not merely out of inconvenience, but due to a profound weariness and disillusionment. If that were the case, he perhaps began to understand her. Kakashi sat in silence for a long while before realizing that children, unlike adults, could catch a cold if they slept in the living room. He stood to carry her to the bedroom, but as soon as he touched her hand, XiaoMan jolted awake like a startled creature, her eyes flashing with fierce intensity. However, upon recognizing Kakashi, she relaxed, yawned, and asked what time it was and why he had returned so late. The elderly tend to be quite talkative. Kakashi, hidden beneath his mask, could not suppress a slight smile, though he maintained his composure. It seemed his assumptions had been correct. XiaoMan looked at him in surprise, then glanced at the clock, noting it was already past midnight. Working overtime until this hour was rather taxing, even for a Hokage. Isn't that because of you? Kakashi thought. If I were you, I would consider changing jobs. XiaoMan rubbed her eyes and declared, I'm hungry. Go make me dinner, issuing the command without any courtesy. Did you not have dinner? I didn't see you eating, so it's fine. Hurry up, Kakashi-senpai. In truth, she had grown accustomed to having someone cook for her these past few days. And the transition from comfort to simplicity was challenging. She simply did not wish to cook anymore. It's not Kakashi, it's Kakashi. He muttered helplessly as he donned an apron and made his way to the kitchen. It appeared he should not have returned. Now he was obliged to serve the young lady. Even his true name had been stripped from him. Yet, he could not help but feel a sense of comfort. When the third Hokage had proactively suggested he take a break, he had declined. The Hokage had said nothing more, only that he could request leave at any time, provided he reported his whereabouts, likely out of concern for his mental state. Indeed, as XiaoMan had pointed out, he was living a rather exhausting life. However, he now had a new objective, to help this child escape her isolation, much like he had failed to do for his father. This child was still very young. With her talent and intellect, her future would undoubtedly be brighter than many others. She should not be preoccupied with thoughts of death at such a tender age. The way to achieve this, perhaps, was as she had suggested, by establishing new bonds. Although she had expressed disdain for such notions, it was worth a try. Thus, the following day, he mused that perhaps she should make a typical friend, just like an ordinary child. Kakashi glanced at XiaoMan, who was engrossed in reading a brief history of human punishments. Nearby, several other titles lay stacked. Ninja World Interrogation Expert teaches you torture techniques. Ninja World Psychologist guides you to see through enemy mental defenses, and Legendary Ninja Writer teaches you to tell good stories. All adorned with the same garish cover featuring a portly, bespectacled man. How could one person simultaneously be an interrogation expert, psychologist, and legendary author? Was she truly so easily deceived by such a charlatan? In truth, she was probably more resilient than the worries of her caretaker, Sayaka, who feared that reading a book with a protagonist who committed suicide would affect her mental health. XiaoMan read purely for leisure, and her choice of this series was merely for amusement, as the author's abilities were limited, relying heavily on hearsay, yet the prose was commendable, and the storytelling flowed well, especially in telling good stories, which held some merit. Staying indoors was rather dull, the spring sunlight was scant, and the yard felt empty. To bask in the best sunlight, she would have to venture to the other side of the village, but they wouldn't allow her to roam so far, leaving her with no choice but to read. However, staying indoors would not yield friendships, would it? XiaoMan lifted her head from her book and proposed. You let me roam freely for a day, and we'll both have a holiday. How about it? I promise I'll return in one piece. Safe and sound. With a smile, she lowered her voice, enticing him to agree. Oh dear. Anyone who sees me accompanied by a fearsome ninja like you would be too intimidated to even consider being friends with me. And yet you claim I have no friends? The heavens bear witness. I am innocent. She produced a small handkerchief from somewhere to cover her face, appearing quite aggrieved. Is this my fault? And what is this new title, Fearsome Ninja? You speak of ninjas as if they are some malevolent force. Kakashi pondered for a moment and then nodded. All right, then I shall take my leave. XiaoMan instantly teleported to the door, tilting her head. Go on. Fine, she retreated, only to suddenly poke her head out again. I really am leaving now. Come back early. With her rather disagreeable demeanor, could she truly make friends on her own? Chapter 8. The Umbu Daddy's Child-Rearing Chronicles. And, perhaps she had indeed made some friends. As she walked home, XiaoMan reflected on her day. Today, she encountered the pink-haired girl she had seen before, and her vibrant color caught her attention as she noticed the girl sleeping beneath a tree. The spring chill was biting, especially with the recent drizzle. If she were to sleep there, a gust of wind could easily lead to a cold. Recalling how Kakashi would cover her with a blanket after she fell asleep, XiaoMan approached and draped her own coat over the girl. How would she react upon waking to find XiaoMan's coat covering her? Would she be moved enough to exclaim, I want to be your friend? Sakura would not. But Naruto probably would. XiaoMan might have a basic understanding of many things, but she had yet to practice the art of friendship. This was how friends were made, right? The book Ninja World Psychologist guides you to see through enemy mental defenses suggested that when someone received sincere compliments, they were more likely to let down their guard. Although this was aimed at so-called enemies, it could certainly be applied here. Once the girl woke up, XiaoMan would assure her that she could confide in her about anything and compliment her hair color. This was also inspired by the concept of lowering defenses, creating an approachable demeanor to gather information. XiaoMan felt her practical application was quite effective. Although she did not say it outright, the implication was that someone had criticized the girl's hair color. To this, XiaoMan's assessment was, is there something wrong with your eyesight? Pink is not pretty. However, upon recalling the disdain directed towards the Hyuga clan's Byakugan girl, she resigned herself to the notion that the aesthetic sensibilities of young ninjas were rather lacking. Perhaps it was merely a desire to distinguish herself that drove her. A rather childish impulse. They exchanged names, and she introduced herself as Sakura. Sakura then embraced her briefly. The touch, though subtle, caused her to momentarily stiffen. But her commendable physical control allowed her to relax once more, her expression remaining unchanged. She simply informed Sakura that it was time for her to depart. Once she had distanced herself, an odd expression crept onto her face. Was physical contact truly a necessity among friends? According to Heart Defense, excessive physical contact could lay bare one's inner thoughts. Did she initiate the embrace to scrutinize her through this physicality? Do not become overly academic in such trivial matters. XiaoMan, put that clever mind to work. Navigating interpersonal relationships is far more arduous than handling corpses, primarily due to the lack of guidance for XiaoMan. Thus, I shall narrate a tale from the 51st year of Konoha, the true nature of which remains shrouded in mystery. Do not adhere to rigid formulas. Was her endeavor to form friendships merely to deter the old man's attention now laid bare? She had initially felt a twinge of shame for her insincerity. Or was this simply a conventional means of socialization? No, she likely lacked the cunning and social aptitude. Otherwise, she would not have been bullied. It seemed the wisdom gleaned from this book was not as applicable as she had hoped, failing even to elucidate the simple act of making friends. Trusting a book too implicitly is worse than having none at all, XiaoMan pondered. Yet, she was not entirely convinced by Sakura's approach, prompting her to seek counsel from someone who might possess the answers. Furthermore, she was not particularly fond of close physical proximity. Shaking her head, she chose to dismiss these thoughts and tidied up to head home. Senpai, would you like a hug? Upon returning home, XiaoMan suddenly gazed earnestly at Kakashi and spoke up. Are we friends? Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of what this mischievous little imp intended. What is it? He replied without directly answering. XiaoMan candidly recounted her observations from the day. It's astonishing that peers genuinely wish to befriend you. Surely they are deceived by appearances. And who taught you to learn about friendship from a book? You. Aren't you supposed to be the clever one? Does this matter truly require my input? Kakashi quipped, casting a sidelong glance. Aren't you the senpai? It is your duty to guide your juniors. XiaoMan asserted, patting his thigh. For that was the only part within reach. Friendship does not necessitate elaborate schemes or cunning strategies. Kakashi replied earnestly, squatting down. He never expected to utter such words one day. Friendship is built on mutual respect, care, and protection. All you need is to treat your friends sincerely. Sincerely? Speak your mind. Do not conceal your emotions. Kakashi regarded her with a complex expression. In the days that followed, XiaoMan made friends who spoke their minds, yet she seldom revealed her own emotions. XiaoMan lowered her head in contemplation, while Kakashi reached out to pat her head. She did not flinch as she was lost in thought, and he successfully touched her hair. All right, I understand. I will protect her. Kakashi mused, selectively overlooking much. Nevertheless, progress had been made. The only thing that could bring her out was her friends. XiaoMan embodied the essence of protection. Eliminating threats was indeed a form of safeguarding. In order to protect her family's prominent position, she simply eradicated the adversaries. Such is the way of a warrior. She efficiently identified the culprit and swiftly subdued him. However, upon returning home, Kakashi discovered her actions. Of all things to learn, why fight? And with such underhanded methods. Kakashi chastised, bending 2 fingers to deliver a resounding flick to her forehead. XiaoMan grimaced in pain, glaring fiercely at Kakashi. You, a ninja, are concerned about fighting techniques. Surely this is deliberate retaliation. What are you staring at? Go wash your hands. It's time to eat. Kakashi replied, his deadpan expression maintaining an air of authority despite the apron he wore. Just you wait. A gentleman's revenge is never late. Time flew swiftly, and on the day XiaoMan was invited to dinner at Sakura's home, Kakashi finally announced his departure. I am leaving. You can manage on your own now. Kakashi lowered his head, while XiaoMan raised hers, the two exchanging glances across the divide. I've always been capable. XiaoMan pouted. Indeed. Kakashi chuckled resignedly. This was the first time XiaoMan had witnessed his smile, his visible eye curving into a crescent. Aunt Yabuki's homemade fish jerky is far superior to yours. Are you disparaging me? How heartbreaking. He feigned sorrow. XiaoMan made a face of disdain. Please return to your usual self. I prefer your rebellious demeanor. Well then, regardless of circumstances, cease those thoughts of demise. I am departing. Farewell. XiaoMan watched as he faded into the night. The small home once again fell into silence. Chapter 9. The clamor of spring rain. Delicate spring rain fell softly, enveloping the Konoha cemetery. A tall figure and a small one stood amidst the gentle downpour, neither holding an umbrella, allowing the tumultuous spring rain to drench their garments. XiaoMan looked up at Kakashi. Have you yet uncovered the motives of the Cloud Ninjas? Kakashi's expression was grave, not solely due to the serious nature of their discussion, but also because he felt uneasy about visiting a friend in distress. Currently, they could only ascertain that the ninjas were not targeting Naruto. The analysis team speculated that they were exchanging information with infiltrating spies. When the Umbu trailed you, they must have been detected, and one of them diverted their attention, likely the internal spy from Konoha. Yet all who could have seen this spy were now deceased. It wasn't he until you eliminated Wori Chikatsu, the missed spy masquerading as Raimendo, that this individual failed to appear. Had he pursued you then, neither of you would have escaped. But he did not pursue, XiaoMan stated calmly. One possibility is that he has confirmed Naruto's identity. Attacking Naruto would incite turmoil within the demon fox residing in him, would it not? She glanced at Kakashi. You are aware of this? It is quite predictable. No, it is rather paradoxical. If such an action would disrupt Naruto's seal, why then would you allow him to roam freely? Kakashi's tone grew somber. There are aspects regarding him that you remain unaware of. I cannot disclose them for now. All right, XiaoMan conceded, somewhat impatiently abandoning the topic. What manga has Naruto been reading? Have you investigated? It is an adaptation of one of Jiraiya-sama's early works, one of the legendary Sannin. To my knowledge, the original was a gift from you. What a coincidence, XiaoMan mused while rubbing her temples. A casual gift had sparked such a series of repercussions. How unfortunate, nearly faced consequences for such trivial matters. Should I attribute my luck to Naruto's A or my own to E? Relax, you are not a soldier. Regardless, if those two appear there, it is not a conspiracy. At least it brings some comfort, for no one in Konoha genuinely wishes to see them perish. Observing XiaoMan's sigh of relief, Kakashi found it unexpectedly amusing. You're not the only one. You've become much more cheerful over the years too, he remarked, placing a hand on XiaoMan's shoulder. Haven't I always been this way? She shot him a sidelong glance. Indeed, possessing a sense of humor, capable of joking and assisting others in honing their reflexes, smart, brave, altruistic, and spirited, almost a paragon of virtue. She didn't perceive any shift in her treatment of those around her. She had always been quite lively. Kakashi's eyes curved into crescent shapes, if you say so. XiaoMan turned her head to scrutinize Kakashi closely. Reading adult literature truly bears fruit. Even someone like you, who has endured so much, has become optimistic. A little mouth spouting auspicious words. For some unknown reason, she suddenly thought of Sasuke. Perhaps there was some inexplicable similarity between the two. If Sasuke were to read adult literature, would he not shed that brooding demeanor? However, the thought of Uchiha Sasuke engaging with adult literature was somewhat unfathomable to her. XiaoMan shook off the whimsical thoughts clouding her mind. Kakashi, observing her, suddenly spoke. Thank you, XiaoMan. For what? She turned, puzzled, to look at him. You may have altered Naruto's life and even saved his life. He is the son of my mentor. So I have every reason to express my gratitude, don't you think? I saved him not because he is your mentor's son, XiaoMan replied, slightly discontented with his words. This was typical of the people of Konoha, treating an individual as an extension of their forebears, as if everyone must inherit the will of their predecessors to thrive in Konoha. I understand, Kakashi said, gently ruffling her hair. XiaoMan tilted her head to evade him, prompting Kakashi to awkwardly retract his hand. You've had a rather troublesome personality since childhood, and it seems to have only intensified with age. Regardless, without you, everything would likely be different. I haven't done anything, XiaoMan said, munching on a dried fish. He chuckled softly, thinking she has yet to grasp the significance of her existence. She was the first person in years to genuinely care for Naruto, and under her influence, he had undergone a remarkable transformation. The fate of a Jinchuriki is often met with disdain, ostracized from society. Yet Naruto now possesses friends willing to accept him. And due to his role at the broadcasting station, he has garnered recognition from many. Most importantly, Kakashi observed in Naruto a guardian of dreams, not the naive ambition of children seeking adult attention to become Hokage, but a true determination to protect others, specifically XiaoMan. Even his former self had been influenced by her. Had it not been for the desire to lend this child a hand, he might not have begun to reconsider the meaning of existence. A truly remarkable child, a tender glimmer shone in Kakashi's eyes. XiaoMan furrowed her brow, taken aback by his gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? It's quite embarrassing. I'm leaving, goodbye. She turned her head, waved, and vanished into the misty spring rain. And now, another spring has arrived. Chapter 10. Viewing 8. Pure Land. Senju Hashirama sighed deeply. The child's words about bonds were indeed disheartening. Yet fortunately, she had made a reliable friend in Sakura, who would be Tsunade's apprentice and a trustworthy companion. He hoped they would continue to guide this child, allowing her to truly integrate into Konoha. However, he might be the most naive thinker among those present. Senju Tobarama observed the sky with a vigilant gaze. This child was more formidable than anyone could imagine. Not only did she possess a unique talent for physical combat, but her martial prowess, distinct from the ninja system, and her precociously mature mindset were alarming. Most terrifying was her understanding of the world, which diverged entirely from that of an ordinary ninja. Tobarama, though not the longest-serving leader of a ninja village, had reformed the ninja village system and established schools during his tenure, influencing the other 4 villages. Among those present, he could confidently claim to be the second most knowledgeable about the ninja world and the village system, and no one dared to contest that claim. Thus, he was acutely aware of the drawbacks and limitations of ninjas and the ninja village system. In XiaoMan, he saw the potential for transformation, a catalyst for change against the decaying darkness. She not only held a different understanding from ninjas, but also possessed the potential to reshape the world. Most attendees, seasoned as they were, recognized that her parents' deaths likely carried deeper implications, perhaps directly linked to the darkness within Konoha. Under such circumstances, this child could very well embark on the most extreme path, akin to that of the Demon King. Tobarama was astounded by his own realization, and a more terrifying possibility emerged in his mind. What if this child named XiaoMan was the Demon King? Although their experiences were different, and their personalities vastly dissimilar, he had only seen such an unstable transformative factor in the Demon King, who embodied greater malevolence and chaos, yet in certain aspects, they were strikingly alike. Perhaps this child was merely a fragment of the Demon King. What lay within the heart of that Demon King? Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow. If she were to tread the path of opposition against Konoha, then upon learning the truth, Sasuke might find a companion in her. If so, at least Sasuke would not be alone. Yet, this might be the most dire scenario. One can only hope this child helps Sasuke relinquish his hatred, though, given his understanding of his brother, that seems nearly impossible. Konoha is indeed fortunate. This was the perspective of the little bearded ghost, Suigetsu. Konoha's talents are abundant. From the very beginning, it has been a cradle of prodigies. The legendary Sannin, the White Fang, Minato, Uchiha Itachi, and elite figures like Naruto and Sasuke are already numerous. In what may be a parallel world of the ninja realm, such a predictably formidable genius still resides within Konoha. At 3 years old, Uchiha Itachi had yet to step onto the battlefield, while 3-year-old XiaoMan could already toy with elite Umbu ninjas. Despite her tender physique struggling to keep pace with her intellect, it was evident that she was an absolute genius in physical combat. Physical ninjas are often dismissed as brash, as exemplified by the third Raikage beside him. Yet a cunning physical ninja would indeed be a boon for Konoha. His old rival, the second Tsuchikage, perceived further than he did. In his eyes, this child harbored even more terrifying potential. Such a learning ability cannot merely be attributed to cleverness. Astonishing insight, learning aptitude, reasoning ability, and adaptability. If she were to earnestly harness her gifts, she would undoubtedly become a genius in any field. Regrettably, had such a prodigy been under his governance during the era of the Rock Village, he would have diligently nurtured her into a dual elite in both scientific research and combat. Although perhaps little effort would be required to instruct such a child. Under the hypocritical will of fire embodied by Sarutobi Asuma, this genius would merely be squandered. With a sidelong glance at the third Hokage, he reflected on the enviable pool of talent that Konoha possessed. Yet, it seemed that the fates conspired against its prodigies. Was it the heavens that were envious of exceptional talent, or was it Konoha that was cursed? After gazing at the vast sky for an extended period, Minato's perspective had subtly shifted. His focus was no longer solely on the future of Konoha and the shinobi world. He inhaled deeply, pondering Kakashi's brief encounter during the reanimation jutsu. Over the years, he had not properly conversed with his student. Hearing Kakashi's self-reproachful words, he could not help but furrow his brow in sorrow. Kakashi had endured a profound solitude and anguish for far too long, with no one but Guy offering him the emotional support he desperately needed. The untimely appearance of the precocious XiaoMan had catalyzed a change within his students sooner than anticipated. "Thank you, XiaoMan," Minato silently echoed Kakashi's sentiments. "How splendid this is." A faint smile graced his lips. XiaoMan was truly remarkable. In the desolate realm, Naruto couldn't help but express his admiration. Beyond genius, there existed another layer of brilliance. XiaoMan's performance at the tender age of 3 seemed to eclipse even the glimpses of the future already witnessed. Might the future still be shrouded in obscurity? Sasuke contemplated the sky. If she and Itachi were of the same cohort, would his aspiration to surpass her not prove more arduous than striving to catch up to Itachi? Having always been an exemplary student, XiaoMan's presence would only incite his ambition further. Although dissatisfied with his past performance, Sasuke yearned to grow stronger. Only through immense power could he hope to instigate change, much like the potential he perceived in her, the ability to transform everything and eradicate all obstacles. Her life was evidently improving. At the very least, she had begun to emerge from a previously bleak existence. Would she ultimately sever her ties with Konoha? Could she bear to relinquish her bonds? Nonetheless, he was certain that in this world, he would tread the path of a kindred spirit alongside her, devoid of the emotion known as loneliness. Though the tone of the series is light-hearted and mundane, the emergence of these memories unmistakably hinted at underlying conspiracies. While the daily life in Konoha with friends is not without its merits, and perhaps a stable existence suits XiaoMan's character, if the future is destined for separation, might a lesser degree of present happiness mitigate future pain? If the pace were to quicken, following this narrative trajectory, one could anticipate that these could soon become the gifts of farewell. If the studio were determined to pursue the mundane, that too would suffice, yet it might evoke discomfort. With so much groundwork laid, would it not be inappropriate to refrain from actions that could instigate a transformation within Konoha? In any case, everyone supports XiaoMan in her ambition to become Hokage. Following the conclusion of the previous season, some viewers were eager for Konoha to experience hardship. The onset of memories provided a moment of calm. However, tales of XiaoMan abandoning her ties to Konoha and embarking on a path of darkness proliferated like mushrooms after rain. In reality, within the ORAE, preparations were underway for a coup that would surpass the upheaval within the shinobi world, inspired by the very notion that could lead this child down a path of destruction. Ladies and gentlemen, we have located the author of that fanfiction, none other than Miss Ainley. Ace gestured towards the quaking figure seated beside her. Ainley, intimidated, remained silent after receiving a phone call. She was encircled by a mysterious organization and brought here. All present were faces she recognized from television, powerful figures whose presence left her bewildered. Initially, she was unaware of whom she had offended, only to later realize it was simply due to her writing a novel. This was utterly absurd. Yet she dared not express her thoughts, keeping her grievances to herself. "We hope you can draw inspiration from your original work to create another fanfiction." Ace smiled gently. Ainley nodded vigorously. In truth, they had already agreed prior to her arrival. This was merely a demonstration for the influential individuals. The cornerstone of the box system lies in the endorsement of its major authors. They had previously attempted to solicit a story from the original author, Masashi, but to no avail. The Research Institute concluded that the author lacked sufficient relevance, as the origin of this world was merely a fanfiction. Therefore, they sought the true author. Mingtang sat below, observing Ainley, who was metaphorically placed upon a roasting spit by the crowd. Adjusting his glasses, he smiled softly. Chapter 11. The Tale of the Third Hokage and the Man Behind Him. XiaoMan, you've been quite close to Ino lately, Sakura remarked casually, feigning nonchalance while anxiously awaiting XiaoMan's response. Well, XiaoMan was about to speak when Ino jumped in. "Oh, Sakura, I just need to borrow XiaoMan for a moment. There's no need for jealousy. Being magnanimous will attract others to you. You insufferable Ino, what nonsense are you spouting?" Sakura shot her a glare. "Actually, we are collaborating on something." Ino grinned cheekily. "What collaboration? Do you know who authored the widely circulated tale at school? It wouldn't be XiaoMan, would it?" Sakura hesitated, glancing at XiaoMan, who appeared momentarily dazed from the interruption. Tada! Ino pulled a notebook from XiaoMan's desk. The story of the third Hokage and the man behind him. A legendary original, penned by a nameless writer from our campus. Each volume priced at 50 Rio. Can you guess the market response? The man behind him carries multiple meanings. Is it inadvertently revealing Danzo's existence? I feel it's not for the money, mainly. XiaoMan is displeased with the third Hokage and is venting her frustrations. Ino crossed her arms, smugly smirking. This was actually written by XiaoMan. Sakura exclaimed, pointing at the notebook in disbelief. Just for fun, XiaoMan replied, regaining her composure. A few days ago, I penned a brief story about the third Hokage and the embodiment of the will of fire for my own amusement, which Ino fortuitously discovered. This sort of thing isn't common in Konoha, but Ino's enthusiasm for various romance novels certainly stirred excitement. Under XiaoMan's puzzled gaze, Ino fervently encouraged her to complete the story. It would undoubtedly be a hit, trust me. Ino patted her chest confidently. With Ino's extensive connections, this novel, initially a mere pastime for XiaoMan, unexpectedly gained immense popularity at school. XiaoMan is perplexed as to why the third Hokage is depicted as a duplicitous, cunning, and sinister old man. Although the narrative has been shaped somewhat with literary finesse, the personification of the will of fire is unmistakably rendered as a deceitful and treacherous figure. The political undertones she originally intended to explore have been transformed into a more subtle and naive tale brimming with youthful fervor. What is it that draws people to such narratives? The aesthetic sensibilities of the ninja children are truly peculiar. After much contemplation, XiaoMan arrives at a rather outrageous conclusion. Perhaps it is the thrill of transgression that captivates them. How could the amiable and sagacious third Hokage possibly engage in any dealings with someone so duplicitous? XiaoMan. So, the third Hokage appears so luminous in your eyes? It is not so in my perspective. If you dare, open this manuscript and see for yourself. I cannot take it anymore. If XiaoMan does not defect, then the torment of the third Hokage will persist, alongside the battle of public opinion and the essence of the will of fire. Does XiaoMan actually take pleasure in such tales? Sakura, having perused the manuscript, is left astounded. I do not. I have not. She retorts. Isn't it intriguing? Ino leans closer to her. It is somewhat so. No, wait. I would never enjoy such trivial, childish plots. Although XiaoMan writes exceptionally well, I am a mature individual now. I would not indulge in such material. Sakura is no longer the naive child she once was. She has evolved into a remarkably mature and composed version of herself. Really, you won't read it? I said I won't. Ino muses silently. I know you too well. This good friend of mine only feigns modesty in front of XiaoMan. At all other times, she is just another girl who revels in reading shoujo manga, especially when it is penned by XiaoMan. At this moment, feigning maturity, does she not realize that I have already divulged her fondness for shoujo manga to XiaoMan? Well, she probably does not know yet. Ino evasively diverts her gaze, unexpectedly landing on Sakura's hand. What happened to your hand? Why is it bandaged like this? She points out. XiaoMan's attention shifts to Sakura's injured hand. I accidentally cut myself while peeling fruit. Under XiaoMan's gaze, Sakura feels an uncharacteristic sense of guilt. Can peeling fruit really cause such an injury? Ino questions. Such a feeble lie would not fool even XiaoMan, let alone Naruto. XiaoMan rises and steps closer. About to speak, when a voice pierces the air. Hey, XiaoMan. It is Kiba, with Akamaru perched atop his head. Interrupted, XiaoMan tilts her head. What is it? Would you like to join us for camping this Friday night? Naruto mentioned you are quite the storyteller, so he sent me to invite you. Kiba, ever confident, speaks with an air of authority. Wait, stop. Who are you? How many are going? Sakura immediately disengages from the previous topic, locking her gaze on Kiba. Just the four of us. Kiba replies impatiently, then turns to XiaoMan. Shikamaru said that adventure story related to the Hokage is your work? Quite audacious of you to feature the third Hokage as the protagonist. So, you perceive this as an adventure tale? It seems I am too dark in my interpretation. XiaoMan muses. Hey, XiaoMan cannot go camping with you four boys. Sakura protests vehemently. Then you come along. You can share a tent with her, Kiba nonchalantly suggests. Sakura is momentarily taken aback, and he continues, Ino too. You can also invite Hinata, just like last time. The four of you will share a tent, right? Sure. I want to hear XiaoMan's stories, Ino agrees eagerly. I want to go too. Sakura asserts defiantly. However, XiaoMan hasn't even agreed to go yet. She points out. Oh well, There's nothing else to do anyway. By the way, why didn't Naruto come personally? Ino inquires. Oh, he seems to be busy with something lately, so he asked me to extend the invitation. He also mentioned that there's a violent girl around you who prevents him from approaching, Kiba remarks. I am not. And who are you calling a violent girl? Since the last encounter with those troublesome children, Sakura has undergone a transformation. She is no longer the innocent, timid girl she once was. It appears she has unlocked a special switch, perhaps a sign of approaching adolescence, adopting a resolute stance in her external relations, more unyielding than the land of Konoha itself. Amidst the playful bickering between Sakura and Kiba, Ino is an amused observer while XiaoMan sits in contemplative silence. Her thoughts drift. Speaking of Hinata, their relationship has grown considerably since the summer festival. However, Hinata remains shy and often struggles to articulate her thoughts. Fortunately, XiaoMan is equally reticent, thus fostering a comfortable atmosphere. As summer commences, the Hyuga family has sent an invitation, asking her to continue her role as a tutor for fireworks this year. Yes, this time it is an invitation card. Perhaps the third Hokage has spoken favorably about her, as their attitude has noticeably improved. Wait, Kiba suddenly halts his playful banter with Sakura. Naruto asked me to invite someone else. Who was it? Ah, Shino. XiaoMan interjects. Oh right, Shino. Kiba recollects, turning to locate the boy from the back of the classroom. Shino, almost overlooked you again. Chapter 12, Pajama Mountain Climbing Contest, Konoha region by the campfire. Choji has expertly grilled the food. Being from a family that owns a barbecue restaurant, he excels not only in discerning quality, but also in the art of grilling. Sakura and Hinata assist him cheerfully. After gathering a plethora of outdoor supplies, XiaoMan, Ino, and Kiba drop their burdens with a heavy thud. Ino, abandoning her composure, plops down on the ground, panting heavily, while Kiba is nearly as exhausted, and even Akamaru, who helped carry things, whimpers and collapses. Only XiaoMan wipes her hands and sits down quietly, nibbling on some dried fish. Will XiaoMan have her own special seat? Perhaps she could craft one herself. After all, Dr. Man is adept at producing items from the most unexpected places. Where is Naruto? Why haven't we seen him all day? Ino fans herself with her hand. Shikamaru, tending to the fire, turns to answer her. He said he was tired after setting up the tent this afternoon and is currently sleeping. Is setting up a tent that exhausting? Ino scoffs. Never mind him. You all must be tired. The meat is ready, so you can eat a little. Sakura approaches with a plate and places it on the small table. She suddenly looks at XiaoMan. XiaoMan, would you like to try the meat I grilled? It's my first time. Sure, she replies. Sakura hands her a skewer. But XiaoMan's gaze falls on her hands. I just returned as well. Why didn't you ask me? Ino pouts. XiaoMan is carrying heavier items than you. She must be more fatigued, Sakura states. Although theoretically correct, it is hardly visible. Watching Sakura act as if she is about to feed XiaoMan directly. Ino rolls her eyes. XiaoMan takes a small bite of the grilled meat, and her calm demeanor shifts. How is it? Sakura's emerald eyes gleam with anticipation. It's decent, XiaoMan replies with a polite smile, quite authentic in flavor. Let me try. Ino takes a skewer from the tray. Ugh, this isn't even cooked. It seems you're not very skilled at grilling either. In an instant, Ino retaliated against the neglect of her past. XiaoMan, just indulge him, she remarked. After Sakura had her own turn, she couldn't help but express her embarrassment, stammering a few words. After all, this was not her first experience with grilling. Humph. I believe Hinata does it better than you, she quipped. Hinata blushed at being mentioned, fidgeting with her fingers. I don't think so. I mean, this barbecue must be cooked thoroughly. That's excessive, Ino. Try saying that again. Wide forehead. Ino pig. The two girls bickered, but it was evident they would reconcile shortly. Akamaru was sneezing repeatedly due to a bug that inadvertently flew up his nose, while Shikamaru yawned from lack of a nap. Hinata obediently sat beside XiaoMan, stealing glances at her, while XiaoMan had tuned out the world, her mind blank. Here it comes, Choji announced, presenting his grilled meat. The tantalizing aroma instantly silencing the group. The campfire continued to lick at the iron grill, and the thickly cut wild boar ribs glistened with golden edges. Particularly enticing under the moonlight, XiaoMan punctured the charred crust, and succulent pink juices oozed forth. Deliciously tender, she succinctly remarked. Are you all ready? Naruto emerged from the tent at that moment. You finally woke up, Sakura retorted, still recalling how Naruto had called her a violent girl. What a timely awakening. Shino coolly adjusted his glasses. Heh, Naruto scratched his head, washed his hands, and naturally squeezed past Shino to sit beside XiaoMan, diving into his meal with gusto. Now, he could sit with XiaoMan, as this was not school, nor did it fall within the bounds of Sakura's agreement with him. What are you busy with? XiaoMan casually inquired. Naruto's movements froze for a moment, his face reddening with guilt. XiaoMan, please don't ask. I can't tell you. Oh, all right. Seeing he wouldn't elaborate, XiaoMan decided not to press further. He would share if he wished. After a hearty meal, everyone returned to the tent to change into their pajamas. How fortunate we are to enjoy such barbecue. Naruto sighed contentedly, patting his belly. Akamaru whined in agreement beside him. It's a pity Sasuke didn't come, he lamented. Inuzuka, didn't you invite Sasuke-kun? Ino looked up. Inuzuka was among the few in class who could converse with Sasuke. He left class too early. I didn't want to venture into the Uchiha clan grounds. It's so eerie. Inuzuka shrugged. That guy from the next class treats the Uchiha grounds like a dare, only to be terrified by his own classmates' screams and ended up getting beaten for not seeing anything. So, you fear the Uchiha grounds? XiaoMan interjected, her tone nonchalant. Yet Shikamaru suddenly became alert, casting her a questioning glance that went unanswered. Who is afraid? Inuzuka retorted, though his voice lacked conviction. Shall we give it a try? XiaoMan coaxed. Right now? It's so far from the Uchiha grounds. No need to complicate things. The Leaf Village is vast. Getting from here to the Uchiha grounds would require crossing mountains, unless Inuzuka intends to climb in his pajamas. XiaoMan donned the hood of her sweatshirt, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Let me tell you a story that will reveal your courage. If you get scared, you can skip the Uchiha grounds. A run around the hills will suffice to frighten you. Bring it on, Inuzuka scoffed. He was a man destined to be Hokage. How could he be frightened by mere tales? Naruto mentioned that XiaoMan read detective novels, but those required personal deduction to be frightening. Spoken aloud, they lost their terror. Besides, he believed he could easily win this challenge. Are we telling scary stories? Ino asked, slightly disappointed, dragging her best friend Sakura to her side to share the burden of any ghostly assaults. It won't be too scary, will it? Naruto's hair stood on end. Hinata felt a twinge of anxiety. She had never heard XiaoMan tell a story, and it might just be a horror tale. Sakura glanced at Ino, who was snuggling up to her, and then at the solitary Hinata. Hinata, if you're scared, you can hug us too. Her intention was to invite Hinata for warmth. But to her surprise, Hinata shyly pouted her lips and pulled XiaoMan's hand into her embrace. Sakura remarked, we've heard many stories, but these tales often lack substance. Tracing back to Konoha's oldest lore entrenched in the shadows of the Undying Country, it is said that the souls of the deceased return to the Pure Land. Yet there are exceptions for those spirits that should have dissipated, due to years of warfare. Countless unwilling souls are unable to enter the Pure Land, and instead nestle in the deepest shadows of the village. The living cannot see them. The immortal spirits wander among the living, unable to traverse the illuminated world freely, cloaked in flesh to conceal their decayed souls. Yet, as time passes, the essence of their souls will detach from their corporeal forms, forcing them back into the shadows. Sometimes, a gust of wind is merely a familiar presence passing by, unnoticed. They could be lurking beside others, smiling as they watch you laugh. Only at night do they emerge from the shadows, and the long-gone familiar face that you remember appears in your room. It is then that you awaken abruptly from a nightmare, realizing that the person you once knew has been dead for decades. None of those present had friends from decades past, but XiaoMan's deliberately lowered voice, coupled with the flickering shadows cast by the campfire, sent a shiver down their spines, the chill of early summer creeping up from their feet to their thighs, their bodies, and their necks. Just moments ago, Sakura and Ino had been arguing. Now they huddled tightly together, scarcely daring to breathe. Choji had paused his snacking, his eyes glued to XiaoMan, while Inuzuka's forehead glistened with a thin sheen of cold sweat. A senior once told me that during last year's Chunin exams, XiaoMan scratched the ground with a twig, and a shinobi who had been a genin for 10 years jumped into the Nankagawa River. 7 days later, his teammates went to pay their respects at night, and upon returning, he seemed like a different person, having supposedly inherited the deceased teammate's mannerisms. Are you saying that the one who screamed and frightened his classmates was truly his good friend? We all know that the Uchiha grounds are home to many vengeful spirits, wandering endlessly, waiting for a shadow to harbor them. What are you talking about? Inuzuka suddenly stood up, tense and enraged. I'll go to the Uchiha grounds right now to prove you wrong. Yet as he stood, his legs felt weak, immobilizing him in place. Oh really? Look at your shadow. Inuzuka's forehead instantly broke out in a cold sweat, his trembling gaze slowly shifting towards the shadow. Was something grasping his ankle from within the darkness? Ah! The group erupted into startled screams, creating chaos. Haha! Amidst the turmoil, XiaoMan laughed heartily as she patted Shikamaru's shoulder. Shikamaru, wearing a deadpan expression, retracted his shadow manipulation technique with a sigh. XiaoMan had only scribbled a code in the dirt that only the two of them could decipher, prompting him to scare Inuzuka with his shadow technique. Why did you provoke her? Shikamaru looked at the still frightened Inuzuka, speechless. It is rather excessive. The breathing of you remains quite labored. Shikamaru, how could you assist her in such a manner? He too believed that holding a courage-testing event in the Uchiha clan's territory was not a wise endeavor. XiaoMan wiped away her tears of laughter and offered you a faint smile. All right, go ahead and run now. Suddenly, Yu's face flushed crimson. To be honest, after hearing XiaoMan's story, he genuinely felt hesitant to approach areas with shadows, especially on this eerie mountain at night. Oh, come on. Did I truly frighten you to that extent? Look at Shin. She remained unfazed after hearing it. XiaoMan turned her gaze towards the steadfast Shin. Shin, do you find my story frightening? At last, Shin spoke. You told it splendidly. I was nearly taken aback. You see, being almost frightened isn't the same as actually being frightened. Just look at her. XiaoMan turned to you. How absurd. Who says that a lack of expression means one is untroubled? You retorted, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Chapter 13. The fourth Hokage's fifth confession. Ever since the heartwarming little story startled everyone, Ino suggested that XiaoMan write a horror tale. However, she emphasized that XiaoMan must first complete the fourth Hokage's fifth confession. This work was composed at Ino's insistence, following Naruto's approval. You expect me to pen a romance story? XiaoMan initially resisted. Come on, Sakura wants to read it, and Hinata does too, right? Ino wrapped her arms around the bewildered Sakura and the bashful Hinata. Ah, Hinata murmured, her face flushed, but XiaoMan did not catch her words. What are you doing? I'm trying to sleep. Sakura rubbed her eyes. How curious. You actually sleep at school. How late did you stay up studying last night? Ino inquired, astonished. It's because the classmates have been so diligent lately. I must defend my title as number one, Sakura yawned. XiaoMan, look, Sakura is working so hard. Won't you write a sweet romance to warm her weary heart? Ino turned to XiaoMan. You want to read it, so you're using me as a shield. However, if it truly is a romance story rather than just two old men chatting, it could indeed be quite interesting. Finally, a person with normal aesthetics. XiaoMan sipped her water. All right, I understand. I will write it. XiaoMan had already conceived a new idea. The previous volume gained popularity because the protagonist was the well-known third Hokage. To continue the success, she needed to write about another famous figure. And since it was a romance story, it must focus on the youth. The tragic yet comedic love story of the fourth Hokage couple, who faced an early demise, might be a tale worth expanding into a series, perhaps an IP. However, XiaoMan soon set aside this plan, not due to writing a horror story, but because she became captivated by a book during her research. After finishing the writing segment of the physical training class, she sat beneath a tree to relax. As the saying goes, all crows in the world are black. Whenever she slacked off, Shikamaru would take the opportunity to be lazy as well, leading some to perceive that the two were inseparable at school. What are you looking at? He lazily lifted his gaze. XiaoMan held up a book for him to see. Dealing with I-Technique Ninjas, by Senju Tobarama. Although it was about countering I-Technique ninjas, the book extensively covered the Sharingan, leading XiaoMan to speculate that the second Hokage might not have a fondness for the Uchiha clan. Did Sasuke offend you? Or is it because of that previous incident? Shikamaru's expression grew complex. Not at all. I was just casually browsing. You don't think I still remember that incident, do you? I am a broad-minded person. Last month on the 17th, I went fishing, and Naruto accidentally released the 50-kilogram fish I caught. I didn't hold it against him at all. He muttered under his breath, clearly remembering it well. What do you take me for? I was merely glancing through, XiaoMan asserted with conviction. If you say so. Shikamaru replied with resignation. It was certainly not the case. Ever since XiaoMan fell ill, she seemed to have awakened a new facet of her personality, such as an enthusiasm for pranks. The incident where she scared Ya into sleeplessness a few days prior was a testament to this. Furthermore, she became someone who could articulate anything, casually praising Naruto, prompting him to go to great lengths for her. In her insults, she grew increasingly sharp-tongued. At times, when he saw Sasuke with her, and scathed yet fuming, it was clear she had bested him in their exchanges. She was a formidable opponent, one against whom one could neither fight nor insult back, and when she felt spirited, she excelled at teasing. It was truly frightening. One ought never to become her rival. Shikamaru felt a twinge of dread. Sasuke stood at XiaoMan's doorstep, his hand poised to knock, yet hesitated before lowering it. After much contemplation, he finally rapped lightly on the door. "Come in." He heard XiaoMan's voice, somewhat muffled, which aroused his curiosity, and so he pushed the door open. To his surprise, XiaoMan emerged from the kitchen, her eyes slightly red, her lashes clumped together with traces of moisture. Sasuke's heart jolted. Is she actually crying? He suddenly felt at a loss, unsure where to place his hands, and hurriedly approached her. "What's wrong? What happened? Did someone bully you?" His words tumbled out in a jumbled rush. "Sasuke." XiaoMan looked at him with her glistening eyes. "Come here for a moment." Nervously, Sasuke complied, only to see XiaoMan extend her hand, smeared with onion juice, and press it against his face. "Ha ha ha." XiaoMan erupted into uncontrollable laughter, pounding the table. Sasuke's expression darkened, his eyes reddened, yet the physiological tears had yet to dry. "I must say that's enough," he retorted, his face a thundercloud. He should never have assumed that someone with such a mischievous nature would be bullied. It was a miracle she didn't bully others. How foolish he had been to obediently walk over. All right, I won't tease you anymore." XiaoMan grinned mischievously as she approached him. "So what now?" "What do you mean, what now?" Sasuke's face was shrouded in clouds. "Does your eye hurt? What is this?" He grimaced. "A test of your tedious prank's outcome?" His expression darkened further. "No, it's this." XiaoMan cleaned her hands and retrieved the book she had been studying in detail. "Do you have a significant issue with my eyes?" "Not particularly. I am serious." "Don't you like these eyes?" Sasuke touched his eyelids. "Does it matter whether I like them or not?" XiaoMan crossed her arms. "What's important is that you know to protect your eyes." "What do you mean?" "You can take a look at the contents of this book." Senju Tobirama, the second Hokage, was a figure whose actions set the tone for an era in Konoha. XiaoMan paused, noting that this Hokage's attitude towards the Uchiha could hardly be deemed favorable. The higher-ups in Konoha's hierarchy harbored wariness towards the Uchiha long before the Ninetales incident. And the book elaborated on the dangers and powers of the Sharingan with great detail, filled with cautionary notes, even labeling the Uchiha as arrogant and delusional. XiaoMan had yet to grasp this point, but she had already witnessed the stubbornness of the Uchiha clan. Naturally, such powerful eyes would attract the attention of many. In contrast to the protected white eyes of caged birds, Sasuke's remaining Sharingan, one of the last in Konoha, poses a far greater risk, likely drawing the interest of numerous onlookers. XiaoMan, having witnessed the ineptitude of Konoha's new guards, knew that if someone were to attempt to kill him and seize his eyes, they would certainly be unable to arrive in time. The most alarming possibility is that if high-ranking officials within Konoha coveted the Sharingan, Sasuke's situation would be more perilous than anyone could imagine. "I understand," Sasuke nodded, though he appeared somewhat distracted. XiaoMan surmised that thoughts of the Sharingan reminded him of his clan. He probably cares more about revenge than the risks he might face. "So what brings you here today?" XiaoMan shifted the topic. Sasuke recalled the purpose of his visit, and a sudden tension gripped his previously calm demeanor. I would like to ask you." His speech faltered. "To ask what?" "Could I please request you to be my sparring partner?" "Oh, so you seek a rival. I had thought otherwise," XiaoMan remarked. Her curiosity piqued. "What were you anticipating?" "If you require compensation, I can offer you a substantial sum." Sasuke recognized that the script was penned by XiaoMan, primarily reflecting the familiar font from the printed copies. The wealth of the Uchiha clan remained largely in his possession, sufficient for a lifetime. Even if XiaoMan demanded a fortune for his future marital pursuits, he was confident in his abilities to avoid financial troubles. His sole ambition now was to grow stronger. At the very least, he must be capable of defeating XiaoMan. Otherwise, how could he avenge himself against that man? "I implore you." Sasuke bowed his noble Uchiha head. Speaking earnestly, XiaoMan's gaze softened. "Very well," she replied, "but the rules of the duel shall be determined by me." Ruins. Sasuke was once again met with Naruto's peculiar gaze. "What are you staring at? I've told you that's not me. Besides, haven't you been getting quite close to her?" The notion of offering money for marital support was merely to demonstrate his resolve. After all, ninjas do not require such things. Despite his explanations, Naruto still wore an expression of disbelief. As for Obito Uchiha, He had given up on pondering how they initially arrived in this place. Ruins. Huh, it hasn't happened that many times. Minato rubbed the back of his head. He had succeeded in confessing his feelings on the first try. Although aware that the two shared mutual affection, he had initially worried that Kushina might reject him. Yet, as long as the outcome was favorable, that was sufficient. Once they defeated the Dark Lord and everything returned to normal, he would return to a tranquil life with Kushina, cherishing their time together for eternity. Chapter 14. Ino. It cannot be just me who sees this. XiaoMan had been quite busy these past few days. One of her requests to Sasuke was that they skip class during the day to practice their combat skills at the Uchiha clan grounds. XiaoMan's exact words were, "I have a packed schedule and no time to play ninja games with you." Setting aside the absurdity of what constitutes a ninja game, didn't she merely waste time after school? Furthermore, Sasuke had always been an exemplary student, with all his teachers unable to find fault in him. He held disdain for skipping class, an act that could tarnish the Uchiha clan's honor. Actually, your brother skips class too. However, becoming stronger was more critical than maintaining his status as an honor student. So after some contemplation, Sasuke agreed. Thus, during the day, XiaoMan would skip class to accompany him under the guise of sparring, which typically involved Sasuke training for half the day while XiaoMan sat by, snacking on dried fish, before ultimately defeating him. The advantage of this arrangement was that she could skip class without fear of reprimand from the third Hokage. Since XiaoMan's true identity had been revealed, she had ceased pretending in many respects. Although she remained relatively low-key at school, her friends had an inkling of her true capabilities. If she so desired, even their combined efforts would likely be insufficient to best her. During exams, XiaoMan no longer attempted to score a mere 60 to defy the Hokage. She now often submitted blank papers. At home, XiaoMan was not as idle as Sasuke suggested. She would contemplate the horror stories she intended to write, merely pondering the plot without the desire to fill it in. Before bed, she would indulge in reading the second Hokage's renowned work on dojutsu. Though it was a practical treatise, the second Hokage's prose, much like his shadow techniques, was infused with a serious yet subtly humorous tone, rendering it unexpectedly enjoyable. Of course, she did not imply that other shadow techniques lacked humor. In fact, the book's discussion of the Uchiha's psychological theories provided her with fresh inspiration. Yet you claim to have no issues with the Sharingan, Hockey Man. Look, XiaoMan pushed a stack of papers toward Ino. What is this? Did you create a new piece so quickly? Ino's eyes sparkled with excitement. The latest masterpiece from Takizo, and I shall be the first to critique it. She held the pages high in the air. Takizo was XiaoMan's pen name. Inspired by the moment she conceived it while eating an orange, as an orange panda playfully circled around her. It might not align perfectly with your expectations, XiaoMan replied. I trust your writing, Ino said, diving into the text. Wait, is this an original protagonist? That is splendid. While having a famous character might garner attention, an original protagonist is far more relatable. The story follows a young hero, Eito, who returns to his grandmother's rural home during summer vacation. It was a dusk of low-hanging, leaden clouds, where the rain had darkened the slate pathway. Eito lost track of time, and by the time he realized it, dusk had set in. He took a shortcut home, passing vibrant clusters of hydrangeas along the roadside, their rain-washed petals heavy and drooping, exuding a deep blue-purple sheen in the dim light, reminiscent of a frozen sea. Beneath this thick, indigo shadow, a small figure huddled, her faint cries muffled by the rain. Eito approached with concern and learned that her name was Hiragi, and she had been beaten by her adoptive father. Her guardian was a wandering ninja, seemingly a defector from some hidden village, and through Hiragi's account, Eito came to realize he was a volatile and cruel individual. Filled with compassion, Eito clumsily offered her comfort. Their brief exchange in the rain touched Eito deeply, as Hiragi's fragility and sorrow resonated with him. She proposed that they meet again the following evening, at the same spot, and if Eito could not find her, she would be at a wisteria tree on the other side of the village. It's a promise, Eito exclaimed earnestly, as if that declaration could dispel the shadows of the rain. Ino exclaimed softly, what a romantic tale. A boy helping a girl escape her dreadful guardian. A story of redemption. Yes, continue reading. The next morning, Eito's grandmother fell gravely ill, throwing the household into chaos. His father rushed from the city to fetch both his mother and Eito, frantically driving them to the city hospital. Eito, caught off guard, was hurriedly thrust into the car. As the vehicle started, the rain continued to pour. Passing along that familiar path, Ado disregarded his father's protests and abruptly rolled down the car window, allowing the damp, cold air, mingled with rain, to flood in. The cluster of hydrangeas blurred into a dark shadow amidst the rain. He widened his eyes, striving to search. Beneath the flowers lay emptiness, only the blossoms quivering under the incessant patter of rain. A heavy sense of loss seized him, accompanied by worry for the unfortunate girl's plight. The wheels rolled forward, splashing muddy water, taking away a damp promise from his youth. In the ensuing years, academic pursuits, work, and the hustle of the city gradually drowned out the rural sound of rain and that blue-purple memory. The girl named Hiragi, weeping beneath the hydrangeas, became a vague imprint in his heart, a lingering regret. 20 years later, Ado returned to his hometown, a town seemingly forgotten by the world, unchanged. He managed his grandmother's house, and just as he prepared to leave the next day, he discovered a letter stuffed at the door, devoid of a postmark. The yellowed paper bore a neat, yet somewhat juvenile handwriting, inscribing his name. His heart tightened suddenly, gripped by an ominous premonition. Trembling, he tore open the envelope and pulled out a matching sheet of paper. The ink had slightly browned with age. Ado, by the time you read this letter, I will have passed away. Stop, stop, stop. Inoue slammed the paper onto the table. What do you mean she is dead? She had been immersed in the bland yet refreshing narrative until this sudden twist made her eyes widen. Initially, she had thought that although Ado and Hiragi did not redeem themselves as she had hoped, after 20 years apart, they were now adults. Despite the protagonists being older than those in the stories she usually read, they could still pursue love as long as it was well written. But why had the side she believed to be the protagonist suddenly died? This little man touched her nose. The main storyline of this tale was indeed not a love story. And the overly romantic portrayal of Ado and Hiragi's interactions earlier had been an intentional misdirection to attract readers' attention. Rain falling at dusk, blue-purple hydrangeas. A melancholic girl, this thematic tone was perfectly suited for a story of contrasts. What happens next? Inoue asked, unwilling to give up. Are you sure you want to hear? All right, go on. After recounting this complex narrative filled with intrigue, horror, and ethical dilemmas, the little man strategically took a sip of water, observing Inoue's expression as if her soul had left her body. Inoue felt her mouth had fallen agape. This story isn't half bad, the little man remarked. Quite pleased. The characters in this tale were inspired by her readings of the second Hokage's works, essentially extracting some common traits from the Uchiha clan. Not at all. What a ridiculous turn of events. The beginning felt like a sweet, yet bittersweet tale of youthful romance, only to abruptly shift into a dark and grim narrative. Are you writing this to take revenge on society? I won't help you promote this book like this. How unfair. Honestly, I only intended to appreciate it myself. The little man mused, stroking her chin. Inoue suddenly looked up. Wait, doesn't that mean she's the only one deceived? No. It can't be that she alone is treated this way. Tonight, I'll tell my mom to help you contact a publisher. This time, we'll publish it as a book. Chapter 15. Sasuke. Resilience to setbacks. The second request from the little man to Sasuke was to lend her his eyes for research. Don't misunderstand, I don't need you to take them out, just shine a flashlight on them or something. Furthermore, she bore no ill will towards the Sharingan. It was merely that she fainted the first time she saw his red eyes. To prevent a recurrence, it was only natural for her to prepare adequately, right? Every day, Sasuke would train in physical agility, ninjutsu, and combat. Once he confidently concluded that he had improved compared to the previous day, the little man would rise from her lounge chair by the training ground and, with diminishing advantage, defeat him, bolstering his confidence. When he believed he could surpass her, she would effortlessly best him once more, declaring her surrender just before landing the final blow, serving to humiliate him, like a carrot dangled before a donkey. This was the little man's most efficient strategy for motivating Sasuke. Each time, Sasuke would be thoroughly demoralized, significantly enhancing his resilience to setbacks. Although he would only sustain minor injuries, feeling weak and incapacitated afterward, the little man would return to her spot, munching on dried fish, lost in thought. During their idle moments, they would revisit the works of the second Hokage. Generally, no one would disturb them. The Hokage's tacit approval allowed the teachers at the Ninja Academy to refrain from interference, treating it as an extended vacation. Even the fearless quartet that often skipped classes would stay away, mainly because Kiba, for one, was reluctant to approach the Uchiha clan's territory. Naruto felt a hint of trepidation. For the little man's sake, he would brave the Uchiha clan's territory, but Sasuke ultimately stopped him. With sorrowful eyes, Naruto glanced at the little man, then glared at Sasuke, as if he were the villain tearing apart the bond between him and his best friend. Don't bother me, you slacker. We have serious matters to attend to. Upon seeing Naruto, Sasuke momentarily forgot the humiliation of having been punched twice, smirking disdainfully at him with his bleeding lips. The two then began an irrational exchange of banter reminiscent of elementary school children. The little man perched on the wall, seemingly calm, while her gaze scanned the ground. Trembling with fear of what might emerge from the shadows, Choji was engrossed in comparing the differences between salted fish snacks and salted potato chips. Only Shikamaru cast a complex look at Naruto and Sasuke before exchanging glances with the little man. You're subtly instigating trouble, aren't you? You must be. Shikamaru's eyes were as dull as a dead fish. I'm not. Don't make wild claims, the little man replied, propping her chin and squinting with a smile. Every time you smile like that, something bad happens, right? Not true. I'm a very amiable and friendly person. The two engaged in a silent conversation through their thoughts. Those two have reached the pinnacle of mutual understanding. Haven't they? Half-hearted, half-hearted. Seeing the little man continue to read as she bore his mournful gaze, Naruto, wounded by the little man's indifference, could only silently retreat, leaving the world to them, alone with the sound of his heart shattering. As the world quieted, Sasuke resumed his training, while the little man basked in the sun, though the atmosphere had turned slightly awkward due to the earlier disturbance. To be precise, only Sasuke felt the discomfort. The little man remained unaffected. As the sun set and darkness enveloped the surroundings, Sasuke looked up to find the little man still seated on the wall, not having left, which surprised him. Given her tendency to arrive late and leave early, she should have departed by now. He originally wanted to invite her to dinner, as he did not enjoy accepting favors without reciprocation. And skipping class to study the Sharingan was not a significant cost in his eyes. However, the little man always left before he could notice. Every time he looked up, that spot would already be empty. In those moments, an inexplicable feeling would arise within him. Why leave so early? Hasn't she always been too lazy to cook? He is perfectly capable of preparing dinner. Yet today, to his surprise, she remained. Sasuke was taken aback. She sat in her seat, engrossed in a book he found inexplicably annoying, dealing with technique ninjas. He stepped closer, suddenly feeling a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. While XiaoMan sat calmly in her chair, looking pristine and refreshed, indicating she had not exerted herself at all, for reasons unbeknownst to him. He stood at a slight distance and declared, "Hey, it's time for dinner." It was not a question, but a statement. The thought of asking if she would stay for dinner felt too embarrassing, and if she were to respond with a curt, "I'm heading home," or "Are you actually inviting me to dinner?" he would be at a loss for words. "All right, what as for dinner?" XiaoMan asked casually, still fixated on her book. A strange sense of delight surged within Sasuke, and he couldn't help but smile slightly. "What would you like to eat?" he inquired. XiaoMan's gaze remained on the pages as she casually listed bluefin tuna belly sashimi, charcoal grilled sweet fish, eel 3 ways, wagyu sukiyaki, matsuba crab leg tempura, odin, abalone with liver sauce, fugu shirako with yuzu vinegar, duck namban, turtle hot plate, eel tamago, sancho grilled sweet fish, crab chawanmushi, miso marinated silver cod, manteco cream pasta, soup curry, fried oyster set meal, Thai rice soup, teppanyaki foie gras with apple sauce, matsutake teapot stew, and seaweed rolls. Sasuke thought to himself, what a comprehensive list of Japanese dishes. He jested, "You certainly have a discerning palate. It's a pity you have to settle for such fare." Clad in an apron and wielding a spatula, he crossed his arms. Observing XiaoMan relish the dishes set before her, and let out a cold snort. XiaoMan, noticing the proud demeanor of the Uchiha prodigy, merely squinted her eyes, resting her chin on her hand, and remarked, "Your culinary skills have improved significantly. You truly live up to your reputation." Her compliment seemed to appease him instantly, and he lifted his chin slightly, feigning indifference to her praise, as if merely acknowledging it sufficed. In truth, both the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans were easy to please. The only distinction being that if she were to praise Naruto, he would leap up to embrace her, while Sasuke maintained a more reserved demeanor. Perhaps that was for the best. XiaoMan sipped her soup, sighing contentedly. Having someone cook for her was a delightful experience, and she resolved to find a roommate skilled in culinary arts in the future. Sasuke, hearing XiaoMan's inner thoughts, could not help but nod in agreement. Indeed, she seemed to find him more reliable. Although he had previously been indifferent to others' opinions, XiaoMan was different. They would be colleagues in the future. Chapter 16. Are you unscathed? Please rest assured and leave it to us. A woman in professional attire said solemnly. This was Miss Miura from Cyudo, who had immediately taken a liking to XiaoMan's manuscript after reviewing it. Ultimately, at Ino's strong suggestion, XiaoMan simplified and revised portions of her work, and predictably, she was selected for publication, which was imminent. Ino could hardly contain her excitement, eager for the world to experience it. That is a bit dramatic, isn't it? XiaoMan interjected, bemused by Ino's enthusiasm. Don't mimic that rascal Shikamaru. Ino retorted. Why should he not mimic me? XiaoMan thought, but refrained from voicing it. Sensing Ino's lingering annoyance. The pineapple-headed one is right. Some individuals can be quite troublesome, and one must be particularly cautious in their company, she mused. I sense you are contemplating something rude, Ino remarked. Not at all, XiaoMan replied. Ino's mother, Yamashiro Rino, interjected with a smile. All right, enough banter. We should be on our way. XiaoMan and Ino obediently bid farewell to Miss Miura and followed Rino out of Cyudo. Goodbye, XiaoMan. Farewell, Ino, Aunt Yamashiro, XiaoMan responded. But instead of heading home, she ventured to a nearby ninja tool shop. Is anyone here? XiaoMan called out. Who are you looking for? A girl with a bun emerged from beneath the counter, holding 2 meat buns. If you need ninja tools, just ask me. Seeing the girl enjoying her breakfast, XiaoMan turned her head away and said, Call your elder. What do you mean? Aren't you my age? Stop pretending to be so mature. Tian. Has a customer arrived? An elderly man with a goatee emerged from the back. That's quite a stereotype, XiaoMan thought, wondering if they could communicate in Chinese. Grandpa, there's a rude little brat here who seems to have something important to discuss. Despite her annoyance, Tian did not make things difficult for her. Hello, Grandpa Arakaki. I am the daughter of Hiyu Chu. XiaoMan looked up, but instead of using the most common language in the ninja world, she spoke in her native tongue. Tian's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing the familiar language. Hiyu? That was XiaoMan's family's original surname. It was changed to Hyeno when they integrated into Konoha. Her father had written in the letter he entrusted to Hinata that there were 3 individuals she could trust, one of whom was Grandpa Arakaki. They had both come to Konoha from the same village in their youth and shared a close friendship. He had once commissioned Grandpa Arakaki to forge a sword for him. Since she rarely used this language, XiaoMan felt somewhat clumsy in her speech. Grandpa Arakaki, observing his granddaughter's astonishment, sighed. Your father had informed me about you. Come inside. What do you need these materials for? Inside, they sat facing each other, and Grandpa Arakaki frowned at XiaoMan. Please take a look. XiaoMan extracted a rolled-up design from her bag. This design is remarkably complete, Grandpa Arakaki remarked, stroking his goatee. Did you create this yourself? Yes. It took me about a week, so it's still a bit rough. Faced with a truly respectable elder, XiaoMan maintained a demeanor of utmost respect. Rough in what way? No wonder this design demands high-quality materials. XiaoMan, you are quite unlike your father. Grandpa Arakaki suddenly smiled. Clearly, I am far more intelligent than he is. XiaoMan replied without hesitation, knowing the comparison was directed at her father. Indeed, Grandpa Arakaki chuckled. By the way, Grandpa Arakaki, please keep this matter confidential for the time being. After all, I understand, he nodded. Even after XiaoMan departed, he continued to gaze deeply at her retreating figure. He had once contemplated approaching the Hokage to take care of the child, but was declined, the reason being his advanced age and the responsibility of caring for a granddaughter. Yet, the true reason was clear to all who had experienced that incident years ago. Fortunately, this child was astute and far more clever than her parents. If only this couple had shared similar concerns back then. Alas, there are no ifs in life. XiaoMan. The familiar sound of rushing air signaled Naruto's arrival as he sprinted towards her, brimming with enthusiasm. What is it? XiaoMan lazily opened her eyes, nestled between thick branches. The afternoon light filtered through the lush foliage, casting a dappled pattern across her serene expression and slightly raised cheeks. The shimmering points of light, warm and sweet as melting honey, gently caressed her fair skin. As the wind whispered through the treetops, the dappled light danced silently between her closed eyelids. The slight curve of her lips and her open palms, accompanied by a steady rhythm of breath. It was an urgent matter. The last time you contacted me, you said the same thing, and it led to my hospitalization for half a month. She let her bare feet dangle carelessly, her toes swaying unconsciously in the gentle breeze, while a golden red panda nestled in her arms, peacefully napping like a cub. This time is different. I have something to show you, Naruto said, scratching his head. Not interested. Oh, come on, just take a look. No, XiaoMan replied, closing her eyes again. If you don't come down, I'll come up. Naruto was quite stubborn, nimbly climbing the tree to sit beside XiaoMan. XiaoMan opened her eyes and glanced at him. Behold the latest powerful jutsu of Naruto Uzumaki, the male seduction technique. With a loud bang, smoke erupted, and a handsome young man with a hairstyle reminiscent of Uchiha appeared before XiaoMan. Startled, XiaoMan instinctively threw a punch at the face that Naruto had painstakingly crafted, striking it with a force that sent him crashing to the ground, face first, creating a small crater. It took her a moment to realize that the figure was not some monstrous apparition. Oh dear, you scared me. I thought I was going to face some karmic retribution for writing novels. She leaped down from the branch, placing the panda on her shoulder, and circled the pit before squatting down. What is this about? I hope it's not a curse. Glutinous rice has become quite expensive lately. XiaoMan, are you hurt? As long as you're not dead, that's good enough. XiaoMan stood up, wiping her hands with the panda. Please don't do this again. It's quite bizarre, you know. Naruto climbed back to his feet, rubbing his cheek where XiaoMan had landed her punch. He had transformed to resemble Sasuke Uchiha. Shikamaru mentioned that XiaoMan would prefer a male seduction technique over a female one, so he had dedicated some of his free time to researching it, only to find the results utterly lacking. It must be that XiaoMan doesn't fancy this face. Perhaps I should try a different one next time. It's all Sasuke Uchiha's fault. Indeed, XiaoMan was unlike anyone else. Her indifference towards this face was astonishing. Naruto continued to exaggerate. Sasuke Uchiha slightly opened his eyes. Clearly, Naruto and this fool beside him shared a similar foolishness. Transforming him into that greasy appearance was bound to earn a punch. If he truly preferred the female seduction technique, he would be more straightforward about it. Obito Uchiha wouldn't express it this way, but he certainly thought along those lines. Chapter 17. Lifting a stone to smash one's own foot. Naruto sat up from the ground, rubbing his face. Have you been busy with this for the past few days? XiaoMan casually inquired. Not at all. Then what on earth have you been up to? That is something I can only tell you next time. Oh, XiaoMan, aren't you the least bit curious? Not at all. Naruto stood up, feeling dejected. XiaoMan is like this. If you don't take the initiative, she won't bother with you. I just love this subtle nurturing feeling. Thumbs up. What are you reading so intently? Naruto obediently climbed back up the tree and leaned beside her, reciting lines from the book. What does it mean to read more books and newspapers, and to read less about Uchiha? He rested his chin in thought for a moment. What does it mean to read less about Uchiha? It means that looking into the eyes of an Uchiha will drain your intelligence. XiaoMan responded nonchalantly. I see. So the Uchihas in the village are just like Sasuke. Therefore, XiaoMan, you should keep your distance from him. Naruto urged anxiously. You should be the one to keep your distance. Just look at how foolish you've become. I'm not foolish. I'm very clever. Thank you very much. Kakashi-sensei even said I'm just like my dad. Naruto hurriedly retorted, but XiaoMan gave him a pointed look. Kakashi is your teacher? Ah, no. I meant he might have been teaching you something these days. Not at all. Climbing trees is also something he taught you, right? XiaoMan rubbed the tail of the panda, which was as fluffy as a broom, and the panda, dissatisfied, rolled over and began sneezing. Although XiaoMan struggled to wield chakra herself, she had long since discerned that Naruto had mastered the technique of climbing trees using chakra with remarkable skill. He had once been like her, unable to refine his chakra, yet now he could control it so expertly. It seems that Naruto is not truly lacking in talent. After all, he is the son of the fourth Hokage. Though not particularly bright, how could his talent be severely deficient? He started training from zero at 12, rapidly catching up to the genius Sasuke. I don't know where this lack of talent lies. Regardless, he is the main character, and this could be considered an enhancement. So, his earlier inability to refine chakra is related to that Nine Tails? The Nine Tails, what exactly is it? Pass it on. XiaoMan asks what the Nine Tails is. Pass it on. XiaoMan asks what the Nine Tails amounts to. Pass it on. XiaoMan says the fourth Hokage let the Nine Tails kill. What does that mean? Despite having talent, achieving such rapid progress in a short time requires patient guidance and extensive practice. Naruto scratched his head, realizing that he couldn't hide anything from XiaoMan. It's just that you're too obvious in everything you do. Doesn't XiaoMan ever ask why? Why what? For example, why I seek Kakashi-sensei for training or anything like that. Wanting to become stronger doesn't require a reason. If I want to practice, I will. However, She didn't follow this logic herself, as she lacked any desire for improvement. Naruto looked at her, wanting to speak, but then hesitated. If you don't want to say it, then don't. Why act all coy? XiaoMan covered her face with the book. Naruto offered an awkward smile. By the way, XiaoMan, regarding that shadow story you mentioned last time, what happened? You must have heard it from Kakashi-sensei, right? Is any of it true? Yes. He mentioned it himself. As for the truth, I can't say, but it is indeed true that people often jump into the river by the Nanha River. Shui, this is how ninjas are. The psychological pressure is immense, and over time, they become mentally unstable. Those who don't perish on the battlefield may contemplate suicide. Konoha might truly need psychologists or something like that. However, that is not her concern. She is not one to enjoy listening to others complain about how miserable their lives are. In other words, that place, Naruto's face paled. In fact, he had been practicing near that area with Kakashi these past few days. After Kakashi had made a few appearances, he had left him alone there. Each time dusk fell, he could sense a chilling breeze. At that moment, he hadn't thought much of it, but now, he shivered, suddenly feeling a wave of coldness enveloping him. Something cool suddenly brushed against his ankle. Instinctively, Naruto jumped in fright, only to realize it was rain. Is it a ghost? No, it's just rain. How could such a horror story possibly scare me? The weather at the transition from spring to summer changes so rapidly. One moment it's bright and sunny, and the next it's pouring rain. XiaoMan gracefully descended to the ground while cradling the little panda. Naruto, she stammered, her voice trembling slightly. Are you fond of getting caught in the rain? It's fine, but this downpour shows no signs of abating, intensifying even as the clock inches towards 10 o'clock. Should I call Sarutobi-sensei to have you escorted home? XiaoMan sat on the sofa, drying her hair. Naruto felt inexplicably awkward. Despite having visited XiaoMan's home numerous times and being quite familiar with it, the sight of her leaning against the sofa, indifferent to his presence, made him unusually anxious. Perhaps it's best not to trouble Hokage-sama with this. I can manage on my own. After these days of training, I've grown considerably stronger. A little rain one tea hurt me, achoo. The cold wind from outside sent a shiver through him, prompting a sneeze. XiaoMan turned her head, exasperated. You can sleep on the floor. I'd rather not have Sarutobi-sensei blame me if you catch a cold. It's not that serious. Outside, the rain poured heavily, accompanied by flashes of lightning and claps of thunder. Naruto lay on the makeshift bed near the door, tossing and turning while trying to keep quiet. After listening intently to XiaoMan's breathing, he finally spoke up. XiaoMan, I can't sleep. Are you afraid of the thunder? Not at all. I'm just a bit afraid of ghosts. Why be afraid of ghosts? Although he wanted to maintain the image of a strong and brave hero in front of XiaoMan, he recalled her advice not to bottle up his true feelings. After some thought, he confessed, it's quite terrifying. When I was little, I heard ghost stories and had nightmares. Especially one story that has stuck with me to this day, and it still frightens me. What story? XiaoMan suddenly had a bad premonition. It's about a ghost in a mirror that preys on children. Snow White was devoured by it. Before a person is consumed, they would have nightmares for nights on end, hearing the ghost's voice in the dead of night. When I heard that story, I was so scared that I had nightmares for nights, convinced it was coming to eat me. Ever since then, I've been terrified of ghosts. XiaoMan sat up in bed, her face flushed with an unusual shyness, fortunately hidden in the darkness, unseen by Naruto. What's wrong, XiaoMan? I'm sorry. I shouldn't have shared such terrifying tales at this hour. It's fine, I'm not scared. Then why are you sitting up? Did I wake you? No. Just sleep. XiaoMan, feeling a little guilty, tried to sound nonchalant. Oh, by the way, XiaoMan. He turned to face her. What now? You're really wonderful. Heh. If you don't sleep soon, I'll toss you out. Okay, he obediently turned back. Naruto fell silent. And once he sensed the air around him settling into a calm rhythm, he gently rolled over. He couldn't help but smile at the figure on the bed. Then he silently mouthed, good night. Chapter 18. XiaoMan. The following evening, XiaoMan. Naruto called out excitedly, only to find her fiddling with a small black cylindrical object. He halted, intrigued. What's that, XiaoMan? Oh, you arrived just in time. Hand me your goggles, she said, looking up. Huh. Oh, okay. Naruto, slightly confused, removed the goggles from his head and handed them to her. XiaoMan adjusted the goggles and picked up a tiny flashlight, weighing it in her hand. The flashlight was incredibly compact, fitting snugly in her palm. Now, close your eyes and turn away, she instructed. Naruto complied obediently. Okay, 100,000 lumens. XiaoMan pressed a button, and the small flashlight emitted a blinding beam of light, illuminating the dim corner as if it were daytime. Lumens measure luminous flux, with typical household flashlights emitting a few hundred lumens, while tactical flashlights can reach thousands or even tens of thousands. In truth, this flashlight didn't possess 100,000 lumens. Given the current materials, XiaoMan could only manually generate just over 10,000 lumens. However, while out and about, one's technical prowess is often exaggerated. 10,000 lumens doesn't sound as impressive, does it? Let us try the strobe mode next. With a gentle press of her thumb, the steady light vanished, replaced by a frantic, jarring strobe. No longer a continuous illumination, the light pulsed rapidly, each flash resembling a detonation of a flashbang, the harsh white brilliance overwhelming the entire field of vision. With each extinguishing, darkness engulfed the space, only to be torn apart by the piercing light once more. The frantic flickering, occurring more than 10 times a second, was devoid of any rhythm, merely a barrage of visual chaos. If the target were a human instead of a mere object, their vision would be instantaneously obliterated, leaving them engulfed in a profound sense of vertigo and disorientation, overwhelming their senses like a tidal wave. The disorienting light and shadow created by the strobe left a lingering, oppressive hum in the air. XiaoMan released the switch, and the strobe ceased abruptly, the warehouse once more shrouded in darkness. She shook her wrist, feeling the residual warmth emanating from the flashlight. The strobe mode passed the test. "Can I open my eyes now?" Naruto asked, shielding his eyes. "Sure, it's over. Let us go." Naruto dropped his hands and promptly pulled XiaoMan along. "What are we doing?" "Yeah." Without a word, Naruto continued to grin as he dragged XiaoMan to a bustling area where she recognized several familiar faces. Among them were classmates Sasuke, Sakura, and Shikamaru, along with Kakashi, the man in the green jumpsuit, and the peculiar Hinata Niji, all waiting for a few acquaintances. Banners hung above, adorned with numerous phrases extolling XiaoMan. A sense of foreboding washed over her. "Everyone, focus your attention here." Naruto tightly grasped XiaoMan's hand, worried she might flee, and announced loudly to the gathering crowd, all eyes turning towards them. The preeminent literary genius of the ninja world. The greatest detective fiction writer in history, the sovereign of horror tales, the pinnacle of suspense narratives, a deity of artistry wandering amidst humanity, a modern-day bard. The legendary Kurwasuki, Lord Kiju, has convened a fan-signing event today. Let us extend our warm applause and welcome. Upon concluding his words, he released the hand of XiaoMan and vanished in a flash, leaving no trace behind. Still reeling from the situation, a stranger approached XiaoMan, exclaiming, "Hello, Lord Kiju. May I have your autograph? I am an ardent admirer of your works. The moment I laid eyes on your book, I was utterly captivated." The crowd buzzed with echoes of Lord Kiju, as XiaoMan found herself ensnared in a throng, beads of cold sweat trickling down her brow. "Is this hell?" she pondered. Summoning her strength, she struggled to extricate herself from the masses, only to halt in her tracks, veins pulsing in her temples. She hoped for a flawless explanation from him. With a smile, she clenched her fists, but was met with a sudden chorus of "Happy Birthday." XiaoMan froze. In the center stood Sakura and Ino, embracing an enormous sunflower, while Sasuke leaned casually nearby, his hands in his pockets. Shikamaru rarely displayed a smile, yet today, there was a hint of joy in his usually listless eyes. Kakashi, Hinata, Shino, Choji, Shikamaru, and even the proprietor of the dried fish shop, nearly everyone connected to her in this world, was present, each face adorned with smiles, radiating warmth and affection. "Happy birthday, XiaoMan," Naruto exclaimed, wrapping his arms around her shoulders, his blue eyes sparkling with unrestrained delight. A surge of emotion welled up within her. "You all conspired to gather here, did you not?" How could XiaoMan possibly know?" Naruto exclaimed, flustered. "The book hasn't even been published yet, and yet no one has mentioned its title." "You dolt, Naruto. Did I not tell you the title?" Ino shot him a disapproving glance. "You could hardly keep such a trivial jest from her, could you?" Shikamaru remarked, observing XiaoMan with a resigned expression. Ever since that day, Naruto had been scheming, surprising everyone with his unexpected meticulousness. "I had no idea how he learned of XiaoMan's birthday. She has never mentioned it or celebrated before." "Still, anyone else would have been startled," Shikamaru added, as he presented XiaoMan with a beautifully wrapped gift. "To work for you, and then buy you a present. What a stroke of misfortune." Sakura dove into XiaoMan's embrace. You never let me celebrate your birthday, but this time, you have no choice. She produced a slender box from behind her, revealing a handmade training outfit. Cherish it. I injured my hands several times making this. Surely something like a fitted outfit would suit me better. Guy enthusiastically chimed in. Girls typically do not favor your style, Guy, Kakashi interjected, nonchalantly holding a book in one hand while conjuring a comically oversized panda plushie with the other. Perhaps it is not as cute as the real thing. But I dare say girls seem to adore such things, don't you agree? How unreliable, Kakashi-sensei. I could tell XiaoMan was a girl the very first time I met her. Naruto retorted. Let us not be pedantic in such settings. It is clearly a jest. The crowd collectively mused. Kakashi simply smiled, relishing the humor of the moment. Happy birthday. Shino adjusted his glasses, presenting a shimmering black butterfly specimen. Indeed, happy birthday, Sasuke added, feigning composure as he followed suit. Why did you notify him only this afternoon, Naruto? He had no clue it was her birthday and has brought no gift. And what about yours? XiaoMan inquired, extending her hand. She was not particularly concerned about the gift. Her intent was merely to tease him. I shall present you with something next time, Sasuke replied, a hint of crimson coloring his cheeks. Naruto hid behind XiaoMan, cheekily mimicking Sasuke's earlier words, prompting Sasuke to grind his teeth in annoyance. Happy birthday, XiaoMan. Hinata shyly offered a delicately wrapped gift. She, too, had only learned of the occasion that afternoon, yet she felt that presenting a heartfelt gift was an essential aspect of their burgeoning friendship, having long envisioned this moment. Niji, initially observing Hinata, was drawn over by Naruto, yet found himself filled with a sense of yearning as he stood among them. Are you playing a prank on me today? XiaoMan questioned. Is this a prank? I genuinely thought you would appreciate this. Like it? What a farce. Who desires the hollow affection of a mere fan? Well then, I shall procure you a supplementary gift. Choji innocently inquired. Is no one preparing a cake? Ino responded. Everyone assumed it was you. But Naruto only informed us this afternoon. How could a cake be made so swiftly? I simply wish to surprise XiaoMan. Why must I be blamed for this? Without a cake, how can one make a wish? Sakura pondered aloud. As they continued their merry banter, XiaoMan had already closed her eyes, hands clasped together, whispering her wishes in a language they could not comprehend. The twilight breeze wafted from all directions, carrying her murmurs into the ether. XiaoMan, XiaoMan, may you find peace. May the eaves shelter love, bringing tranquility year after year. Screenshot. Everyone, take screenshots. Happy birthday, XiaoMan. If deities truly exist, may my thoughts flourish, evergreen, and may each day be filled with wellness. May the fireworks of humanity linger. With gentle spring breezes, ensuring peace month after month. May this heart remain bound, roots entwined, year after year. Mother, I may grasp a fragment of understanding now. All blessings in this world, whether from humanity or from the more subtle depths, have quietly arrived, enveloping her and extending towards a future of flourishing existence. Earthly spirits, let us jointly offer our blessings. Chapter 19 Indeed, Doctor, Part 4. Doctor, what should I do if I fear ghosts? Before XiaoMan sat a young lad. Exorcism. Warding off evil spirits. Or perhaps seeking the neighboring doctor in feathered garments. No, I understand that this world likely contains no ghosts. That may not necessarily be the case. But I am afraid. I constantly sense something terrifying lurking in the shadows. One night, I awoke in a panic, gazing into the darkened room, gripped by an inexplicable terror. My vision blurred, my heart raced, and I felt a tingling throughout my body, as if I had glimpsed the Grim Reaper. Thankfully, I eventually regained my composure. That sensation was unbearable, and I wish never to endure it again. You are experiencing a panic attack, XiaoMan stated, donning glasses to feign professionalism. Doctor, do I need medication? Apart from medication, it is essential to overcome certain psychological barriers. Do you fear death? XiaoMan inquired, jotting down notes. I am a ninja. Why would I fear death? Is it simply a fear of ghosts? Indeed, as a child, I was often frightened by terrifying tales, and the fear lingers still. Does no one else find it unsettling when things drift about? They emerge from shadows and can even pass through walls. Surely, some ninjas possess such abilities. But that is different. A ghost is a ghost. And it is precisely because of its terrifying nature that it earns the title. In moments like these, I often think of burrowing beneath the covers to avoid being caught. Yet my body cannot help but tremble. Doctor, what are you writing? Ahem, XiaoMan, please put away the notebook. It's nothing. Since you are aware that ghosts may not exist in this world, Why not attempt to understand the source of your fear? What do you mean? Should I seek out the neighboring Dr. Yu to learn metaphysics? XiaoMan, no. When confronted with the topic of ghosts, don't you feel curious? What exactly is a ghost? How does it pinpoint such a minuscule coordinate in the vast universe? How does it traverse through concrete? What is its purpose in doing so? Does it possess self-awareness? Such inquiries should be posed. No, a ghost is simply a ghost. XiaoMan, a poorly educated ninja, how frightful. Doctor, I do not comprehend what you are saying, not to mention ghosts. I am uncertain about the essence of humanity, how we exist in this world, or the origin of consciousness itself. Very well. XiaoMan helplessly removed her glasses. Let us consider it part of being a ninja. Then perhaps you should adopt a different perspective. In contrast to ghostly energy, there exists human energy, and in places filled with human vitality, there is little to fear. However, what human energy exists in the early hours? That's where you are mistaken. Countless individuals inhabit this world, and at dawn, many may just be concluding their day's toil, ready to embark on their nightly adventures. Before the sun rises, breakfast chefs must rise to prepare the day's ingredients. Breakfast is indeed bustling with life. At the moment when the spirits of darkness seem most rampant, warm bread expands in the oven, and soft-boiled eggs sizzle in the pan, while delicate rice balls are neatly arranged on the shelf. Does this not invoke a sense of warmth even at such an hour? Ah, indeed, what a comforting description. I find myself quite hungry. The young man patted his stomach. Ding ding ding. The little panda alarm clock on XiaoMan's desk rang out. How do you feel? XiaoMan pressed the alarm off. I think I understand, doctor. That's wonderful. Take the prescription and be on your way. I am off work now. XiaoMan yawned. Goodbye. Doctor. After the patient left, XiaoMan slumped into her swivel chair like a limp doll. Zhishui, Zhishui. XiaoMan weakly called out her assistant's name. Is dinner ready? Please wait a moment. If you cannot bear the hunger, you may eat the rice balls on the table. Zhishui's voice echoed through several doors. Likely still busy in the kitchen wearing an apron. Ah, very well. XiaoMan lazily moved to the table's edge. It's cold. It seems quite unappetizing. XiaoMan poked at the already cooled rice balls. Having someone cook makes all the difference. Zhishui wiped his hands and stepped out of the kitchen. Just wait a moment. Seeing him enter the restroom, XiaoMan pursed her lips. She glanced around and noticed that the kitchen door was ajar. XiaoMan cautiously slipped into the kitchen and carefully opened the refrigerator. To her surprise, there was a cake inside. The main feature was missed, but here is a bonus. Her eyes lit up. Orange sea salt flavor. When Zhishui returned to the kitchen, he saw that XiaoMan had discovered the cake he had prepared. Hey XiaoMan, don't steal a bite. That's your birthday cake. Well, it is my cake after all. I didn't expect you to remember my birthday. You truly are my most thoughtful assistant. XiaoMan munched away. Really now? I had planned to surprise you later. Zhishui helplessly untied his apron. Did you make this yourself? Yes. It's my first attempt at baking a cake, and I'm unsure of how it turned out. The cake is quite decent, but the gift is the real challenge. He had previously celebrated the birthdays of his clan's younger brothers, yet he believed that what girls like might differ from what boys enjoy. In any case, happy birthday. Dr. Man. The faint sweetness of cream wafted through the air. Chapter 20. Film Viewing 9. Happy Birthday XiaoMan. Watching the barrage of congratulatory messages, Ainley, who had been captured, could not help but feel joyous. The day this episode aired coincided perfectly with May 21st, XiaoMan's birthday. A quick scroll through the community revealed various arrangements and birthday projects. XiaoMan, you have truly become popular. This marks XiaoMan's 10th birthday, as well as the first birthday celebrated within the narrative. Even the series' psychological doctor, now dubbed the Alliance of Suicides, as nearly all characters introduced thus far have experienced suicidal tendencies, released a birthday episode. She has now begun writing fanfiction, wishing to pen a congratulatory piece for XiaoMan, but the quality of her writing is leagues away from her aspirations. Gritting her teeth, she reread a youthful fanfiction she had written and began to excavate her previous settings and outlines, ultimately striving to craft a narrative with XiaoMan as the protagonist. This is rather concerning. It's going to be a dark and twisted tale. However, she soon recognized the advantages of being captured. She was able to preview the upcoming chapters. Although she longed to see how the team animated such an adorable XiaoMan, she was always firmly turned away. Yet that did not prevent her from being among the first to view the completed episodes. A birthday, how wonderful. In the wasteland, Naruto could not contain his joy. In this world, the speed at which one grows stronger is remarkable. Sasuke, however, spoke coolly. Naruto paused momentarily. Is that so? You learned of your lineage ahead of time and have mastered the control of the Nine Tails chakra through lessons from Konoha. It is not that this world's Konoha is superior or more willing to allow Naruto to engage with such matters. Rather, this world's Naruto possesses a more profound determination to protect others from an earlier age. Naruto realized this truth, lowering his head with a slight smile. Thus, I said that I envy him. After all, he has XiaoMan as his only family. Yet, she may not be limited to just one friend. Sasuke did not equate the Naruto beside him with that notion. What are you saying? XiaoMan is such a good person. Of course, she has many friends. Naruto shot him an indignant glare. Sasuke shook his head, falling silent. She has numerous friends, yet her reactions to him never seemed favorable. Are they not quite similar? Is this considered dislike? Sasuke found it perplexing. An attack surfaced once more. It feels never-ending. Hozuki Mangetsu steadied himself. Who is attacking them? And why does the assault come in fits and starts? Could it be related to the content projected by the sky? Senju Tobarama furrowed his brow. Your body? A voice questioned in surprise, drawing attention. Nagato's form had begun to fade, parts of him gradually dissipating. Perhaps someone is summoning me through impure world reincarnation, he hesitantly suggested. Uncertain, even in his own assertion. What transpired was that the space between the columns was forcefully stabilized by an extraordinary strength. While precise chakra control ensured the ground remained steady. I shall ascend first to survey the situation. Nagato's form had already faded significantly. Hold on. Tobarama approached, allowing Minato and himself to inscribe the Flying Thunder God seal upon Nagato's soul. Should others be summoned through the Edo Tensei technique later, it was imperative that they all bear the Flying Thunder God seal before departing, enabling them to combat the Dark Lord collectively. Tobarama spoke in a measured tone. Although the expressions of the assembly were grim, they refrained from voicing dissent. After all, with a formidable enemy looming, who could assure that they would not confront the Dark Lord directly? Furthermore, given their status as the deceased, even a permanent Flying Thunder God seal posed little threat. Chapter 21. Boss, I might have to sleep on the streets. It was only at this moment that Edo realized he was merely a cog in the girl's meticulously crafted scheme, and his unintentional shortcomings had led her to a point of no return. The scales of fate did not favor her. This was a tale of a weakling's futile attempt to assassinate a ninja. The story concluded. After much deliberation, XiaoMan decided to title the book Assassination of a Ninja, a title straightforward yet impactful. It was not particularly surprising that it garnered immense popularity during the summer release, receiving accolades from readers. Letters poured in like snowflakes. And while XiaoMan opened and perused each one, she felt disinclined to respond, though she appreciated the sentiments expressed. Logically, she could have lived comfortably for several years on the modest earnings. Yet, as with many things in life, it did not unfold as smoothly as desired. The following day, her home was once again overrun by a multitude of cats. What do you intend to do? She exclaimed, pulling down a particularly hefty orange cat from her head. She grasped Wenhui by the scruff. Put me down, and I shall explain. Wenhui swayed in the air like a water-filled balloon. Ever since XiaoMan had taught him a lesson, Wenhui had risen to the rank of second-in-command among the stray cats, with the first being the pampered Xiaoxiong, who relied on XiaoMan. The gathering place for the strays was a dilapidated site near the Uchiha clan's territory in the outskirts of Konoha, and now the higher-ups had decided to clear the area, driving all the cats out. Despite Wenhui's desperate resistance, he was ultimately defeated by the ninjas and returned severely injured. That is the situation. Wenhui licked his paw. Putting aside everything else, you certainly appear to have been directly expelled. You little rascal. Show some respect for the cats. Then why are you here? XiaoMan shook him again. Wenhui struggled and landed on the ground, disgruntled. As the leader of the strays, it is your duty to take care of your little brothers and sisters. When did I ever become the leader? How dare you deny your role as a cat leader? Wenhui retorted indignantly, attempting to charge at her, only to be caught and tossed into the pile of cats. I don't care. You must find a solution. If all these cats end up wandering the streets, they will surely be captured and killed by the ninjas. Wenhui rolled about, throwing a tantrum. Easier said than done. How can we handle so many cats so quickly? XiaoMan poured herself a cup of tea and sat down. Meow, meow. Xiaoxiong waddled over, circling her legs and employing a charming tactic. Do you think that ploy will work? XiaoMan remained unmoved. Xiaoxiong continued to meow for quite a while, then stood up and rubbed against her leg. All right, it is somewhat effective. There is a solution. But you must be prepared. Our meals are not free. XiaoMan tugged at Xiaoxiong's tail. Speak your mind, Wenhui replied, assuming a leader's demeanor. How about selling a little charm for a lifetime of luxury? XiaoMan coaxed. Wenhui's expression turned sour, clearly conflicted. As a ninja cat, he had relied on humans treating him as a deity. Yet today, he found himself reduced to charming humans for survival. Take your time to consider. I still need to report to the third Hokage. XiaoMan patted the orange truck's head. In any case, Mr. Wenhui, you do not wish to starve on the streets. Do you? Approve it. XiaoMan placed the application on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. Such matters can be directly handled by the law enforcement department, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, somewhat helplessly. Are you unaware of how long the procedures take in Konoha? In any case, it will eventually fall to you to approve it. After all, the power in Konoha still resides with you, XiaoMan shrugged. Did you not say I am the child of a hero? What is wrong with using a backdoor for a hero's child? Though she was not particularly fond of that title, it was not a bad thing to annoy the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Very well. This child seems to have already accepted her companions. When will she regard herself as a trustworthy individual? No, the current version of herself should be useful, but not entirely reliable. Sigh. XiaoMan was typically quite lazy. Yet when faced with pressing matters, she chose to elevate her efficiency, completing everything swiftly before returning to rest. A new shop opened. A cat cafe unlike any seen in the ninja village. Be clever, everyone. Whatever the customers say goes. If they pet you, just endure it. But don't rush in like you're worthless. Maintain a bit of allure, understand? Finally, control your claws and teeth. Do not offend your patrons. If anyone bullies you, seek out Wenhui to handle it. If he cannot resolve it, there are 2 flashlights in the cupboard. Take them to the corner and use them discreetly, ensuring no one discovers you. XiaoMan instructed the neatly seated cats. We are implementing a performance-based system. The base salary is the same, but the most popular kitten will receive the largest share of fish treats at the end of the month. The daily rotating cats must keep their surroundings clean. Do not let me see a single cat hair on the floor. Eat well and exercise daily. Do not fall ill. Now, let your talents shine. She stood and clapped her hands. Indeed, self-management is the greatest grassroots governance solution of the new century, saving her a substantial sum. What? Disobedience? If you don't do it, there are plenty of other cats willing to. The first wave of customers was comprised of familiar faces for XiaoMan, thanks to Naruto's subtle advertising in the broadcast script. The opening day saw decent attendance. So adorable. I am from Ichiraku, Ramen exclaimed, cradling a kitten. Being in this place is so healing. I feel all the fatigue from the day's tasks melt away. Fluffy creatures truly are wonderful. So chubby, another customer remarked about an orange cat. While the customers showered affection upon the kittens, Wenhui endured humiliation and was met with disdain. There was no need for concern, although they hailed from a stray background. All the kittens had undergone health checks and vaccinations after XiaoMan leveraged her connections with the Hokage. There was also no need to worry about their mental health in the presence of overly enthusiastic customers. They had all become resilient, emotionally stable cats. After observing the shop for a while, XiaoMan grew bored. Indeed, places with too many people were quite noisy, yet leaving the shop unattended was not an option. Regrettably, she could not summon anyone to assist her, as the senior employees were currently engaged in their missions, while Naruto was training under Kakashi's guidance, reportedly gaining a modicum of control over that mysterious power. It was said that a mighty enhancement was imminent, allowing one-tailed Naruto to be playable soon. If the enhancements were delayed, he would be overshadowed by others, and it would not be beneficial for him to remain in the background, especially as a main character. Presently, her concerns were directed towards Sasuke. Chapter 22. Severed Arms. Speaking of which, the mission's completion should have returned the young man by now. He lacked remarkable talent, his aptitude for being a ninja even inferior to that of a child painting flowers, yet he was fervently dedicated to contributing to the village through his missions. XiaoMan respected the choices of others, but could only watch as her older employees occasionally took leave. Assisting her was, relatively speaking, a sideline. An orange ball was knocked off the cabinet by a cat, emitting a dull thud, which suddenly stirred an unease within her. Once again, this ominous premonition arose. Wenhui. She signaled to a certain orange truck being tormented by a mischievous child. After a struggle, Wenhui managed to escape the child's clutches and darted to XiaoMan's side, casting a wary glance back at the child before turning to inquire, "What's the matter? Go check on Jingxiu, see if he is back. Hurry and return," XiaoMan instructed. rewarding him with a piece of dried fish. Meow. Well, if their dried fish involved, Wenhua meowed as he munched on the treat, departing leisurely. Moments later, a distressed Wenhua rushed back, clutching a piece of torn cloth. This is bad, Meow, he exclaimed. XiaoMan was taken aback. What happened? I just saw that kid return home with his companions. Upon reaching the door, he suddenly collapsed, his entire arm bruised and appearing to be poisoned. He has already been taken to the hospital. XiaoMan furrowed her brow, gripping the fabric tightly. It was indeed a disaster. As you can see, I am now left with no choice but to become a pirate. Zhengxiu lay on a hospital bed, raising his empty left forearm. He still had the capacity for humor, suggesting the blow to his spirit was not too severe. XiaoMan's words were unyielding, yet her brow remained furrowed. What can be done? Initially, as a ninja, he could only be an unremarkable genin, and now he cannot even fulfill that role. In truth, it makes little difference. He chuckled bitterly. After being unexpectedly struck by a poison needle in the mission, the needle was exceedingly concealed, with no apparent symptoms, rarely employed on the battlefield. It was only upon returning to the village that he recognized the poison had already spread throughout his arm. The medical department was at a loss regarding this toxin from Sunagakure. The only one who might have a solution was Tsunade, who had departed from Konoha. But under the current circumstances, even if she were to come, preserving his arm seemed improbable. Thus, to prevent the toxin from jeopardizing his heart, they had no choice but to amputate his forearm. At least he had salvaged his life. Zhengxiu glanced at his empty sleeve, thinking that a hook might look rather dashing. He smiled, saying, "Come now, do not wear such a troubled expression. I may no longer be a ninja, but I can still work for you." Even while he was the one injured, he consoled others. Who would want a disabled person as an employee? XiaoMan retorted, recognizing his self-comforting but dismissing him with a scoff. Rest well, you great pirate. Hey, weren't you the one who said patients are the priority? Why are you scolding me? Where are you going? Will you return for dinner? Regardless of Zhengxiu's protests behind her, she exited the room, gently closing the door, her emotions complex as she gazed at the ceiling. Why must everyone aspire to be a ninja? This time, it was merely an arm lost. Next time, it could very well be a life. She had long ago resolved never to become a ninja, but what about Naruto and Sakura? On any given day, if war were to break out again, she could not guarantee it would not happen. The current dynamics among the 5 great nations were already fraught, with various minor frictions regarding resource allocation and public animosities, all foretelling at least one more war in the next 30 years. Would they go to battle? With Naruto's personality, he would certainly crawl to the battlefield to become a hero. If his strength was insufficient, he would undoubtedly be among the first to sacrifice himself. What of Sakura? If she were to tragically meet her end on the battlefield, the Haruno couple would helplessly watch their young daughter be consumed by the machinery of war, becoming a lost soul on the battlefield. And Sasuke? If he were to perish, the entire Uchiha clan would be extinguished from history's pages. What about the others? Would they all perish? XiaoMan suddenly found herself in an unusual state of confusion. She exited the hospital with a heavy heart. No. Why was she suddenly ruminating on such matters? She had already faced death once. How could she be bewildered by such thoughts? Never mind. She resolved to think of ways to assist a certain disabled individual in overcoming obstacles, lest one day he trip over his own feet and fall, unable to rise. As she meandered, she arrived at the market. Why the long face, XiaoMan? Did you suffer a setback today? The shopkeeper leaned against the counter, inquiring. XiaoMan waved her hand dismissively. No such troubles. That brat. How long has it been since his novice protection period began? Hasn't it been several years? Doesn't he love dried fish? Here, take a bag. My daughter has been particularly fond of your books lately. Could you sign one? Since you've asked, it's a certainty. XiaoMan swiftly inscribed her pen name in the book. Here. She handed it over, but she did not receive anything in return. No need. Just a signature is sufficient. With the shopkeeper's astonished gaze upon her, XiaoMan exited empty-handed. Although they typically had no qualms with one another, she would never refuse an opportunity for dried fish. It seemed her mood was truly dismal today. Continuing her aimless wandering, she passed by a fruit stall. Oh, sick individuals must require fruit, she thought, deciding to select a couple of oranges for Zhengxiu. However, she spotted a striking hairstyle that caught her attention, and the individual evidently noticed her as well. Hey, XiaoMan, Shikamaru greeted her. Oh, good morning, she replied casually. Shikamaru's expression momentarily shifted to one of peculiarity. Why do you look so listless? How can you tell? I'm perfectly fine. Not quite, it's obvious. Although she typically appeared languid and carefree, her eyes usually sparkled with vitality. Now, however, they lacked such luster. Don't overthink it, XiaoMan said, casually plucking a pineapple from the stand. Here, this is for you. Shikamaru accepted the pineapple, speechless. Is there something you cannot share? XiaoMan did not respond, maintaining an air of distraction. Fine, whatever it is, you can tell me. We can solve it together. Having never witnessed her in such a state, Shikamaru unexpectedly uttered words that did not align with his usual demeanor, whom XiaoMan nonchalantly acknowledged. Though it appeared she remained unconcerned. Hey, XiaoMan. A cheerful voice called from behind. It was Tian. Since their last encounter with Grandpa Araki, the two had gradually grown closer. Tian was an outgoing girl, and XiaoMan, being easygoing, ensured that Tian did not constantly devolve into a mere role of the sarcastic commentator. Tian nodded. And at that moment, XiaoMan suddenly had a thought, her eyes gradually lighting up. She looked at Lu Maru while speaking to Tian. How much do you know about the human body or medical ninjutsu? I am not well versed in that either. It said that Sakura has a keen interest in becoming a medical ninja. Given her personality, she might have already prepared herself. You are right, Lu Maru. XiaoMan exhaled, hurriedly walked over to grab Tian, and then moved forward. Hey, what's wrong, XiaoMan? What are we going to do? To rescue the wayward, oh no, the armless youth. Chapter 23, The Love Triangle at the Hospital. No way. Zhengqiu questioned, pondering life. You actually stayed up late? The sun is rising from the west. XiaoMan had always been someone who prioritized the quality and quantity of her sleep. She would go to bed early and rise late. While a ninja might get less than 6 hours of sleep on a mission-free day, XiaoMan would often manage to sneak in 12 hours, not to mention that she rarely found herself in a situation that required her to stay up late. Yet today, dark circles had appeared under her fair face. Having been absorbed in reading, she had accidentally stayed up too late. XiaoMan yawned, her gaze landing on him, suddenly pausing. What's wrong? What do you mean what's wrong? Zhengqiu suddenly felt a bit nervous. Did you just leave the ward? Nothing escapes your notice, does it? The nurse just let me go to the pharmacy to change my dressings, and I ran into an acquaintance. Zhengqiu sighed. Those two little rascals I dealt with before, don't misunderstand. I didn't bully them on purpose. I have reformed. I only stepped in when I saw them bullying someone else. And then? XiaoMan inquired casually, peeling an orange. They came looking for trouble? Yeah, what? Are you going to stand up for me? Zhengqiu smirked. Sure. XiaoMan placed the orange in his hand, agreeing readily. Huh. Zhengqiu was taken aback. He was somewhat surprised. Based on his understanding of XiaoMan, she would typically be quite awkward in such situations. Today has been full of strange events. Did you all not hear about that incident in Class A? A boy draped his arm around his companion's shoulder. Well, duh, I'm in Class A. Jiang shot a glance at the two new classmates he had just met. Then tell us about it. The boy nudged him playfully. Isn't it about that Uchiha Sasuke? Jiang replied irritably. On the first day of school, he instantly fell for Haruno Sakura, and he has been striving to place himself in the same rank as her. Who would have thought Uchiha Sasuke would rank first in the physical exam and perform excellently in the written test, consistently overshadowing him? In his relentless pursuit to surpass Sasuke, he studied day and night, only to find himself perpetually outpaced. In truth, Sasuke was plagued by anxiety over his lack of strength, and witnessing his classmates' fervor for studying made him reluctant to relax. Sakura, being a top student herself, felt a sense of urgency when observing the efforts of the second and third-ranked students, hence she studied with full intensity. As a result, while the top scores in Class A continued to rise, the rankings remained unchanged. This is what we call involution. Because of this, Jiang harbored a strong dislike for Sasuke, who excelled in every area and was quite popular with the girls. His frustration was further fueled by a recent rumor circulating in the class. Just after the summer vacation, when the grades were released, I saw Sakura and that guy Sasuke often together, Jiang scoffed. They must be dating, considering their impressive grades. Perhaps, but from what I know, that guy only blushes when facing one person, and that is Sakura's best friend, Himaya. Jiang crossed his arms in dissatisfaction. This has spread throughout our class. He asserted. Huh, does that mean he's playing both sides? Absolutely. And they are good friends. How dare he do that? They fight over it? The two boys chattered excitedly. XiaoMan approached, hearing the commotion, and noticed three individuals animatedly conversing. That must be them. Wait, aren't there only two? Why are there three? One of them is even my classmate. Did the cat's intel get mixed up? Regardless, she thought, whatever they are chattering about, I must teach them a lesson and then head home to rest. Bullying the disabled comes with consequences, especially when it involves her employees. XiaoMan believed she didn't possess many merits, but being protective was one of them. She was not the type to confront someone gently after her own had been harmed. Although she usually did not advocate for violence, she still believed in taking action when necessary. What are you doing here? What is going on? Hey, don't slap. I'm hungry. Seeing the three battered and bruised, unable to rise, XiaoMan clapped her hands. After so many days of pent-up emotions, she felt some relief. It's evident that a moderate amount of exercise contributes to enhancing life quality, though she still felt exhausted. Time to go home and grab some dried fish. Ino sat by the window in the library, observing Sakura buried in her books. After much internal conflict, she finally spoke up. Sakura, what is it? You asked me out, yet you haven't said a word? Sakura set down her pen and looked at her good friend. Have you heard about the recent happenings in class? Isn't a vacation? What else is there to discuss? Sakura asked, puzzled. Ino took a deep breath, deciding to be straightforward. Are you and Sasuke-kun dating? Sakura furrowed her brows. Why would you think that? Of course not. Really? Although Sasuke is quite excellent and handsome, I genuinely do not like him, Sakura reiterated firmly. Then what about you two recently? Recently? Oh, sometimes we discuss study-related topics. At this point, Sakura recalled his audacity in trying to probe her unique study methods. That information was something she would only share with XiaoMan, who, despite learning it, never applied it. So, you're just discussing boring study matters? Ino questioned incredulously. It's not that dull, all right? Then what about XiaoMan? XiaoMan, what does she have to do with this? Upon mentioning XiaoMan, Sakura's demeanor changed. It's just that the class has been buzzing about some love triangle. What? What nonsense are those fools spouting? How could XiaoMan possibly like Sasuke? Sakura's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice rising an octave. The calm demeanor she had maintained while studying vanished without a trace. Is that the crux of it? Just yesterday, someone said XiaoMan overheard this and actually beat him up. You know how much XiaoMan dislikes physical confrontation. Ino's voice faltered under Sakura's fierce expression. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Sakura insisted vehemently. How could XiaoMan possibly be in a relationship? But everyone is saying that. If it weren't for the misunderstanding that Sasuke was playing both sides, XiaoMan wouldn't have gotten angry. Ino hoped to alert her friend. However, if XiaoMan truly likes Sasuke, you are such good friends. I hope you two won't have a falling out over Sasuke-kun. Ino sighed, patting Sakura's hand. You should find an opportunity to clarify things with XiaoMan. Sakura's emotions gradually settled, her hands clenched involuntarily. Indeed, if XiaoMan truly harbored feelings for Sasuke, would she be angered by Sakura's closeness to him? The thought of XiaoMan severing their friendship was utterly unacceptable to her. She was oblivious to what Uchiha Sasuke was pondering. Her concern lay solely with XiaoMan's perspective. If this were the case, should she proactively distance herself from them? You are quite the villain, Sasuke. Naruto pointed accusingly at Sasuke. It cannot possibly be as you think. Sasuke maintained a stoic expression. He was fully aware of his own thoughts. Chapter 24. The word in recent days. Sakura had been in a state of turmoil. She dreaded encountering XiaoMan, fearing a confrontation and the chill of her gaze upon her. Ino attempted to console her. You should clarify things with XiaoMan. My current concern is that XiaoMan may not be angry with you, but rather with Sasuke. Didn't the novel I showed you depict a similar scenario? The protagonist suppressed her feelings because her best friend liked the same person. What did she do? How did she handle it? Sakura queried, desperately seeking answers. You didn't read the book I lent you? Well, she chose to distance herself from her friend, alleviating the pressure her presence created. Sakura clenched her fists, secretly making a resolution. Don't, Sakura. You don't genuinely like Sasuke. Can't you just refrain from speaking your mind? From this perspective, it seems Sasuke is playing both sides, Sasuke, and XiaoMan likes him, XiaoMan. It's a point of contention. So please don't think that way. Hey, young master, why are you standing here alone? XiaoMan appeared from behind Sasuke, resting her hand on his shoulder. Waiting for someone. Sasuke turned his head to look at XiaoMan. Sakura mentioned she needed to see me urgently and insisted on meeting in person, so we agreed to meet here, she replied. A hint of confusion in her voice. A note had been tossed through her window yesterday, written by Sakura, and she was puzzled as to why Sakura, having come to her doorstep, wouldn't meet her. You should find another place to talk, Sasuke suggested with a slight nod. The impending duel between them would undoubtedly create significant disruption, and he wished to avoid involving innocent bystanders. Such bravado, Sasuke, XiaoMan shrugged nonchalantly. Was there something you needed to do? Naruto strolled along the path, scratching his head in contemplation, yet unable to recall what it was he intended to accomplish. How should I broach this? Sakura gripped her hands tightly, rehearsing her speech mentally. Suddenly, with a loud thud, two distracted individuals collided spectacularly in the street. Ouch! Naruto rubbed his forehead, while Sakura touched her nose, both glaring at the oblivious passerby. Naruto? As Sakura recognized him, her irritation dissipated. It was just Naruto, after all. Hey, what are you up to? Naruto tilted his head at Sakura. I'm going to find XiaoMan. All right, I should also go find XiaoMan. I haven't seen her in ages. Let us go together, Naruto exclaimed, slapping his forehead in realization. Before Sakura could utter a word, she found herself pulled along by Naruto toward XiaoMan. Where is she? XiaoMan sat on the riverbank, nibbling on dried fish, counting the ripples on the water's surface. Sasuke stood beside her, his hands in his pockets, inwardly impatient but remaining silent. Why do you always hit me? Naruto's voice rang out before he even arrived, prompting XiaoMan and Sasuke to turn in unison. Who told you to pull so hard? Sakura smacked Naruto's back, only to lift her gaze and find XiaoMan and Sasuke watching her intently. The four exchanged awkward glances. Naruto grimaced, wondering why XiaoMan was with that guy again. Hadn't they agreed that summer would be free of practice sessions? Sasuke gritted his teeth, irritated that this fool seemed to have forgotten their arrangement entirely. Sakura gazed solemnly at the duo, realizing they indeed made a fitting pair. Meanwhile, XiaoMan pondered why Sakura was so cheerful around others, but never seemed so with her. Did Sakura feign her true self around her? Was their interaction not more relaxing than that between Sakura and Naruto? She dismissed the thought, but couldn't help feeling a twinge of concern. The four were lost in their thoughts, the atmosphere thick with silence. Finally, it was Sasuke, usually the quietest, who shattered the stillness. Veins throbbing on his forehead. He glared at Naruto, suppressing his anger, and commanded, "Get over here." What else with that expression? I owe you nothing. Oh, I remember now. Sasuke had no intention of listening to his explanations. He seized Naruto, igniting a fierce confrontation between the two. Thus, only XiaoMan and Sakura remained. Let us step away, XiaoMan suggested. As they walked, XiaoMan awaited Sakura's words. Sakura hesitated before finally speaking. XiaoMan, she murmured, her gaze cast downward, avoiding eye contact. I have been reflecting on many things these past few days. Regarding what everyone has been whispering about, the matter concerning Sasuke. The matter concerning Sasuke? XiaoMan recalled hearing snippets from their friends about a possible love triangle. Why bring this up now? Could it be that Sakura truly liked Sasuke? A swirl of emotions filled XiaoMan. However, Sakura's words took her by surprise. I don't want you to feel unhappy because of me. If this is what you wish, I will keep my distance. If I see him approaching you, I will willingly step aside. Wait, what are you saying? XiaoMan chuckled softly. Why would you leave? But Sakura continued, her head bowed. Though it's a difficult choice, if in the future I choose to distance myself from you, I hope you will still hold me in your heart. What do you mean? XiaoMan's smile faded, her gaze steadying. Sakura, still looking down, dared not meet her eyes. I hope my actions can preserve our friendship, she thought silently. So, you're saying you want to sever ties with me because of him? XiaoMan pressed closer. Step by step. Do you truly believe that I would sever our friendship merely because of my affection for him? Is it because you perceive me as such a person? Sakura retreated repeatedly until her back unexpectedly met the wall. XiaoMan gently lifted her chin, compelling their eyes to meet. Or is it that, should you encounter someone you adore, you would likewise abandon me, or perhaps await my initiative to end our friendship? In your heart, does love naturally hold greater significance than our bond of friendship? Sakura, is this your belief? The two individuals' breaths intertwined. Sakura gazed into those blue eyes, reminiscent of icebergs upon the sea, her mind momentarily adrift, unable to comprehend XiaoMan's words, merely staring at her in a daze. Noticing Sakura's prolonged silence, XiaoMan softly closed her eyes, then reopened them after a brief moment. I understand now. She released her hold and turned away without a trace of reluctance. Sakura remained, stunned, observing XiaoMan's departing silhouette, a wave of inexplicable bitterness surging within her. Chapter 25. I do not comprehend. Hinata clan grounds. It is imperative that she agrees. Hayashi turned to face Niji and Hinata. Hinata lowered her gaze, while Niji remained silent. Observing their demeanor, Hayashi furrowed his brow and directed his gaze toward Hinata. Have you not been getting closer to them recently? Have you formed a friendship? Hinata exhaled softly and nodded in response. Have you not spoken to her about this matter? Hinata remained silent. She did not wish for XiaoMan to feel as though she was being manipulated. Apologies, father. Hinata gently spoke. I cannot do it. Hayashi raised an eyebrow, casting a cold glance at her. Hinata pressed her lips tightly together, offering no reply. Witnessing her demeanor, Hayashi held her in higher regard than before. Although he was aware of her lack of talent, he had always harbored a glimmer of hope for this daughter. As his daughter, she should not present herself as incompetent and bring shame upon herself. Ever since the incident when she secretly sneaked out to meet her classmates during curfew, he had sensed a hint of rebellion in this typically timid daughter. Now, although it was in defiance of his orders, this was a marked improvement from her former submissive self. It seemed that Himaya man had a significant influence on her. Hayashi redirected his gaze to Niji, whose posture was upright, reminiscent of a green pine. Then you shall handle it. Remember, it is crucial that she willingly comes to the Hyuga clan. Since learning that the child managed to single-handedly defeat 2 Cloud Village ninjas with the aid of the Nine Tails, he realized that this child was far from lacking in talent. She was a genius surpassing many others and possibly even more capable than her father. What was even more concerning was that at such a young age, she possessed the cunning to conceal her abilities. If she could not be won over, she must never be made an adversary. Hayashi's ideal plan was to have this child become a vassal ninja of the Hyuga clan, enjoying a status just below that of the main family. For an outsider, this was already the highest privilege. Even a genius, with the demise of the Himaya couple and the third Hokage's unknown calculations, had no true backing in Konoha. If the Hyuga clan could lend her support, and given her connections with the Nine Tails and the Uchiha clan's orphan, she might even ascend to a high-ranking position. Perhaps she could become like the late Minato Namikaze, a commoner who surpassed the third Hokage's disciple and the head of the Uchiha clan, ultimately becoming Hokage. Hayashi believed that her desire to conceal her strength stemmed from a wish to avoid drawing too much attention, to bide her time. If he were to extend an invitation, she would not refuse. Times have changed. Although she was intelligent, she had yet to witness the harsh realities of the ninja world. Following the ordeal in the Forest of Death, she should begin to plan for her future. The last time she refused was due to the Hyuga's attitude, which left her feeling insecure. This time, they were offering earnest intentions, and it was essential to recruit such a talent. Not that I am suggesting you do so. Niji nodded in agreement. However, unlike the overconfident Hayashi, he was uncertain about bringing her back to the Hyuga clan. But since the young lady was unwilling to take on this task, it would fall to him, much like his father had done for Hayashi. In order to accomplish this, he needed to seek his father's counsel. XiaoMan was in an exceedingly foul mood, to the extent that she did not even greet Kakashi when she saw him. Kakashi lowered his forehead protector, regarding her with surprise. How strange, indeed. He reached out to stop XiaoMan, noticing her vacant expression. Kakashi squinted and smiled, asking, "Who has upset you?" "No one," XiaoMan replied, her hands stuffed in her pockets, irritation evident in her tone. "You know, I've told you to express your emotions. Besides, I refuse to believe that anyone could truly bully you. You must be at odds with yourself, right?" Kakashi, having known XiaoMan the longest, was well aware of her thoughts. Having been accurately guessed, XiaoMan crossed her arms and leaned against the wall. "I simply do not understand." After briefly explaining the situation, XiaoMan paused before continuing. "Those third-rate magazines always like to joke about whom one should save first if both parents and a lover were drowning. I had thought such troubles were non-existent in reality. After all, if one can swim and knows how to call for help, everyone can be saved. But that is not the case. Human abilities are limited, and everyone has their own selfish desires. I do not wish to blame Sakura. Everyone has their own choices, and my choice is to respect hers. Yet, I still find myself somewhat surprised. Could it be that years of companionship pale in comparison to a sudden surge of hormones? Even if we were to take a step back, does a long-term lover truly outweigh a long-term friend? Perhaps there are things friends can do that lovers can also accomplish. But there are certainly things lovers can do that friends cannot. Kakashi, having never experienced such matters, formed judgments based on his own experiences. Is that so? All emotions are evidently devoid of hierarchy. Sometimes, friendship, familial love, and even the great love for one's country surpasses that of romantic love. Does this not suggest that personal values are the source of all choices? A lover entangled in the mundane and comrades facing life-and-death situations are sometimes, for a ninja, one and the same. So who holds greater importance in your heart? Some prefer a tranquil life, while others revel in the tumultuous waves of passionate years. Can one claim that any individual's choice is incorrect? No, I do not even know what I am saying anymore. Perhaps she has no issues at all, and it is I who am forcefully imposing my views onto others. The words of a novelist are indeed profoundly meaningful. Kakashi bent down and ruffled her hair. Matters of the heart, whether friendship or love, lack a definitive conclusion. Rather than overthinking, it is better to accept that each individual possesses their own perspective. Such matters should unfold naturally, as you have always said. Be it fate or emotions, let them flow as they may. And do not assume that anyone will always remain by your side. You have certainly read too many emotional books. XiaoMan brushed his hand away and gazed into the distance at Hokage Rock. Yet you are right. Let things take their course. Kakashi squinted and smiled. You are so clever. Why burden yourself with such matters? You are quite clever yourself. Yet you have also trapped yourself in the past for many years, XiaoMan retorted. Your words are truly hurtful. Mutual sentiments, esteemed Kakashi. It is not Kakashi, but Kakashi. The 26th chapter unfolds unexpectedly. Niji had been quietly trailing behind XiaoMan, intending to seize an opportunity to engage her in conversation. However, as he observed her approach the Uchiha clan's grounds, rather than using the main entrance, she deftly scaled the wall. He found himself standing outside, momentarily at a loss. What should he do now? XiaoMan sat languidly atop the wall of the Uchiha training ground, her gaze fixed on Sasuke as he struck a wooden post. Despite the covert nature of the white-eyed observation behind her, she was well accustomed to being scrutinized. The gaze of the Byakugan is distinctly unlike others. Is that Hinata? Why must she follow her so stealthily instead of confronting her directly? Surely, she is not afraid of the Uchiha territory? If that is the case, she might as well wait until XiaoMan departs and seek her another day. Hey, XiaoMan. Sasuke suddenly halted and awkwardly spoke. Let us have a match. XiaoMan was about to decline when the words caught in her throat. She turned to face him and agreed. Sasuke was taken aback, as he had anticipated a prompt refusal. What? XiaoMan shot him a glance, merely curious as to why it was Sasuke who proposed this challenge. Very well, Sasuke replied, right now. XiaoMan clapped her hands and leapt down from the high wall. Niji, overhearing the exchange from within the walls, paused momentarily. He pressed his lips together, intending to leave, yet his feet felt as if they had taken root. He was intrigued to discover the extent of this talent. Deemed a prodigy by his father and Lord Hisashi, whose ninja prowess was said to be nearing that of a jonin. Just how far apart were they in skill? The sandy ground of the Uchiha training field shimmered beneath the scorching summer sun. Sasuke's whip-like kick cleaved the air, and XiaoMan leaned back to evade, her hair lifting in the gust. He swiftly transitioned to an elbow strike, and rather than block, she slightly sidestepped, dissipating the force and advancing close, her left hand gripping his right wrist while her right knee pressed against his shins. Sasuke stepped back and spun, attempting to seize her throat. XiaoMan rolled forward, her toes curling around a weighted iron block in the sand, propelling it towards his face. As the iron block hurtled towards him, Sasuke tilted his head to dodge, only to find her already at his back, her arms entwined around his neck. Not again. Sasuke's nerves tensed. This time, however, he had a plan. With a suplex, he hurled her to the ground, yet XiaoMan twisted mid-fall, using the momentum to spring back up, sending a cloud of sand into the air. In that fleeting moment of distraction, she swept her leg towards his lower body. Sasuke leapt to evade, but unexpectedly. The iron block she had previously kicked away was pulled back by a thread of chakra, landing right beneath his feet. In that instant of imbalance, XiaoMan grasped his shoulder to prevent him from falling, while her other hand halted mere inches from his throat. You lost, she stated calmly, meeting Sasuke's astonished gaze. Unlike before, she did not declare her own defeat but instead proclaimed his loss, which sparked a flicker of delight within him. No longer were they merely toying with one another. Despite the rapidity of his defeat in this taijutsu encounter, he sensed that XiaoMan regarded him as an equal opponent. Niji's Byakugan revealed the scene within the training ground. His previous assertion that she was squandering her talent had been overly presumptuous. She adeptly employed softness to conquer hardness, stillness to counter movement. Never did she initiate an offensive, instead skillfully neutralizing her opponent's attacks and transforming them into her own. However, this did not imply a lack of offensive capability. Niji discerned that XiaoMan was still holding back. If she were to unleash her full potential, aside from Lord Hisashi, he could hardly fathom anyone who might stand a chance against her. His father's words had been correct. With a sigh, Niji turned to depart. Releasing Sasuke, XiaoMan settled onto the ground and then unceremoniously reclined beneath a tree's shade. She gazed at the flickering leaves in the afternoon light, the clouds of July occasionally drifting through the gaps. Sasuke took a moment to compose himself before approaching her. "Pull me up," XiaoMan extended her hand. "You clearly exerted little effort." Sasuke frowned, but nonetheless grasped her wrist and hoisted her up. Yet, XiaoMan swiftly reversed the motion, sending him crashing to the ground. Observing the bewildered expression on Sasuke's face as he hit the ground, XiaoMan burst into laughter. "Ha ha." She clutched her belly, her golden hair shimmering in the sunlight. Seeing her joy, Sasuke felt no anger, merely letting out a soft huff. She had appeared so melancholic all day. He had thought she had changed, but her mischievous nature remained intact. Let her laugh, for otherwise, he might find himself unaccustomed to her mirth. However, he gingerly touched his lower back. Recalling the intensity of the fall, he wondered if she was taking her frustrations out on him. "What? You're not angry?" XiaoMan leaned closer, peering into his face as he sat motionless on the ground. "You rascal." Sasuke stood, poised to grab her, but suddenly a sharp pain shot through his waist, causing him to lose his balance and pin her to the ground. XiaoMan blinked in surprise, her gaze landing on his Adam's apple. An odd sensation brushed against her forehead. Sasuke leaped back, his face ablaze, retreating in confusion. What just happened? XiaoMan instinctively touched her forehead. Sasuke, even more flustered, felt heat radiating from his face down to his neck, as if his very eyes were tinged with crimson. Forehead kiss, still too innocent. "What are you staring at?" "Screenshot it." "Why would I screenshot? Just standing there." "And no, it's nothing," Sasuke stammered, struggling to regain his composure as he turned to head indoors, his words tumbling out in a disjointed manner. XiaoMan rubbed the back of her head, feeling as though her mind had overheated beneath the sun. What had just transpired? What a peculiar encounter. Sasuke staggered into the restroom, splashing water on his face to cool his flushed cheeks. Had he just kissed her forehead? Thankfully, she did not seem angry and appeared oblivious to the incident, but she would surely realize it soon enough. No. It was merely an ordinary moment of contact during their match. In that brief instant, she had been so radiant in the sunlight that it had momentarily obscured his senses. Furthermore, it was not a kiss on the lips. Nothing significant had occurred, though he tried to convince himself. He could not resist reaching out to lightly touch his slightly flushed lips. He immediately recoiled as if electrocuted, bracing himself against the sink while gazing at his reflection. Only after regaining his usual calm demeanor did he exhale softly and exit the room. However, as he surveyed the surroundings, XiaoMan was nowhere to be found. The scorching sun bathed the entire training ground in a blinding yellow haze, leaving him unexpectedly disheartened. Was she still angry? His own justifications felt inadequate even to himself. "What are you doing standing there?" A familiar voice called from behind, causing Sasuke to whip around. XiaoMan was seated on the steps in the courtyard, enjoying the shade. Of course, how could she possibly wait in the glaring sun? "What's wrong? Are you concerned about your reputation?" "This is nothing unusual. Playful banter among acquaintances often leads to such occurrences," little man shrugged. She perceived his thoughts, but misinterpreted their direction. Although she was not particularly fond of close contact, this was merely an accident and not significant. Besides, Naruto behaved like an affectionate puppy, constantly seeking hugs, which had somewhat desensitized her. "Do you and Naruto share such a bond?" he suddenly inquired. "Not really," little man replied casually, her eyes closed. Sasuke settled beside her, asking, "What do you mean by acquaintances?" I mean us," she yawned. "Are we acquaintances?" "Ah, are we not familiar enough?" Sasuke remained silent. "No need to be so aloof. We've known each other for over 4 years, haven't we? Isn't that enough?" Little man opened her eyes and patted his shoulder. "Honestly, when I first laid eyes on you, I wasn't inclined to get close." Sasuke. Yet, despite that initial impression, the fact that we became friends speaks volumes about our camaraderie and shared sentiments. The fleeting pink bubble around Sasuke burst. He closed his eyes in exasperation, deciding to ignore any further words from her. The courtyard, glaring under the scorching sun, offered little respite, save for a gentle breeze that flowed through the corridor, bringing a momentary chill. The wind continued its journey, cutting through the stillness of an ordinary summer afternoon filled with the chorus of cicadas. Chapter 27. Movie Viewing 10. Sasuke, what's wrong? In the desolate wasteland, Naruto Uzumaki glanced at the silent Uchiha Sasuke, who was absent-mindedly caressing the Kusanagi sword, responding only with a faint huh? What does that mean? What kind of answer is that? Obito Uchiha cast a glance at Sasuke. To be honest, he found Sasuke's behavior rather typical. Sasuke possessed a strong personality and, frankly, did not require companions who merely followed in his wake. The presence of this Hinata man within Sasuke's life was overwhelmingly significant. A rival, a friend, a mentor, a guide, perhaps even more. Yet, there were unexpected moments, as Obito initially thought it was Naruto who would feel an emotional stir first. Oh no, perhaps he already had several times. Truly, he increasingly questioned the purpose of this celestial existence. Was it merely to present them with a better world? The Pure Land. You and that Shimura Danzo don't truly have anything going on, do you? After several scenes had passed, Hozuki Mangetsu couldn't resist bringing this matter up to provoke the third Hokage, whom he found somewhat displeasing. Sarutobi Hiruzen, mind your words, Water Shadow. Senju Tobarama frowned. TCH. Hozuki Mangetsu had grown increasingly disenchanted with Konoha, especially given his pre-existing disdain for the cunning second Hokage. Alright, everyone, let's refrain from arguing. Minato Namikaze stepped in to mediate. His thoughts had primarily been on his son, but in recent scenes, Naruto's appearances had dwindled, prompting him to redirect some of his focus. Remembering that he too was a village leader. He also noticed Itachi Uchiha, with the imminent threat outside, while others analyzed the scenes within the Pure Land. He appeared to fully believe this was a parallel world where his brother thrived. The second Tsuchikage had lost interest in anyone's words long before Little Man demonstrated that black flashlight. Such formidable skill and research capabilities, alongside a profound understanding of optical principles. If he slept through class, where did he acquire such robust theoretical knowledge? That Kakashi indeed did something right. Senju Tobarama nodded repeatedly, recognizing the brilliance of his work, even developing targeted strategies against technique ninjas. Yet, he also recalled that the so-called demon possessed considerable practical skills as well, having once crafted towering mechanisms that could rival Susanoo in both power and defense. The truth seemed on the verge of revelation. Do not misunderstand. Oh, the rivalry of the Fire Circle faction in youth manga is notoriously fierce, yet the strength of Orange Society's influence is astonishing. Online, one seldom encounters disparaging remarks about Little Man due to CP or any other reason. Occasionally, an unflattering comment may surface, but it quickly vanishes in the vast data stream. If this were a familial matter, it would be utterly despairing. However, if it is merely a fandom, then it is delightful. Our fandom thrives online to reign supreme. Little Man herself is exceptionally diligent, enjoying considerable popularity beyond the Fire Circle, even finding herself humorously photoshopped onto a candidate list for a presidential election in a certain country, leaving one to hope she may rise to a significant position. Smile. I'm here to post about the fandom. Everyone, please rate, with a full score of 5. No distinction between left and right. L1. Full score for Man Naruto. Reply. 5. If not together, I'll be upset. Reply 1. Since it's not me and Little Man, Naruto, you better hold your ground. Reply. Initially 5, but possibly 2 later on. Little Man will inevitably leave Konoha, and Naruto must either try to retain her like he did with Sasuke or accept her departure. L2. Full score for Man Sasuke. Reply. 55-55. I adore opposing couples. Reply. Actually, one is a top laner and the other a marksman. Reply. 3. The pace is swift. Sasuke seems to be falling, while Little Man appears indifferent. Reply. Little Man's personality is like that. She tends to evade feelings. L3. Full score for Man Sakura. Reply. 5. Little Man is already jealous. Isn't that love? Reply. Indeed, even good friends can feel jealousy. I lean toward Konoha friendships. Reply. 2. Still in the midst of shipping. If the next episode lacks explanation, it's going to explode. L4. Full score for Man Hinata. Reply. 2. Presence isn't high. Reply. 5. The low presence makes it taste better. With a lurking ghost using Byakugan and a dense little sun, then subtly rising to the top. Isn't that delightful? L5. Full score for Man Kakashi. Reply. The previous incident almost led to Little Man tormenting Zisha. The disparity between them is vast. Can this even be shipped, kids? Reply 5. Isn't the title supposed to indicate a CP? Little Man's habit of covering her face with a book is surely learned from Kakashi. They genuinely saved each other. Reply. I suddenly wonder how Little Man will view Obito, Kakashi's former friend. Reply. Loyal and chivalrous, respecting the teacher, grinning. Reply. Let us ship CP, go for it. Big brother reading the yellow book. L6. Full score for Manino reply. Best friend's sisters are my sisters. My best friend's wife is my wife. Go for it. Man and Eno. L7. Full score for Manjingxiu reply. Zhengxiu, known in the community as Little Danzo, when I saw that episode, I thought Zhengxiu was going to sacrifice himself. Thankfully. Reply. 4. Little Boss and Big Cow. Reply. The previous comment sounds rather ominous. L8. Full score for Mangguang reply. Who Uchiha Guang? Reply. No. Do these two know each other? Reply. Where does this come from? You just want to see XiaoMan and a gender-swapped Sasuke, right? Don't underestimate my information network. Reply. As you know, I've been a fan of the Mangoku faction since the Warring States period. L9. This is the real pairing, XiaoMan and Yulong. Reply. The mystery is solved. The original poster is a fan of Mangasuk, purely mixing in personal preferences. And what about the otherworldly Sasuke? Why not ship XiaoMan with Shiro? Reply. I feel that Xiaoman's personality resembles Ichigo a bit. Reply. No, brother, if you think she resembles Ichigo, she must have some sort of special trait, right? L10. We're straying too far off topic. Let me post. How can there be no Shurshui and XiaoMan? Is no one watching our doctor's side story? Reply. 555. Go Hypnosis Team. Reply. 5. Shurshui is like a mother. Coincidentally, XiaoMan has a mother complex. L11. XiaoMan and the little panda holding dried fish and oranges. Image JPG. Reply. 666. It ended the competition. Reply. If there are no good, then I won't play anymore. Chapter 28. What was lost in a cat cafe? A simple operation was performed in the cat food storage room. You are truly the most resourceful person I've ever met, XiaoMan. Zhengxiu looked at the hook on the severed arm, which was not merely a hook but a finely crafted mechanical arm, glimmering with a silver sheen. You better be prepared to work for me for a lifetime, XiaoMan said, crossing her arms in front of him. Selling you wouldn't even cover the cost of this arm. If it weren't for that novel written for fun that earned her quite a bit in royalties, allowing her to have a modest fortune now, she would have been financially crippled by just the material costs. It consumed a lot of her time to rush through making these mechanical contraptions. They were still too troublesome, and it would be best to avoid them in the future. Zhengxiu has been renamed Johnny Silverhand. Being talented in one's work is quite reckless. Such great kindness is unforgettable, Zhengxiu said with a playful grin, offering his life in return, ready to face any hardship without hesitation. Oh, do you think the water will just flow into my cup by itself? XiaoMan raised her orange mug as a gesture. Although I intend to repay you, I just installed this arm. Zhengxiu lamented, yet he reluctantly accepted the cup, awkwardly gripping it. Due to the mug's smooth exterior, it was not easy for the mechanical arm to grasp, and Zhengxiu had to cautiously take the water cup belonging to the unscrupulous little boss to fill it. The top lane player is back at it again. From now on, you'll be in charge of the cats. Remember to check on them regularly and give them baths. They need training when necessary. Watching the clumsy Zhengxiu, XiaoMan nibbled on a dried fish, intentionally choosing this smooth cup for him to adapt and also to see if further adjustments were needed. I understand that, but Zhengxiu struggled to hand her the half-filled cup, then raised his arm. I think I need more time to adapt, and I feel like all my muscles have regressed significantly. Your considerate boss has already thought of that. XiaoMan clapped her hands and called over the cafe's new employee. A boy with thick brows in a white training outfit peeked in from outside. XiaoMan, is there something you need? Oh, this is Xiao Li Rock, your new colleague. During this period, he will assist you with your rehabilitation training, XiaoMan introduced. Isn't it unfair to make him do 2 jobs for 1 salary? Zhengxiu was speechless. It was one thing to exploit him, but to impose on this seemingly simple boy too. Oh no, it's just that I feel there is too little work at the cafe, and I voluntarily offered to help XiaoMan. Xiao Li quickly explained. He needed money to buy training equipment and happened to encounter XiaoMan, who was about to post advertisements. Because XiaoMan was too lazy to post the ads, upon hearing that he needed money, she without hesitation took him along and offered a salary that even exceeded that of a chunin in Konoha. The entertainment industry in the ninja world is far too underdeveloped. XiaoMan's books had surprisingly gained immense popularity, allowing her to afford such generous wages. Xiao Li was astonished to learn that such a high monthly salary only required him to care for the cats and watch the store, feeling unworthy of such unearned riches, and proactively offered that XiaoMan could assign him any task. Thus, the responsibility of helping Zhengxiu with his rehabilitation training fell to him. Rest assured, I will ensure you regain your vitality. Xiao Li clenched his fist. Just follow me to complete half the training volume. Half? Jingxiu was taken aback. Although I've just been discharged, I don't need you to underestimate me. After all, I'm a ninja. I can handle the same training volume as you. A kid fresh out of ninja school, how much training could he really handle? He had only served as a lower-ranking ninja for 2 to 3 years. Had it not been for an accident, he could have participated in the exams and smoothly advanced to Chunin. This small amount of training was beneath him. Is that so? All right, I understand. Don't go, Jingxiu-kun. Ahead lies hell. Sakura stood beneath the dense green shade of the mountain cherry tree, her hands tightly clutching a hairpin. XiaoMan's words echoed once again in her mind. Is it because you see me as that kind of person, or because if you encountered someone you liked, you would cut ties with me like this, or wait for me to propose severing our friendship? No. She wanted to say she would never initiate a severance of friendship with XiaoMan. But was that because her friendship with XiaoMan transcended love? Then why do people always choose lovers? After parting with XiaoMan that day, she pondered for a long time, unable to restrain her tears as thoughts spiraled in her mind. Lying on her bed, staring at the blank ceiling, she wondered if she was about to lose XiaoMan. Why hadn't she realized XiaoMan's importance to her before? How could XiaoMan be the type to abandon her past for new bonds? She needed to find XiaoMan. Yet, she didn't dare to confront her directly. Sakura wandered aimlessly through the places XiaoMan usually frequented, hoping to feign an accidental encounter, and then smoothly provide an explanation. Just go apologize already. This is precisely the moment to be candid. She remembered that XiaoMan often came here to fish. She sat by the riverbank, the clouds in the sky swirling anxiously within her heart until the sun began to set. She remained there all day. Having informed her mother beforehand that she wouldn't return for lunch, she left under her mother's teasing gaze and sat in silence by the riverbank. Suddenly, a rustling sound broke the tranquility. Sakura hurriedly hid behind a nearby tree, revealing only her eyes to spy. It was XiaoMan, carrying a fishing rod and a bamboo basket. Her expression calm and unbothered, as if the events of the past few days had not affected her in the slightest. Such a carefree XiaoMan made Sakura even more hesitant to approach. XiaoMan skillfully set up her gear, sitting cross-legged with her head resting on her hand, eyes half closed. Sakura stealthily hid in the bushes, watching XiaoMan's serene profile. A butterfly quietly landed on her shoulder without disturbing her. Ripples spread across the water's surface, and the twilight glow bathed her, resembling a deity wandering the mortal realm. XiaoMan, her green eyes tinged with a sense of melancholy. How she longed to step out and tell XiaoMan that she had been watching her for a long time, to share what was in her heart. How she wished for that. Just as she hesitated, a voice pierced through her thoughts. Aren't you coming out? It was XiaoMan. She hadn't opened her eyes, but had sensed Sakura's presence long before. She merely wanted to know what Sakura was hiding there for. Sakura hesitantly stepped out from behind the tree. XiaoMan gazed at the tranquil waters, her voice as faint as a whisper. I do not harbor fondness for Sasuke. I was aware that she had inquired about Ino and likely grasped the situation's intricacies. She understood that Sakura's sentiments were not devoid of reason. She believed that love could transcend friendship. Such matters were not ones she would wait for others to explain. She possessed the agency to investigate anything that felt amiss. Suddenly, Sakura fell silent. What should she say next? XiaoMan was not upset merely because of her affection for Sasuke. What words were appropriate at this moment? Since the incident when she had confronted those who had insulted XiaoMan in her presence, she had adopted a more forthright demeanor. Yet now she found herself retreating into a timid disposition reminiscent of Hinata. Taking a deep breath, she contemplated how to articulate her feelings. I simply wish to express that XiaoMan holds great significance in my heart, a presence only slightly less vital than my parents. Every future plan I envision includes her, be it graduating from school, becoming a ninja, or establishing a family. XiaoMan will always occupy the most important side of my heart scales. These past few days have been filled with tears, for she could not fathom a future devoid of XiaoMan. Moreover, she regretted her earlier words, realizing that even the thought of distance from XiaoMan brought her sorrow. To be honest, Sakura, XiaoMan approached her. The words I heard that day left me disheartened. However, now that you have expressed yourself, I find no reason to remain angry, nor should I impose my beliefs upon you. She turned, gazing at the shimmering surface of the water, reflecting the hues of the sunset. In her reflections, she had pondered much about the complexities of relationships, be they friendship, familial bonds, or love. Each individual possesses their own choices, and she ought to respect those decisions. As a mentor once advised, One should treat friends with respect, care, and protection. Throughout her interactions with Sakura, she had often prioritized the latter two while neglecting to consider Sakura's personal desires. It seemed evident that in the future, she ought to grant Sakura more space. Although it may sound sentimental, her kindness towards others stemmed solely from her own volition, without any expectation of reciprocity. Yet now, she felt compelled to contemplate others' receptiveness. Unsolicited concern was unwelcome. Sakura did not wish to explain herself, yet she found herself at a loss for words. A sense of unease settling within her. "It's all right, I understand," XiaoMan replied. "Shall I bring home a fish for Andy this evening?" XiaoMan turned her gaze towards her. "Yes." Noticing that XiaoMan had gracefully bypassed the topic, Sakura chose not to pursue it further, though a vague sense of emptiness lingered within her, as if something precious was slipping away. Chapter 29. The gossip of 64 Palms having entrusted the operations of the cat cafe entirely to Zhongxiu and Xiaoli, XiaoMan returned to a state of leisure, relishing her summer vacation. This tranquility persisted until one day, trouble knocked at her door. "Please accept this." Niji bowed deeply, holding out an invitation. "What do you want now?" XiaoMan remained seated, disinterested in even turning her head. "Lord Hizashi sincerely invites you as an external member of the Hyuga clan," Niji stated, his expression unchanging. "External member? Such a euphemism. You mean a vassal?" "I must respectfully decline." XiaoMan waved her hand dismissively. "If this leads to your reprimand, I can only offer my apologies in advance." It is evident that XiaoMan would never acquiesce to such a request. Would you rather die with dignity than live in disgrace? If even the Hokage cannot deter her, what can you, a mere Hyuga, achieve? Please do not be hasty in your refusal. Niji had anticipated the difficulty of this invitation. He had consulted his better-than father, Hizashi. "The letter I sent you previously contained a portion penned by my father, Hizashi. He wishes to meet you." XiaoMan abruptly turned to Niji. That letter. It indeed bore traces of authenticity. She recognized parts written by Hiyori, while other sections mimicked his handwriting, though she could discern the difference. She had initially believed it to be a ruse concocted by the Hyuga clan. And despite her father's assurance of trustworthy individuals within the clan, she had kept her expectations low, remaining only to test the waters. After witnessing the cruelty of the branch family system, she had come to realize that not only were the high-ranking ninjas archaic in their views, but many of those raised within the clan tended towards eccentricity, prompting her to depart without sentiment. However, Hanabi, Hinata, and the youth from the branch family still seemed relatively normal in her eyes, especially Niji. Despite his previous harsh words, she bore no animosity towards him. Now, learning that the individual who had contributed to that letter was indeed one of those three, Hizashi, she regarded Niji intently before speaking slowly. "I will only agree to meet your father. I will do my utmost to prevent Lord Hizashi from discovering you," Niji assured her as best he could. "Let us go." XiaoMan flicked her fishing rod. Surprisingly, they faced little obstruction on their way. "Ahem, please forgive me for not being able to rise to greet you." Hizashi's demeanor towards XiaoMan was quite amiable. His pale visage revealed a man who could only curl upon his sickbed, a stark contrast to his former self as a ninja. Yet upon her arrival, XiaoMan sensed a profound respect from the branch family towards this frail man. It appeared that the Hyuga clan valued more than mere strength, unlike the Uchiha clan, which she had heard from Sasuke, and Kakashi favored only the powerful. The Hyuga clan seems to hold bloodline in higher regard. Hizashi cast a glance at Niji, who understood and stepped outside. "I have heard of your exploits, XiaoMan. You surpass your father in merit. I also know you do not wish to become a ninja. However, you possess reasons compelling you to grow stronger. At the very least, you should uncover the truth behind the events of the past. Their deaths were not merely the result of a mission gone awry, were they?" Her expression hardened. Despite having anticipated this revelation, XiaoMan found it difficult to accept. "I cannot yet disclose the truth to you, XiaoMan. You are indeed talented, but at present, you cannot alter what has transpired." Hizashi's voice was faint, barely a whisper. Having not received the answer she sought, XiaoMan felt a tinge of disappointment, though she understood. She too had withheld details from Sasuke regarding the events of the night of the massacre, even attempting to subtly convey some information when certain that no Ombu were present. Yet it seemed he had not contemplated the matter in that direction at all. Yet this was understandable. He had lived in peace for too long, and his singular focus on avenging Itachi made it reasonable for him to overlook the surrounding circumstances. "However, your father should have imparted to you the application of chakra." This scroll was authored by him. It should aid you in progressing further. I cannot comprehend its contents, XiaoMan replied, but you should be able to. If it proves too challenging, Mr. Araki, who crafts ninja tools, might assist you. I will also have Niji teach you the gentle fist techniques. XiaoMan furrowed her brow. That will not be necessary, Mr. Hizashi. No, this is what you deserve. If the clan head discovers it, there is no need to worry about blame falling upon you. I understand your concerns for me. It is all right. Absorb the gentle fist techniques, and the rest you will know how to handle. XiaoMan, strive to become stronger. Though unsure why his father wanted him to teach a person devoid of Byakugan the gentle fist techniques, Niji acquiesced to his father's wishes. The gentle fist was most effective when paired with Byakugan. Without it, the techniques would be rendered largely ineffective. Presumably, even if Lord Hizashi were to learn of this, he would not reproach his father. Niji's form shifted slightly as he positioned his right hand into a pointed finger, striking towards the training dummy with the speed of lightning. His fingertip halted just an inch from the wooden surface, steadying at the point of the tsutsu pool. He pressed down slightly, half an inch, onto the concave area of the tendon, feeling a tingling sensation upon contact. Suddenly, he altered his stance, transforming his finger into a palm, swiftly gliding along the inner side of the dummy's arm. His little finger discreetly hooked at the protrusion of the wrist joint. With a mastery of the hand of the yin lung meridian, he concluded the motion, traversing from shoulder to wrist, targeting 11 points. There was no need to seal them all. He lightly tapped the dummy's forearm, intercepting 3 or 4 points, rendering the arm numb. He had previously elucidated the intricacies of each pressure point, culminating in a demonstration of footwork, stepping onto the bagua, his form gracefully circling the post thrice. This was the essence of the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. After his display, XiaoMan merely nodded. I understand, she declared, stepping forward. Niji was taken aback, but watched her movements intently. Instead of facing the dummy directly, she gently closed her eyes, her right hand forming a delicate 3-finger gesture as if to grasp a needle. Suddenly, her wrist flicked, her fingertips darting towards the dummy's elbow with precision akin to a dragonfly touching water. The motion was unhurried, yet remarkably accurate, her knuckles making contact with the tendon just long enough to elicit a response, causing the dummy's arm to sway with a soft crack at the joint. She then glided to the side, her left hand sweeping along the inner side of the dummy's arm, her fingertips pressing down at the protruding wrist bone with a swift, gentle motion. The action was as light as dust being brushed away, yet the wooden wrist abruptly bent inward, the entire arm hanging limply. Finally, she circled the post, her toes barely whispering against the ground, her form flowing gracefully around the rock, her movements akin to a tempest, executing the 8 trigrams 64 palms in an instant. As she concluded her stance, her garments fell gracefully, stirring not a speck of dust. Niji stared intently into XiaoMan's eyes. Having observed the demonstration just once, she had replicated it flawlessly. Could it be that she possessed the Sharingan? Yet, he dismissed this absurd notion, grappling with the incredulity of the situation. How could she, having merely witnessed the technique once, master the 64 palms that had taken him so long to comprehend? Niji felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Although he had long acknowledged her as a genius and had witnessed her prowess in battle, her astonishing capacity for learning evoked a sense of envy and admiration within him. Perhaps his father's words held truth. She might indeed become the force that alters the fate of the Hyuga clan. As Niji pondered this, XiaoMan perused the scroll. Written in Chinese and elaborately adorned with classical prose by that fellow Ji Yunqiu. There was no worry of it being leaked. Even if others understood it, they would find it difficult to practice the chakra techniques on their own. XiaoMan swiftly flipped through the pages. Since you've learned it, shall we put it into practice? Niji proposed in a deep voice. Oh. XiaoMan lifted her gaze, a knowing look in her eyes. All right, I shall take this seriously then. Impure world. Gentle fist? Senju Tobarama squinted. This child's martial art style was always peculiar, oscillating between rigidity and fluidity. But could the gentle fist truly be employed without Byakugan? What was this chakra effect she wielded? The secrets surrounding her were multiplying. Chapter 30. The Enthusiast and the Savior in the Public Training Ground, at noon. Under a windless sky, Niji refrained from using Byakugan, yet he held nothing back in his movements. He propelled himself forward, utilizing the ground to launch himself with fervor. A pure gentle fist duel was indeed a close-quarters battle. While it might seem foolish, The essence lay in targeting the opponent's chakra points while avoiding being struck oneself. Niji's hands sliced through the air like a blade aimed directly at XiaoMan. She deftly sidestepped the attack, gracefully pivoting to leave a palm print on Niji's back. He had exposed a vulnerability. As he turned, hoping to retaliate, XiaoMan elegantly evaded, his palm merely grazing her golden locks suspended in the air. Niji quickly retreated. Yet he realized that XiaoMan had not seized the opportunity to capitalize on his mistake. Instead, she maintained her stance, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Simultaneously, he sensed an unsettling turmoil within his chakra, distinct from the chaotic disruption caused by a gentle fist strike. He felt a constriction in his chest, as if hands were scrambling his chakra from within. Niji was astounded. How could she, without Byakugan, still produce such a disorienting effect on his chakra? Actually, chakra is not absent, she mused. Isn't it? It's just scarce, she added. What does the absence of blue energy have to do with me? Niji fixated on XiaoMan, whose expression remained composed as he discreetly probed his back. The entire area throbbed with a searing pain. Yet this was not how the 64 palms should be executed. What had she learned just now? A surge of indignation washed over him, feeling belittled. However, unlike Sasuke, he was accustomed to such disdain as a branch member of the Hyuga clan, a triviality not worthy of his concern. Yet, he could not quench the fire smoldering within him. With a furrowed brow, he declared, again. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he charged once more. Activating his Byakugan and withholding no mercy, he unleashed a flurry of over 10 strikes, but XiaoMan adeptly blocked them all with her forearm. Seizing the moment when his breath faltered, she struck his Tsu pool, the first chakra point targeted by the 8 trigrams 64 palms. Niji felt his strength drain instantly, his legs buckling beneath him as he knelt on the ground, gasping for air. Another strike. Once again, he found himself rendered utterly defenseless. Again, he erupted to his feet, his Byakugan bloodshot, hands pressing against her shoulders, suspending him in midair. You have lost, she murmured softly. I have not, Niji insisted, yet he suddenly tasted blood in his throat. Trembling, he reached a shaky hand to his mouth, finding crimson staining his fingertips. He had lost. In just 2 strikes. She had injured his internal organs, leaving his chakra in disarray and his muscles aching, all while employing the gentle fist he had mastered. Niji gazed at XiaoMan, who stood backlit, the brilliant sun casting a halo around her, emanating a despairing, apocalyptic light. In that light, her eyes glimmered a deep blue, reminiscent of a stormy sea on the brink of calamity. Was this the true essence of genius? The sun blazed directly into his eyes, causing a sharp sting to his cornea, yet he paid it no mind, fixating on XiaoMan. His trembling lips managed to utter a single phrase. Are you a deity? XiaoMan fell silent, merely raising her hand in an attempt to assist Niji. Yet that hand, which had already exerted itself, erupted with astonishing strength, pinning him down. Will you alter fate? Ignoring the sun's scorching rays, he gazed at the figure of divinity beneath the daylight, stubbornly questioning. XiaoMan had always felt that while Byakugan possessed formidable capabilities, it was challenging to serve as a tool for conveying emotions, such as deciphering Hinata's innermost thoughts. Yet now, she perceived the fervor within Niji's eyes, as he regarded her as a savior. Could he have been rendered foolish by defeat? Or was it merely heat-stroke-induced delusion? XiaoMan could only forcibly pull him from the ground, dragging him into the shade. Seated beneath the tree's shelter, Niji continued to fixate on her, his gaze unblinking, sending shivers down her spine. He hoarsely inquired about her next course of action. This question had crossed XiaoMan's mind as well, yet she chose to evade it. Redirecting the conversation instead, is there a method in the Hyuga clan to treat chakra disturbances? You should handle it yourself, he replied. The technique. Utilizing a combination of chi and gentle fist strikes targeting specific chakra points had produced effects that exceeded her expectations. It seemed that avoiding a conversation with Hyuga Hisashi was no longer an option. However, before that, it was prudent to reduce the attention of others. Yes, Niji regained some composure, closing his eyes to begin meditative breathing. During this process, he completely eliminated external distractions, so when he opened his eyes, the sight before him prompted him to rise abruptly. Hinata stood beside XiaoMan, her complexion flushed, while XiaoMan leaned against a tree, slightly turned to converse with her. Niji approached immediately, displaying a vigilant demeanor. Is there something you need, miss? Hinata suddenly fell silent. It's nothing. I merely passed by and exchanged a few words. XiaoMan replied nonchalantly, already anticipating the unfolding events. Honestly, compared to the gentle fist, I believe you would be more suited to learn the strong fist. Is that so? Hinata responded timidly, feeling more reserved in Niji's presence for reasons unknown. Niji, though outwardly composed, felt disdain within. He understood the eldest daughter of the main family well. Her attempts to master the gentle fist had been futile, so the notion of her pursuing the robust strong fist was laughable. XiaoMan, however, held a different perspective. She recalled Hinata expressing a desire to become stronger, believing that learning a more forceful style would help her overcome her timid nature. With a sudden sigh, XiaoMan murmured, "They're coming." Niji, too, sensed the shift, frowning as he looked up. Hyuga Hizashi, accompanied by clan members, stormed in with a dark expression. XiaoMan had already sensed this. The moment Hinata passed by the training ground, she realized that the eldest daughter of the main family was always shadowed by clan members. This scene might have been observed by the branch family, who would undoubtedly relay the information back. Since concealment was no longer feasible, inviting Hinata in for a brief conversation seemed harmless. Niji's expression was grave. He understood that Hinata's presence indicated the presence of the branch family, and Hizashi would soon become aware of the situation, which diverged from his initial expectations. It was not merely a matter of teaching a non-Bakugan user the gentle fist techniques. Rather, an outsider had learned to execute the gentle fist with an efficacy that rivaled, and perhaps surpassed, that of the clan members. As always, misfortune seemed to follow Hinata, regardless of her actions. Every time Naruto witnessed Niji's demeanor, he would fall silent, as the true culprit stood beside him, yet he felt powerless to act. Obito Uchiha played a pivotal role in their battle against Kaguya, making it impossible for him to eliminate him now. Sasuke was unaware of their history, only knowing that Niji Hyuga had perished. However, perhaps in that future, he could still survive. Chapter 31. A door apart, Hizashi summoned XiaoMan inside. While Niji knelt outside the door, Hinata anxiously standing beside him. Inside, the two sat facing each other. "I did not anticipate that you would ultimately, like your father, master the application of such power," he remarked, his expression dark enough to draw water. He could perform this technique? It was a technique passed down from Niji's father to him, and now, from him to his daughter. Hizashi scrutinized her from above. "You have mastered the gentle fist. I shall pose but one question. Are you willing to become a subordinate ninja of the Hyuga clan, ensuring your lifelong sustenance? You must serve the Hyuga clan, regardless of what transpires thereafter. If you refuse, you are astute enough to predict our clan's methods of dealing with outsiders who attempt to learn our techniques. Are you going to kill me?" XiaoMan asked nonchalantly, twirling her cup and observing the ripples in the water. Surely the Hokage would not consent to that. Not at all. The Hyuga clan will forcibly mark you with the caged bird seal, and you will only be able to exist as a branch member, Hizashi stated, his words chillingly foreboding. She merely learned the gentle fist. She did not steal the Byakugan. Is such a harsh measure truly necessary? Unable to confront her father, they were only willing to threaten a defenseless orphan. This was the Hyuga clan. Her father's ailing friend had claimed that Hizashi would not hold her accountable. Could it be that he intentionally allowed her to learn the technique to ensnare her into submission? It was not unreasonable for XiaoMan to harbor such suspicions. In a village rife with schemers, vigilance toward every adult was a necessity. XiaoMan smirked. Even those introduced by her father were not necessarily trustworthy. Indeed, in critical moments, one must rely on oneself. You need not be so anxious. I have merely scratched the surface. Joining your clan would be a waste of resources, she declared, placing her cup down. You need not feign modesty before me, XiaoMan. Your ability to injure someone who has mastered the 8 trigrams 64 palms speaks volumes. However, it is imperative that I first assess your capabilities to determine if you truly merit the highest treatment afforded to outsiders by the Hyuga clan. His slow speech and pretentious demeanor irked XiaoMan, prompting her to rise. Then let us proceed. She was acutely aware that Hizashi would not easily let her off the hook. XiaoMan had always relied on chi in battle, particularly applying it to her body in the ever-changing style. Her father had written in the scrolls a method to infuse chi into the human body, allowing for effects akin to the gentle fist, yet with a higher ceiling. This was undoubtedly the reason for Hizashi's ire. There was no escaping this. On her very first day learning the gentle fist, she was to confront the strongest gentle fist master in the ninja world, a stroke of ill fortune indeed. Outside the door, Hinata stood, and Niji knelt. Hinata fidgeted with the hem of her clothing. I'm sorry, Niji. Hinata, you need not apologize. As a branch member, I have no right to impart the gentle fist to others, Niji replied, his gaze unwavering. Hinata tightened her fists in silence. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been discovered, she murmured, lowering her head. Indeed, she now faced two possible outcomes. Either voluntarily become a subordinate ninja of the Hyuga clan or be forcibly branded with the caged bird seal, much like Niji. Niji spoke calmly, yet only he knew the turmoil within him. It is my fault, Hinata's breathing quickened. Am I going to cause XiaoMan to lose her freedom? That carefree and natural XiaoMan, who abhorred feudalism and oppression, was destined to become a caged bird, shackled by chains, instead of soaring like an eagle through the storm. Suddenly, she gasped, her chest heaving violently, as if an invisible hand were constricting her throat. Each breath turned into sharp, staccato gasps, the burning sensation clawing at her lungs. While the world twisted and spun in a haze of tears, her fingertips and lips tingled with a cold numbness. Niji noticed her distress and immediately rose, placing a steadying hand on her shoulder. Calm down. Control your breathing. A nearby maid rushed over, supporting Hinata. Miss Hinata, follow my lead. Inhale. Her voice anchored Hinata amidst her chaos. With great difficulty, Hinata began to synchronize her breaths, her rapid inhalations gradually lengthening, the burning sensation receding, and the icy numbness ebbing like a retreating tide. Her tense body suddenly relaxed, collapsing softly. Niji withdrew his hand, gazing at her with a complex expression. Upon hearing this news, an overwhelming sense of anxiety surged through him to the point of hyperventilation. Such gravity of concern only underscored how he underestimated the depth of the young lady's friendship towards her. Within the confines of the residence, which inherently served as a training ground, the two stood opposed to one another. XiaoMan wore a grave expression, while Rizu remained expressionless. Despite the duel being restricted to gentle fist techniques, the presence of a clan leader exuded an unsettling aura. This was no mere subpar jonin like Wooly Qianxie. This was a genuine ninja, and the odds of victory were slim. XiaoMan unwound the bandage from her left arm, shaking her right hand to assume an attacking posture. In an instant, she appeared before him, her right fist thrusting downward, prompting Rizu to immediately prepare a defense. Transforming his fist into a palm, he unleashed a powerful push towards XiaoMan, who narrowly evaded by sidestepping. While being shorter often posed a disadvantage in combat, it could also be transformed into an advantage. Given Rizu's pride as a clan leader, he refrained from stretching or raising his legs to launch an attack, thereby granting her an opportunity. Particularly since she was not originally trained in martial arts. XiaoMan swiftly retreated, using her momentum to launch a series of strikes, each one countered by Rizu. As their breaths quickened, she found herself struggling to maintain her offensive. Sensing an opening, Rizu transformed his palm into a knife-like strike aimed at her. Yet she clung to his right arm, using her leverage to kick at his thigh, a feigned attack. Rizu remained steadfast, but his hand's movement had already shifted, allowing XiaoMan to seize the moment and strike at his right arm once more. Anger flared within him as he attempted to retaliate, but she evaded again. With his eyes darkening and veins bulging on his forehead, he ceased holding back. Both combatants simultaneously altered their strategies, abandoning defense in favor of relentless offense, their strikes echoing like a tempest. The air crackled with energy as they exchanged blows. 62, 63, 64, 61, 62, 63, each aiming for the other's arms. Outside, Hinata, having recovered from her state of hyperventilation, suddenly felt her heart race, her gaze fixed on the door. XiaoMan pressed her hand against the ground, veins pronounced on her forehead. Niji abruptly turned to her, fully aware that no clan member was permitted to activate their Byakugan within the Hyuga clan's residence, especially in the presence of the clan leader. Hinata's audacity to provoke the authority of the clan leader for XiaoMan's sake was astonishing. Suddenly, Hinata's complexion paled, disregarding her trembling legs. She stood unsteadily and lunged at the door, forcefully entering. Niji, realizing she must have seen something significant, followed her in, only to be momentarily stunned at the threshold. XiaoMan lay on the ground, her chakra sealed, yet her physical strength remained intact, not fully reliant on chakra. Though she had failed to complete the 64 strikes and had ultimately lost, Rizu, having endured 63 strikes, was visibly distressed, blood seeping from his mouth and nose, appearing more disheveled than her. As Rizu recognized XiaoMan's fall, He grasped the true terror of this prodigy, far surpassing her father and exceeding anyone's expectations. From this day forth, she would undoubtedly harbor enmity against the Hyuga clan. When she reached her peak, it would spell their downfall. He could not allow her to leave the Hyuga unchallenged. Trembling, he approached her, intending to impose the caged bird seal. However, XiaoMan subtly moved her fingers, retrieving a slender silver needle from her ninja pouch. Leaving the Hyuga territory peacefully was now impossible. Half-crouched, her bangs obscured her cold glare as she sought the last pressure point on Rizu's body. Yet, at that moment, Hinata charged in and positioned herself protectively in front of XiaoMan. "Stand aside," Rizu barked. Hinata, wordless, spread her arms before XiaoMan, stubbornly meeting his gaze. Despite the immense pressure cultivated by her father over the years, tears of defiance escaped her eyes, yet she did not retreat an inch. Niji was profoundly shaken. The once mighty and haughty head of the Hyuga clan now appeared disheveled and stripped of his former arrogance. Rizu seemed almost vulnerable, as if Niji could vanquish him. Yet, even in his weakened state, Rizu could still activate the caged bird seal. Nevertheless, the flame of rebellion ignited within Niji once more as he focused on the miraculous girl beside him. Without hesitation, he moved to XiaoMan's side, assisting her and unbinding some of her pressure points. Witnessing his daughter and nephew standing with XiaoMan, Rizu felt an exasperated urge to laugh. "Do you truly believe that if she walks out to exact retribution on the Hyuga, she will spare you out of sentiment? Who granted you permission to enter? Now leave. They saved you, Hyuga Rizu." XiaoMan leaned against Niji, retracting her silver needle. "Cease this." A desperate yet faint voice echoed from outside as a pale-faced man entered. It was Hyuga Hisashi. XiaoMan closed her eyes slightly, wishing to avoid his gaze. "Why did you arrive so late? Are you here to collect my remains? Is your friendship with my father made of plastic? If it weren't for XiaoMan's prowess, we would have fallen today." Hisashi replied weakly. "I have notified Lord Hokage. He will arrive shortly to address this matter." Rizu turned sharply to his long-absent brother, his gaze sharp as a hawk. "You informed the Hokage?" "Lord Rizu," a voice from outside announced, "the Hokage has arrived." Rizu clenched and then relaxed his fists, fixating on XiaoMan, then surveying the room. His brother Hisashi, his daughter Hinata, his nephew Niji, everyone had betrayed him, especially Niji. His Byakugan glinted with malice. "I will return to settle the score with them." With a flick of his sleeve, he stormed away in a huff. In the Pure Land, a remarkable exclamation escaped the lips of the small bearded ghost, Suigetsu. Such astonishing learning ability. Almost everyone, including the third Raikage, A, who was the strongest in physical prowess, gasped in astonishment upon witnessing XiaoMan master the 8 trigrams 64 palms in a single day. Engaging in a duel against Hyuga Rizu with a unique energy known as Chi, nearly succeeding in dispatching him. Though the battle took place in a confined space, and Rizu, due to his pride and desire to recruit XiaoMan, had not fought at full strength, every warrior on the battlefield would never underestimate their opponent. Yet XiaoMan, not yet 12 years old, had undoubtedly reached a level capable of taking down a standard jonin, not merely relying on tricks to defeat Wooly Qianxie as before. Such accomplishments positioned her among the most exceptional geniuses in the ninja world. Moreover, following this display, the strongest Raikage, A, remarked, "She has yet to unleash her full physical potential." In other words, her mindset was not one of killing her opponent. Hence, she did not exert her utmost effort in the confrontation. Truly terrifying indeed. However, this time, the onlookers did not secretly envy the talent resources of Konoha. Instead, they felt a sense of schadenfreude. They all perceived that this child, despite being kind to her companions, lacked a sense of belonging to Konoha and could potentially become an adversary in the future. Chapter 32. Take me to find the night life in the confinement chamber. The air was stagnant. The only source of light came from a window high on the wall, where moonlight streamed in, sliced into pale diamonds, flickering like candle flames. Niji sat cross-legged in the center of the room, his back to the light, his posture still upright, a testament to the rigorous traditions ingrained in the Hyuga clan. Yet, his hands resting on his knees were tinged with a bluish pallor from excessive strain, trembling slightly. Deep within his soul, pain still lingered. The mark of a caged bird still faintly radiating warmth after 2 days. Countless thoughts swirled in his mind. Kill Hyuga Hayashi. Kill Hyuga Hayashi. After returning that day, he even contemplated attacking his frail father. Knowing that his father had been bedridden because of the Hyuga clan, and that Hinata had never even met this uncle. Yet now, Hyuga Hayashi sought to kill his father. The once comforting expressions of brotherhood now turned into denial. Niji clenched his fists. XiaoMan's actions rekindled the flame of rebellion in his heart. Although he lacked XiaoMan's talent, he would strive harder. One day, he would discover a way to break free from the cage of the bird and trample Hyuga Hayashi beneath his feet, allowing the branch family to stand equally beneath the sun. Someday. Niji gazed at the gray walls of the confinement chamber. Oh, contemplating your sins. A familiar voice came from behind him, and Niji turned in surprise. A girl appeared outside the iron bars, her golden hair shimmering in the moonlight. Leaning against the windowsill with one hand supporting her chin, she wore a casual, faint smile. What brings you here? To add a laxative to Hyuga Hayashi's water, she quipped. Niji chuckled. I meant, how did you get in? I just swaggered right in. No one stopped me, XiaoMan shrugged, guessing that Sarutobi Hizashi and Hyuga Hayashi had said something. Don't ask so many questions. Do you want to come out? If you beg me, I'll open the door, she teased. Unable to suppress a smile, Niji responded, I beg you. XiaoMan was taken aback. You agreed so quickly. How boring. She stepped away from the window, and a series of sounds came from outside the confinement chamber. With a click, the door swung open, her slight shadow elongated by the moonlight. Niji looked up to see her arms crossed, a light smile gracing her face. The moonlight cascaded down, enveloping her in a silvery glow. A stark contrast to the savior he had seen under the sun that day. The moonlight rendered her mysterious and ethereal. He found himself momentarily entranced. Seeing Niji sitting still, XiaoMan walked over and pulled him up. Okay, you're free now, Dragon Whiskerbangs. Who is Dragon Whiskerbangs? You, of course. New codename. Not bad, right? If you drop the last two words, it would be perfect. Fine then, Dragon Whisker-kun. XiaoMan patted his shoulder. Though it was an odd nickname, he complied. The two of them strolled out of the Hyuga compound with a swagger, the guards from the branch family not even glancing their way, as if they were invisible. A peculiar feeling welled up in Niji's heart. He looked at the towering walls, feeling as though he had drawn a line between himself and the past, that imprisoned self. This sensation of defying authority made his heart race with excitement. What are you dawdling for? XiaoMan slapped his back, bringing him back to reality as he rubbed his aching back. He glanced back at the disappearing Hyuga compound and turned to XiaoMan. Can you tell me how you execute the gentle fist without Byakugan? The clan's secret technique is not to be divulged, but if you wish to learn, it's not entirely impossible. It's just what? Just that you're really quite dull. At such a wonderful time, you're asking such questions? I haven't encountered someone as boring as you in ages. Even the Uchiha are more interesting. Is that so? My apologies, then. I shall defer to your arrangements. Niji's face suddenly flushed. Of course, these past few days, I haven't had a proper rest because of your family's issues. You better be ready to foot the bill tonight, she declared. Foot the bill? Where are we going? He asked, bewildered, as XiaoMan tugged at his sleeve and they sprinted away. The summer night breeze wrapped around the caramel scent of grilled rice balls and the heat of the crowd, forcefully dispersing the cold, moldy air that had lingered in Niji's confinement. He was pulled along by XiaoMan, diving headfirst into the torrent of light. The summer festival in Konoha grew more vibrant each year, with flickering lights dancing before his eyes. The crimson lanterns at the stalls, the sparklers in the hands of children, the shimmering reflections in the goldfish bowls all exploded in his accustomed darkness, creating an overly saturated array of colors. Warm, unfamiliar hands brushed against his shoulder, sending a tingling shiver down his spine. He stiffened, yet was unceremoniously dragged forward by the person ahead. The warmth of the crowd as vivid as the richness of the night's hues. Suddenly, a mask was thrust onto his face, a dog with a stern expression. In that moment of obscured vision, his heart halted, overwhelmed by the scents of lacquer and wood. Through the eye holes, he saw XiaoMan take a half step back, tilting her head to examine him, her eyes reflecting the vibrant lights of the stalls, glowing with intensity. XiaoMan rested her chin in her hand, scrutinizing him for a long moment before finally uttering, so ugly. Far worse than the original, let alone compared to me. Then why give it to him? How utterly domineering. This. Sweet syrup smeared across his lips. It was the apple candy she had forcibly shoved into his mouth. The hard candy shell shattered between his teeth, and the tart juice burst forth, an unfamiliar sweetness invading his palate. He was taken aback, his tongue brushing against the taste, as if touching upon a forbidden fruit. Once you eat it, you have to buy it. Hurry up and get me one. She pushed his shoulder. What should have been a mundane interaction caused his heart to heat up amidst the bustling crowd. The sharp sound of fireworks pierced through the clamor, and as the first firework erupted in the night sky, the brilliant light reflected in his pupils. He tilted his head back, forgetting to breathe. The dazzling cascade of light boomed and fell, as if to extinguish the pain deep within his soul. In the intervals of the falling light, he instinctively sought out the person beside him, only to realize that XiaoMan had retreated several steps, now facing away from him, gazing up at the sky, filled with shooting stars. Her profile was illuminated by the flickering fireworks, quickly fading into darkness. With only the tips of her hair lifted by the wind, tracing a near-infinite arc of freedom, an unprecedented sense of emptiness suddenly seized him. It was not the confinement-esque claustrophobia, but rather the vastness of the world, leaving him adrift and unanchored. The cacophony of voices, the aroma of food, the kaleidoscopic shadows, all of these sensations no longer flowed through her guidance, but surged directly at him. He stood there, dumbfounded. Another firework soared into the sky, showering golden light. He saw a group of youths running by, their wooden sandals splashing through puddles, scattering tiny silver droplets. He witnessed a vendor laughingly shaking his head as he placed a small red-scaled fish into a transparent bag, handing it to a child who stood on tiptoe. He saw the wind lift XiaoMan's garment, fluttering like a flag, as if it would vanish into the warm summer breeze at any moment. The mark upon his forehead continued to radiate a subtle warmth, curiously mingling with the caress of the night breeze. Tentatively, he took a step forward. With each stride, his pace quickened, urgency swelling within him as he approached the flickering lights and the cacophony of voices that defined the bustling world. Wait for me. The night wind tousled his hair, urging him toward the boundless freedom of the evening. Chapter 33. Contrasting colors. What are you two up to? Shikamaru inquired, revealing a look of exasperation. Exchanging, replied XiaoMan casually, continuing his task. It seems we might not have enough left. Choji glanced at the bag in his hands. The two were engaged in a peculiar exchange, merely mixing and distributing a bag of dried fish and a bag of potato chips into equal portions. With so many festival activities, is eating all you think about? Shikamaru couldn't help but comment. Mind your own business. That is not something you typically say, XiaoMan retorted, chewing away. You're acting strangely today, Choji added, also chewing. It's not just the two of you who are baffling. Shikamaru sighed, resigning himself to silence. XiaoMan's gaze wandered until it unexpectedly landed on a familiar face ahead. Oh, good morning, Shino, he greeted, despite it being nearly evening. Hello, XiaoMan, Shino replied, turning to face him. I haven't seen you at all this summer. In truth, he had been observing the trio, curious to see when XiaoMan would notice his presence. Is there something you need from me? I merely wanted to congratulate you on the success of your novel. Is that not a valid reason to meet? Oh, that is not the case. XiaoMan shrugged. Are you alone? Would you like to join us? If Shikamaru and the others don't mind, I'd be glad to. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow, finding her words somewhat strange. I have no objections, he replied, hands tucked into his pockets. Choji, still chewing, suggested, then let us go. By the way, XiaoMan, your novel is quite popular, Choji remarked, glancing at his best friend. Oh, it's nothing special. I've heard that someone has started to imitate you. An author using the pen name Kasukawa is writing a similar theme, about ordinary people outsmarting ninjas, and the style is quite akin to yours. Shino adjusted his glasses. Is that so? Let them learn. As the saying goes, those who learn from me shall live. Those who imitate me shall perish, XiaoMan replied nonchalantly. You're quite confident, Shikamaru remarked. Such self-assurance is truly enviable, Shino added. The four walked side by side. A challenge to test the bond of your hearts. Dare to try? 3 rounds of questions to discover who is truly your confidant. A Best Partner award awaits you, alongside rare books and a plethora of food coupons. A voice from a platform echoed. XiaoMan had merely glanced over, but suddenly halted in his tracks. Shikamaru did the same, staring intently at the prizes on display. The shogi manual is a.k.a, which my father has been searching for, and the final work by the same author is now out of print. The two fixed their eyes on the prize table, longing evident in their stares. Shino noted the sparkle in XiaoMan's eyes and asked, Do you really want that prize? XiaoMan nodded vigorously. We could team up to participate, Shino suggested. XiaoMan nodded again. Oh, Shikamaru, if you wanna, we could form a team too, Choji proposed. All right. Shikamaru replied, his gaze fixed determinately on the shogi manual. Are you for looking to sign up? The organizer bent down, explaining, "Our rule is that one person can participate with different friends, but if they win any prize with one friend, they cannot continue. Then we must fight separately," Shino concluded. "Let us do it." XiaoMan signed his name. The group stepped onto the stage one after another. The first round of questions would focus on details about one another, with a score of 10 required to advance to the next. Let us see what our first question is. It's a classic favorites question, worth 5 points. Now, please quickly write down what you and your partner like most. XiaoMan bent down, swiftly jotting down his thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, Shino did the same. Reveal your answers. XiaoMan, the things my partner enjoys: observing insects, introducing insects to those interested, having a strict plan and preferably following it. My favorite things: sunbathing, fishing, oranges. Shino, the things my partner enjoys: sunbathing on Hokage Rock, undisturbed sleep, salted dried fish, fishing and showcasing his catch, oranges, pranks. My favorite things: insects, friends. The overlap is quite remarkable. It seems you understand your friend better than yourself. Truly a pair of close friends. The host from Konoha exclaimed dramatically upon seeing their answers. Do I enjoy pranks? I hadn't even noticed, XiaoMan mused. You seem to frequently tease Uchiha Sasuke and conspire with Shikamaru against Kiba. That is a bit harsh. Don't you think? XiaoMan retorted. Perhaps, but I'm not saying you have a problem. This is what I have personally witnessed. Last time, as usual, he returned to the classroom, hearing Kiba and XiaoMan arguing, although it was mostly Kiba's one-sided breakdown. So, are you challenging me? XiaoMan lazily rested on the desk. I'm not as easy to deal with as Naruto, nor will I simply obey your commands. Even if you team up with Shikamaru, you won't win against me. Bring it on. As a seasoned prankster of Konoha, Kiba exuded confidence in his abilities. XiaoMan chuckled, turning to elbow Shikamaru, who was lazily reclined in his chair with his eyes closed. Hey, wanna play? It's so boring. I can't even be bothered to open my eyes. Shikamaru replied. Really? Don't you want to try that formation we devised last time? XiaoMan sat up straight, adopting a serious tone. Are you really not considering it? The next day, as usual, Shino arrived early to observe the campus insects, unexpectedly finding that Shikamaru and XiaoMan had also not arrived at school on time. XiaoMan was asleep at his desk, while Shikamaru leaned back with his eyes closed. The classroom was empty except for the three of them. Just then, Kiba entered with a mischievous grin, his expression shifting to bewilderment upon seeing XiaoMan and Shikamaru, with half of her face buried in her arm. XiaoMan lazily lifted her gaze and smiled at Kiba, tilting her head to glance at Shikamaru. Shikamaru opened his eyes, his face betraying no emotion, though mischief was evident in his gaze. What does this mean? Kiba asked, bewildered. XiaoMan pointed behind him, and Kiba turned abruptly, only to fall into a trap they had set up the night before, triggering a series of mechanisms that had been carefully arranged. As Kiba clumsily picked himself up off the floor, bruised and disheveled, XiaoMan chuckled softly. How about that? The latest masterpiece from Pineapple Head. The most insidious parts were all you're doing. You proposed adding that section. It's clearly your achievement. No, I'm far beneath you. No need to be modest. Pineapple Head, if one day I were to become an adversary to someone as wicked as you, I would undoubtedly concede without hesitation. There's no need to speak so ill of others. How distasteful. Hee. Observing the two of them shifting blame, Yoshino gazed at the figure sprawled on the ground, scoring an impressive 86 for their posture, despite the presence of 14 teeth. Silence enveloped her. It was truly terrifying to provoke XiaoMan. XiaoMan expressed surprise. You still remember that? Indeed, a legend circulated in class that if the two of you exchanged smiles, misfortune would surely befall someone. Moreover, XiaoMan's understanding of me was remarkably accurate and comprehensive. It's only natural for friends to know such things, he remarked with a shrug. Yoshino paused slightly, ultimately nodding, concealing her expression beneath her high collar. Let us draw the next question. Goodness, this is far too simple. I can't help but envy the luck of you two good friends. This question is worth 5 points, and answering correctly will allow you to advance to the next round. Now, please listen carefully. Write down what the other despises the most. Yoshino suddenly froze, glancing at XiaoMan, who was busily scribbling away. What could XiaoMan possibly detest? The Uchiha clan? Their interactions were rather unique, but it hardly reached the level of hatred. If anything, XiaoMan simply enjoyed teasing him. School? It felt incomplete, but could it be the school itself, the teachers, or perhaps the classmates? Yet, if it were akin to Shikamaru, who, despite his remarkable academic talent, merely wished to be lazy, that too seemed insufficient. What truly repulsed XiaoMan? What about school did he loathe? In that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Time is up. Please reveal your answer boards. The hostess command snapped Yoshino back to reality. She turned to XiaoMan, who revealed his answer. Overly strong flavors, being overlooked or forgotten, and things not transpiring as expected. These were the things he disliked, yet in his contemplation of what XiaoMan might detest, he failed to write anything down. Not even XiaoMan's own dislikes were recorded. Oh, you have nothing you despise? The host inquired, leaning in. I'm not sure how to articulate it, so let us just say there's nothing, XiaoMan replied. Oh, so this contestant wrote nothing at all? It seems there is still much to learn about each other. What a pity. You failed the first round. And should this duo wish to participate again, they must disband and form a new team. XiaoMan and Yoshino descended from the stage. She kept her head down, silent, appearing much like usual, though those familiar with her could sense her deep discontent. There's no need to be upset. It's merely a game, XiaoMan said, lightly placing a hand on her shoulder. I'm not sad because we lost the competition, Yoshino replied, not rejecting her closeness. I simply feel I don't know XiaoMan well enough. That is a rather unfortunate realization. Just as XiaoMan stated, as friends, it is expected to know such things. Yet he couldn't fathom what XiaoMan truly detested. Despite often paying attention to one another, he remained oblivious to her thoughts. Conversely, XiaoMan, though she appeared indifferent to others, kept each detail about those around her etched in her memory. For instance, she even recalled how he had avoided physical contact when they first met. Although it was a misunderstanding, he had never found the opportunity to clarify it. By comparison, he felt he had failed as a friend. He felt disheartened. XiaoMan might be the only person he could truly call a friend, the one who understood him best aside from family. Yet he had not reciprocated that understanding. Oh, I simply spend the time others dedicate to worldly matters on myself and those close to me. Is that so? But if it were Shikamaru, he might have been able to answer. Yoshino remained troubled by this thought. Actually, I can't even articulate what the answer is. I can only say it was bad luck to draw a question I don't even understand myself, she said nonchalantly. Well, that's just how it is. There's no need to dwell on it. She offered him a comforting smile. Was she about to say that what she hated most was Konoha and the Hokage? That would be impossible to write down, wouldn't it? 2 seconds later, they were teleported to the Hokage's office. Not that slow. Despite XiaoMan's assertion, he still regarded it as his own failing. Had he understood XiaoMan adequately, he would have grasped even the things she herself did not comprehend. Have you finished? Came Shikamaru's voice from behind, prompting them to turn. He wore an expression of exasperation, with Choji munching behind him. Bad luck. We got stuck at the first round. XiaoMan said, raising her hands in defeat. We breezed through the first round, but the second isn't something that can be solved solely through understanding. Shikamaru explained the rules for the second round. The second round's questions were even trickier, dubbed hearts in sync. The host would present a keyword, and both parties would write down the first word that came to mind. The higher the overlap, the greater the score. And achieving a certain score would allow them to enter the final round. The two drew the guess the number topic, a veritable hellish difficulty, and ultimately, their guesses differed significantly, leading to their regrettable exit. As for the final round's rules, they hadn't reached that point yet and were unaware of what awaited them. What a shame, XiaoMan said, shaking her head slightly in disappointment. Well, although a team can only participate once, we can reassemble, for example, myself and XiaoMan. Or Shikamaru and XiaoMan, Choji suggested. Yoshino remarked, if it's Shikamaru and XiaoMan, they should be able to advance to the final round. XiaoMan glanced at Shikamaru. Their eyes meeting. It was feasible, but as you mentioned, the second round requires some strategy. If we prepare the answers in advance, we have no question bank. Relying purely on intuition is too uncertain. There are many ninjas present, and if we use common signals, we will undoubtedly be caught cheating, Shikamaru analyzed. Then we must signal covertly, XiaoMan decisively concluded. Is that so? Then let us proceed. Shikamaru exhaled, preparing himself. Yoshino was left in the dark regarding their intentions, her expression unreadable behind her glasses. Oh, the two challengers have chosen to team up with different friends. Will they succeed this time? Let us wait and see. Now we enter the first round. Please listen to the first question. What does the other usually do when they are feeling down? This question is worth 10 points. Answering correctly will allow them to advance to the next round. Please respond. Such a question requires no signals, and the two of them promptly began writing. XiaoMan wrote, the other would seek out their father or play chess with me, sleep all day, and avoid crowds. As for myself, fishing, sleeping, indulging in a feast, and keeping my distance from others. Shikamaru noted, for myself, sleeping and playing chess. What the other would do, when feeling moderately down, they would rest or fish. When feeling quite down, they would mischievously play pranks, and when extremely down, they would go missing. Feeling exceptionally down, purple clay. Mouth shut tight. Wow. They understand each other quite well. The host exclaimed animatedly. Now, we move on to the next round. What? It's the number guessing question again, which is a hellish difficulty, and it's worth 10 points. The young man beside them had just faced a challenge and failed. Do you have confidence this time? He inquired, but no one responded. XiaoMan and Lu Mar exchanged a glance. After a brief moment, they both revealed their answer boards, displaying the identical number, 59. Oh, they actually wrote the same number. Could it be that they share a deep connection? Yet, it was not so simple. In that fleeting half-second of eye contact, XiaoMan had casually placed her pen in the center of the answer board, inadvertently creating a cross with the magnetic eraser. This symbol, in their devised code system, represented luck and opportunity, similar to the one they had used previously during a dental visit. Furthermore, 59 was XiaoMan's lucky number. Beyond merely encoding symbols, a mutual understanding was required. Thus, this code system was exclusive to the two of them. In this system, they had their respective code names. XiaoMan was orange, and Lu Mar was blue. Though their personalities were similar, they chose contrasting colors. Now, they had reached the final hurdle. The last round was not particularly difficult. They would be given a topic and had to simultaneously declare their answers. This question was worth 15 points, and if their answers matched, it would set a new record. The question was, if tomorrow were the end of the world, what would you do together? Their black and blue eyes met, revealing the souls beneath those hues. Lu Mar pressed his lips together. We wouldn't be together. I would prefer to be alone. They spoke in unison. Oh, is that truly the answer? It seemed both leaned toward solitude. Regardless, they were a pair of remarkably attuned friends who understood each other well. Jinhua gazed deeply at them. Let us congratulate this pair of close friends. You may now choose a prize from the prize table. As the host's words echoed, they snapped back to reality, momentarily stunned. We have set the highest score. Could we not receive an additional prize? XiaoMan inquired, her voice firm. That is not permissible. The rules are as such. Lu Mar interjected, I want that novel. XiaoMan was taken aback. Lu Mar turned to her. Anyway, my father also wants that chess manual. If need be, he can participate alongside Uncle Ding. Lu Jiao, choose what you desire. Did you not mention your admiration for that author? XiaoMan surveyed the surroundings, noting that all competitors and spectators were youthful, pondering if Uncle Lu Jiao, a middle-aged man, should participate. Lu Mar remained undeterred, snatching the novel from the host's hands and forcefully placing it into hers. Here, just take it. This is such a hassle. She stared at the book, suddenly chuckling. You are quite domineering. Later that night, as shadows faded and the group parted ways, Lu Mar returned home. The moonlight filtered softly through the window. For reasons unknown, he found it difficult to fall asleep. A few days later, upon entering his room, he discovered the window wide open. With a mere thought, he could discern who the visitor was. Approaching, he found a book on the windowsill. A note was attached. The organizers are my fans. Hardly anyone normal enjoys this. So I exploited my privilege to get it for you. Orange. Chapter 34. Winter snow and cold jokes. Time flew by, and soon it was winter. A season well suited for warm desserts. Upon encountering Sakura, XiaoMan noticed her conversing with another girl. Before she could greet her, Sakura spotted her and waved enthusiastically. XiaoMan. She was adorned in a red scarf, perfectly complementing her pink hair. After bidding farewell to her classmate, Sakura hurried over to XiaoMan. As she drew near, she frowned. You're dressed too lightly. Aren't you cold? She adjusted XiaoMan's clothing and removed her own scarf, wrapping it around XiaoMan's neck. It's not so cold. XiaoMan untied half of it, sharing the scarf, and fortunately, it was long enough that they could huddle close to share warmth. Snow fell quietly, gently resting upon their heads. Passing by a gift shop, Sakura caught a glimpse of their reflections through the glass. Hee. Unable to contain herself, she laughed. Being so close, XiaoMan felt a ticklish sensation. What's wrong? Our hair has turned white. We look like old ladies. She poked XiaoMan's face reflected in the glass. Their reflections smiled back. XiaoMan grinned, reaching out to playfully poke Sakura's reflection. Unbeknownst to her, this gesture caused Sakura's heart to race inexplicably. How strange. She couldn't resist removing her glove to cool her face. Goodness, I've seen you two being all lovey-dovey since this morning. Ino approached, arms crossed. She had grown her hair long, tying it into a high ponytail. Following her was Hinata, who had just encountered Ino along the way. Together they decided to visit a newly opened dessert shop. Upon spotting XiaoMan and Sakura, Ino quickened her pace, feigning a chance encounter as she approached them. What nonsense are you spouting, stinky Ino? Sakura shot her a glare. Can't you let them speak? Ino raised an eyebrow. You shouldn't tease them. XiaoMan replied calmly, smiling warmly at Hinata, greeting her. Hinata felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart. Noticing XiaoMan and Sakura sharing the same scarf, she thought of gifting her a scarf for her birthday, so XiaoMan could wear one of her own. Since we've met, let us walk together. XiaoMan suggested upon learning that the two were heading to the new dessert shop. On a day like this, we must have red bean soup. Ino sighed. She set down her bowl, glancing at the trio across from her. Why are you three crowding on one side? Hinata, seated in the corner, hesitated to speak, having entered the booth first, with XiaoMan sitting next to her. However, the scarf remained unremoved. So Sakura naturally sat down as well, leaving Ino alone on the other side. Sakura took off her scarf, but I want to sit with XiaoMan. Hinata shivered, deciding to stand, only to be pressed back down by XiaoMan's hand on her shoulder. You're sitting too far inside, I'll switch spots. XiaoMan also removed her half of the scarf. Huh. Sakura initially thought the space was ample enough to invite Ino to sit beside her. Oh, XiaoMan, have you written any new works recently? Ino inquired as she leaned closer. Not at the moment, but I've penned a few cold jokes. The indoors has made me feel warm. Let us hear a cold joke to cool things down. What are you looking at? This is also a cold joke. XiaoMan cleared her throat. If you wish to hear it, then all right. After the 5 Kage Summit, the 5 great ninja villages distributed a survey to the commoners. What innovative ideas do you have regarding the scarcity of arable land in other countries? Please feel free to share your thoughts. However, upon distribution, the villagers were utterly perplexed. Though her family lacked a background, Sakura raised her head slowly, having a fair understanding of international affairs. XiaoMan suppressed her laughter, while the people of Konoha remained oblivious to the concept of scarcity. The denizens of the Hidden Mist knew not the meaning of freedom. The inhabitants of the Hidden Stone were unfamiliar with novelty. Those from the Hidden Sand were unaware of agricultural resources. The citizens of the Hidden Cloud did not comprehend the existence of other nations. Observing the petrified trio, XiaoMan glanced left and right, wondering, isn't this amusing? Surely, this cannot be a cold joke. It is evidently a critique from Ino seeking the appropriate words to express her sentiments. This is a hellish joke. Yet, XiaoMan stroked her chin, finding her jest to be rather entertaining. Thus, at the task issuance center of the Hidden Sand Village, a weary genin submitted a C-rank mission report. Sighing at the meager reward, an elder ninja patted him on the shoulder. Be content, child. In the Hidden Sand, Lord Kazekage pretends to provide us with sufficient remuneration while we feign diligent execution of missions. This is the only way the village can sustain itself. Otherwise, we would all have perished from hunger long ago. In the Raikage's office in the Hidden Cloud Village, a subordinate reported, Lord Raikage, we have just raided the Hot Springs Village, destroying their spa center. Raikage, well done. What was the rationale? Subordinate, intelligence indicates they may harbor weapons of mass relaxation. Raikage, evidence. Subordinate, their hot springs have a profoundly relaxing effect, severely undermining the fighting spirit of the surrounding small nations. This itself qualifies as a psychological weapon. Moreover, they refuse to allow us in the Hidden Cloud to enjoy it for free. Following the loosening of the Blood Mist policy, a Hidden Mist villager secretly consulted an underground immigration advisor. Villager, I wish to leave the Hidden Mist and live in Konoha. Is that possible? Advisor lowered his voice. Theoretically, there are 2 paths. The first, you become one of the 7 ninja swordsmen or a trusted aide to the Mizukage. Villager, that is more challenging than climbing to the heavens. What is the second option? Advisor, the second, you must convince the Mizukage's office, the Umbu, the Council of Elders, and the families of victims from the Blood Mist era that your departure would immensely benefit the Hidden Mist, and that you absolutely have not taken any secrets with you. Villager, feeling despondent. Is there a third option? Advisor pointed to the thick fog outside. Yes. The third path, you learn to breathe like a fish in the mist and fall in love with this feeling of uncertainty about tomorrow. Time for the broadcast in the Hidden Stone Village. Announcement. Dear villagers, please take note. According to the latest weather forecast from Lord Suchikage's office regarding the Will of Stone, today, our great hidden stone village shall remain shrouded in steadfast clouds conducive to the growth of stone. In certain areas, there will be minor rockfalls to enhance our willpower. Visibility, enough to see our loyalty to the village. When venturing outside, please wear your safety stone helmets and constantly recite Suchikage's sayings to ward off the overly fresh air. Villager A to B, did you hear that? Favorable conditions for stone growth mean no sunlight, and the stones keep falling. B, be grateful. The last forecast spoke of a chakra-imbued sandstorm, and my stone roof was blown away. Lord Suchikage claimed it was natural demolition to promote new village construction. Details missing in Konoha. Love Ninja TV. Oh, what a joke in the ninja world. Sakura, Ino, and Choji found it increasingly difficult to speak. Don't treat this as a joke, XiaoMan. Sakura's eyes were already squinting. Is it truly not funny? XiaoMan inquired. The trio shook their heads in unison. Very well. XiaoMan had no choice but to concede. No one was there to appreciate her perfect joke. Nevertheless, one must cherish such ordinary, blissful days. Chapter 35. Movie Viewing. 11. After the tranquility of the Pure Land was restored, everyone seemed inherently disinclined to laugh, falling into silence. The reason being, they had suffered indiscriminate attacks. Why is there no negativity concerning Konoha? Hozuki Mangetsu murmured with a hint of bitterness. Rasha replied, although these jokes target a regime long past for the likes of us veterans, no ruler desires their village to be ridiculed in such a jesting manner. The blood mist devoid of freedom, the hidden stone with one foot in the grave, the barren hidden sand, the prosperous Konoha teeming with talent and land, and the hidden cloud composed of reckless brutes. This child need not expose such shortcomings. The one most affected in attendance was Rasha, who painstakingly operated the impoverished hidden sand village. Youngster, explain to me what it means for the Kazekage to pretend to provide us with adequate compensation while we feign fervently executing missions. Surely, the hidden sand village is not that pitiable. While relatively backward among the 5 great nations, it is still far superior to smaller nations. If those present could hear their inner thoughts, they would likely regard him with disdain. However, Rasha was a businessman. He spent more time earning money for the hidden sand than risking his life for it. Even his trade dealings with the Wind Country primarily involved smaller nations. Many have suggested that the hidden sand should withdraw from the ranks of the 5 great nations, but as long as there is profit to be made, he does not concern himself with such matters of face. Furthermore, due to circumstances, many smaller nations are more inclined to ally with them. The alliance between the hidden sand village and surrounding forces has become a considerable power. After being informed about the so-called blood mist policy by those around him, Hozuki Mangetsu became significantly quieter. So Konoha is just a B, you say? The hidden mist has won too? Oh, well, then it is not an issue. Look at the commotion this has caused. The third Raikage, A, though a brash individual, could nonetheless discern the implications within this joke. However, to be honest, this is merely a strategic maneuver. He did not perceive any issue with it. The second Suchikage, Mu, also refrained from speaking, not because he was wrapped like a mummy and unable to utter a word. During his reign, the entire Hidden Stone village revered scientific knowledge. With everyone eager to learn and progress, what was this Will of Stone? But when that Bratanoki took charge, despite being his disciple, he lacked any talent for research. He could only utilize dust release, but could hardly be said to develop new skills, thus neglecting the scientific education of the Hidden Stone. He was inherently a somewhat conservative individual, becoming increasingly rigid in his old age. Therefore, it was natural for the atmosphere in the Hidden Stone village to trend towards conservatism and closure, yet such an environment would yield no prodigies. Without reform, decline is inevitable. Simultaneously, he felt that this segment concerning the Hidden Stone village was not solely a veiled critique of it. Tobarama, of course, also grasped this. His elder brother was still pondering when the Hidden Stone acquired the Will of Stone and the sayings of the Hidden Stone, while Sarutobi Hiruzen, meeting his gaze, felt a tinge of shame and lowered his head, and the youthful fourth Hokage could only manage a forced smile. This child is nearing graduation. Showing no signs of being swayed, he only fears that the worst may yet come. Currently, Manhuang is unaware of any opponents. L1. How about an 11-year-old taking on the head of the Hyuga clan? And if Hinata and Niji hadn't barged in, he could have taken them down solo. It is now certain that there are sealing arrangements in place. Currently, His record against Sasuke stands at 3 victories and 1 defeat. A victory against the Hidden Clouds Jonin, a victory against the Giant Serpent, and a victory against Hyuga Hisashi. The rest are mere fodder, lacking any reference significance. The God of War. L2. However, when was it mentioned that there is a ceiling arrangement? You may not have noticed, but every time a fight breaks out, the left-hand bandage is always undone. Well, I suppose this is merely a habit. How delightfully cliché. It lacks an ominous eye setting. L3. It pales in comparison to Itachi. As for the weasel, aside from pulling out unseen artifacts from its pants, what else can it do? Right. Exterminating the clan at the age of 12 is quite remarkable. Look up and see what the current episode is titled. L4. Even without sealing XiaoMan, mastering the 8 gates would render one invincible. XiaoMan, however, probably wouldn't be able to learn that. Doge. Why not consider Flying Thunder God? It has low energy consumption with great returns and is hard to counter. You transformed XiaoMan into a golden flash. L5. It seems that Hisashi is somewhat underestimating the situation, though XiaoMan is indeed quite formidable. L6. Speaking of which, without mastering the 8 gates, the potential seems rather limited. Didn't Danzo mention something about inheriting power? By that logic, not inheriting is still a form of inheritance. L7. It feels lacking in expressiveness without the pitfall. Hasn't XiaoMan already crafted a prosthetic? It would be quite normal to create an EVA unit someday, swiftly advancing to a Gundam towering over the earth. By the way, isn't there no such setting in the farming narrative? The crown princess of the Orange Society can strengthen as she pleases. It's best you refrain from meddling in matters of the second dimension. Chapter 36. Graduation season students. In just 1 week, we will face the graduation examination. To become a ninja, passing this test is imperative, so please take your preparation seriously. Irika addressed the students from the podium. This is a solemn examination. Although Naruto has made remarkable progress under the guidance of a superior ninja in recent years, he still falls short of the elite. Consequently, he has been studying diligently these days. Even Shikamaru, who typically sleeps through class, has been more earnest of late. Irika's gaze wandered to the empty seat. XiaoMan has been absent from school for days on end, never appearing at all. Could it be that after 6 years, she is still unprepared to become a ninja? XiaoMan cannot be said to be unprepared. From the very beginning, she has been ready to not become a ninja. For instance, at this moment, she leisurely fishes by the river, only to be unexpectedly surrounded by Anbu ninjas. The leader is a familiar face, the dark-clad Yuzuki Yuya. The 3rd Hokage wishes to see you, she stated coldly. I refuse, XiaoMan remarked, not even bothering to turn her head. Last time she agreed to visit the Hyuga clan's territory with Niji, she barely managed to escape. She does not blame Niji. After all, it was merely an order from others, but she has no desire to endure such a loss again. Please cooperate with us. Even if the Hokage himself were to come today, I would not go, she boldly declared. Is that so? The 3rd Hokage, with a pipe in his mouth, stepped out from among the Anbu. Calling him old is quite fitting. XiaoMan lazily turned her head. Let us have a chat, XiaoMan. The 3rd Hokage spoke in a conciliatory tone, yet he directly sat beside her, waving off the nearby Anbu. Fishing, huh? I too enjoy fishing. However, in my youth, I lack the patience. Now that I can be still, time eludes me. You ought to let the younger generation handle matters. XiaoMan retorted indifferently. At his age, he should not linger at the center of power and ought to step down from the Hokage position. Really? To me, XiaoMan seems a remarkably capable young individual. You may have misjudged this time, XiaoMan replied, refusing to engage further. Sighing, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, I am aware that the last incident affected you. But the Hyuga clan is a prominent family in the village. Some conflicts can indeed be resolved peacefully. Constantly seeking peace will resolve nothing. Sarutobi Hiruzen momentarily faltered, his expression darkening, yet his excellent composure soon restored his demeanor. It is a strategy for external relations. There is no need for the villagers to turn swords against each other. What about the Uchiha? Why did you not devise a peaceful resolution then? XiaoMan refrained from pressing further. To do so would be excessive. I have already spoken with Hisashi. Given that you inherited your father's martial arts and learned Gentle Fist from Niji, it is natural for Hisashi to be somewhat apprehensive of you. Is that apprehension? Even the caged bird would strike her forehead. This issue, when viewed broadly, is a matter of a prominent clan oppressing the common folk, and when viewed narrowly, it is merely a tension over copyright issues. Politicians excel in verbal games. XiaoMan maintained her silence. I have already informed him that you will no longer be barred from entering the Hyuga clan territory or associating with Niji and Hinata. I only hope you refrain from casually divulging the methods of chakra control and gentle fist techniques to others. We are all part of the same village. Let this matter be put to rest. It is indeed the Hokage's intention. Listening to his words, XiaoMan felt a chuckle rising within her, yet she remained silent. How effortless. This is deemed settled. After all, Konoha has always been this way, never changing. Weariness and impatience flickered across her features, even among the 3 individuals her father deemed trustworthy. Hisashi lies bedridden, ensnared by the identity of the Hyuga branch family. In Konoha, she has always felt utterly alone, save for the friends she can trust. Observing XiaoMan's unwavering demeanor, the 3rd Hokage pressed his lips into a straight line. If this is the case, it is necessary to reveal some truths from the past to you. XiaoMan abruptly lifted her head. I have always known you were investigating your parents' matters. Just as you delved into the affairs of the Uchiha and Uzumaki through the use of a ninja cat. You have always known. I merely ceased sending someone to follow you after that incident. Konoha's corners are also equipped with surveillance devices. I did not intervene because I understood that some matters, even if obstructed, you would inevitably uncover. XiaoMan scrutinized Sarutobi Hiruzen for a moment. She did not believe him, despite the old fox's demeanor appearing natural. She sensed a hint of insincerity. She admitted that in her impulsiveness, she had not concealed herself thoroughly. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not have known about this matter from the outset. Otherwise, based on her understanding of the 3rd Hokage, he would not possess such an attitude. XiaoMan surmised that he must have recently discovered the truth, aware that she had already grasped the reality. He could only go with the flow and assert that he had never obstructed her from the beginning. Then, what was his sudden intention in bringing this up? Thus, I shall directly share some truths from the past with you, to prevent you from piecing together incomplete facts and drifting away from Konoha. Your mother, Estella, is not a native of Konoha. Her true identity is that of a princess from the Land of Iron, to be precise. A princess who escaped from the Land of Iron. She was bound by a marriage contract. Yet like you, your mother was a seeker of freedom. Thus she chose to flee from her wedding. During her flight, she encountered your father, Himaya Yunchu, and they quickly fell in love. Your mother resolutely returned to Konoha with your father, thereafter living incognito as an ordinary housewife. However, Konoha cannot harbor a princess in secret. Faced with the coercion of the envoy from the Land of Iron, Yunchu promised the 4th Hokage, Naruto's father, that he would remain eternally loyal to Konoha and repay the compensation required by the Land of Iron. Your father was merely a jonin, thus Konoha temporarily covered the compensation, which amounted to 700 billion. XiaoMan, how much? Another classic trope of Japanese anime, filling in the numbers with feet. 2,000 isumas. Tragically, 5 years later, they sacrificed their lives. So wait. XiaoMan raised her hand to halt his further elaboration. Are you saying I owe Konoha several hundred billion? You don't need to feel too pressured. Just tell me what you wish to do, XiaoMan stated bluntly. No one would remain calm upon suddenly bearing a debt of 700 billion, and furthermore, this debt could not merely be repaid in currency. Otherwise, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have informed her at the time of opposition, not now. His current insistence was simply to make her a ninja. I know you are still grappling with the idea of being a ninja. It's all right. You need not take on that role. You can become a hired hand for Konoha, executing essential tasks to repay the compensation through your work. It sounds deceptively simple. Yet 700 billion is a sum one could never repay through a lifetime of labor. The weight of life's burdens suddenly pressed down upon XiaoMan. Chapter 37. On ice with sunflowers. XiaoMan was in a foul mood, feeling a desire to curse. 700 billion, and she could only repay it through missions. No matter how hard she worked, it was simply impossible. Did Konoha truly compensate such an amount? She had her doubts. But when Sarutobi Hiruzen presented the contract signed with the envoy of the Land of Iron, she was left speechless. However, the prospect of simply repaying the debt and working for Konoha was utterly unacceptable. Yet, at present, she could not devise a suitable plan. XiaoMan sighed. XiaoMan. She heard someone calling her name. Turning around, she saw Hinata. Though spring had arrived, the temperatures could still drop significantly, and Hinata was bundled in thick clothing. XiaoMan paused for a moment before rushing over, a flush of color perhaps from her exertion. XiaoMan, do you have time now? Should be free, I suppose. Logically, XiaoMan, having just accrued a debt of 100 billion, should not have time for anything else. However, With her newfound debt of 700 billion, she felt remarkably untroubled. Come on, Sarutobi Hiruzen has the ability to kill me. One might wonder if he had refrained from letting her die merely out of concern for the debt that would go unpaid. Perhaps not. Never mind. Such thoughts no longer held significance. Moreover, she wished not to let this excessive debt taint her time with friends. Then, may I take you somewhere? Hinata's cheeks were adorably flushed, her eyes sparkling as she loosely linked her arm with XiaoMan's. Where to? Konoha had such places? XiaoMan glanced at the winter landscape, still cloaked in white. This is an ice skating rink built by the Hyuga clan. I hope you don't mind. Mind? Oh, do you mean because of the Hyuga? That is fine. I wouldn't get upset over inconsequential matters. Because you don't think I am inconsequential, right? Hinata shyly inquired, seemingly already knowing XiaoMan's answer. XiaoMan understood Hinata's nature. She was quite similar to Naruto in that she often sought reassurance from others to feel secure. During such moments, XiaoMan would patiently affirm her sentiments. Of course, you are very important to me. Hinata buried her head slightly in her scarf, a shy smile gracing her lips. Every time I'm with you, I feel so happy. So, did you come here to learn how to skate? Yes, I believe you learn quickly, XiaoMan. If I could learn alongside you, it would motivate me. She did not explicitly request XiaoMan to teach her. She simply wished to spend time with her. However, if pretending to be inept allowed XiaoMan to remain by her side, then so be it. All right then. XiaoMan changed into her skates and attempted to glide across the ice. To be honest, this level of balance was trivial for someone skilled in martial arts, and she quickly adapted to the icy sport. She glided effortlessly halfway around the rink and turned to see Hinata. Though she was moving, her movements appeared somewhat stiff, as if she feared falling. Are you all right? XiaoMan paused beside her. I am fine, really. You don't need to worry about me. Hinata's voice was barely above a whisper, her fingers tightly gripping the railing, knuckles turning white. The sensation of the ice skates was both foreign and perilous. Each slight movement made her feel as though she might unceremoniously collide with the ice. The mere thought of falling in front of XiaoMan filled her with embarrassment, urging her to flee. Is that so? XiaoMan glided closer, instinctively extending her hand. Come, don't be afraid. Just look at me. That fair hand hung in the air, and Hinata hesitated, her gaze shifting from XiaoMan's smiling eyes to the outstretched hand. Her heart skipping a beat and racing uncontrollably. She inhaled the cold air, as if it could freeze the wild deer rampaging within her chest. Finally, she cautiously released her grip on the railing and placed her hand gently in XiaoMan's palm. All right, I've got you. Seeing the typically shy Hinata reach for her hand brought a wave of exhilaration to XiaoMan's heart. She smiled and began to glide backward, gently leading Hinata along. Wait. XiaoMan, too fast. Hinata exclaimed as her body leaned forward uncontrollably. Yet, XiaoMan was quick to catch her. Be careful. XiaoMan guided her slowly across the rink. Sunlight refracted off the ice, casting dazzling reflections that danced upon XiaoMan's hair and shoulders, enveloping her in an ethereal glow. Hinata gazed at the figure ahead, watching the strands of hair fluttering in the breeze, her heart feeling as though it were being delicately tickled by soft feathers, stirring a bittersweet longing within her. When had her desire to draw closer and to hold hands like this become so fervent? The ice reflected the silhouettes of their joined hands, as if the entire world had narrowed down to just the two of them in this stark yet crystalline, sunlit early spring snowland. With finals approaching tomorrow, XiaoMan had yet to appear at school. Although Irika had spoken with the third Hokage, he remained concerned for XiaoMan. What could that child possibly be thinking? As he was about to exit his office during the final class meeting, a student burst in, breathless and urgent. Irika-sensei, there has been a fight. Irika's heart raced with alarm as he grabbed his coat and rushed toward the classroom, almost breaking into a run, anxiety coursing through him. A fight at this time could result in disciplinary action, banning them from taking the exam, jeopardizing their graduation. A group of children. How can they be so thoughtless even with exams approaching? Do they not consider their future? Who is fighting? It seems to be XiaoMan and Naruto. XiaoMan. She came to school? But how could she have a conflict with Naruto? Although Naruto is often a bit nonsensical, he has always listened to XiaoMan's words. Fighting seems improbable. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he did not slow his pace, instead pushing open the classroom door, only to find that it was not XiaoMan and Naruto, but Naruto and Sasuke, who were shoving each other. It was merely a miscommunication. Without further ado, Irika rushed forward. Stop. No fighting. As soon as he spoke, Naruto and Sasuke turned to look at him, momentarily stunned. Before he could comprehend the situation, several students beside him forcibly grabbed his arms. A flash of gold appeared from the side. Irika had not yet processed what was happening when the burst of small fireworks and the children's unified voices astonished him. Happy graduation, Teacher Irika. A vibrant bouquet of sunflowers was held aloft by the children. Irika was taken aback. What is this? Thank you for your hard work over the years, teacher. A golden-haired head peered out from behind the massive sunflowers. It was XiaoMan. Irika felt his eyes moisten. Was this your idea? It expresses the shared sentiment of everyone. XiaoMan replied with a slight smile, her eyes squinting. Irika suddenly recalled his first year as a homeroom teacher, standing on the podium before this group of children, whose once innocent faces had now matured. From this day forward, they would embark on their own paths, striving to become who they wished to be. They might not meet again easily, but he would forever, eternally remember this day, this radiant and beautiful bouquet of sunflowers that would never wither. Chapter 38. Survival exercise. Teaching a child like XiaoMan has been the greatest fortune of my teaching career. In a ramen shop, Irika wiped away his tears. Abandoning his teacher persona, Sarutobi Hiruzen patted his shoulder, sighing inwardly. With talent, wisdom, interpersonal skills, and valuing friends, if only this child were a bit more obedient. I wish for our XiaoMan to be compliant. That old man should hurry up and die. Hashirama, he lamented. To think this child would express gratitude to her teachers at the ninja academy. In the ninja world, killing one's teacher is often seen as a means to prove oneself. And the relationship between teacher and student is a legacy of the ninja way. Orochimaru, Nagato, Uchiha Obito, and Uchiha Sasuke have all sought to eliminate their teachers, partly as a rejection of their teachings. Yet XiaoMan, despite not agreeing with Irika's understanding of ninjas and not aspiring to be like him, still chose to express gratitude to her teacher, simply out of friendship. Perhaps this is what sets her apart from others. To her, this bond is far greater than the so-called transmission of spirit and will. A child with such deep emotions, if she walks the righteous path, will possess an even stronger resolve to protect those around her. However, should she stray onto a darker path, the consequences could be dire. Tobarama pondered for a moment before speaking. In terms of emotional depth, this child resembles the Uchiha clan, though her definitions and methods regarding comrades differ from theirs. At least she would never commit the atrocity of slaughtering her entire clan for one person. Reikage scoffed. In the classroom, why is our teacher so late? Naruto grumbled while sitting on the desk. Naruto, behave yourself, Sakura said, frowning. After glancing around the empty classroom, her thoughts were not on the teacher who was about to arrive. XiaoMan didn't even attend the graduation exam, she murmured. Her aspirations were never here. Sasuke, with his arms crossed on the desk, replied nonchalantly, it's fine, as long as XiaoMan is happy. I, Naruto Uzumaki, will become the strongest ninja to protect her. He pointed a thumb at himself. But why hasn't he come yet? Our teacher must be. Suddenly, Naruto recalled someone. It must be him. Sasuke interjected. The only person in Konoha capable of teaching the Uchiha is one individual, and as far as I know, Naruto also received guidance under him for a while. Who? Sakura asked, looking puzzled at the two. The silver-haired, deadpan-eyed teacher. Naruto exclaimed. XiaoMan calls him that too. He is late again. Let us play a little prank on him. He wedged an eraser in the door crack. That is so childish, Sakura scoffed, not intending to stop him. After all, XiaoMan also enjoys pranks, and she secretly thought a small trick could be amusing. Before long, the door swung open. A silver-haired head poked in, only to be struck by the eraser with a thud. Sakura, did it actually work? Kakashi sighed, having grown accustomed to that little brat's pranks. This level was hardly a concern. By the way, let us introduce ourselves. On the rooftop, Kakashi leaned against the railing, revealing his trademark deadpan expression. Do we really need to introduce ourselves? Naruto questioned. Why don't you start, Kakashi-sensei? Me? I'm Hatake Kakashi. I don't wish to share what I like or dislike, nor my future aspirations or interests. That is essentially saying nothing. Naruto stood up. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I love Ichiraku ramen and being with XiaoMan, especially on rainy days. I dislike waiting for my ramen to cook and forgetting my script. My dream is to surpass the Hokage, become XiaoMan's hero, and earn everyone's recognition. Sakura raised an eyebrow, about to retort when Naruto immediately raised a hand defensively. Hey, we've graduated, we're no longer in school. Sakura knew he was referring to their agreement from not long after the school year began, but she retorted, don't say things that could be misinterpreted. Then don't misunderstand. Kakashi sighed, turning to the usually taciturn Sasuke. And you? I'm Uchiha Sasuke. I have many dislikes. As for likes, Sasuke hesitated, still reluctant to share. I have no particular likes. As for my dream, or rather my ambition, it is to restore the Uchiha clan and personally eliminate that man. Still obsessed with revenge, Kakashi then turned to Sakura. And you? I'm Haruno Sakura. I love the color pink and fireflies. My dream is to be as strong as XiaoMan and become a powerful ninja like Tsunade-sama. Sakura's emerald eyes sparkled. This dream had been solidified during a silver moonlit night of early summer spent with XiaoMan, and it remained in her heart. Such a powerful influence. That being said, Kakashi adjusted his forehead protector. The introductions are over. Starting tomorrow, we will commence a mission that only the 4 of us can complete. It is what is known as the survival exercise. Among the 27 graduates, only 9 will be recognized as genin. The rest will return to the Ninja Academy. Bring it on. Naruto crossed his arms confidently. He had already learned to harness that energy within him. Remember to bring your ninja gear. We will meet at the training field at 5 in the morning. Lastly, don't eat breakfast or you'll throw up. The next day, it is truly excessive. This morning, we were meant to undertake the Chunin exam, yet here we linger. In the Konoha cemetery, Kakashi stands before a gravestone, while XiaoMan stands behind him, her hands tucked into her pockets. Please allow your elder to be momentarily lost on the path of life. Kakashi rises. By the way, would you care to join us on the mission for Team 7? You? XiaoMan chuckles softly. Indeed, you are already convinced they will pass the exam. The meager reward for your mission barely covers my debts, she adds with a smirk. 700 billion, and you still manage to smile? You must be secretly weeping. As your elder, I could offer you some comfort. Whether to weep or to smile is irrelevant. It is impossible for me to earnestly serve Konoha. Over the past few days, XiaoMan has devised a somewhat audacious plan, aiming to transform a bicycle into a motorcycle, daring to take risks. Well then, shall we observe their exam results? Kakashi muses. Your test is nothing extraordinary. Given their personalities, they are bound to succeed. The only question is how severely you will thrash them. Do you not wish to know the extent of Naruto's control over that power within him? It seems you are not particularly interested. Very well. If I were to use Jinjutsu to frighten them to tears, having you present would be ideal. As you have always been such a reliable figure. Kakashi turns his head with a smile. Tears. It seems she has not witnessed anyone cry in quite some time. All right then, since we have time to spare. Do not misunderstand. She harbors no peculiar fascination, merely a concern for her friend. Moreover, she is indeed quite curious about the power residing within Naruto, especially after realizing that her mother was not of ninja lineage. On the night of the 9 Tails, how did she manage to become a hero by stopping the devastation wrought by the beast? Having announced the rules, Kakashi discreetly glances at XiaoMan, who is leaning against a distant tree. Ready, begin. At his command, the 3 vanish from the training ground. XiaoMan leans against the tree, resting her hands behind her head, observing Sasuke, who is concealed among the bushes, watching Kakashi. So focused on the front, he fails to notice her. He still lacks practical experience in complex terrains. As for Naruto, despite his significant growth over the years, his inherent recklessness shines through. He is the first to initiate an attack. Multiple shadow clone technique. Dozens of Narutos appear with a resounding bang. You've practiced well. Kakashi's deadpan expression betrays no hint of emotion, yet internally, he is quite pleased. Indeed, this technique suits him perfectly. XiaoMan yawns against the tree. This must be something Kakashi taught him. She watches with little enthusiasm. The issues are similar to Sasuke's. While he possesses some combat experience, he lacks sufficient practical response skills in more complex battle environments. There are few like you who fight in these peaceful times. Boring. I want to see rivers of blood. All of Naruto's shadow clones are shattered by Kakashi's taijutsu, leaving only one exhausted original standing. How can this be? Naruto straightens. A faint, unstable red chakra cloak flickering around him, akin to a wavering flame, barely enveloping his body. I see, XiaoMan realizes. The so-called power of the 9 Tails refers to the vast chakra stored within Naruto, belonging to the 9-tailed fox. Its chaotic and formidable nature has always made it challenging for Naruto to wield this chakra effectively. However, after practice, he has begun to gain some control over it. Nonetheless, a Jonin remains a Jonin. Despite Naruto's chakra surpassing Kakashi's, the latter ultimately overcomes him with strategy and unfamiliar earth-style ninjutsu. Furthermore, he employs an extremely brutal taijutsu technique. which XiaoMan hesitates to label as such, to conclude the encounter. XiaoMan turns her face away in disdain. I must keep my distance from Kakashi, especially from his hands. Kakashi then vanishes in a flash, and XiaoMan surmises he is off to find Sakura. Compared to Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and Sasuke, and Uchiha, Sakura's advantages in combat are virtually non-existent. However, Kakashi mentioned he would use Jinjutsu to test Sakura, since it wouldn't inflict any actual harm. A bit of training wouldn't hurt. Nevertheless, she leisurely follows behind. When she arrives, she finds Sakura frozen in place, hands on the ground, with a dazed expression. She must have seen something terrifying. XiaoMan approaches and dispels the Jinjutsu, causing Sakura to collapse into her arms, her expression gradually returning to clarity. XiaoMan, she murmurs softly, instinctively clutching XiaoMan's clothing. What happened? XiaoMan gently inquires. XiaoMan. Sakura realizes she is leaning in XiaoMan's embrace and exhales in relief. Did you see something? XiaoMan strokes Sakura's disheveled hair, still in disarray from her fright. I saw the moon fall and crash into Konoha, destroying everyone's homes, she replies. There may be some fictional elements in her words. After all, Jinjutsu is woven from objective reality, and a falling moon is merely a fairy tale. XiaoMan senses that Sakura is reluctant to disclose her fears to others, though she would not harm her for it. A bit of caution is certainly beneficial. Can you walk on your own? Of course. It's just a Jinjutsu. Sakura does not wish to appear weak in XiaoMan's eyes. Someone who can be frightened to the point of being unable to stand. She releases XiaoMan's hand and stands up independently, seeing she is unaffected by the ordeal. XiaoMan smirks and quips, taken down by a single technique. Huh? Next time, you won't be so helpless. Sakura's face flushes as she resolves to find a way to break through Jinjutsu. Sakura leads the way, with XiaoMan leisurely following her as they return to the center of the training ground, only to find Sasuke exhausted on the ground, covering his eyes. Kakashi presses his forehead, feeling as though this is not a proper test for them. One aims to measure his taijutsu and chakra capacity, while the other seeks to gauge his ocular prowess. It seems that apart from Sakura, no one has taken the bell-snatching rules to heart. Naruto has already been pinned to a wooden post, upon seeing XiaoMan approaching from afar. His eyes brighten. XiaoMan, what are you doing here? Then he remembers his predicament and offers a sheepish smile. I've been here for a while, XiaoMan replies. Sasuke on the ground also notices XiaoMan, slightly taken aback. Did you hide? He intends to ask if she witnessed anything. Yes, I was hiding and watching. None of you managed to touch that bell, she replies. Sasuke's face reddens, in his eagerness to showcase the true Uchiha power to Konoha's last remaining Sharingan user. He completely disregarded the actual test of snatching the bell. Naruto, too, is momentarily stunned. In his eagerness to brawl, he forgot the objective. No way. Kakashi-sensei. Let us have another match. But no one pays him any heed. Kakashi straightens, holding the bell of happiness but directing his gaze not at it, but towards XiaoMan. By the way, do you truly not intend to join Team 7? As soon as the words leave his mouth, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura's eyes all turn towards her. How dare you bring this up at this moment? XiaoMan contemplates. Can XiaoMan join us? If you consent, I shall request Lord Hokage to issue you a replacement diploma and protection gear. Hold on. I certainly do not desire that hideous item. Indeed, although XiaoMan cannot join Team 7 as a genin, she can undertake missions alongside them in my name. Yet, I wonder if the meager savings I have accumulated over the years can suffice to support such an exceptional warrior like XiaoMan. XiaoMan paused momentarily, locking her gaze with his twinkling eyes. So, this is how he intends to assist her? This fellow can indeed be a reliable senior at times. A smile crept upon her lips. Okay, but let it be known that I shall not engage unless the reward is for an S-rank mission. Alas, how mercenary. In business, one must be shrewd. Ultimately, due to XiaoMan's insistence, Naruto found himself with a colossal chicken leg stuffed into his mouth, and thus the so-called bond test was successfully completed. Much to Kakashi's chagrin, who found himself powerless against her. However, he was acutely aware that even in XiaoMan's absence, Sasuke and Sakura would have acted similarly. After the test concluded, XiaoMan departed first, slowing her pace only after she had put some distance between them, when she was suddenly called out. Hey XiaoMan. It was Sasuke. Surprised, XiaoMan turned back, approaching him with a scrutinizing gaze, causing his ears to redden before she stepped back, crossing her arms. You're acting quite strangely today. Addressing me by my first name. Previously, they would refer to each other by their surnames, a refreshing change in the otherwise boundary-less Konoha. Others call you XiaoMan Sasuke. Yet you two refer to each other as Uchiha Hinata, which is not entirely devoid of affection. What is so strange about that? Sasuke retorted, lifting his chin defiantly. Remembering her reason for seeking him out, he asked, "Do you need money urgently?" XiaoMan recalled her unexpected debt of 700 billion and had yet to disclose this to anyone other than Kakashi. After all, sharing it would only serve to cause them undue worry. Although she had friends from prominent families who might chip in to help, she disliked accruing such debts. Yet, Sasuke was surprisingly perceptive. Should she require assistance, he was prepared to tap into his savings for her. XiaoMan lifted her hand to halt his words. "Thank you for your kindness, Sasuke, but I do not require it at this moment. No need to look at me like that. I am not putting on a brave face. If I truly cannot repay the money, I shall simply pack my belongings and leave, returning to Konoha only after Sarutobi passes on. For now, I genuinely do not need your financial help, but if the need arises, rest assured, I shall not hesitate to ask. Besides, did you not promise to serve me for life? I would certainly be the first to seek you out then." XiaoMan casually draped her arm over his shoulder. I meant you could be the first to come to me. That was my intention. Are you upset?" "Not at all." Chapter 39, The Beautiful Hokage. "This title is rather suggestive, isn't it?" Ino remarked, holding a small booklet. "It must feature a captivating plot to draw attention." XiaoMan munched on a dried fish while casually snagging chips from Choji's bag, who willingly allowed her to indulge. "Instead of training, what are you lot doing?" Shikamaru observed them with exasperation. "Shikamaru, it's best not to meddle in matters concerning girls," Asumo advised, standing beside him. "Choji is not a girl, so that's irrelevant." "It was akin to pinning a tale about the third Hokage," Ino murmured, suddenly remembering that the third Hokage's son was her teacher, straightening up immediately. "I heard that. XiaoMan, are you writing another story related to the old man?" Asuma snatched the booklet from Ino's hands, who appeared slightly flustered, while XiaoMan remained unfazed, knowing full well that the third Hokage would inevitably read it. As Asuma scrutinized the title, he exclaimed, "The Beautiful Hokage? It sounds like some sort of adult literature. Wait, check this version." XiaoMan suddenly recalled something. Retrieving a booklet